Chapter 1. The Disturbance. In the land of Huaxia, in the Ice City, within a certain residential complex, a middle-aged woman with curly hair, a robust figure, and hands firmly planted on her hips, stood menacingly before a resident's door, pounding on it with force. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Tianliang. Open the door, open the door. Don't hide in there without saying a word. I know you are home. Woof, woof. In response to her demands, two barks erupted from within. The sound of the barking prompted the doors of two neighboring households to swing open simultaneously. A few residents emerged, and upon seeing the agitated woman, they began to voice their grievances as if they had a myriad of complaints to share. Finally, you have arrived, landlady. Today, you must find a way to evict that Chen Tianliang. Indeed, landlady, that dog of his is exceedingly bothersome. Whenever my wife calls out at night, that wretched dog joins in, severely disrupting our marital life. Exactly. This has escalated to a nuisance, my spouse, and I have already decided to move out tomorrow. The landlady, witnessing the situation, could only offer words of persuasion. Rest assured, everyone. Today, I will ensure that Chen Tianliang provides an explanation to you all. Either he must get rid of that dog, or he and his dog must leave. Excellent. We trust in you, landlady. Woof, woof. Huh? Why hasn't that fellow opened the door yet? Is he perhaps out? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, Chen Tianliang, who had taken the day off from work, approached the stairwell and was struck by the sight of a gathering outside his door, sensing that trouble was brewing. It was evident that they had come to confront him regarding his noisy pet. With no other option, he mustered the courage to ascend the stairs. Chen Tianliang was quite a robust figure, standing approximately 185 centimeters tall. Although his hair was cropped short, it bore the scent of smoke, giving him an aura of maturity. At first glance, one might assume he was in his 30s, yet he was merely 25. Oh, everyone is here. Have you eaten? If not, come over for a bite of my place. Upon his return, the landlady and the neighbors stood with arms crossed and hands on hips, none offering him a warm welcome. At this moment, the landlady spoke up. Stop with the nonsense, young man. I'm telling you, if you do not remove that troublesome dog today, you and your pet will have to leave together. Chen Tianliang forced a smile and scratched his head, opening his mouth to offer an explanation, but the furious glares from his neighbors silenced him. With a resigned sigh, he managed a wry smile and said, Landlady, dear neighbors, I apologize for the disturbance I have caused during this time. After speaking, he turned to the landlady. Sister Zhao, you know my situation. To be candid, I have grown up in an orphanage, devoid of any relatives by my side. This dog, since the day I rescued it 2 years ago, has been my sole companion. Thus it is akin to a family member. Chen Tianliang began to weave a tale of his tragic upbringing with his eloquent tongue. As emotions ran deep, he pretended to shed a few tears. Therefore, to avoid causing further inconvenience, I shall swiftly seek alternative accommodation. I hope you and the others can grant me a few more days. Once I find a suitable place, I will move out immediately. Would that be acceptable to you all? The individuals stationed at the door, upon hearing Chen Tianliang's lamentable story, exhibited a flicker of sympathy, their expressions softening considerably. The landlady pondered for a moment, realizing that Chen had already laid bare his plight, and thus chose not to press him too harshly. Very well, I shall afford you 1 more week. I hope you can provide both me and the others with a satisfactory resolution soon. Seeing the landlady relent, Chen Tianliang patted his chest in assurance. The neighbors, witnessing this exchange, refrained from further comment. After all, it was merely a week they could endure. As for the individual who complained about the dogs barking disrupting their marital bliss, they would have to return home and remind their spouse to keep the noise down at night. There was no need to compete in volume with the dog. Once the landlady departed, Chen Tianliang exhaled a sigh of relief and retrieved his keys from his pocket. Click! As he opened the door, a shadow lunged at him. Woof woof! Upon seeing the Rottweiler, which stood tall enough to reach his chest, Chen Tianliang's eyes brimmed with affection. This Rottweiler, named Asang, was discovered by Chen Tianliang on a rainy night 2 years prior. At that time, it was merely 2 or 3 months old, dirty, and afflicted with mange. Its right eye bore a wound, bleeding from an unknown cause. The young dog wandered pitifully through the streets, drenched in the misty rain. At that moment, Chen Tianliang was grappling with heartbreak clutching a bottle of alcohol as he sought solace in drunkenness. It was a serendipitous encounter with Asang that altered his fate. He vividly remembers the little creature sitting before him, gazing with its round, pleading eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have elapsed in the companionship of Asang. The once adorable puppy has blossomed into a robust and formidable guardian. Chapter 2. The Acquisition of Slipper Island. The scar on Asang's right eye only added to its already imposing appearance. Yet, as Asang matured, not only did its physique grow stronger, but its bark became increasingly thunderous. Trouble soon followed. When taking Asang for walks, a leash and muzzle became indispensable. Yet even with these precautions, it would still terrify some small children. Perhaps due to its abandonment in childhood, Asang has always exhibited a lack of security. Whenever Chen Tianliang leaves home, the dog incessantly barks, fearing another abandonment. In its youth, it merely whined, but as it grew, those whimpers transformed into deafening roars, disrupting the peace of the surrounding neighbors. It is not simply a matter of lodging a complaint with the property management, rather. It is akin to the situation today. Due to this, Chen Tianliang has relocated 3 times within the span of a year. Fortunately, as a chef earning a monthly salary of around 10 to 18,000 yuan, such frequent moves are manageable otherwise. For an orphan like him, this incessant shifting would have become utterly unbearable. Chen Tianliang tenderly ruffled the fur of his dog, Asang, before sitting at the edge of his bed. Sensing his owner's melancholic mood, Asang leapt onto the bed, seemingly attempting to comfort him by licking the back of Chen Tianliang's hand. With a furrowed brow, Chen Tianliang retrieved his mobile phone and called a close friend. When the call connected, a heavy panting sound came through the line. "What the hell? Fatty, are you already indulging in your vices in broad daylight? Get to the point, can't you see? I'm quite busy," came the disgruntled reply from a friend, interrupted mid-activity. Hey, so here's the thing. I have to move again. With your extensive connections, could you help me find a suitable place? What? Have you been complained about again? I must say, Tianliang, you and your dog are truly pushing the limits of decency. I've helped you find a place twice. Already your relocations are more frequent than my romantic entanglements. Is this once again due to disturbing the peace? Or did you frighten someone's child? Upon hearing his friend's inquiries, Chen Tianliang helplessly explained the situation. All right then, since selling your dog is out of the question, perhaps you should consider moving to the countryside. Out there, no one will care about the size of the dog, and with your culinary skills, you could even host grand feasts for the locals. Such talent would not be wasted. The friend's suggestion seemed to open a gateway to a new realm for Chen Tianliang. Indeed, why hadn't I thought of that? Moving to the countryside or even the suburbs could be beneficial. Renting a small courtyard would not only provide ample space for my dog to roam, but would also allow me to grow some vegetables and raise a few chickens and ducks. It could be akin to an early retirement. Just as Chen Tianliang envisioned his future idyllic life, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! That melodious chime left him momentarily stunned. Could it be? Is this the legendary manifestation of insanity? Indeed, the pressure has driven me to madness. Dear esteemed host, welcome to this system. Sensing your yearning for a pastoral life, we present you with a 3-option random lottery. 1. A vast ranch in America. 2. A private island in New Zealand. 3. A vineyard in France. Noticing the sudden silence on the other end of the line, his friend inquired, Hey, Tianliang, why are you silent? Regaining his composure, Chen Tianliang spoke with urgency. Fatty, I've made up my mind I'm not going to the countryside. I'm planning to go abroad. What? Abroad? You must be seriously ill. You can't even find a suitable place in our little ice city. And now you want to take your dog overseas? Chen Tianliang refrained from elaborating further, offering only a brief explanation before hanging up the phone. The voice within his mind began to urge him to hastily click on the lottery. He swallowed hard in astonishment, eyes wide and squinting in disbelief as he stammered, Let's beg in the lottery. Immediately, 3 options flickered before him. Eventually, one of the choices came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a private island in New Zealand. Here are the details regarding the island. Island name, Flip-Flop Island Area. 3,360 acres, equivalent to approximately 10.7 acres per standard football field location. 3 kilometers east of the Coromandel Peninsula on New Zealand's North Island. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Super Island system. You have received an initial gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Initial gift package. Proficiency in English and Maori, international driver's license, New Zealand permanent visa, one business class ticket to Auckland, 22 square meters of storage space equivalent to the size of a garage, one pet living area. Gazing at the various documents, visas, and tickets concerning the island lying within the space, Chen Tianliang, still in shock, asked, Is that all? The system's cold response was affirmative. Chen Tianliang was left bewildered. He hurriedly inquired of the system, Since I have acquired an island, surely there should be some construction funds as a reward? How can I develop my private island without any money? The system replied that it would not provide any monetary assistance, and all expenses incurred on the island would be the host's responsibility. Responsible for what exactly? I have barely over 50,000 in total savings, which I have painstakingly accumulated over the last 2 years. Now, expecting me to invest such a meager sum into a private island is nothing short of absurd. The system offered no reply to Chen Tianliang's outburst. Chapter 3. Flight to Auckland. Resigned to his fate, he could only accept the reality before him, retrieving the island documentation and flight tickets. The documents revealed that the island had been successfully purchased by Chen Tianliang for 35 million from a wealthy Chinese heiress. He would hold the permanent rights to the island, named Slipper Island, while the sovereignty remained with New Zealand. As for the flight, it was scheduled to depart from my city in 3 days, with a layover in Magic City. Time was of the essence for Chen Tianliang. He needed to swiftly settle his affairs in the homeland to embark on a new life with his beloved dog. With determination, he stepped out of his home without delay. First, he visited his landlady to return the remaining rent. Next, he went to the restaurant where he worked to tender his resignation. The owner, though somewhat displeased upon learning of Chen Tianliang's intentions, graciously paid him his full salary for the month. With the returned rent and his savings combined, Chen Tianliang now held nearly 70,000 yuan in cash, a considerable sum for him at this juncture. However, upon returning home and researching information about New Zealand online, he discovered the disheartening reality. This amount, when converted to New Zealand dollars, amounted to a mere 16,000 NZD. The abbreviation for the New Zealand currency derives from the country's name, New Zealand, phonetically translated as Niushi Lan in Chinese. The prospect of investing 16,000 NZD in a private island seemed utterly unrealistic, especially since the island could not be resold. Reluctantly, he resolved to take things one step at a time. The following morning, Chen Tianliang hurriedly left his home, taking a bus directly to the supermarket to embark on a significant shopping spree. He primarily sought out domestically produced Chinese food and seasonings. His research on New Zealand revealed a crucial piece of information. The customs regulations were exceedingly strict, prohibiting the entry of any food items. Violators would face confiscation and hefty fines. In addition to food and various domestic seasonings, Chen Tianliang purchased a quality fishing rod and, for convenience upon arrival, a hoverboard, as acquiring a car with his limited funds was clearly unfeasible, let alone a yacht. At that moment, he mused that he might be the poorest protagonist among all those who had acquired system. To fully appreciate the island scenery, he also bought a reasonably priced drone, along with a few miscellaneous items. At the checkout, his total expenditure came to just under 10,000 yuan, leaving him with less than 60,000 yuan in his account. After transporting all his purchases back home, Chen Tianliang attempted to store them in his inventory space, and with a swift motion, the numerous bags vanished from sight. Beside him, Asang stared in bewilderment at the astonishing scene, tilting his canine head in confusion. It was only then that Chen Tianliang remembered he had yet to experiment with the pet residence. He reached out to stroke Asang's head, silently invoking the command to retrieve. In an instant, Asang vanished without a trace. Upon summoning the interface of the pet residence, a display screen materialized before him, showcasing Asang anxiously barking in a grassy courtyard. This courtyard not only boasted a lush lawn, but also featured a small pond. Chen Tianliang was able to directly feed his pet through the item space. Once he grasped the operation, he released Asang into the residence. Before he knew it, the day of departure had arrived. On this day, his portly friend, Zhu Yukai, personally drove him to the I-City airport. Zhu Yukai, of the same age as Chen Tianliang, hailed from a well-to-do family. He was a jovial soul with two great passions in life: women and food. Their friendship blossomed largely due to Zhu Youcai's culinary prowess. I never thought you would take it seriously. All right then, I won't dissuade you any longer. Go to New Zealand and thrive. It's a splendid place, with a temperate climate, mild winters, and cool summers. I've seen videos online showcasing the beaches where one can readily find precious seafood like black gold abalone and sea urchins. Additionally, there are fruit trees lining the streets that one can freely pick from, and the wages are relatively high, typically calculated by the hour. With your culinary skills, you want to go hungry there, ha? Zhu Yukai quipped lightheartedly. Once I settle in, I'll give you a call. You must come visit when you're free. I'll be your host. Chen Tianliang replied enthusiastically. With a wave of farewell to Zhu Yukai, he boarded the plane bound for the bustling metropolis. Shortly after arriving in the metropolis, he transferred to a flight heading to Auckland, New Zealand. It was his first experience in business class, and everything piqued his curiosity, particularly the peculiar plush toys adorning each seat. He had seen these oddities online just the day before. They were flightless, tailless, and charmingly peculiar birds known as kiwi, the national bird of New Zealand. The in-flight service was impeccable, and the meals were surprisingly delightful. What pleased Chen Tianliang the most was the Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc, a wine produced in New Zealand, which offered a robust tropical fruit aroma intermingled with hints of green and sweet peppers, as well as blackcurrant. As a seasoned chef, Chen Tianliang felt this wine would pair splendidly with seafood, shellfish, and fish dishes. After a lengthy 11-hour flight, he finally arrived in Auckland. Chapter 4. The town of Tarawera, New Zealand, located over 10,000 kilometers away from the land of China, lies in the southern hemisphere. The nation comprises two principal islands, the North Island and the South Island, along with Stewart Island and several nearby smaller isles. The Cook Strait separates the two main islands, and the country enjoys a temperate maritime climate. The landscape is predominantly mountainous, with narrow plains and abundant forest resources, covering an area of approximately 270,000 square kilometers. It boasts a coastline stretching around 15,000 kilometers and is divided into 11 regions, with a population of merely over 5 million. It is a nation where livestock outnumber humans. Auckland stands as the largest city and port of New Zealand, situated centrally in the northern part of the North Island. At the southern tip of the Auckland Peninsula, resting on a slender isthmus between the Tasman Sea and the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by water on both sides. The harbor is dotted with islands that glisten like pearls. Within the harbor, vessels abound. The waters are crystal clear, and the harbor bridge connects two bays. The bridge, the harbor, and the dormant Rangitoto volcano, slumbering on Rangitoto Island, radiate a vigorous vitality. Auckland is built upon the craters of extinct volcanoes, primarily resting on 7 or more volcanic formations. The undulating hills extend gracefully, with slopes that vary in their contours. The seasons here differ from those back home. It is now March, a time when spring begins in the northeastern regions of China. However, in New Zealand, autumn has just commenced, heralding a period of warmth. The seasons here are defined as follows: summer from December to February, autumn from March to May, winter from June to August, and spring from September to November. Furthermore, the time difference is 4 hours ahead of China. This posed a challenge for Chen Tianliang, who boarded the plane from the bustling city of Shanghai clad in winter attire. It was no wonder that fellow passengers cast curious glances in his direction. Fortunately, his suitcase contained lighter clothing. Hastily, he made his way to the restroom, changing into a floral shirt and beach shorts, donning a pair of sunglasses as he confidently exited the airport. As a first-time traveler abroad, although filled with curiosity about his surroundings, his primary focus was to reach his private island. He planned to explore further once he had established himself in New Zealand. Thus, he first exchanged all his Chinese currency into New Zealand dollars at the airport, amounting to 11,600 NZD. With the assistance of airport staff, he procured a local SIM card. Subsequently, he boarded a small aircraft for a 30-minute flight, arriving at the closest town to his island, Tarawera. Tarawera is a seaside village, modest in size, yet breathtakingly beautiful and tranquil, with captivating harbors and golden beaches stretching as far as the eye can see. Here, one rarely encounters the towering skyscrapers common in China. Instead, each household is a standalone villa. The streets are lined with a variety of greenery, and pedestrians leisurely stroll about. Above, seabirds, or perhaps other avian species, circle gracefully in the air. Guided by a passerby, Chen Tianliang walked to the harbor of Tarawera, where he found water taxis heading to his island. The so-called water taxi is, in fact, a small cargo vessel, charging merely 15 NZD for a single trip. On the watercraft, accompanied only by the captain, there are presently two individuals, Chen Tianliang and the captain, a Caucasian gentleman named Charles. Standing on the deck of the cargo vessel, Chen gazes at the bikini-clad beauties on the nearby beach, as well as the myriad of sailing boats, jet skis, and surfers gliding across the azure waves. The vast and boundless ocean, coupled with the invigorating salty breeze, envelopes him in a sense of ease and contentment. While the watercraft navigates the waves, Chen is elated to witness several dolphins joyfully leaping out of the water. Excitedly, he retrieves his phone to capture the enchanting aquatic creatures in midair. According to Captain Charles, dolphins and whales are quite common in New Zealand waters. In addition to these two marine species, one might also encounter penguins, sea lions, and seals. However, the ocean also harbors formidable and dangerous predators, such as great white sharks and seven-gill sharks. During their casual conversation, Charles learns that Chen is the newly appointed owner of Slipper Island, which astonishes him greatly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen inquires about the island. Charles reveals that Slipper Island is one of the few private islands in New Zealand, often likened to the Maldives. It boasts crystal-clear waters, mysterious bays, stunning golden beaches, natural pastures, deep-sea caves, and pristine volcanic cliffs. Not only is the scenery breathtaking, but the marine resources are also abundant, making it an ideal location for diving and fishing excursions. Particularly noteworthy is the Manaya Coral Reef in the southern bay of the island, where a vibrant underwater world teems with colorful coral and the remains of a sunken steamboat. Sunken ship, Chen exclaims, his imagination racing with the possibility of underwater treasures. Sensing his thoughts, Charles chuckles and clarifies that the steamboat, apart from its remaining hull, holds no treasures. It has long been a favored site for divers and snorkelers. Disheartened, Chen lowers his head, but then reassures himself with the realization that he possesses such a beautiful private island. There is no need to covet treasures from the depths. As the saying goes, what is destined to be yours will come to you in time. What is not meant for you cannot be seized, no matter how hard you try. Captain Charles, are there any fierce beasts on the island? Chen ponders a more serious concern. Chapter 5. Arrival on the island. The question arose, what should one do if, while sleeping at night, a wild beast were to intrude upon the dwelling? Haha, silly child. Aside from the confines of the zoo, where in New Zealand would one encounter such formidable creatures? However, wild boars do indeed proliferate in New Zealand. Speaking of animals, I recall there exists a rather peculiar creature on the island. You must remain vigilant once you arrive. Upon hearing that no beasts would pose a threat, Chen Tianliang felt his anxieties dissipate. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Charles' statement, his heart sank once more. He thought to himself, Dear Lord, could we not express ourselves in a single breath? He swiftly inquired what manner of animal it was. Charles, with a knowing smile, replied that he would discover it upon his arrival on the island and mentioned that this creature was the very mascot of the entire Flip-Flop Island, urging Chen Tianliang to treat it with utmost kindness. Observing the enigmatic smile playing on Charles' lips, Chen Tianliang was engulfed in profound curiosity. The journey to Flip-Flop Island was remarkably brief, as the water taxi traversed the distance in a mere 15 minutes. Farewell, young island owner. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. After exchanging contact information with Charles, they bid each other farewell. Chen Tianliang stepped onto a wooden private dock, gazing at the enchanting island before him. Reminiscent of a celestial paradise, he was yet to revel in the joy when the system's voice resonated once more. Host has arrived at Flip-Flop Island. Reward: island renovation initiated. Now issuing island tasks. Task 1. Plant 5 varieties of fruit trees or vegetables. Reward: skill for accelerated plant growth. Task 2. Raise 5 types of animals. Reward. Animal affinity. Task 3. Collect 5 varieties of edible marine life on the island. Reward. Enhanced lung capacity. Chen Tianliang refrained from hastily activating the system for renovations. Instead, he intended to first observe the original state of the island. As he traversed the narrow, private dock, the first sights to greet him were not only the scattered palm trees, coconut trees, and various fruit trees along the beach, but also a small mound of sand topped with a wooden plaque. The white rectangular sign bore the island's name, Flip-Flop Island, inscribed in black paint. Most notably, beneath the small plaque rested a rusted ship anchor. Upon crossing the dock and stepping onto the soft, golden sands, he beheld a 2-story American-style wooden villa straight ahead. The villa's design was simple, adorned with a coat of gray-white paint. Not far to the right of the villa, for quaint wooden cabins and a gazebo were erected, while to the left, 2 camping tents stood. From his conversation with Charles aboard the yacht, he learned that the former island owner had operated a seaside guest house here. The 4 cabins and 2 tents were intended to accommodate visitors. Not far behind the villa, there were stables, a sheep pen, a cowshed, a warehouse, and a garden enclosed by a wooden fence. In the distance lay a vast expanse of land, home to a small vineyard dedicated to winemaking. The remainder of the landscape was a lush, green pasture. Behind the residential area, a dense forest and a towering mountain awaited exploration. Gazing towards the mountain peak, one could distinctly observe a small lighthouse standing sentinel. This location is essentially the very heart of the island. From an overall perspective, the architecture on this small isle brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Tianliang. It possesses all the essential features. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the buildings may have succumbed to the ravages of time and neglect, appearing somewhat dilapidated. The main villa's roof bears several patches of damage. As Chen Tianliang ascended the wooden steps into the main villa, he was greeted by an abundance of natural light. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding the interior rendered the space exceptionally bright. The ground floor of the villa spans approximately 200 square meters, with white walls and wooden ceilings. It includes a living room, a bathroom, a servant's quarters, and a Western-style kitchen and dining area. In the corner, before the curved floor-to-ceiling window, a small writing desk stood, which Chen Tianliang surmised might have served as the previous island owner's reading and working space. Ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor revealed a master bedroom and 3 guest rooms, the master suite boasting a balcony and a walk-in closet. Each room is equipped with its own bathroom. What astonished Chen Tianliang the most was the discovery of a spacious basement on the first floor of the villa, divided into 2 sections, one serving as a cold storage room, the other as a wine cellar. The cold storage room, as one would expect, is intended for food preservation. As for the wine cellar, it stood empty, devoid of even a single bottle of fine wine. Despite the absence of any exquisite vintages, Chen Tianliang felt a wave of delight. Exiting the villa, he found adjacent to it a single-story wooden house. Upon entering, he discovered it contained 4 guest rooms, a dining area, and a reception room. Chen Tianliang speculated that this must be the residence for the island's staff. He then took a tour of 4 additional small wooden cabins and 2 camping tents. Overall, they were in decent condition. However, besides the age of the buildings, the furniture appeared particularly antiquated, reminiscent of items from the 1990s. He wondered whether, following a systematic renovation, these furnishings and appliances would also be updated. If not, it would necessitate a considerable expenditure to procure new items from the nearby town of Tairua. Purchasing was feasible, but it required funds, and with his current possession of 11,600 New Zealand dollars, he could hardly afford to be extravagant. In addition to these structures, the island boasted 4 kayaks, a small excavator, a lawnmower, 2 beach buggies, and a UTV off-road vehicle with a cargo bed. After exploring the island, Chen Tianliang was unable to locate the peculiar creature that Uncle Charles had mentioned. He pondered whether Charles was jesting or if the creature had hidden away upon sensing human presence. Regardless of the outcome, Chen Tianliang did not dwell on it and released a saying from the pet quarters. Chapter 6, Life by the Sea. The dog, newly released, found itself in yet another unfamiliar environment, momentarily bewildered. With curiosity, it began to explore its surroundings, sniffing incessantly until it reached a towering coconut tree, where it marked its territory with a splash of yellow. Having established its dominion over the sandy expanse of Flip-Flop Island, Asang began to frolic joyfully along the golden shore. Observing his beloved pet reveling in the ample space for play brought immense joy to Chen Tianliang, who felt liberated from the worry of complaints regarding his dog's disruptive behavior. Standing on the soft beach, a smile crept across Chen Tianliang's lips as he faced the warm sunlight, arms outstretched, savoring the gentle sea breeze. He reflected that this was the life he had always yearned for. Subsequently, he allowed Asang to play freely on the beach while he summoned the system to initiate the island renovation. At the moment the renovation commenced, a thick fog enveloped the island and surrounding waters. Asang, where are you, buddy? Come here. Chen Tianliang called out in alarm, glancing around but finding only the dense mist obscuring his view. Woof woof. Asang responded, racing to Chen Tianliang's side. The pair stood there, momentarily frozen in place. Fortunately, the fog dissipated within 10 minutes, and at that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host. Renovation of Flip-Flop Island is complete. All structures have been refurbished. Vehicles and machinery restored to their original state. Furniture updated. Appliances upgraded. Rainwater and solar power systems enhanced. Heating systems upgraded. Underground drinking water systems upgraded. The island's living areas are now covered by a Wi-Fi network. New feature, forest hot springs. As the warm sunlight bathed the island once more, Chen Tianliang gazed at the buildings before him, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Although the overall design of the structures remained unchanged, they appeared entirely revitalized. Even the beach motorcycles and excavators on the island were restored to pristine condition. Upon entering the main villa, he found that the furnishings and appliances had been upgraded to the latest styles. The living room boasted a 108-inch LCD smart television, alongside a new PS5 gaming console, providing Chen Tianliang with entertainment during his leisure time. Even more astonishingly, the bed linens in the bedroom had been replaced with luxurious, high-end brands. Looking at everything around him, Chen Tianliang felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he no longer had to worry about spending money on household items. After touring the villa inside and out, he began to unpack various foodstuffs and condiments he had sourced from home, neatly arranging them in the kitchen and refrigerator, leaving the excess in storage. After a flurry of activity, the main villa finally exuded a hint of homeliness. As he stepped outside, dusk had begun to settle in. It is time to prepare dinner, and fortuitously, one of the 3 tasks released by the system today is to collect 5 types of edible marine creatures on the island. Seizing this opportunity, I shall complete this seaside task. As for the other 2 tasks, I shall have to wait until Chen Tianliang thoroughly understands everything about the island before making further plans. He then picked up a pair of tongs and a small plastic bucket from the kitchen, leading Asang along the coast for a leisurely stroll. After a thorough search along the beach, he found nothing until he reached the end of the sandy shore, near the rocky outcrops. There, he made an exciting discovery. He collected a purple rock crab. Could this be the gooseneck barnacle? Indeed, he triumphantly held in his palm a modest-sized, unassuming seafood delicacy. This is truly a culinary treasure. The goosenecked barnacle, known in Huaxia as the dog-claw snail, is often referred to as a seafood from the depths of hell. It typically inhabits the crevices of islands and rocky shores where ocean currents are vigorous. Its growth environment demands high water quality, enriched with trace elements, resulting in a sweet and delicate flavor. He also encountered a palm-sized black gold abalone, a large octopus, and succulent sea urchins. Congratulations to the host for completing the marine creature collection task. A reward of extraordinary lung capacity has been granted. As the name suggests, this allows Chen Tianliang to endure longer durations while diving. The exact duration of endurance will remain unknown until he ventures into the depths of the sea. Before arriving in New Zealand, Chen Tianliang had heard of the region's abundant marine resources. However, upon his arrival, he realized his previous notions were rather limited. Abundance does not suffice to describe the reality. It is nothing short of overwhelming. Within just 1 hour, he had filled a bucket to the brim with seafood. In addition to the 5 types he sought, he also gathered cat's eye snails, sea cucumbers, oysters, starfish, scallops, and green-lipped mussels. Chen Tianliang only picked 2 palm-sized black gold abalones, not due to a lack of desire for more, but because New Zealand has established standards for the collection of black gold abalone by individuals. Chapter 7. Abundant fruit trees. Each individual is permitted to harvest a maximum of 10 black gold abalone per day, with each specimen needing to exceed a length of 125 millimeters. Engaging in the indiscriminate collection of undersized abalone without proper commercial fishing permits may lead to penalties, ranging from fines to potential imprisonment. This regulation exists primarily to safeguard the sustainability of marine resources. Although Chen Tianliang was foraging on his private island, devoid of any other individuals, he adhered strictly to this rule. After all, the island was now his own, and he could not possibly consume an excessive amount of black gold abalone alone. Collecting more would be wasteful. Moreover, seafood is prized for its freshness. Thus, he decided to gather only a few of the largest specimens, sufficient for his evening meal. As he gazed upon a bucket brimming with seafood, Chen Tianliang mused that he had indeed achieved true culinary freedom. He even contemplated that if ever he found himself in financial straits, the bounty of this coastline would suffice to satiate his hunger. After filling his bucket with seafood, he also collected a considerable amount of sea grapes, intending to prepare a refreshing salad. Known as the green caviar of the sea, this delicacy had eluded him even as a chef in the Ice City. Upon tasting it, he was greeted by the unmistakable flavor of the ocean. As for the kelp, it grew in abundant patches, so plentiful that he felt no urge to harvest it. The only regret he harbored was the absence of seals and penguins. However, with many days ahead of him, he resolved to explore the island further the following day, hopeful for new discoveries. On his joyful return home, with his bucket of seafood in hand, Chen Tianliang noticed the fruit trees surrounding his villa. With a main course secured, he thought it wise to gather some fruit for dessert. After placing the seafood into the kitchen, he ventured toward the trees. Underneath a tall and sturdy fruit tree, he was astonished to discover it bore jackfruit, with enormous specimens hanging from its branches, far larger than he had ever imagined. Estimating the weight of the largest jackfruit to be around 30 to 40 pounds, he plucked it and decided to sample its flavor right there. With a swift stroke of his knife, he sliced into the jackfruit, releasing a delightful tropical aroma. After extracting a piece and tasting it, he was met with a sweet and refreshing flavor, reminiscent of the rich fragrances of maltose and honey. In addition to the jackfruit, he discovered a durian tree nearby, along with orange, banana, cherry, mangosteen, lemon, avocado, and even a chestnut tree, with ripe chestnuts scattered across the ground. Coconuts were also present, though the trees were quite tall, and as Chen Tianliang did not possess the skill to climb, he would have to wait for them to naturally fall. At that moment, in his heart, this place transformed from an ordinary island into a veritable fruit mountain, abundant with delicious offerings. As he gathered an ample selection of fruits for tonight's feast and was on his way home, he noticed a fruit tree he had never seen before. The fruits of this tree did not dangle from the branches, but rather clung to the robust trunk, round and black, larger than grapes. They were densely packed, and one could only imagine the discomfort it would evoke in those with a fear of clusters. Chen Tianliang, puzzled by this sight, pulled out his phone to research and discovered that this peculiar fruit was known as the jabuticaba. Upon tasting it, he found the fruit's flesh to be delicate and juicy, sweet and delectable. Biting into it gave a sensation of bursting, particularly due to its aroma, which melded the flavors of custard apple, mangosteen, pineapple, and guava, a truly unique experience that Chen Tianliang greatly appreciated. While he was engrossed in harvesting the jabuticaba, a sudden roar from behind startled him, accompanied by a snorting sound. Alarmed, he turned abruptly to find a pig. No, more accurately, a miniature pig, also known as a small fragrant pig. Could this be the peculiar creature of the island? Chen Tianliang mused in astonishment. Though the little creature appeared somewhat dirty, it was undeniably plump, exuding an air of natural abundance. It sniffed the air a few times, showing no fear of Chen Tianliang or the noise, and waddled over to him, gazing intently at the jabuticaba in his hand. "Do you want to eat this?" he inquired, chuckling softly as he crouched down and offered the fruit. The little pig sniffed and promptly grabbed the jabuticaba with its mouth, munching happily and smacking its lips in a delightfully endearing manner. Chen Tianliang pondered, reflecting that this private island must have been uninhabited for quite some time, as evidenced by the dilapidated state of the structures. Could it be that this little pig had survived solely on the fruits of the island? Chapter 8. The first night, such is the abundance of this island, as evidenced by the plumpness of the little pig. After feeding it a few jabuticaba fruits, Chen Tianliang cradled the pig in his arms, feeling its weight and smiling helplessly. "Let us live together from now on," he said, gazing at the pig with a gentle smile. The little creature seemed to revel in human affection, squinting its eyes into crescent shapes and emitting soft, grunting sounds, as if responding to Chen Tianliang's warmth. Having decided to adopt this little pig, a name was in order. But what to call it? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He recalled a pink hairdryer. "Of course, I shall name you Peppa," he declared, unperturbed by whether the pig consented to this choice. If the squatting Asang had thoughts, it would surely berate its master for such a lackluster naming sense. After all, its own name was already rather dismal, and bestowing such a common name upon a new companion was simply absurd. Setting Peppa down, Chen Tianliang picked up the freshly gathered fruits. Together with his two companions, they entered their abode under the golden hues of the setting sun. After a flurry of activity, Chen Tianliang showcased his culinary skills, preparing a variety of simple yet delectable seafood dishes. Some of the sea urchins were transformed into sea urchin rice, while others were used to make steamed eggs adorned with freshly harvested sea grapes. He left a few sea urchins raw for tasting. The mussels were drizzled with garlic and chili and then steamed to perfection. The remaining seafood was prepared in a straightforward manner. The most intricate of all was the cooking process for the black gold abalone. He crafted two dishes from it. One was braised abalone with pork, and the other, leaning towards a Western style, was wine-steamed black gold abalone served with liver sauce. He briefly blanched the abalone before slicing its liver and placing the abalone in a bowl with sake, covering it with kombu and steaming it for an hour. The liver was then steamed in sake for 15 minutes, strained, and mashed with mirin, soy sauce, and a touch of cream. Finally, a raw egg yolk was added and mixed to create a rich sauce. The savory liver sauce paired with the tender steamed abalone was simply divine. As night approached, around 8 o'clock, the sun dipped below the azure sea, casting its last golden rays. The sky above Flip-Flop Island sparkled with stars, twinkling like diamonds scattered across the heavens. The silvery moonlight danced upon the tumultuous waves, appearing and disappearing in a rhythmic ballet. Chen Tianliang carried the prepared dinner to a wooden long table outside the villa, where an outdoor lamp flickered invitingly. As he savored the seafood feast, he admired the enchanting nightscape of the island. Asang gnawed on a large bone brought from home at his feet, while Peppa contentedly munched on the freshly picked fruits nearby. After indulging in a sumptuous seafood feast and tidying up, I settled into the plush wine-red leather sofa in the living room, cross-legged, engaging in gaming while savoring an assortment of fruits freshly gathered at dusk. It was not until the late hours of the night that fatigue began to envelop me, prompting me to lead my two pets into the master bathroom. I intended to give them a thorough bath, particularly Peichi, whose state of filth was simply unacceptable. As the warm water cascaded over Peichi's porcine form, it closed its eyes in contentment, clearly relishing the pampering. "Peichi, where on earth did you manage to get yourself so muddy? Do you intend to use it as armor?" I admonished, saying, "How many times must I tell you not to splash water everywhere during bath time?" After a whirlwind of playful chaos, I finally managed to finish bathing my two companions and lay down on the bed. I turned off the lights, and the gentle sea breeze caressed the white drapes, while the bright moonlight spilled onto the bedroom from a balcony. Listening to the rhythmic sound of waves gently lapping the shore felt akin to a delightful lullaby, soothing me into slumber. As the sun rose and set, the dawn of a new day arrived. I awoke early from my dreams, stretching languidly as I descended from the bed and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the newly risen sun. In the distance, I could see several sailboats and yachts gliding across the waters of Tailua, while flocks of seagulls soared in the azure sky. What a beautiful life this is, I mused. Woof woof. Asang, you're awake too. But where is Peichi? I turned to look at Asang with a smile, only to discover that the little pig I had rescued the previous day was nowhere to be found. I hurriedly searched high and low, but Peichi's presence eluded me. It was not until I reached the ground floor that I noticed the living room's floor-to-ceiling window ajar. I surmised that Peichi must have escaped through there. Initially, I felt a pang of concern, but then I remembered that there were no wild beasts on the island, and Peichi had been living here long before I arrived. It was far more familiar with dragging Slipper Island than I, the new island master. Thus, I allowed my anxiety to dissipate, thinking that the little rascal would return once it had its fill of outdoor adventures. Having settled my thoughts, I began my morning routine and prepared breakfast. I chopped up the leftover seafood from last night, mixing it with scallions and eggs to create a fragrant seafood fried rice for both Asang and myself. After satisfying our hunger, I set my sights on today's island exploration, recalling that the system had introduced a new forest hot spring location after the renovation yesterday. Chapter 9. The treasure pig today is the perfect opportunity to embark on an adventure. Just as he stepped out of the door with Asang, he heard the familiar gurgling sound of Peppa. Following the sound, he saw Peppa, covered in dirt, scurrying towards him. Chen Tianliang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He had just given her a bath the previous night, and now she was a mess again, particularly her nose, which was smeared with black soil. Indeed, regardless of the breed, pigs are notorious for their penchant for rooting in the ground. Just as Chen Tianliang was about to scold her, he noticed that she appeared to be clutching something in her mouth. Crouching down, Peppa dashed over, rubbing her filthy body against his pant leg while grunting affectionately, leaving mud stains on his freshly changed trousers. At that moment, the object in Peppa's mouth fell to the ground. It was dark and resembled a lump of coal. Without a thought for the dirtiness, Chen Tianliang picked it up out of curiosity. This, could it be? Gazing at the black, saliva-covered object in his hand, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Could this possibly be the invaluable black truffle?" The more he examined it, the more he felt the possibility was real. He quickly stood up and returned to the villa. In the kitchen, he cleaned the suspected black truffle thoroughly. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled a strong, distinctive aroma that filled his nostrils. Fetching a knife, he carefully sliced off a thin piece. It truly was a black truffle. He was elated, dancing with glee. It is well known that black truffles are an exceedingly precious ingredient, commanding exorbitant prices wherever they are found. Once he confirmed its identity, he went to his desk in the corner, opened his laptop, and began searching for the market price of black truffles in New Zealand. After some research, he learned that in New Zealand, the acquisition price for black truffles is around $3 New Zealand per gram, estimating this small piece to weigh approximately 30 to 40 grams. He realized that it could be valued at over 100 New Zealand dollars. Given that 1 New Zealand dollar is roughly equivalent to 4 Chinese yuan, his excitement grew as he imagined the fortune he had stumbled upon. He never expected that his little island could harbor such a treasure as black truffles. However, he was not particularly surprised that Peppa could find them. After all, a pig's sense of smell is 2 to 3 times more acute than that of a dog. In France, people rely on pigs to locate black truffles, which are colloquially known in China as pig rooting fungus. The name itself reveals the connection. With exuberance, Chen Tianliang picked up Peppa, no longer minding her filthy appearance, and showered her with affectionate kisses on her snout. In that moment, he finally understood Uncle Charles's praise for Peppa. He would need to treat her with great care from now on. Faced with Chen Tianliang's overzealous affection, Peppa squealed in surprise. "Peppa, where did you find this? Can you take me to see it?" Setting Peichi down, Chen Tianliang placed the black truffle near its nose, tentatively allowing it to sniff. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think Chen Tianliang had lost his mind, conversing with a pig. Yet astonishingly, after sniffing the black truffle, Peichi appeared to comprehend Chen Tianliang's words, trotting off with its short little hooves towards the outside. Chen Tianliang quickly grabbed the small bucket he had used the previous day while beachcombing, beckoning Ah Sang to follow Peichi. Once they reached a forest behind the villa, Peichi, without a moment's hesitation, darted inside. Gazing at the forest before him, Chen Tianliang recalled the information he had recently discovered online, which stated that black truffles typically grow among clusters of trees. This must be the place, without a doubt. Entering the thicket, Peichi behaved like a seasoned hunting dog, lowering its head and twitching its nose, sniffing around intently. Chen Tianliang closely observed its movements. When he saw Peichi stop beside a patch of damp earth and begin to root around with its snout, he hurried over to assist in digging. Before long, a black, spherical object came into Chen Tianliang's view. He had struck gold. Goodness, this one was even larger than the last. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated that this truffle weighed at least 80 to 90 grams. Peichi did not pause, continuing to burrow into the soil. Could there be more? Chen Tianliang exclaimed in delight to himself. He then dug deeper and unearthed 2 or 3 more black truffles of various sizes. At this moment, Peichi lifted its head, sniffed the air, and dashed off in another direction. In just one morning, with Peichi's assistance, Chen Tianliang had gathered approximately 1 kilogram of black truffles. Should he sell all these truffles, he would net at least 3,000 New Zealand dollars, which translates to around 12,800 Chinese yuan. The ease with which this money could be earned was truly astonishing. The truffles in the bucket represented merely a drop in the ocean within this forest. As Chen Tianliang gazed at the truffles, his heart soared with joy. At last, he no longer had to worry about finances. Chapter 10. The forest hot spring having gathered black truffles, he joyfully ventured deeper into the woods with his 2 companions. As he delved further, Chen Tianliang marveled at the bountiful resources of this small island. Within the forest, he stumbled upon various fungi, including several striking red caps and white stalks. Additionally, he unexpectedly discovered numerous wild berries, including raspberries and currants. It is essential to clarify that the currants mentioned here are not the sweetened chestnuts commonly consumed, but rather small, ruby-red fruits that appear translucent and glistening like gemstones. Chen Tianliang recognized this fruit because these wild currant bushes grow abundantly in both northern and southern regions of his homeland. The flesh of the currant is tender and offers a delightful sweet-sour flavor, enriched with a plethora of nutrients, rendering it a fruit of considerable culinary value. Furthermore, currants can also be cultivated as ornamental plants, making them both delectable and visually appealing. He collected a generous amount of each berry, intending to return home to craft preserves and fruit wines. As he strolled through the forest, gathering wild fruits, the gentle sound of flowing water reached his ears. A light mist enveloped the woods, evoking a sense of wonder. Could it be? Chen Tianliang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastened toward the source of the sound. Before long, he ascended to a hillside, where he beheld a pool of water shrouded in steam. Beside the pool, a small waterfall, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, cascaded crystal-clear water into the basin below. A hot spring. Is this the newly added hot spring from the system? As the flowing stream met the water, it splashed, creating a shower of droplets. The sunlight refracted through the mist, forming a vibrant rainbow that danced in harmony with the waterfall. The hot spring water was so clear that one could see the smooth pebbles at the bottom, a true marvel among wonders, a beauty within beauty. The resplendent rainbow seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky above while cascading down like a curtain, evoking a dreamlike quality that captivated the heart. The steam rising from the hot spring enveloped the more primitive forest, along with the exotic flowers and plants, in a delicate veil, lending an ethereal beauty to the scene. This enchanting tableau stirred memories within Chen Tianliang, prompting him to recall a song. There is always a winding, dreamlike river in the fairy tale town, dividing dreams from reality, only to converge at the mountain pass ahead. The water flows endlessly, splashing as it sweeps into the stream of time, bringing forth the moment when all, long ago, arrive at a happy conclusion. Overwhelmed by the ethereal ambience of this wild hot spring, he felt it would be a grievous oversight not to indulge in its warmth. Without hesitation, Chen Tianliang shed his garments and leaped into the forest hot spring. The natural thermal waters, untainted by human intervention, exuded a hint of sulfur in the air, embodying pure, pristine clarity. Especially as he stood beneath the waterfall, it felt akin to a refreshing shower in a grand northeastern bathhouse. Woof! Witnessing his master plunge into the water, Ah Sang appeared somewhat flustered, pacing anxiously. In a moment of urgency, he too jumped into the pool. Peppa Pig followed closely behind. The water temperature was just perfect, neither scalding to the point of being unbearable nor so cold that it turned one's lips pale. Upon entering the hot spring, it felt as if the meridians throughout his body were being unblocked by some unparalleled master of martial arts, bringing an exquisite sense of relaxation. The two companions began to revel in the delightful moments amidst the crystal-clear, wild, hot spring nestled within the forest. However, merely soaking was not sufficient. Chen Tianliang began to excavate a hefty handful of gray mud from the bottom of the pool, volcanic mud to be precise, and slathered it generously over his body. Yet, after applying it, he awkwardly recalled a peculiar American film he had once watched titled Vacation Adventure. In the movie, a pair of eccentric parents embarked on a road trip with their two somewhat oblivious sons. During their journey, they encountered a complimentary wild hot spring. Without much observation, the four of them joyfully leaped in. The wife, much like himself, began to scoop up the mud from the bottom and apply it to her face. Not only did she smear her face, but she also tasted it, savoring the essence of its all-natural flavor. The husband even dove underwater to rinse his mouth with the hot spring water. The two sons followed their mother's lead, digging up mud from the bottom, only to inadvertently retrieve a large handful of toilet paper. It was only at that moment that the family realized something was amiss and hurriedly scrambled back to shore. As they emerged, they noticed a sign not far from the bank, indicating that this was a septic tank. Recalling that scene, Chen Tianliang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. A bit disheartened, he waded over to the waterfall to cleanse the volcanic mud from his body. Once back on shore, he dressed again. His two companions clearly seemed to desire more fun, but upon seeing Chen Tianliang prepare to leave, they had no choice but to follow him back to the bank. Chapter 11. The hot spring egg. Chen Tianliang lifted the bucket and walked upstream towards the wild hot spring, eager to discover the source of the thermal waters. As he ascended along the hot spring stream, the rising mist enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility. Despite the obscured view, it posed little hindrance. After a thorough search, he finally located the spring's origin. This expanse of hot spring water was roughly the size of half a basketball court, considerably smaller than the previous wild spring. Its temperature was significantly higher. At the center of the pool lay the spring mouth, from which the water split into two streams, one flowing back to the earlier wild spring, while the other meandered towards the distant foothills. The water surged upward from the spring mouth, rising half a meter above the surface, enveloped in a haze of steam, radiating warmth. As he approached, the intense heat became increasingly palpable. Chen Tianliang estimated the water temperature to be no less than 60 degrees Celsius, sufficient to cook an egg. Suddenly, he recalled that within his storage space, he had some ingredients that had not been refrigerated, notably a batch of eggs. He quickly summoned his storage and indeed retrieved a box containing exactly 8 eggs. After placing them all into the boiling hot spring water, he waited for a while before retrieving them. Upon cracking one open, he discovered the egg white to be tender, while the yolk remained slightly runny, resembling a caramel hue. Thick, not fully solidified, soft, and translucent. The sight was appetizing, and upon tasting it, he experienced a creamy texture with a hint of saltiness that was utterly delightful. Chen Tianliang devoured 4 eggs in one go, dividing the remaining 4 equally between Ah Sang and Peiqi, ensuring no favoritism. Both pets were equally pleased with the flavor of the hot spring eggs, especially Peiqi, whose eyes narrowed into crescent shapes once more. Having satiated his hunger, Chen Tianliang prepared to descend a mountain. However, upon noticing another stream, he decided to investigate further. He followed the flow of the stream gently downward. After a short while, he observed that the stream was widening, and the temperature of the hot spring water gradually decreased. Apart from the chirping of birds and the rustling of insects, he could faintly hear the gentle trickle of flowing water. Standing amidst the dense forest, Chen Tianliang surmised that he was not far from the base of the mountain. At that moment, he felt as if he were on an adventure in the Amazon rainforest. The wonders of the forest piqued the curiosity of both him and his sang, while Peichi seemed to lead the way, trotting ahead with her little legs. Chen Tianliang followed at a leisurely pace, occasionally bending down to gather edible fungi and wild vegetables, intending to dry and store them. Such pure, unpolluted ingredients were perfect for cooking. As he ventured into a thicket, the sound of cascading water became distinctly audible. Upon emerging, he glanced downward and was taken aback by what he saw. Before him, a precipice loomed, standing merely a few meters away. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a staggering height of 5 to 6 meters. The cooled thermal spring cascaded tumultuously downward, forming a series of waterfalls, each varying in height. These waterfalls plunged from the heights above, crashing against the rocky cliff with a force that drowned out the gentle whispers of the breeze rustling through the grass. The silvery waters resembled the white beard of Santa Claus, cascading down in delicate strands. As the wind swept past, it scattered the mist into Chen Tianliang's face, refreshingly cool. The splashes of water sparkled like shattered jewels, glistening in the light. Unexpectedly, the backside of the mountain revealed a small lake, its waters resembling a piece of jade embedded within the forest, a vision akin to a celestial paradise. The lake was crystal clear, basking in the radiant sunlight, where a few wild black swans glided leisurely upon the surface, swaying freely, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Their harmonious play, alongside a dozen wild ducks, painted a scene of warmth and tranquility. The black swans, with their curled feathers, resembled blooming black roses. In the realm of swans, both white and black exist, embodying a noble and graceful nature. They are renowned as magnificent waterfowl, primarily found in Australia and New Zealand. Typically, they inhabit coastal areas, bays, and lakes, often seen in pairs or groups. Their diet consists mainly of various aquatic plants and algae. Discovering that black swans and wild ducks reside on his island was indeed a delightful revelation for Chen Tianliang. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest astonishment. The most shocking sight was the serpentine creatures that meandered through the lake's waters. These creatures, numerous and clustered together in dark masses, evoked an unsettling sensation. Among them were particularly large specimens, exceeding a meter in length. Though they appeared monstrous, this creature is one that most people are familiar with, the eel. In New Zealand, eels are a prevalent species, frequently spotted in numerous rivers, lakes, and ponds. The most common among them is the longfin eel, recognized as New Zealand's largest freshwater eel. Chapter 12. Journey to the town of Tairua. This eel, in truth, possesses a fierce nature. Its mouth is adorned with an array of tiny teeth, preying upon small fish, shrimp, and snails lurking in the mud. In New Zealand, the eels thrive in an environment devoid of natural enemies and predators, leading them to live a life akin to that of deities. They occupy the apex of the food chain, solely focused on consumption, free from the dread of being consumed by other creatures, except, of course, for humans. Nevertheless, the locals generally harbor little inclination to feast upon these edible eels, which accounts for their rampant proliferation in New Zealand. Chen Tianliang had initially contemplated catching one to prepare a delightful grilled eel dish. Yet after searching through his inventory, he found himself lacking suitable fishing tools. Prior to his arrival in New Zealand, he had purchased a set of sea fishing rods. But in a moment of disarray, while organizing his space the previous day, he had left them in the villa. Currently, his inventory was predominantly filled with food items that could not be accommodated in the refrigerator. With no other option, he reluctantly shelved the idea, planning to return once he procured the appropriate equipment. After pausing on a modest cliff to admire the breathtaking scenery and capture a few photographs, Chen Tianliang made his way back to the villa. He was acutely aware that he still had black truffles stored in his bucket. At this moment, his priority was to devise a strategy to sell these truffles and obtain some cash. Upon returning to the villa, he first washed the berries, mushrooms, and wild vegetables he had foraged, rinsing them in water before drying them off. Without a moment's delay, he called Charles. "Uncle Charles, this is Chun. Do you have a moment? I need to take care of something in town." Before he could finish, Charles readily agreed. "Certainly, young island lord. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Chen Tianliang worried that leaving Ah Sang and Peppa at home would lead to mischief in his absence. He decided to bring them along, allowing Ah Sang to experience the charm of a foreign land. He fastened a leash onto Ah Sang and cradled little Peppa in one arm, while holding the bucket of black truffles in the other. The trio stood at the dock, patiently awaiting Charles' arrival by boat. Gazing out over the distant sea, the sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Sailboats, yachts, and jet skis sliced through the waves, with the splashes appearing to dance gracefully. Chen Tianliang's eyes reflected a deep envy. At that moment, he resolved that once he earned a fortune, he would undoubtedly acquire the most splendid yacht imaginable. Yet, he quickly recalled his miserly system, which had yet to reward him even a modest sum for development. He would have to toil diligently to earn his fortune. It was rather stingy indeed. He mused that he did not require much. Just 100 million would suffice. A mere 10 billion would be pure bliss. While he was lost in these thoughts, a small white cargo ship approached, dragging Slippers Island. "Ahoy, young island lord. How's your first day on the island been?" The water taxi drew near to the dock. Sporting sunglasses, a bushy beard, and tousled golden hair, Charles greeted him with a wave, clad in a loose gray tank top and baggy shorts. As Chen Tianliang chuckled lightly, preparing to respond, he noticed the other party's attention drawn to the small creature nestled in his arms. "Ha! It seems you've formed quite a pleasant bond with this little one." "Indeed. I named her Peiqi," Chen Tianliang replied, gently caressing Peiqi and nodding with a smile. Peiqi, that's a lovely name." Just as he finished speaking, Charles suddenly noticed the Rottweiler squatting at Chen Tianliang's feet, his surprise evident. "Oh, and there's another Rottweiler?" Ah Sang regarded Charles with wary eyes, the scar around his brow lending him an imposing demeanor that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Chen Tianliang had already devised a cover story, fabricating a tale that Ah Sang was a friend he had met in New Zealand, who had accompanied him to the island by boat the previous night. Charles accepted this without skepticism. As Chen Tianliang boarded the vessel, Charles activated the water taxi, setting it in motion. Charles was a gregarious older gentleman, intrigued by the young Chinese lad before him. While navigating the waters, he engaged Chen Tianliang in light conversation, predominantly revolving around the customs and culinary delights of China. During their chit-chat, Charles inadvertently caught sight of the black truffles in the bucket at Chen Tianliang's feet. Sensing the attention, Chen Tianliang instinctively shifted the bucket aside, berating himself for his lack of caution, understanding that one must not flaunt their wealth, an axiom known to all. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Charles chuckled and reassured him, "Ha, my boy, there's no need to be overly anxious. While black truffles are indeed a prized delicacy, they are not exceedingly rare in New Zealand. There are even dedicated farms here that cultivate them." Hearing this, Chen Tianliang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Managing an awkward smile, he then recalled that upon reaching shore, he was uncertain where he might sell the truffles, and thus inquired if Charles knew of any places that specialized in purchasing them. Charles shook his head, admitting he was not well acquainted with such information. "By the way, Chen, you might want to explore the farmer's market in Tairua. Perhaps you'll find what you're searching for there." Chen Tianliang nodded in acknowledgement, just as the water taxi arrived at the dock of Tairua. After bidding farewell to Charles, he stepped onto the pier. Chapter 13. The Cannibalistic Ori upon disembarking. Chen Tianliang entered an unoccupied alley and retrieved his self-balancing scooter, purchased back home. He set Peiqi down on the ground and mounted the scooter, accompanied by his two pets. As he exited the alley, the weather on New North Island was pleasantly breezy, with the sun shining just right. The streets of the quaint town were not heavily trafficked, with lush greenery adorning both sides. A primary street featured a handful of houses, and in the distance, sprawling farms blanketed the hills. Various unnamed birds flitted across the azure sky or perched upon branches, presenting a stark contrast to the bustling towns back home. The domestic towns, teeming with people and vehicles, exuded a vibrant human energy. In contrast, this town felt considerably more subdued, tranquil as if untouched by the world. A few pedestrians ambled past Chen Tianliang, casting curious glances at the sight of him walking a dog alongside a small pig. Chen Tianliang was surprised to find himself the center of attention. Yet it was clear that the onlookers were more intrigued by the peculiar trio he formed with his pets. As he strolled, he inquired about the location of the farmer's market, which he eventually located. The throng of people here was far more lively than the previously traversed streets. Stalls brimming with a variety of goods lined both sides of the street. Among the bustling crowd of tourists and local Europeans, there were also Maori, sharing Chen Tianliang's skin tone. The Maori are the indigenous people of New Zealand, and it is said that they possess ancestral ties to our Chinese heritage, being descendants of the Ryukyu Highlanders. As one of the world's most distinctive ancient cultures, the Maori were historically labeled as cannibals several centuries ago. As early as 800 AD, their ancestors navigated from the eastern coast to the Pacific, first landing in Hawaii before continuing southward to explore the many islands of the South Pacific. The bravest among them ultimately crossed the ocean and reached New Zealand. Once settled, the Maori established territories, forming diverse tribes, with numbers once exceeding 50. However, conflicts over land and resources often erupted into warfare, and captives were typically executed and consumed. Consequently, historical records from 2 centuries ago still recount the shocking cannibalistic practices of the Maori. But fear not, contemporary Maori, influenced by Western dietary habits, no longer partake in such practices. They regard the ancestral tradition of cannibalism as a symbol of courage in the face of survival. New Zealand is often referred to as the last pure land on Earth, renowned for its breathtaking natural beauty. The moniker Land of the Long White Cloud originates from Maori legend. According to the tale, a man named Kup fell in love with the wife of a villager. One fateful day, he accidentally killed her husband and, fearing retribution from the villagers, hastily prepared to flee by boat. After drifting at sea for several days, Kup and his wife finally beheld an unfamiliar new land. Excitedly, she pointed to a long cloud suspended in the sky, exclaiming, "Look, white cloud, long white cloud." This marked the origin of New Zealand's moniker, Land of the Long White Cloud. The early Maori people did not have a tradition of written records. Instead, they relied on oral transmission, wood carvings, and tattoos to preserve their history, resulting in a rich tapestry of legendary tales. The language spoken by the Maori belongs to the Austronesian language family and is said to bear a striking resemblance to that of the indigenous Ryukyuans, allowing for direct communication. Most scholars believe that the Maori originated from the Cook Islands and Polynesia, while some, citing the similarities between Austronesian languages and traditional architectural styles, argue that their ancestors hailed from Taiwan in the Han Chinese region. In New Zealand, the profound influence of Maori culture is palpable everywhere. From their classic legends and place names derived from the Maori language to their intricate carving and architectural artistry, the deep-rooted impact of this culture resonates throughout the nation. Tattoos, war dances, carving artistry, and the silver fern constitute the unique genetic makeup of Maori culture in New Zealand. The war dance, or haka, is renowned worldwide, characterized by fierce glares, rhythmic slapping, and vocal expressions. In ancient times, Maori warriors would perform the haka as a prelude to battle, imbuing it with challenge and intensity. Today, the haka has evolved into a form of entertainment, a warm welcome for guests, and a celebration of special achievements or occasions, serving as a ritual for tribal gatherings. The most famous rendition is performed by the All Blacks, New Zealand's national rugby team, prior to their matches. Interestingly, during a World War II landing operation, a New Zealand unit, having launched a hasty first assault without performing the haka, subsequently danced it during their second attack, resulting in a triumphant capture of the heights, which paved their way to success all the way to Rome. The haka is predominantly performed by men, often accompanied by women providing vocal support. Chapter 14. The proliferation of blue crabs. As Chen Tianliang meandered through the marketplace, he discovered a diverse array of goods on offer. Various agricultural tools and seeds were available, alongside livestock. However, the majority of stalls were manned by vendors selling an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and meats. Perhaps due to its proximity to the sea, The agricultural market in the town of Tarawera prominently featured seafood, which was the most abundant type of meat available. Prices were relatively affordable by local standards. Freshly harvested green-lipped mussels were priced at $5 for a dozen, while a substantial bag of oysters containing 100 plump specimens was available for $65. Antarctic red shrimp fetched $32 per kilogram, along with other fish varieties such as snapper, salmon, red-eyed grouper, and mullet. During his exploration, Chen Tianliang also noticed blue crabs for sale, priced at $20 per kilogram. It is worth noting that blue crabs are considered an invasive species in New Zealand. According to information Chen Tianliang had gleaned online, the coastal waters surrounding New Zealand have gradually been overtaken by Asian blue crabs, a situation that has caused considerable distress for the New Zealand government. The blue crab is certainly no stranger to those familiar with Chinese cuisine, where it has long been celebrated as a delicacy, particularly in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. The history of crab consumption in China can be traced back over 5,000 years. Frankly speaking, due to their greater mobility compared to other crabs, blue crabs possess succulent and flavorful meat, delivering an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with each bite. When expertly prepared by Chinese chefs, every dish is a feast for the senses. Blue crabs are adept swimmers and skilled at burrowing through mud, exhibiting a fierce and combative nature, alongside a robust reproductive capacity. Consequently, New Zealand biologists regard them as a perilous invasive species. Ever since blue crabs made their transoceanic journey to New Zealand, local seafood populations have suffered greatly. Moreover, the Western populace has traditionally shown little interest in crabs and lacks the culinary skills to prepare them, resulting in the indigenous residents seldom capturing blue crabs for consumption. This has led to the species' unchecked proliferation. According to current regulations in New Zealand, once these invasive species are caught, they must be exterminated and cannot be released back into the wild. In light of this, Chen Tianliang envisioned a scenario wherein the local government might reimburse round-trip airfare, believing that his compatriots from China would eagerly form groups to assist in effortlessly resolving the blue crab dilemma. Whether to bring them to the brink of extinction or conserve them lies solely within our intentions. As the apex predators of all edible creatures, there is nothing we cannot eliminate. As the saying goes, seize the moment, for even the most formidable of adversaries are rendered powerless. The vibrant red hue of the crabs enhances their appeal, and autumn is the prime season to savor the freshest crab meat. After wandering about, Chen Tianliang could not locate any vendors specializing in the purchase of black truffles. Not only were there none for sale, but he found himself at a stall selling Manuka honey, contemplating whether to purchase a jar of authentic Manuka honey. The elderly Caucasian woman selling the honey noticed the black truffles in his bucket. "Hello, young man. Did you just acquire those black truffles from the truffle workshop?" Chen Tianliang was momentarily taken aback and, with a hint of confusion, inquired of the elderly Caucasian woman, "What is the truffle workshop?" Upon hearing his question, the woman understood and explained that the truffle workshop is a place dedicated to the procurement, sale, and processing of truffles. Realization dawned upon Chen Tianliang. He thought to himself, "Isn't this precisely the place I've been searching for?" He hurriedly asked the kind lady for the location of the truffle workshop, to which she graciously pointed him in the right direction. To express his gratitude, Chen Tianliang spent 25 New Zealand dollars at her stall, purchasing a 250-gram jar of Manuka honey. After completing his purchase, he swiftly set off towards the truffle workshop on his balanced scooter, accompanied by his two pets. Shortly thereafter, he found himself back on the main street of Tairua, standing before the very truffle workshop the elderly lady had mentioned. Peering through the entrance, he observed that although the shop was modest in size, it was bustling with customers. He took his scooter and secured his dog, a Sang, at the designated area for tying up pets, a common sight in foreign countries. Many shops and malls abroad feature dog parking, a temporary holding area for dogs. Some establishments even consider the comfort of the dogs, continually improving the infrastructure of these areas to meet their basic needs. To address the issue of extreme temperatures in summer and winter, some places provide specially designed mats and artificial grass, as well as fresh drinking water to ensure the comfort of the pets. In some cases, Shelters are constructed to protect the dog from sun and rain, along with toys for their amusement. Once a sang was secured, Chen Tianliang placed a scooter in front of him, allowing the dog to guard his sole means of transportation. He then carried Peiqi into the truffle workshop. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by an enticing aroma of truffles. With no time to survey his surroundings, a young Caucasian female staff member approached him. Upon noticing the adorable Peiqi in his arms, her eyes brightened with affection, showing no displeasure at his bringing a pet inside. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Truffle Workshop. How may I assist you today?" "Hello. May I inquire if you purchase black truffles? I have some black truffles I wish to sell." Chapter 15 Bargaining. Chen Tianliang articulated his intentions directly. "Good sir, please follow me this way." Upon hearing that Chen Tianliang was there to sell black truffles, the young female shop assistant's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight as she eagerly led him towards the inner shop area. At that moment, Chen Tianliang observed a distinguished middle-aged Caucasian man in a tailored suit, engaged in a phone conversation by the counter. He vaguely caught snippets of dialogue regarding the scarcity of truffle yields, white truffles, declining acquisition rates, and the Oakland Truffle Exhibition. Upon noticing Chen Tianliang standing behind a shop assistant, the middle-aged man initially furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His attention was first drawn to the small pig-shaped container, followed by the small metal bucket that Chen Tianliang held. In the next instant, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the man's eyes as well, a change in expression that did not escape the observant Chen Tianliang. Recalling the earlier conversation, he suddenly understood the implications of what had been said. "Selena, who is this?" the middle-aged man inquired. The shop assistant stepped forward to clarify Chen Tianliang's purpose. The middle-aged man quickly extended his hand, warmly introducing himself. "Hello, sir. My name is Grace Halley, and I'm the head of this Truffle Workshop." Chen Tianliang shook his hand, politely offering a brief introduction in return. The two exchanged no further pleasantries. As Grace took the small bucket from Chen Tianliang and casually extracted a black truffle, he examined it meticulously. After a brief period, he selected another one. Several minutes passed, and Grace composed himself, suppressing his excitement and feigned casualness as he remarked, "Mr. Chen, the quality of your black truffles is commendable. May I inquire about your asking price?" Chen Tianliang fell into contemplation. From the snippets Grace had mentioned during his phone call, he surmised that black truffles were indeed exceptionally rare in the market recently. Otherwise, the man's immediate expression of surprise upon meeting him would not have been so evident. Moreover, the mention of declining acquisition rates during the call further reinforced his thoughts. After careful deliberation, Chen Tianliang gestured A6 with his fingers. Grace frowned slightly, refraining from an immediate rejection, yet his tone betrayed a hint of displeasure. "Mr. Chen, that price is rather excessive. The figure you propose exceeds our original purchasing price, which our workshop cannot accommodate." Indeed, the price of black truffles had recently undergone a shift. Rather than decreasing, it had risen. However, the exact extent of the increase remained uncertain. Grace, realizing he had misspoken, exhibited a faint, barely perceptible hint of panic in his eyes. "Then what price can you offer, Mr. Grace?" Chen Tianliang inquired with a smile. Grace's brow furrowed deeply as he paused in silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I can offer no more than three New Zealand dollars per gram." Without hesitation, Chen Tianliang lifted the bucket and turned to leave. Grace was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Upon regaining his composure, he hastened to catch up with Mr. Chen Tianliang. "Mr. Chen, what is the matter? Let's discuss this amicably. If you find the price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further." This was precisely the response Chen Tianliang had been anticipating, prompting him to halt his stride and turn his gaze toward Grace. "Mr. Grace, prior to my arrival at your workshop, I inquired about your establishment, and it is widely regarded as a reputable company offering fair prices. Particularly, you, Mr. Grace, have been lauded as a gentleman adept at maintaining client relationships." Grace felt a surge of pleasure at Chen Tianliang's commendation, pondering to himself how highly others regard him. However, Chen Tianliang paused, leaving Grace momentarily stunned, and in a state of urgency, he pressed for clarification. "However, I must express my disappointment upon meeting you today." Chen let out a deep sigh and continued to speak candidly. I possess a forest where the black truffle resources are quite abundant. My intention in coming here extends beyond a single transaction. I aspire to forge a long-lasting partnership with your workshop. What? Grace's heart raced with astonishment. Initially, he had perceived Chen Tianliang as merely a truffle hunter based on his attire, never anticipating that he would own a truffle farm. Given his current troubles with insufficient black truffle supplies, Chen Tianliang's emergence felt like a timely boon. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and cautiously inquired, "May I ask where Mr. Chen's truffle farm is located?" Chen Tianliang chuckled derisively. "Ah, it seems Mr. Grace harbors some skepticism regarding my words. Since you reside in Tianliang, you must have heard of Slipper Island, correct? What? You are that wealthy individual from Huaxia." Cough, cough. Chapter 16. Tasting Kopi Luwak, what a ridiculous notion. Do those two holes atop your head serve merely as vents for your breath? Can you not even distinguish between the genders? Chen Tian, seething with indignation, silently chastised Grace. Grace, noticing his displeasure, hastily offered her apologies and sought to elucidate the situation. As she understood it, the proprietor of Slipper Island had long been a wealthy woman from Huaxia. Intrigued, she inquired about Chen Tian's connection to this affluent lady. Chen Tian was indeed aware of the woman Grace spoke of. He had researched her online during his time in the homeland. It was true that the previous owner of Slipper Island was a rich woman from Huaxia, and the reason behind her acquisition of the island was rather extravagant. Why, you ask? Because the island was merely a birthday gift she had bestowed upon her daughter. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is characterized by such unpretentious opulence. Observing the glimmer in Grace's eyes, Chen Tian realized she must have mistaken him for the pampered companion of the wealthy matron. He promptly retorted that he had purchased Slipper Island at a considerable price from the lady herself. Realizing she had once again irked Chen Tian, Grace could only muster an awkward smile while her mind wandered back to the tales surrounding Slipper Island. It was rumored to be replete with bountiful resources, and it had indeed been said that black truffles were harvested from its soil. Furthermore, even the rare and immensely valuable white truffles had reportedly been discovered there. Grace had previously attempted to initiate contact with the wealthy woman's daughter, proposing a collaboration for the long-term procurement of the island's black truffles. However, a person who could afford to buy a private island as a birthday gift would hardly be concerned about such trifling sums. Ultimately, the daughter declined Grace's proposal, citing a desire to preserve the island's ecological balance. Since then, Grace had ceased to monitor developments regarding Slipper Island. Little did she anticipate that the island had changed hands and that its new owner would seek her out for collaboration. As Chen Tian perceived Grace lost in thought, he feigned an intention to depart. The shop assistant, Selena, discreetly tugged at Grace's sleeve. Startled, Grace regained her composure and stepped forward to intercept Chen Tian. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not foresee that you would be the new owner of Slipper Island. My previous comments were inappropriate, and I wish to extend my apologies to you. Please, allow me to escort you to my office, where we can discuss our potential collaboration over a cup of coffee." Seeing that he had sufficiently maneuvered Grace, Chen Tian felt it unnecessary to maintain his cold demeanor. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he nodded in response to her eager gaze. Thrilled by his assent, Grace promptly invited him to her office. Before entering, she turned to Selena and said, "Selena, please prepare 2 cups of coffee for us. And remember, it must be Kopi Luwak." "Certainly, manager." Upon settling into Grace's office, it wasn't long before Selena presented 2 cups of coffee. "Mr. Chen, do take a sip of this coffee. It was specially brought to me by a friend from Indonesia, and its flavor is simply exquisite." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing about the exquisite Kopi Luwak, Chen Tianliang felt a surge of interest. He had long been aware that this coffee is one of the most expensive in the world, and now presented with the opportunity, he was determined to savor it thoroughly. However, after merely lifting the cup to his nose and taking a tentative sip, he furrowed his brow in discontent. With each subsequent taste, his frown deepened. Had Grace not been present, he would have hastily expelled the coffee from his mouth. Reluctantly swallowing the bitter brew, he inwardly cursed. What on earth is this? Not only did it possess a distinct earthy flavor, but it was also tinged with a hint of unpleasant odor. He could not fathom how aficionados of this beverage could discern its supposed exquisite nuances. In stark contrast to Chen Tianliang's distaste, Grace appeared to revel in the experience. Once Grace set down his coffee cup, the two engaged in a vigorous negotiation regarding the price of the recently acquired black truffles. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 4 New Zealand dollars per gram. This amount was slightly elevated for Grace, yet given the quality of the truffles in question, it was indeed justified. Following this, Grace summoned Selina to weigh the truffles, which totaled 3 kilograms. The total value of 3 kilograms of black truffles amounted to 200 New Zealand dollars. Grace was forthright, immediately issuing a check to Chen Tianliang. With the transaction concluded, the two continued their discussion on future collaborations. Eventually, they agreed that Chen Tianliang would supply the Ram Truffle Workshop with a minimum of 0.5 kilogram of black truffles daily. Considering his residence on Slipper Island, the Ram Truffle Workshop would arrange for personnel to conduct transactions on the island. After signing the contract, Grace recalled an important matter. "Mr. Chen, there is one more thing I would like to discuss with you." Chen Tianliang looked at him in confusion, uncertain of what further issue required deliberation. "Is this, Mr. Chen? Should you inadvertently discover white truffles while foraging for black ones, we would appreciate your consideration in prioritizing their sale to our Ram Truffle Workshop. Rest assured, we will offer you a price that exceeds both market and auction values." Chapter 17. Vegetables cost more than meat. Upon hearing the mention of white truffles, Chen Tianliang began to ponder the implications. He perceived that this opportunity bore no adverse effects for him. On the contrary, should he successfully procure white truffles and the offered price prove reasonable, he would circumvent the hassle of seeking buyers himself. Thus, he readily acquiesced to the proposition, albeit with a caveat to Grace that the likelihood of finding white truffles remained uncertain. Grace responded with a smile. After concluding the truffle sale, Chen Tianliang did not linger. Bidding farewell to Grace before departing the Ram Truffle Workshop with his beloved Peppa Pig. Upon exiting, he noticed Ah Sang, languidly panting while waiting for him. Approaching with a smile, he affectionately patted Ah Sang's head, unfastened the dog leash, and mounted his balanced scooter, embarking on a leisurely exploration of the quaint town. Despite its modest size and a population just exceeding 500, Tairua boasted a plethora of amenities. The town was replete with an array of distinctive restaurants, charming CAFs, seaside resorts, golf courses, and yacht clubs. Numerous picturesque spots adorned the landscape, though they paled in comparison to his beloved Slipper Island. Often heralded as the Maldives of New Zealand, a distinction evident from its very name. After meandering through the town and familiarizing himself with the terrain, Chen Tianliang ventured into a local supermarket. However, within mere 10 minutes, he exited empty-handed. The exorbitant prices of goods, particularly vegetables, were utterly staggering. To his astonishment, vegetables were priced even higher than meat. Broccoli cost NZD 3.80 each, while cabbage was priced at NZD 8.40. Though these figures were somewhat palatable, the prices for garlic and chili peppers were outrageous. Garlic commanded NZD 36 per kilogram, and chili peppers reached an astonishing NZD 80 per kilogram. Converted to Chinese currency, that equated to over 340 yuan, 15 yuan more expensive than the oysters he had observed at the farmer's market, where a substantial bag of oysters was merely NZD 65. In a bid for comparison, Chen Tianliang also scrutinized the meat prices in the supermarket, NZD 18.90 for half a kilogram of sirloin steak and NZD 7.40 for a kilogram of chicken legs. Indeed, vegetable prices were exorbitant. It appeared that he would have to cultivate his own vegetables fortuitously. There existed a ready-made garden behind the villa on the island. Consequently, Chen Tianliang, accompanied by his 2 pets, returned to the farmer's market with a clear objective: to procure fruit trees, vegetable seeds, and seedlings, as well as livestock such as cattle and sheep. This would facilitate the swift completion of the tasks assigned by the system. At the entrance of the farmer's market, he spotted a green plant nursery. After conducting an online inquiry, he discovered that this establishment was the largest chain in New Zealand specializing in floral plants, offering a comprehensive range of fertilizers, plants, pesticides, seeds, and various materials for garden decoration. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by a dazzling array of exquisite indoor decorative products. As one ventures further inside, a delightful assortment of flowers, plants, and trees emerges, filling the air with a refreshing, verdant aroma. Here, one can find both edible fruits and vegetables as well as ornamental flora. Essentially, anything one desires can be procured within these walls. The store is divided into 3 distinct sections: the fruit tree area, the vegetable section, and the flower zone. Upon entering, Chen Tianliang found himself entranced by the plethora of greenery, utterly bewildered as to which plant to purchase first. Noticing his furrowed brow after he had been wandering for some time, a female staff member from the plant section approached him with an offer of assistance. Chen expressed his interest in acquiring seedlings and seeds for vegetables and fruits. After hearing his request, the staff member suggested that at this time of year, it would be wiser to purchase seedlings for planting, as they would have a higher survival rate, while also saving time on the germination process. At that moment, Chen was still unaware of the effects of the plant growth acceleration skill granted as a reward upon completing the systems, Task 1. To be prudent, he decided to heed the staff member's advice. Thus, she enthusiastically guided him to the vegetable section for selection. His first purchase was tomato seedlings, priced at 10 New Zealand dollars per pot, from which he acquired 20 pots. Zucchini, priced at $5 per pot, saw him buy 10 pots. Additionally, he purchased 10 pots of green and red chili peppers at $13 each. Following that, Chen procured a variety of other seedlings, including onions, snap peas, pumpkins, lettuce, broccoli, garlic, eggplants, and cabbages. He bought fewer of the high-yield varieties and more of those with lower yields. In an unexpected discovery, he also stumbled upon wasabi seedlings. Chapter 18. Procuring green plants. This is indeed an exquisite companion to seafood sashimi, known as one of the most expensive vegetables in the world. Its retail or wholesale price in the United States can reach as high as $50 to $150 per pound. Beyond the land of the rising sun, wasabi is cultivated in farms across China, the Ryukyu Islands, New Zealand, Australia, and North America. In this particular nursery, a single wasabi seedling is available for merely 8 New Zealand dollars. Intrigued, Chen Tianliang inquired with the staff about why the seedlings were priced lower than chili peppers. The staff, with a smile, explained that the reason wasabi seedlings are less expensive is due to their high demands for soil quality and water. Moreover, the growth process of wasabi is exceedingly slow. Even when all conditions are met, it takes a staggering 16 months from planting to harvest. This elucidation made Chen Tianliang realize why wasabi is so costly in the market. Upon learning of the lengthy maturation period, he couldn't help but ponder. If he were to complete the planting task and utilize the system's reward skill to accelerate the growth of the wasabi, he could significantly shorten the time required for its development. Consequently, he would be able to harvest wasabi earlier than other farmers. If successful, not only could he enjoy the fruits of his labor, but he could also sell them, thus opening a new avenue for income. With this in mind, he directly ordered 100 pots of wasabi seedlings from the staff. After acquiring various vegetable seedlings, Chen Tianliang estimated that he had spent nearly 2,000 New Zealand dollars solely on these young plants. Indeed, spending money was effortless, whereas making it was another matter entirely. Following his procurement of vegetable seedlings, Chen Tianliang accompanied the female staff member to the fruit tree section, where a plethora of fruit tree varieties awaited. In comparison to vegetables, fruit tree seedlings were considerably more affordable, especially since New Zealand is renowned for its abundant fruit production. After another round of selection, he purchased dozens of varieties, including white persimmons, commonly known as ice cream fruit, and the intriguing miracle fruit, which alters the taste buds, rendering everything consumed thereafter sweet. In addition to these, he bought apples, cherimoyas, finger limes, strawberries, oranges, loquats, pomegranates, guavas, lychees, Fiji fruits, kiwis, wax apples, blueberries, grapefruits, and figs. Although the list appeared extensive, he only acquired 1 or 2 of each, with the exception of strawberries. Chen Tianliang was utterly astonished to discover that strawberry seedlings in New Zealand were remarkably inexpensive, priced at only 2 New Zealand dollars per pot. Thus, he decided to purchase 100 pots in one go. He had already envisioned cultivating a strawberry patch upon returning to the island, ensuring he would have an abundance of strawberries to enjoy. The female staff member seemed equally astonished to encounter such a lavish customer, her mouth agape in surprise. After spending over 1,000 New Zealand dollars, Chen Tianliang intended to take his leave. However, unexpectedly, the female staff member led him to the floral section, where he selected several varieties of roses and various flowers, as well as some succulents. He intended to bring back some plants to adorn both the interior and exterior of his villa. In the floral section, Chen Tianliang also encountered the manuka flower. This exquisite blossom is a unique member of the myrtle family, native to New Zealand and the southern regions of Australia, featuring white petals that occasionally blush pink. The blooming flowers attract swarms of bees that gather nectar, resulting in the distinctive manuka honey, a hallmark of New Zealand. Moreover, the leaves of this plant were historically utilized by Captain Cook, the explorer who discovered New Zealand, as a form of tea, thus classifying it as a natural tea tree. The stems, leaves, and bark of the manuka also serve as a potent herbal remedy, capable of being transformed into analgesics, cold medications, and antiseptics. The indigenous Maori people of New Zealand traditionally brewed the stems and leaves of manuka to treat various ailments. With such myriad applications, Chen Tianliang was determined not to overlook the opportunity to acquire the manuka plant. However, the price of a single sapling was not insignificant, set at 28 New Zealand dollars. After some contemplation, he reluctantly decided to purchase 20 saplings. Upon completing his procurement, it was finally time to settle the bill. As the cashier tallied the items, the total came to 4,500 New Zealand dollars. Although Chen Tianliang felt a twinge of regret, he quickly reconciled that in the future, when these saplings flourished and bore abundant fruit, his investment would be worthwhile. After the transaction, the young female cashier gestured for him to leave his address, explaining that the plant nursery would send someone to deliver all the saplings to his residence the following day. However, when she saw the address Chen Tianliang provided, she was taken aback. She thought to herself, no wonder this handsome young man from the East was making such a lavish purchase. He was, after all, a wealthy islander. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. "Sir, here is our nursery's business card," she said, handing it to him. "It also contains my personal phone number. Should you require any further assistance or have any needs in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me." As she offered the card, she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Faced with her ardent gaze, Chen Tianliang felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he had yet to make any progress in his ambitious endeavors on the island and could not afford to be distracted by romantic entanglements. Thus, he politely accepted the card, offered a wry smile, and exited the nursery. Chapter 19. Mrs. Nancy. Upon exiting the greenhouse, Chen Tianliang meandered once more through the farmer's market. However, the market was not particularly expansive. Having already traversed its entirety earlier, the novelty he felt upon his first visit had long since dissipated. Glancing at the time, he realized it was approaching lunchtime. Fortunately, the market boasted not only a variety of stalls selling agricultural products, but also numerous vendors offering delectable foods, akin to the snack streets and night markets back home. This convenience spared him the trouble of seeking out a restaurant. It must be said that the snacks and culinary delights available in the market were quite comparable to those found in restaurants. They were not only visually appealing, but also remarkably affordable. Chen Tianliang, regardless of his appetite, purchased whatever caught his eye. After making his selections, he settled on a bench with his 2 pets and began to tally his expenses. A tiramisu for 10 NZD, a vanilla cream roll for 7 NZD, a cup of apple cinnamon cider for 10 NZD, a serving of pasta for 8 NZD, chocolate cookies for 4 NZD, garlic baguette for 5 NZD, a slice of freshly baked pizza for 5 NZD, a vegetable salad for 6 NZD, a corn and meat wrap for 15 NZD, and fresh farm milk for 5 NZD. In total, he spent 79 NZD. Of course, not all of this was for himself. The baguette, vegetable salad, freshly baked pizza, meat wrap, and milk were treats for his 2 companions. As he sat on the bench, Chen Tianliang leisurely observed the passers-by in the various stalls, feeding the baguette to Peiqi, who was enthusiastically munching on the vegetable salad. It was then that he inadvertently spotted an item at one of the stalls, a fishing trap he had seen in videos, commonly used by content creators for catching lobsters and crabs at sea. This trap, if purchased, would prove immensely useful for him, not only for lobster and crab fishing, but also for catching eels in the lake. Without hesitation, he approached the stall, inquired about the price, and purchased the trap for a modest sum of just over 10 NZD. Once he and his pets were satiated, they resumed their shopping excursion. The only remaining items on his list were livestock and poultry. While poultry was readily available, he had already noticed several stalls selling chickens, ducks, and geese. He found himself unable to locate any livestock for sale. Rather than exhaust himself in the search, he resolved to conduct a thorough online inquiry upon returning to the island. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 NZD to acquire over 60 hens, each 2 to 3 months old, a purchase that might very well be the most expensive he had ever made. However, he later learned of a recent regulation enacted in New Zealand prohibiting the caging of chickens. This law stemmed from a declaration by animal welfare organizations, asserting that chickens are not merely egg-laying machines. They are entitled to their own rights as beings. It is precisely due to this regulation that the majority of farmers in New Zealand have abandoned the rearing of egg-laying hens, with only a few persisting, and they have all transitioned to free-range systems. While free-range chickens enhance the quality of both meat and eggs, the yield of eggs has paradoxically diminished. Furthermore, in New Zealand, properties with an area smaller than 2,000 square meters are permitted to keep no more than 6 chickens, whereas those between 2,000 and 4,000 square meters may house up to 12. Each chicken must have a minimum space of 3 square meters, a measure ostensibly aimed at ensuring animal welfare. Consequently, eggs have become a scarce commodity in New Zealand, leading to a surge in prices and resulting in local panic. On the nation's largest online auction and classified website, the search volume for chicken-related items skyrocketed by 77 in a brief period, reaching 32,800 queries. Despite the rising costs of chickens, Chen Tianliang expressed his support for this policy. Free-range chickens, often referred to as wandering chickens in northeast China, are widely recognized for their superior taste and nutritional value compared to caged ones. Chen Tianliang had no intention of confining these chickens, nor did he expect to profit from selling eggs. His acquisition of over 60 chickens was solely to indulge his culinary desires. After purchasing the chickens, he spent nearly 1,000 New Zealand dollars on over 100 ducks and Canadian geese, along with some feed. Upon paying a deposit, the vendor assured him that all the poultry would be delivered to the island the following day. Once he received these chickens, ducks, and geese, he would have completed 3/5 of the task assigned by the system. Now, only 2 more types of animals remained, and Chen Tianliang contemplated casually sourcing any living creatures to fulfill the requirement. Just as he prepared to return home with his bountiful harvest, an abrupt and jarring honk from a car startled him. Frowning slightly, he felt a twinge of irritation, wondering who could be so impolite on such a wide road without obstructing traffic. Upon turning around, he discovered an old-fashioned Dodge pickup truck, with the driver smiling and waving at him. Chen Tianliang was taken aback momentarily, but then returned the smile. The driver was none other than the white lady who had sold him the manuka honey and directed him to the truffle workshop. Although puzzled, he approached the pickup truck with a smile. The lady lowered her window and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey there, young man. What brings you here?" "Hello, Mom. I plan to stroll through the market to see if there are any pets for sale." "Oh, are you looking to buy a pet?" A hint of confusion flickered in the lady's eyes. "Is there a problem, ma'am?" Chen Tianliang asked, equally perplexed by her expression. Noticing his genuine ignorance, the lady explained that in New Zealand, most people advocate for adopting pets rather than purchasing them, as adopting is often more reliable and economical. Chen Tianliang suddenly understood. "Indeed, my dear young man, I have quite a number of delightful animals on my farm. Should you be interested, you are most welcome to visit my home." Upon hearing the invitation from the gracious lady, Chen Tianliang's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Is it truly possible, madam?" he inquired with enthusiasm. The lady, Nancy May, smiled and nodded gently. As Chen Tianliang settled into the back of the pickup truck with his two pets, Nancy began to drive towards the outskirts of Tarawera. During the journey to the farm, the elderly lady and the young man engaged in lively conversation. Through their exchange, Chen learned that Nancy was 53 years old and managed the farm with her husband and son not far from Tarawera. Their farm not only cultivated vast fields of manuka flowers, but also housed a considerable number of bees. The honey produced there was renowned not just in the surrounding areas of Tarawera, but even attracted numerous clients from Auckland who traveled specifically to procure their exquisite honey. Furthermore, the farm boasted a diverse array of animals, including alpacas, wild peacocks, sika deer, sheep, beef cattle, dairy cows, red deer, mules, ostriches, and emus. In addition to these, Nancy's farm was home to the unique New Zealand breed known as Kin pigs. Aware that Chen Tianliang had just arrived in New Zealand and might be unfamiliar with Kin pigs, Mrs. Nancy took out her phone, eager to introduce him while showing him pictures of her beloved pigs. The photos revealed the Kin pigs with their round, plump bodies and distinctive feature of dangling fleshy tassels from their jaws. Their hues varied from black and white to ginger, cream, gold, and brown. Their fur was longer and softer than that of ordinary domestic pigs. According to Mrs. Nancy, Kin pigs are naturally gentle, friendly, and intelligent, often kept as pets on New Zealand farms. Chapter 20. The Little Bee Farm. Upon departing from the quaint town of Tarawera, the pickup truck traversed the highway for nearly 20 minutes before veering onto a stretch of unpaved road. After an additional 10 minutes of bumpy travel, they finally arrived at Mrs. Nancy's Little Bee Farm. The name of the farm amused Chen Tianliang, as it was indeed aptly chosen. Although the Little Bee Farm was not surrounded by the sea like his beloved Slipper Island, it was graced by a broad river nearby. According to Mrs. Nancy, the river's terminus led directly to the waters enveloping Slipper Island. Not far from the farm stood a densely forested mountain, at the foot of which flourished vast expanses of manuka flowers cultivated on the farm. The living quarters of the farm comprised two unadorned wooden villas, their natural hue untouched by paint. Mrs. Nancy beamed as she informed Chen Tianliang that her husband had crafted these two villas himself. Observing the rustic yet aesthetically pleasing wooden structures, Chen Tianliang couldn't help but admire Mrs. Nancy's husband as a true artisan, reminiscent of the wilderness builders he had seen in short videos. The villas were encircled by storage facilities and animal enclosures. Chen Tianliang also noted a nearby orchard and vegetable garden, with the remaining land consisting of sprawling pastures. Black and white cows and pure white sheep dotted the verdant landscape, leisurely grazing. As soon as he entered the farm, Chen Tianliang spotted a white alpaca, standing sentinel at the entrance with its neck outstretched. The scene struck him as amusing, prompting him to capture the alpaca's endearing and comical demeanor on his phone. Mrs. Nancy chuckled, revealing that this alpaca awaited her return home each day. After saying this, she rolled down the car window to greet her steadfast sentinel. Upon seeing its owner, the alpaca trotted over with little, eager steps, nuzzling its head affectionately against Mrs. Nancy's hand. After bidding farewell to the alpaca, Mrs. Nancy resumed their drive, with the alpaca trailing behind. When the vehicle came to a halt in front of the main villa, Chen Tianliang had barely opened the door before his companion, Sang, eagerly leapt out, intent on chasing the nearby flock of sheep. Chen Tianliang smiled and called for it to wait as he stepped out of the car alongside Peichi and Mrs. Nancy. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the vehicle, a robust middle-aged man emerged from the main villa, clad in a plaid shirt and dark blue overalls. Upon spotting Chen Tianliang, the man paused momentarily, then approached with a warm smile directed at him and Mrs. Nancy. "Why are you back so early today?" he inquired, embracing Mrs. Nancy with a grin. "The honey is selling quickly, so I returned," she replied. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Chen, a young friend I just met." Mrs. Nancy introduced Chen Tianliang to the middle-aged man. "Oh." The man turned his gaze, examining him with curiosity before extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, young man. I am Nancy's husband, Bray Osmond. Welcome to the Little Bee Farm." "Hello, Mr. Osmond. Chen has recently arrived in New Zealand and wishes to adopt two small animals. so I took him back to the farm. Mrs. Nancy explained Chen Tianliang's intentions to her husband. Is that so? That is indeed wonderful. I have a fondness for those who care for animals. Are these two little ones also your charges? As she spoke, Osmond reached out to stroke Peiqi, cradled in Chen Tianliang's arms. Peiqi, receiving the affectionate gesture, squinted her eyes into crescent shapes. Chen Tianliang responded with a smile, affirming her question. Osmond nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to the curious A Sang, who stood beside Chen Tianliang, surveying the farm. Hello, little one. You are indeed quite handsome. A Sang lifted his head, casting a wary glance at Osmond, emitting a series of low growls. Chen Tianliang soothed A Sang and apologetically glanced at Osmond. I apologize, Mr. Osmond. A Sang has a rather aloof personality and is not particularly fond of approaching others aside from myself. Ah, no worries. He is quite striking, isn't he? Osmond waved his hand dismissively and continued. My son Connor also has a rather dashing Doberman. I believe that when they return, these two splendid little ones will surely become good friends, as will you and Connor. After a few more light-hearted exchanges, Osmond led Chen Tianliang to tour the animals they kept, while Mrs. Nancy went to prepare afternoon tea. During the visit to see the animals, Chen Tianliang curiously inquired of Osmond about the annual income generated from the diverse array of animals on the farm. Osmond chuckled and replied, aside from cattle, sheep, and bees, most of the other animals we keep do not generate any income. This revelation puzzled Chen Tianliang, who wondered why so many animals would be kept without financial benefit. Noticing the confusion on his face, Osmond merely smiled without elaborating. At that moment, a distant bark caught their attention, and they saw a black Labrador racing toward them. To Chen Tianliang's astonishment, the Labrador was missing a hind leg. Upon noticing the two, the Labrador disregarded Chen Tianliang and his Sang, instead rushing to its owner, Osmond, wagging its tail excitedly. Osmond knelt down, affectionately embracing the dog while explaining to Chen Tianliang that this Labrador had lost a leg in a car accident and was subsequently abandoned by its owner. After much tribulation, it was rescued and adopted by him and his wife, Nancy. He continued to share that there were many other abandoned animals at Littleby Farm, some of which are healthy, while others are disabled. Some were forsaken, and others found their way to the farm on their own. Chapter 21. The tax on burping and flatulence. Osmond chuckled, remarking that despite losing a leg, Dixie still relished chasing cars and remained affectionate toward humans. Observing the genuine smile that graced Osmond's face, Chen Tianliang could not help but admire this kind-hearted middle-aged couple. Although they led a relatively prosperous life by virtue of their ranch, they did not squander their wealth. Instead, they employed their ranch to create a warm sanctuary for the small animals that arrived here for various reasons. Osmond continued to guide Chen Tianliang on a tour of the ranch. Here, Chen Tianliang encountered the beautiful and enigmatic wild peacock, spotted deer peering curiously from the forest's edge, as well as sheep, beef cattle, dairy cows, red deer, mules, ostriches, and emus. It was his first encounter with an emu, a bird reminiscent of the ostrich, yet equally flightless. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern numerous differences. Firstly, emus are somewhat smaller than ostriches. Secondly, their eyes are smaller than those of African ostriches, lacking the disproportionate appearance of having larger eyes than their heads. The emu's eyes are striking orange-yellow, possessing a captivating allure, with a sharply pointed beak. Furthermore, emus are adorned with noticeably prominent feathers all over their bodies, including their long necks, which are typically a glossy black, while the feathers on an ostrich's neck are shorter and less discernible from a distance. Nevertheless, Chen Tianliang found both ostriches and emus rather unappealing, primarily due to their lack of aesthetic charm. In contrast, he held a greater fondness for peacocks, those exquisite and mysterious avians. Under Osmond's guidance, Chen Tianliang also beheld the unique red-bellied pheasant native to China. The presence of this pheasant in New Zealand can be traced back to its introduction from China many years ago. Since its arrival, the red-bellied pheasant, adorned with the aura of a mythical phoenix and its own remarkable beauty, quickly captured the affection of the local New Zealanders. It has not only been well protected, but has also proliferated in numbers. After touring the ranch, Chen Tianliang realized that the Littleby farm was not only larger than his own island, but also hosted a far greater variety of animals. However, there was one aspect in which the Littleby farm could not compete: marine life. Without the ocean, creatures such as whales, dolphins, seals, and penguins were absent. Upon returning to the ranch owner's villa, Mrs. Nancy served the two men an exquisite afternoon tea, complete with ice cream and various treats crafted from the ranch's own milk. The three sat leisurely beneath an orange tree in front of the villa, engaging in relaxed conversation. Most of the dialogue consisted of Chen Tianliang's inquiries, with the Osman couple providing thoughtful answers. Through their exchange, Chen Tianliang learned of a peculiar new tax initiative recently announced by the New Zealand government, which proposed levying a tax on the burps and flatulence of cattle and sheep. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang was utterly bewildered. What on earth was New Zealand thinking, imposing taxes even on the burps and flatulence of livestock? Upon mentioning this matter, Osman was indeed filled with indignation. After venting his frustrations with a few expletives, he proceeded to elucidate the situation to Chen Tianliang. New Zealand has made a commitment to the international community to strive for a reduction of 47% in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, aiming for carbon neutrality. Furthermore, the cumulative emissions of methane would escalate the government's expenditure on security measures. Consequently, the New Zealand government proposed to levy a tax on farmers, targeting the greenhouse gases emitted from the burping and flatulence of cattle and sheep. Naturally, this peculiar tax has met with vehement opposition from New Zealand's farmers, who have taken to the streets to voice their grievances. They contend that this additional taxation would neither diminish carbon emissions nor prevent the bankruptcy of New Zealand's farmers, but rather exacerbate global carbon emissions. This is largely due to the fact that New Zealand's Holstein hybrid dairy cows produce an impressive 20 kilograms of milk daily, while many other countries' cows yield only 4 to 5 kilograms. Should the number of these superior dairy cows in New Zealand decline, it would necessitate the introduction of a greater number of ordinary cows from other regions to fill the void. The inevitable consequence would be an increase in the overall cattle population, leading to a significant rise in greenhouse gas emissions. Upon gaining this understanding, Chen Tianliang recalled a news article he had come across online. It detailed an explosion at a farm in the small town of Rastatt in central Germany. Following the explosion, police investigations revealed that the cause was the congregation of 90 cows within the barn, which incessantly burped and passed gas, resulting in an accumulation of methane that was ultimately ignited by a spark, leading to the explosion. Scientists have estimated that a single dairy cow can produce approximately 110 kilograms of methane annually, with 90 to 95 of this gas expelled through the mouth, while the remainder is released as flatulence. Considering that New Zealand is home to over 36 million cattle and sheep, the total emissions indeed appear staggering. Chapter 22, Adopting Pets and Purchasing Livestock after conversing about the bovine and ovine matters of belching and flatulence. The trio finally broached the subject of Chen Tianliang's desire to adopt a small animal. Evidently, following their earlier discourse, Chen Tianliang's politeness and humble eagerness to learn had endeared him to Osman. With a hearty pat on his chest, Osman assured him that aside from the economically valuable livestock, he was free to choose any other animals on the farm. Chen Tianliang was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely. However, when it came time to select a small creature to adopt, he found himself at a loss. Mrs. Nancy seemed to perceive his dilemma and excused herself to return to the house. Upon her return, she cradled a ginger cat in her arms. The moment Chen Tianliang laid eyes on the cat, he was utterly astonished. Goodness, with its round and plump form, it was even fatter than Peichi. In comparison, Peichi hardly seemed worthy of being called a pig. It was as though they had swapped roles. The ginger cat was the true pig. As for Peichi, Chen Tianliang instinctively sought her out, only to find her happily munching on an orange that had fallen to the ground, her eyes squinting into crescent moons of delight. Well, Peichi remained the same pig. Mrs. Nancy, observing the ginger cat lazily dozing in her arms, emitting soft purring sounds, prompted a sense of intrigue within Chen Tianliang. Chen, what do you think of this little fellow? He is the star of our farm, named a Pai, and he is 2 years old. He has been vaccinated, neutered, and microchipped. You can take him home. I believe he will adore your little island," Mrs. Nancy said, stroking the ginger cat's soft fur while smiling at Chen Tianliang. "Duppy, what is the origin of that name? And how did he come to be here?" Chen Tianliang inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing the question regarding the name, Mrs. Nancy offered an awkward smile, indicating that Chen Tianliang would understand once he took Pai home. As for why he resided there, Mrs. Nancy explained that his previous owner had to return to their homeland and would not be coming back. To ensure Pai lived a more leisurely and joyful life, he was brought to her farm. "Ah, so that is the case." Chen Tianliang nodded gently, his gaze returning to the round and proud figure of Pai in her arms, revealing a hint of affection in his eyes. Without hesitation, he decided to adopt the chubby ginger cat. Subsequently, Mrs. Nancy also recommended a 4-year-old blue and gold macaw named Pudding. The blue and gold macaw, also known as the Era Ararana, boasts a lifespan of 60 to 80 years. It is one of the most commonly seen macaws, adorned in vibrant blue and yellow plumage. Among all parrots, it is the largest in size, with a featherless face adorned with black and white stripes, reminiscent of the painted faces in Peking opera. Its tail is exceptionally long, classifying it as a large climbing bird. Furthermore, Pudding not only possesses striking beauty, but also engages in greetings, capable of saying hello. This alone filled Chen Tianliang with immense delight. To prevent the two pets from inadvertently escaping when being taken away by Chen Tianliang, Mrs. Nancy provided him with a collar-style leash and a cat cage. After successfully adopting 2 beloved companions, Chen Tianliang expressed his desire to purchase some livestock from a farm. Osmond did not refuse. Rather, he understood that Chen Tianliang, being new to New Zealand, was still unfamiliar with livestock farming and thus offered his assistance in strategizing. Ultimately, Chen Tianliang spent nearly 7,000 New Zealand dollars to acquire 2 adult Holstein dairy cows from the farm. He then invested close to 3,000 New Zealand dollars to select 5 alpacas of various sizes. The price of alpacas in New Zealand was indeed quite reasonable, ranging from 300 to 800 New Zealand dollars. Although some could be quite expensive, exceeding 6,000 New Zealand dollars. Following the customary procedure of paying a deposit, Osmond assured him that his son Connor would deliver the animals to Chen Tianliang the next day. After purchasing these 2 types of livestock, only 200 New Zealand dollars remained in Chen Tianliang's bank account. Satisfied with his newly adopted pets and the addition of cattle and sheep, he decided it was time to leave, especially since he had been away from home for a day and the island, recently renovated, was unguarded, causing him some unease. Osmond, who initially intended to invite Chen Tianliang to stay for dinner, refrained from insisting further upon noticing his intent to leave. He merely suggested that Connor would drive Chen Tianliang to the town's wharf upon his return. Chen Tianliang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mrs. Nancy, who had briefly stepped out, returned carrying a small cardboard box and handed it to Chen Tianliang. "Young man, this is for you. Remember to cherish them well." "Oh, what is this?" Chen Tianliang inquired curiously as he accepted the box. Upon opening it, he discovered a dozen eggs inside. No, they were larger than chicken eggs, about the size of an adult's fist. They were of 2 types. One was yellowish-white, resembling ordinary chicken eggs, while the other was a bluish hue. "Mrs. Nancy, is this a gift for me to eat?" Chen Tianliang asked, puzzled. "Oh no, dear, these are not for you to eat, but for you to take back and incubate," Mrs. Nancy hurriedly clarified, concerned that Chen Tianliang might mistakenly consume the eggs. However, when Chen Tianliang inquired about the species of bird from which the eggs originated, Mrs. Nancy maintained an air of mystery, stating that he would discover the answer once he successfully incubated them. Although Chen Tianliang felt somewhat perplexed by her lack of explanation, he had no means of knowing more and could only express his gratitude. Just then, a distant barking of dogs broke the tranquility, causing the previously languid dog, a sang, to perk up its ears instantly. Chapter 23. Animal Chips. Chen Tianliang gently patted a sang's head, attempting to soothe it. He then gazed into the distance and spotted a young Caucasian man riding a majestic black steed, slowly approaching. Accompanying him was a striking Doberman, What captured Chen Tianliang's attention was the hunting rifle slung across the young man's shoulder. Ah, our charming Connor has returned. At that moment, Osmond rose and walked towards the young man. Chen Tianliang stood up as well, observing Connor dismount and lead his horse towards him. Connor stood at the same height as Chen Tianliang, both measuring 185 centimeters, embodying the stature of a handsome man. He wore a brown cowboy hat, a checkered shirt, and denim jeans. His striking features bore resemblance to Chris Hemsworth, the actor portraying Thor. As Connor approached Chen Tianliang, he smiled and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Connor Osmond, and welcome to our Bumblebee Ranch." "Greetings, I am Chen Tianliang from the Huaxia Nation." Chen Tianliang responded with a smile. After their introductions, Mrs. Nancy conveyed Chen Tianliang's purpose to her son Connor. Upon learning that Chen Tianliang was the new owner of Slipper Island, Connor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh my goodness, mate. You own an island, and it's Slipper Island. How enviable!" Connor exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Chen Tianliang's arm, his grip unwavering. Mrs. Nancy chuckled and explained that although Connor lived on a ranch, he harbored a deep affection for the ocean since childhood. Aside from hunting, his hobbies included surfing. Chen Tianliang nodded with a smile regarding Connor. "If you fancy, you're always welcome to visit my island." "Really? That would be splendid. In return, when you have the time to visit the farm, I'll teach you how to hunt." They continued to chat, primarily about hunting and surfing. Connor's personality was more exuberant than Chen Tianliang's. He was quite loquacious, and their shared youthful spirit fostered a delightful conversation. Not only did they bond, but even a Sang and Connor's Doberman, named Jason, frolicked together in the nearby grass. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Chen Tianliang gathered his newly adopted pets and, accompanied by Paige, climbed into the pickup truck with his Sang and Connor. Upon returning to Tarua town, guided by Connor, Chen Tianliang arrived at a pet store. Though it was classified as a pet shop, due to Tairua's small size, it also functioned as a veterinary clinic. The purpose of their visit was to procure essential supplies for his newly adopted pets, such as a cat bed and a bird perch. It is worth noting that in New Zealand, mistreatment of pets or animals could lead to charges of cruelty. In addition to the necessities for his two new companions, Chen Tianliang also purchased an incubator, intending to experiment with hatching the eggs that Mrs. Nancy had gifted him. At the request of the pet store staff, a registration was completed for a Sang, and a microchip was implanted. This so-called animal chip is essentially a device that emits radio waves at a specific frequency. Shaped like a small square, comparable in size to a grain of rice, it possesses a unique correspondence. The chip systematically records the pet's essential information, and a location-based chip can also detect the dog's whereabouts. By employing specialized machinery to scan the chip embedded within the dog, one can ascertain the dog's lineage, identity, owner-esque contact information, and vaccination details. The location-enabled chip also features tracking and alert functionalities, allowing for the monitoring of the dog's position. In the unfortunate event that a dog goes missing or is stolen, this tracking capability facilitates a swift recovery. The chip is implanted subcutaneously near the dog's neck, rendering it nearly undetectable, essentially functioning as the dog's electronic identification card, chronicling its status throughout its life. After settling the bill and spending several hundred New Zealand dollars, Chen Tianliang and Connor drove to the town dock with an assortment of items. "Hey, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Connor, Chen Tianliang boarded Charles' water taxi. Upon noticing the multitude of bags Chen was carrying, along with his newly adopted pets, Charles greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Chen. It seems you've had quite a fruitful day." "Indeed, Uncle Charles. How about you? Were there many tourists today?" "Ha, same as usual." Once he observed that no one else was preparing to board, Charles returned to the cockpit and started the engine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea appeared to be painted with a layer of orange hue. The water shimmered in vibrant orange, resembling a beautiful, soft ribbon. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the sea, the slowly cruising yacht, the sailboats, and the free-flying seagulls, Chen Tianliang reflected once more that this was the life he had always desired. Just as he was savoring the picturesque twilight, he felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. After a busy day, he was too lazy to return home to prepare dinner. Thus, taking advantage of Charles' distraction, he retrieved a bag of spicy strips from his belongings and began to munch on them alongside some bread. As he devoured the bread with gusto, Charles curiously turned to him. Noticing the red, spicy oil smeared on the corners of his mouth, he asked, "Oh, Chen, what are you eating? It looks quite appetizing." "Uncle Charles, I'm having spicy strips. Would you like to give it a try?" Chapter 24, Trading Spicy Strips for. Spicy strips? Charles tilted his head in confusion. Observing this, Chen Tianliang explained that spicy strips are a type of snack from Huaxia, characterized by their salty, spicy flavor with a hint of sweetness. He then rose to the cockpit, retrieved a spicy strip from a bag, and handed it to Charles. The latter hesitated, unsure whether to take a bite. Encouraged by Chen Tianliang, he took a small taste. After chewing for a moment, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he nodded frequently. This flavor is quite delightful. I never expected Huaxia snacks to be so delicious." Chen Tianliang felt a surge of joy witnessing the foreigner's approval of a snack produced by his homeland. After finishing the spicy strip, Charles even licked his fingers, seeming to crave more. Understanding the hint, Chen Tianliang returned to his spot, feigning a reach into the bag, and pulled out another packet of spicy strips. "Here, Uncle Charles, this bag of spicy strips is for you," he said, placing the snacks into Charles's hands. Upon receiving the gift, Charles felt a twinge of embarrassment. As he pondered what to reciprocate with, a bright idea struck him. "Chun, if you help me steer the boat, I have something to give you as a trade for your spicy strips." "But Uncle Charles, I can't drive a boat. Also, that was a gift for you. No exchange is necessary." Hearing that he was to assist in navigating, Chen Tianliang was taken aback. He had only piloted a boat once in his life, a whimsical pedal boat during a date with his ex-girlfriend in the park. Now, Charles wanted him to help steer this water taxi. If he were to crash into a rock, he could not afford the consequences. "It's fine. Just think of it like driving a car," Charles replied casually, turning and leaving the cockpit without a second thought. Reluctantly, Chen Tianliang accepted this reality. Approaching the helm, he focused intently, feeling nervous as he took hold of the steering wheel. Initially anxious, he soon discovered that operating such a small vessel was indeed as simple as driving a car. He recalled that in New Zealand, most residents live near the coast, and 1 in every 5 individuals owns a yacht. Moreover, driving a yacht here does not require a license, unlike cars. He wondered when he might possess a yacht of his own. While steering the boat and daydreaming of sailing through the waves with his own yacht, Charles returned, this time with a fishing trap in hand. He gently patted Chen Tianliang's shoulder, signaling that it was time. Chen Tianliang finally exhaled in relief and moved aside. Charles handed him the fishing trap, and Chen Tianliang curiously peered inside, discovering 2 live lobsters within. The New Zealand lobster, also known as the New Zealand rock lobster. It does not possess the 2 large claws characteristic of the Boston lobster, yet boasts a pair of elongated antennae. The New Zealand rock lobster exists in 2 varieties, red and blue. The red variant is more commonly encountered, while the blue is somewhat rarer. This lobster is sizable, with firm, succulent flesh that is both crisp and delectably sweet, making it a standout among its kind. Typically found in the coastal regions of New Zealand, it prefers to dwell among rocky areas in the deep seabed. When privately harvesting lobsters, individuals are limited to 6 per day, and only male lobsters may be caught. New Zealand also hosts a smaller species of lobster, but this diminutive lobster is not to be confused with the aforementioned. This smaller variety is scientifically referred to as the Antarctic deep-sea crayfish, also known as the Antarctic lobster. It is a deep-sea burrowing species that primarily inhabits the waters between New Zealand and Antarctica, earning its reputation as one of New Zealand's unique species. Comparatively more luxurious than the rock lobster, its meat is exquisite and rich in flavor. In terms of taste and nutritional value, it surpasses other seafood products, making it an exceptional ingredient for sashimi and congee. Chun, these 2 lobsters were caught by me during a leisurely afternoon. They're a gift for you. This is too precious, Uncle Charles. I cannot accept it. Chen Tianliang, witnessing Charles's eagerness to trade lobsters for a bag of spicy snacks, quickly declined. "Oh, it's merely 2 lobsters. It's no trouble at all." Chen Tianliang intended to refuse again, but upon seeing Charles's earnest expression, he realized that not accepting them would only lead to further insistence. With a resigned smile, he expressed his gratitude, accepting the catch. He reached into the trap and retrieved 2 lively lobsters, placing them into the trap he had just purchased that day. Observing the lively lobsters within the trap, Ah Sang, who had been resting on the ground, also became intrigued. Wong Wong. He approached the trap, tilting his head and curiously observing the pair of lobsters with his paw. Chen Tianliang felt a surge of joy and took out his phone, capturing a couple of photos of the lobsters to send to Zhu Yukai, who was far away in Huaxia. At that moment in Huaxia, it was midday. Zhu Yukai, on a date with a lovely lady at a CAF, heard his phone ring on the table. Politely excusing himself, he picked up the phone and saw a message from Chen Tianliang. Chen Tianliang, let me tell you, buddy, I just traded a bag of spicy snacks for 2 lobsters. Can you believe it? Stop bragging. Do you think those foreigners are foolish enough to exchange lobsters for snacks? Zhu Yukai replied skeptically. Chen Tianliang, I knew you wouldn't believe it. Well, you'll see for yourself when you visit New Zealand. Haha, all right. I'm busy with my date now. I'll call you later. Chen Tianliang, get lost. Wishing you a speedy encounter with some kidney treasure. Chapter 25 The Great Dung. As the water taxi approached the dock at Flip-Flop Island, Charles took the initiative to assist Chen Tianliang in unloading all their belongings onto the shore before waving him farewell. Just before departing, he made sure to remind Chen that if he ever came across any delectable Chinese snacks in the future, he should certainly recommend them. This left Chen Tianliang both amused and exasperated, as he couldn't help but recall the boxes of century eggs and several bottles of stinky tofu stored in his inventory. After seeing Charles off, Chen Tianliang grasped the bird perch with one hand. Pudding the macaw stood obediently on his shoulder, its claws tethered by a flight leash. Continuously calling out, "Hello, hello." Chen Tianliang affectionately stroked its feathers, crouched down, and opened the cat cage. Big Dung cast him a glance, appearing indifferent. After a moment, it leisurely emerged from the cage and perched on the dock, gazing longingly at the distant sunset. Chen Tianliang shook his head with a wry smile. And under the twilight's embrace, the sight of Big Dung's rounded silhouette was quite poetic. He casually retrieved his phone, adjusted the angle, and captured a photograph, intending to use it as his phone's wallpaper. Noticing that Big Dung was not in a hurry to enter the house, Chen Tianliang paid him no mind. He picked up other items and was about to call Ah Sang to help him carry a bag back, only to find that the fellow had already dashed back to the villa with great eagerness. Only Peggy remained beside him, gazing up at him with a dazed expression. However, this little creature, while looking at him, inexplicably had a droplet of glistening saliva trickling from the corner of its mouth. Without a doubt, it was hungry again. Unlocking the door and stepping into the villa, Chen Tianliang made his way directly to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He first set pudding on the newly acquired bird perch shaped like a withered tree trunk, securing the flight leash in place. He then retrieved 2 small plastic cups from the bag and descended to the kitchen. He filled 1 cup with fresh water and took out a few leftover cherries and jackfruit from the fridge, placing them in the other cup. Returning to the master bedroom, he set the cup filled with water and fruit within Pudding's reach. Upon spotting the fruit, Pudding immediately soared to Chen Tianliang, expressing gratitude with a polite, "Thank you. Thank you. Well, I didn't expect you to be so courteous," Chen Tianliang remarked, stroking the feathers atop its head and offering praise before heading back downstairs. He then fetched the newly purchased feeding bowls for Ah Sang, Peggy, and Big Dung, which came in vibrant red, yellow, and blue colors. He filled them with the newly acquired dog food, cat food, and the fruits that Peggy adored. In order to ensure his 3 pets enjoyed their meal, Chen Tianliang had added a few slices of black truffle to their food. Were outsiders to witness this, they would undoubtedly chastise him for squandering such a precious delicacy on animals. Yet, Chen Tianliang held a different perspective. After all, black truffles were abundant in the forest, and enhancing his beloved pet's diet posed no significant loss. Observing how joyfully Sang and Peichi devoured their meal, he was suddenly reminded of Depai. Noticing its absence, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed towards the dock. To his surprise, that plump creature remained seated in the same spot. What could be pondering? Did it think it had been abandoned once more? Stepping out of the villa and onto the dock, Chen Tianliang settled beside Dapai. The twilight sun cast a warm glow upon them, enveloping both man and pet in a golden hue, rendering them akin to a pair of exquisite sculptures. Meow. Dapai lifted its head, fur bristling, casting a wary glance at him. Its expression seemed to convey, "Hurry up and leave me alone. I'm currently preoccupied." Ignoring the feline's demeanor, Chen Tianliang retrieved a sausage from his belongings and began to enjoy it. Dapai twitched its nose, catching the scent. Its attention now fixated on the treat in Chen Tianliang's hand. Meow, its tones softened considerably as it rose, tail erect, approaching Chen Tianliang with an endearing demeanor. Nuzzling against him, "Would you like some?" Chen Tianliang's eyes narrowed slightly, a warm smile gracing his lips as he playfully teased Dapai. Meow, the cat seemed to respond, letting out a soft mew. "Ha, you really are quite pragmatic," Chen Tianliang remarked, lightly tapping Dapai's small head with the sausage, chuckling affectionately. Duppy, fixated on the sausage so close at hand, leapt to snatch it. However, due to its considerable girth and Chen Tianliang's deliberate teasing, it missed, tumbling onto its back with a thud. Seeing the cat gaze at him with such longing, Chen Tianliang ceased his teasing and lifted Dapai into his arms. Finally, Dapai's wish was fulfilled, and it savored the sausage. As Chen Tianliang stroked its soft fur while admiring the sunset, an unexpected sound erupted. "Oh my goodness, Duppy, I have finally discovered the origin of your name. Cough, cough, it's simply unbearable." Chapter 26. The rising sun and the commencement of a busy day after finishing a delectable ham sausage. Chen Tianliang cradled the plump little creature known as Dapi back to the villa. Upon entering, Dapi eagerly squirmed to escape his embrace. Once released, the rotund Dapi, even rounder than Peiqi, swiftly dashed towards the black truffle cat food that Chen Tianliang had prepared for it. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Tianliang returned to the kitchen, retrieving 2 lobsters from the fishing trap. After allowing them to relieve themselves, he began to gather various seasonings. Given the freshness of the lobsters, he deemed it essential to savor the flavors of Chaozhou-style raw marination. Thus, he procured a basin, adding cilantro and small chili peppers, followed by minced garlic and lemon. He then incorporated soy sauce, light soy sauce, sesame oil, white vinegar, and finally, sugar and salt, to ensure no precious marinade went to waste. Chen Tianliang ventured to the nearby rocks to catch 2 lively black gold abalone, slicing them into pieces and adding them to the basin filled with marinade. After covering it with cling film, he placed it in the refrigerator to marinate overnight, anticipating a delightful meal the following day. Having toiled throughout the day, he finally found respite. Instead of indulging in gaming, he gathered Dapi in his arms and called for Asang and Peiqi to return to the bedroom. To prevent Dapi's flatulence from becoming a hazard, Chen Tianliang settled it into the newly purchased cat bed. Upon witnessing Dapi lounging in the cat bed, grooming its belly, Peiqi scampered over to squeeze in beside it. With an annoyed swat, Dapi attempted to dismiss Peiqi, but the latter feigned sleep, squinting with closed eyes. Chen Tianliang shook his head in resignation and, after a hasty shower in the bathroom, turned off the lights and succumbed to a deep slumber on his soft bed. As the morning dawned, the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock. Chen Tianliang stretched lazily, sitting up in bed. He noticed that Asang had already awakened, lying on the pillow and gazing at him with its big, watery eyes. "Time to rise. Time to rise." Pudding, perched by the balcony, spread its wings and began its morning chorus. Indeed, the macaw was rightfully regarded as one of the most intelligent avian species in the world. After completing his morning routine, Chen Tianliang observed that Dapi and Peiqi were still in the depths of slumber. He refrained from waking them and instead beckoned to Asang to accompany him downstairs. He first opened the refrigerator to sample the flavor of the abalone marinated the night prior. Placing a slice in his mouth, he relished its firm, bouncy texture, reminiscent of chewing gum, though slightly tough on the teeth. Yet, with each bite, the flavor intensified delightfully. Satisfied, Chen Tianliang nodded approvingly before returning the marinated dish to its place, intending to invite Connor to taste it when he arrived with the beef and lamb. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of beef brisket brought from his homeland, slicing off a small strip, and, with the fishing trap in hand, stepped outside with a sang. He first checked the fuel tank of the four-wheeled UTV parked in the backyard, discovering it brimmed with gasoline. Chen Tianliang speculated that the system had filled the tank while renovating the island. Indeed, a remarkably conscientious system. It is entirely forgotten that he had previously criticized the system for its frugality. Upon seeing his master settle into the vehicle, Asang promptly leapt aboard, comfortably positioning himself beside Chen Tianliang. With a smile, Chen Tianliang affectionately tousled Asang's head, saying, "Sit tight. We are about to embark." Bark, bark. The four-wheeled UTV roared down the dirt paths of the island, sending a plume of dust soaring behind. In no time, they rounded the mountain's rear and arrived once more at the lake's foot, observing the densely populated eels swimming within. Chen Tianliang vigorously cast the baited fishing trap into the water. After patiently waiting on the shore for over 20 minutes alongside Asang, he finally pulled the trap ashore. As he peered into the trap, he was delighted to discover 3 eels, each as thick as an infant's arm. Elated by this bounty, Chen Tianliang hoisted the trap and, navigating through the forest, drove the UTV back home. Roar! Just as he placed the eels into the sink for cleaning, he heard Asang barking outside the villa. Hastily drying his hands, he stepped out to the dock and spotted a small cargo ship slowly approaching Dragshoe Island. When the vessel docked, a worker disembarked and approached Chen Tianliang. "Sir, this is all the greenery you purchased yesterday from our plant shop. Please verify and sign for it." After confirming the quantities, Chen Tianliang instructed the worker to assist in transporting the seedlings and young fruit trees to the vicinity of the vegetable garden. Once the task was completed, he returned to the villa and retrieved several cans of chilled cola, offering them to the workers. The reason for providing refreshments instead of a tip was due to the sweltering heat of the day, with the sun blazing down as if in a steamer. Additionally, in New Zealand, tipping is generally not customary. Given that tipping was unnecessary and noticing the workers' diligent efforts, Chen Tianliang decided to reward them with a few cans of drink. After bidding farewell to the plant shop workers, he glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. He quickly grabbed a small bucket, instructed Asang to stay and guard the house, and then took Peichi with him to the truffle forest to harvest black truffles. Chapter 27. Arrivals with the experience of yesterday. Chen Tianliang and Peichi worked in greater harmony today as they began to unearth black truffles. Within nearly 2 hours, they accomplished what had taken them an entire morning the previous day, gathering over 1 kilogram of the exquisite fungi. Regrettably, neither he nor his beloved pet had encountered any sign of white truffles. Nevertheless, Chen Tianliang remained undeterred, confident that with such a vast truffle forest under his watch, the day would surely come when he would discover white truffles. Just as he was about to exit the truffle grove with the dirt-covered Peichi, he received a call from the Ram Truffle Workshop, informing him that they had arrived at Slipper Island and were awaiting his presence at the dock. Eagerly, Chen Tianliang encouraged them to come ashore, only to learn that a fierce dog was standing guard at the dock, eyeing them suspiciously. They dared not approach the land. Chen Tianliang shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that the fierce dog they spoke of was none other than his own pet, Asang. He instructed them to wait a moment as he would be there shortly. After ending the call, Chen Tianliang drove his UTV to the living area of the island, accelerating swiftly until he reached his destination. Stepping out of the vehicle, he gazed towards the dock and spotted a beautiful white yacht moored there. Asang stood at the edge of the dock, barking furiously at the individuals aboard the yacht. Upon hearing the sound of the UTV, Asang turned, recognized his master, and joyfully scampered over, wagging his tail. "Good boy, well done. Now go play over there." Chen Tianliang affectionately patted Asang's head before making his way to the dock. Only then did the guests from the yacht dare to come ashore. A young Caucasian man clad in a black suit and sunglasses approached Chen Tianliang, adjusting his attire as he did so. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Mike, sent by Grace to oversee the acquisition of black truffles," he said politely. "Hello, Mr. Mike. Let us discuss this inside," Chen Tianliang replied. Despite having Chen Tianliang's company, Mike couldn't help but cast a wary glance at Asang, who was crouching beside his master. To him, the dog appeared rather intimidating. Not only was it robust, but its fierce gaze was equally unsettling. The scar above its right eye, combined with its indifferent and cold demeanor, sent shivers down his spine. Chen Tianliang chuckled softly, surmising that Mike must be quite apprehensive of dogs in general. Once inside the villa and into the living room, Chen Tianliang handed Mike a bucket filled with black truffles. Mike wasted no time in meticulously examining the quality of the truffles before retrieving a small electronic scale from his bag. After a series of measurements, it was determined that the black truffles Chen Tianliang had harvested weighed a total of 1 kilograms, at a price of 4 New Zealand dollars per gram. The total value of this batch amounted to 400 New Zealand dollars. Mike felt a jolt of excitement, lamenting internally how wonderful it would be to possess such a bountiful truffle farm. After relaying the weight and total price of the black truffles to the Rom Truffle Workshop, within 10 minutes, Chen Tianliang's phone received a notification of the bank transfer. In the bank account, including the recently sold black truffles, the balance stood at 600 New Zealand dollars. The transaction concluded, and Mike did not linger. After bidding farewell to Mike, Chen Tianliang returned to the villa to tidy up the room, simultaneously placing Peach into the bathtub for a bath. He also remembered to carry down the plump Dap from its cozy cat nest. The discontent on Dap's chubby face was evident, disturbed from its slumber. After filling the food bowls for his 3 pets, the phone rang once more. Meanwhile, a dilapidated little boat had docked at the pier. Without a doubt, it was the chickens, ducks, and geese that he had purchased the previous day. Chen Tianliang began assisting in moving the cages of chickens, ducks, and geese onto the pier. After counting and confirming the numbers were correct, he signed for them and settled the remaining payment. Just as the unloading of the chickens, ducks, and geese was completed, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. 60 egg-laying chickens discovered, 50 ducks discovered, 38 Canadian geese discovered. Task 2 completion progress 3-5. Why weren't Dap and Pudding, whom he had adopted, included in the count? Hearing the system's announcement, Chen Tianliang inquired, puzzled. The system responded that pets would not be counted. Well, thankfully he had also purchased alpacas and dairy cows. Otherwise, he feared he would not complete the task today. Chen Tianliang thought with resignation. The owner of the chickens, ducks, and geese reminded Chen Tianliang before leaving that he would return tomorrow to collect the cages. The sounds of clucking and quacking echoed as he looked at the stacked cages at the pier, causing him a slight headache. He had yet to devise a plan for how to accommodate them. It wouldn't do to simply let them roam freely on the island. Setting aside the challenges of collecting eggs in the future, catching chickens and geese would require him to chase them across the hills. Moreover, the issue of chicken, duck, and goose droppings was paramount. Chickens were manageable, but the ducks and geese, being quite prolific, would pose a significant challenge. Chen Tianliang certainly did not want his beautiful little island sullied by their waste. Thus, he needed to designate a fixed area for the chickens, ducks, and geese, allowing them to live freely there. This would ease the process of egg collection and capture in the future. Consequently, he backed the UTV off the dock, stacking the cages containing the chickens, ducks, and geese in the rear compartment. After several trips back and forth, he finally transported them all to the rear of the villa. He then exited the vehicle and entered the warehouse, hoping to find some useful tools within. Chapter 28. Completion of Task 2, to his surprise. The tools in the warehouse were quite comprehensive. Not only were there various mechanical implements for tilling and weeding, but also an abundance of wooden planks. Judging by the pristine condition of the mechanical tools, they had evidently been restored to their original state by the system. Having access to wooden planks was advantageous, as it allowed him to construct a wooden fence around the vegetable garden, designating it as the living quarters for chickens, ducks, and geese. Moreover, being in proximity to the garden would enable him to conveniently transport the manure produced by these birds to be used as fertilizer. It is well known that the droppings of chickens, ducks, and geese constitute a superior fertilizer, rich in efficacy, cost-effective, and widely available. Chicken manure contains nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, along with a variety of trace elements essential for flowering plants. Duck manure possesses a similar nutritional profile. Regular application of chicken and duck manure can enhance soil quality, rendering it loose and fertile, while simultaneously improving its capacity to retain nutrients and moisture. Plants nourished with such manure exhibit vigorous growth, abundant branching, larger leaves, and more splendid blooms that last longer. However, fresh chicken and duck manure cannot be applied directly. It must first undergo fermentation and maturation. As someone born from the vast black soil of northeast Huaxia, Chen Tianliang was well aware of these practices. Nevertheless, he found himself in a bit of a quandary. It seemed that he would not be able to enjoy a moment's rest in the near future. In addition to foraging for black truffles each day, he would also need to cultivate the land, plant vegetables, and grow fruit-bearing trees. Beyond these tasks, each morning would require him to feed the chickens and ducks, as well as milk the cows. Furthermore, he had 4 pets in the house that demanded his care. Alas, this was indeed the pastoral life he had envisioned. Sitting in the warehouse, Chen Tianliang let out a deep sigh. Initially, he had contemplated hiring 1 or 2 workers, but after learning from Mrs. Nancy that there were no labor agencies in the vicinity of Taoyuan, he realized that he would need to travel 100 kilometers to Hamilton to find help. Consequently, he had to temporarily abandon this idea. Setting aside his distractions, Chen Tianliang rose, retrieved a hammer and some nails from the warehouse, and carried several planks outside. Before commencing work, he sought out a suitable plot of empty land and began to devise a plan for the construction. After deliberation, he decided to design the living quarters for the chickens, ducks, and geese in a square shape. He opted for a square rather than a circular or hexagonal design, believing it to be more time-efficient and labor-saving. Just as he was engrossed in his work, perspiring profusely, a call came in from Connor. "Hey, buddy, I've arrived on the island. Where are you?" "Oh, my apologies, Connor. I'm working behind the villa." Chen Tianliang wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke into the phone. "All right, just wait for me back there. I'll bring over the cows and alpacas right away." Chen Tianliang expressed his gratitude to Connor and diligently resumed his tasks. Moo! Ba before long, he heard the sounds of cattle and sheep approaching from behind. Setting down the planks, he turned to see Connor, accompanied by his beloved dog Jason, herding 2 Holstein cows and 5 alpacas toward him. One sprawled on the grassy ground. Asang was roused by a sound and sprang up, dashing toward Jason. Jason, upon seeing Asang, was equally delighted, and the 2 canines began to frolic and race around the meadow. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. 2 Holstein cows detected. 5 alpacas detected. Congratulations, host, for completing the animal husbandry collection task. Reward: Animal Affinity. As the name suggests, Animal Affinity allows the host to designate a specific animal for binding, instantly maximizing its affection. Once bound, the animal will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host, and its intelligence will experience a slight enhancement, enabling it to comprehend simple commands issued by the host. There is no limit to the number of bindings. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Chen Tianliang stood frozen in place. This skill was incredibly practical for someone who had 4 pets. He pondered the possibilities of applying this skill to marine creatures, envisioning what it would be like to bind a whale or a shark. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality when Connor waved his hand before his eyes. "Hey, buddy, what are you thinking about?" Chen Tianliang snapped back to attention, awkwardly scratching his head. "Ah, sorry, Connor. I was just contemplating where to raise these alpacas and cows." Connor chuckled. "That excuse is a bit far-fetched. Don't they have their own pens?" "Of course. They should be kept there." He pointed towards the nearby barn and sheepfold, laughing heartily. Chapter 29. Facing the Sea. Spring blossoms. Chen Tianliang chuckled softly before inquiring how Connor had arrived. Connor replied that he had come by jet ski. Chen Tianliang was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his bewilderment, Connor elaborated that he had arranged for a small cargo ship to transport the livestock. Displeased with the vessel's sluggish speed, he decided to take the jet ski for a spin on the ocean, waiting until the cargo ship was near before boarding it to Slipper Island. A dawn of understanding washed over Chen Tianliang. Intrigued by Connor's jet ski, he expressed a desire to see it. However, he was swamped with tasks and could not spare the time. Observing his conflicted expression, along with the surrounding greenery and the flock of chickens, ducks, and geese, Connor immediately grasped the situation. He smiled and remarked that there was not much work at Bumblebee Farm these days, as his parents could manage it. allowing him to stay temporarily on Slipper Island to lend a hand. Once they finished their chores, he promised to take Chen Tianliang for a ride on the jet ski. He also mentioned that he had brought along a surfboard. Chen Tianliang was overjoyed upon hearing this, enthusiastically exclaiming how wonderful it was. "Buddy, I must tell you in advance. I'm happy to help out, but you must treat me well." Connor playfully draped his hand over Chen Tianliang's shoulder. In a cheerful mood, Chen Tianliang replied, "Haha, of course. I had prepared some exquisite Chinese cuisine last night. Just waiting to treat you." "Really? I adore Chinese food. By the way, do you have any beer?" Connor's eyes lit up as he continued to inquire. "Haha, indeed. Anything you desire, my friend. I can provide. That is fantastic. Let us get to work then." "Absolutely." With that, the two began by herding the alpacas into the pen and guiding the two Holstein cows into the barn. Connor, noticing the chicken coop that Chen Tianliang had barely constructed, found it unsightly and volunteered to take over the task of building the poultry area. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang fetched a lawnmower from the storage room and began to clear the weeds in the vegetable garden. By early afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead, the two were drenched in sweat, but had successfully completed the cleaning of both the poultry area and the vegetable garden. They led their two dogs into the villa. While Connor explored the surroundings, Chen Tianliang returned to his bedroom to change into a pair of loose beach shorts and a sports tank top, slipping on flip-flops as he descended the stairs. "Buddy, your place is simply amazing," Connor exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chen Tianliang descend from upstairs. Chen Tianliang smiled and headed to the kitchen, retrieving 2 cans of Tsingtao beer that he had brought from home, tossing one to Connor. "Your farm isn't too shabby either." No, while my farm is decent, it lacks the sea." Connor shook his head and settled onto the sofa, continuing, "I once read a piece by a Chinese poet online, and I felt it resonated beautifully with the ambience here." His opening was as follows. As he spoke, Connor pondered and began to recite in English. "From tomorrow on, I shall be a happy person, feeding horses, chopping wood, and traveling the world. From tomorrow on, I shall care for grains and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, where spring blossoms abound." Chen Tianliang never anticipated that Connor had indeed read the works of the modern poet Heisey. Thus, he joined in the recitation, "From tomorrow on, I will correspond with every family member, sharing my happiness. The joyful lightning that speaks to me, I shall convey to all. I shall bestow a warm name upon every river and mountain. To strangers, I also extend my blessings. May you have a brilliant future. May you find love and companionship. May you attain happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea, where spring blossoms flourish." Chen Tianliang clapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Connor, my friend, I never imagined you would recite the modern poetry of our homeland." Connor smiled proudly, replying, "Indeed, this is my favorite piece. It resonates with the life of us farmers." "Well then, my friend, we have ample time to appreciate your literary prowess, but for now, let us fill our stomachs, as we have much work ahead this afternoon." With that, Chen Tianliang rose and headed to the kitchen, retrieving the marinated Chaozhou-style raw seafood from the refrigerator and placing it on the island. Observing the 2 large lobsters soaked in seasoning, Connor's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my, is this lobster sashimi?" "Haha, this is not sashimi. It is a style of raw preparation from our homeland, known as Chaozhou-style raw marinated seafood." "Zhou, raw marinated?" Connor looked at Chen Tianliang in confusion. Chen Tianliang smiled and nodded gently, encouraging Connor to give it a try. With some hesitation, Connor accepted the chopsticks offered to him and picked up a piece of the marinated black gold abalone, placing it in his mouth. Chapter 30. Completing the first round of island tasks after savoring the dish, Connor nodded repeatedly, utterly impressed by the exquisite flavor. It was his first experience tasting such a preparation of the black gold abalone. Seeing his delight, Chen Tianliang presented him with a marinated lobster, weighing no less than 3 pounds. He halved the lobster and invited Connor to indulge once more. Meanwhile, he retrieved some rye bread from the refrigerator and placed it in the oven for a brief warming. The two of them enjoyed the meal together, pairing the succulent lobster meat, which was translucent and tender, with the bread. The texture was far more delicate than that of boiled lobster, the meat melting in the mouth like jelly. The flavor was a delightful medley of sweet, sour, and spicy notes from the marinade, truly appetizing. Fearing an upset stomach, Chen Tianliang and Connor refrained from drinking beer, opting instead for a pot of hot tea. After lunch, Chen Tianliang arranged a guest room for Connor on the second floor, and they returned to their respective rooms for a brief respite. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, they ventured to the vegetable garden behind the villa. The two collaborated to release the chickens, ducks, and geese that Chen Tianliang had purchased into the newly constructed poultry area. Chen Tianliang then retrieved a tiller from the warehouse and began to cultivate the soil in the garden, while Connor selected a plot of land to establish a strawberry patch. To prevent cattle and sheep from trampling the young strawberry plants, Connor needed to construct a wooden fence around the designated area. Without further ado, they set to work in the backyard of the main villa, bustling with energy. The sounds of tools clanging and machinery whirring filled the air. However, the lively pets on the island were not about to let them work in peace. "Hey, Jason, give me back the hammer. Paige, stop digging in front of the tiller. We don't need your help here." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the lazy pig finally roused from slumber and ambled to the back of the villa. Upon seeing the fertile soil in the garden, it instinctively felt a tug of excitement. With a swift dash, it plunged into the freshly tilled earth, unceremoniously relieving itself on the freshly worked soil. Afterward, it quickly scraped its hind legs to cover the fertilizer it had just deposited. With a now empty belly, hunger surged within, prompting it to scan the surroundings for something to eat. At that moment, its eyes caught sight of nearly 200 lively chickens, ducks, and geese in the poultry area, and its round eyes sparkled with delight. Crouching low, it cautiously slipped through the fence. Just as it prepared to launch its ambush, it suddenly felt a shadow loom over it. Turning slowly, it found a Canadian goose glaring menacingly at it. Meow, honk, cluck. The poultry area erupted into chaos, with chickens flapping and cats leaping in disarray. Before long, the pig found itself in a rather embarrassing predicament, fleeing in disarray. Chen Tianliang, witnessing the spectacle, burst into laughter. After tilling the soil, Chen Tianliang bent down to grasp a handful of earth, assessing its moisture content. He then fetched a hose from the warehouse, connected it to the faucet, and watered the freshly prepared vegetable patch before commencing the division of the garden plots. The vegetable garden is a square plot, approximately 3 acres in size, equating to around 2,000 square meters. He has divided the garden into several squares, each designated for the cultivation of a distinct vegetable. The remaining area is intended for planting high-yield potatoes. Cultivating these vegetables is not a task to be accomplished hastily. Therefore, his initial task is to select 5 types of vegetable seedlings and transplant them into the soil, completing the system-issued Task 1 before proceeding further. Consequently, he chooses 5 varieties from the morning's delivery of seedlings: tomatoes, cantaloupe, bell peppers, onions, and peas, each in a separate pot. He plants them according to the designated areas. While engaged in this gardening endeavor, he recalls a game produced by Penguin Company that he once played called Penguin Farm, where he similarly cultivated various vegetables. He remembers that during his visits to the internet CAF, his first action was to harvest his crops before attempting to steal from others. Little did he realize that years later, he would find himself abroad, partaking in a genuine farming experience. As the 5 vegetable seedlings are nestled into the soil, he is reminded of the system's voice. Planting tomatoes, planting bell peppers, planting congratulations. Host, you have completed the task of planting 5 types of fruit trees or vegetables. Reward, skill for accelerated plant growth. Just when Chen Tianliang believed the notifications had concluded, the system's voice continued. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first round of island tasks. Activating Rich Toy Discount Mall. Activation period: 24 hours now. The second round of island tasks is released. Chapter 31. Setting sail on a jet ski. Task 1. Cultivate 300 acres of acacia grapes. Reward: Master Level Sommelier. Task 2. Purchase a fishing vessel. Reward: The friendship of the Maori people. Task 3. Collect a white truffle weighing over 250 grams. Reward: Unlimited regeneration of black truffles. Upon reviewing the newly released island tasks, Chen Tianliang perceived that the challenges presented this time were considerably more formidable than those of the initial round. Take Task 3. For instance, a white truffle exceeding 250 grams command a market price of approximately 80,000 New Zealand dollars. Thus far, he had yet to encounter even a gram of white truffle, and the prospect of discovering one weighing over 250 grams seemed an elusive dream. Furthermore, what on earth could the friendship of the Maori entail, as per Task 2? Faced with the realization that none of these tasks could be swiftly accomplished, Chen Tianliang decided not to dwell on them further. His primary concern was the enigmatic luxury toy discount mall. He had attempted to inquire with the system, only to receive a response of "please wait" in anticipation. Resigned, Chen Tianliang could only hope that the morrow would arrive swiftly. After working for a while longer, he conferred with Connor and decided to conclude their efforts for the day, postponing the remainder until tomorrow. Having wrapped up a fulfilling day, the two returned to their respective rooms in the villa to take refreshing showers. Post-bath, Chen Tianliang entered the kitchen to clean and prepare 3 eels he had caught earlier that morning. He placed them in a basin, adding cooking wine along with ginger, garlic, and scallions for marination. Just then, he greeted Connor, who had just descended the stairs. "Thanks for your hard work today, Connor." "Ha, it's nothing. I haven't engaged in such tasks for a while. It feels quite enjoyable. By the way, mate, now that our work is done, how about we go surfing?" Upon hearing Connor mention surfing, Chen Tianliang's interest was instantly piqued. Checking the time, he noted that it was still not yet 4 in the afternoon, and the oppressive heat outside was unbearable. He concluded that a swim in the ocean was indeed a splendid idea. Without hesitation, he agreed. Chen Tianliang did not return upstairs to change into swim trunks. Instead, he donned beach shorts and a sports tank top before stepping out with Connor. Asang and Jason, seeing their respective masters leave the house, followed closely behind. The only ones remaining at home were Peichi and the eagerly staring large Pai, who was anxiously awaiting pudding. As they arrived at the dock, Chen Tianliang's eyes fell upon a striking red jet ski moored nearby. The sight of the sleek vessel ignited a wave of excitement within him. This was the first time in his life he had encountered a jet ski in reality. Noticing Chen Tianliang's exhilaration, Connor proudly began to introduce his jet ski. "This jet ski is a Yamaha FX SV Cho, which I recently purchased from Auckland for 37,000 New Zealand dollars. It measures 3.58 meters in length and 1.27 meters in width, with a dry weight of 398 kilograms, accommodating up to 3 riders. It features a dual throttle control system. Equipped with a 70-liter fuel tank, it boasts a robust 1812cc Yamaha 4-cylinder, 4-stroke, water-cooled marine engine. This vessel can cruise at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, with a maximum velocity reaching up to 125 kilometers per hour. According to Connor, this is a high-performance recreational jet ski introduced by Yamaha for the premium consumer market. The craft also features dual waterproof marine speakers, a fully functional infotainment system, and numerous elements designed to enhance maneuverability and comfort. After a brief introduction, Connor hopped onto the jet ski and called out to Chen Tianliang, who remained on the dock. "Come on, I'll take you for a spin first, then you can try your hand at driving." "What about you?" Chen Tianliang asked, slightly taken aback. "I got a surfboard here." "Well, all right then." Chen Tianliang conceded, taking a seat behind Connor. "Hold on tight, we're off." No sooner had he finished speaking than Connor, with a hearty laugh, revved the engine. In an instant, the jet ski shot forward like an arrow, sending waves splashing over 2 meters high on either side. Particularly at the stern, the spray soared over 4 meters. The sea breeze whipped against Chen Tianliang's face as the jet ski raced across the ocean, roaring with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Asang and Jason watched anxiously from the dock, pacing back and forth as their respective owners sped away. "How does this feel?" Connor shouted over the roar of the engine. "What did you say?" Chen Tianliang yelled in response. At that moment, he witnessed an unforgettable sight. As Connor deftly maneuvered the jet ski, several unidentified creatures leaped out of the water on either side of them. "Whoa, what on earth is that?" Chen Tianliang exclaimed, startled and involuntarily cursing. Chapter 32. What shall we have for dinner? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that what had leaped from the sea were, in fact, numerous dolphins. Ever since Chen Tianliang had arrived in Tauranga 2 days prior and witnessed the dolphins, he had conducted some research online. New Zealand, surrounded by the ocean, boasts a coastline that stretches approximately 15,000 kilometers, along with 34 marine reserves. The waters are abundant, with flourishing kelp forests, schools of fish, and various cetaceans. There are 9 species of dolphins that inhabit the waters near New Zealand. The dolphins Chen Tianliang observed now were one of those 9, the dark-spotted dolphin. These creatures are exclusively found in the southern hemisphere and are known for their playful nature. Each one is a curious being drawn to novel experiences. They swim alongside boats, darting through the water with great agility, leaping from the waves, and even performing somersaults in midair. The dark-spotted dolphins seem to possess an innate fondness for humans. Whenever they see people swimming in the ocean, they eagerly approach, as if to say, "Hey, look, you should swim like me. Your technique is all wrong. You're moving too slowly." As the speedboat raced across the water, several dark-spotted dolphins frolicked in its wake, leaping from the surface and sending up sprays of water that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. Connor steered the jet ski to a stop approximately 2 kilometers away from Slipper Island. From this vantage point, Chen Tianliang could clearly see the beach of Tauranga not far off. The clarity was due to the fact that Slipper Island was merely 5 or 6 kilometers from the mainland. Connor asked Chen Tianliang to toss the surfboard that was trailing behind the boat into the sea. Then, without warning, he stood up and dove into the water while Chen Tianliang was still trying to comprehend his actions. "Wait, you just left me here?" Chen Tianliang stared blankly at the ocean's surface. Clearly, he had overthought it. Moments later, Connor surfaced, wiping his face and grinning at Chen Tianliang. "Hey, buddy, I'll teach you how to operate the jet ski, and then I'll ride the surfboard while you pull me along." "Connor, is it really that easy to handle? I hope I don't accidentally run you over." Chen Tianliang replied nervously, glancing at the unfamiliar buttons on the jet ski. "Don't worry, it's quite manageable." Connor reassured him, then earnestly began instructing Chen Tianliang on how to operate the watercraft. First, he fitted a safety lanyard around Chen Tianliang's wrist, explaining that the end of the lanyard was connected to the ignition key. Its primary purpose was to ensure that if the driver fell into the water, the lanyard would pull the key from the ignition, causing the jet ski to automatically shut off. After that, they practiced starting the engine, and Chen Tianliang quickly realized that it was not overly complicated. It was quite similar to riding a motorcycle. Before long, he was adeptly maneuvering the jet ski. Once Connor noticed Chen Tianliang's newfound confidence in navigating the waters, he signaled for him to come to a stop. From the box of the jet ski, he retrieved a water ski rope measuring over 20 meters in length, securing one end to the rear of the jet ski. Grasping the handle at the other end of the rope, he swam towards the nearby surfboard. After slipping his feet into the straps of the surfboard, he turned to Chen Tianliang, gesturing an OK sign. Observing this, Chen Tianliang took a deep breath to alleviate his tension and excitement, igniting the jet ski's engine. The jet ski gradually accelerated, distancing itself from Connor. At that moment, Connor, standing on the surfboard, began to glide along the water's surface, pulled by the jet ski's wake. Meanwhile, several dolphins, which they had encountered earlier, reappeared, seemingly escorting Connor as they danced gracefully on either side of him. After indulging in a share of fun, Connor switched places with Chen Tianliang. Overcoming the initial anxiety of surfing behind the jet ski, Chen Tianliang finally experienced the allure of water sports. In that instant, he realized that the thought of purchasing a yacht or a fishing boat felt rather distant for him at this moment. Why not start with a jet ski for some enjoyment? Owning a jet ski would also facilitate his travels to Tarawa. The mere thought of driving a jet ski, accompanied by beautiful women across the ocean, filled Chen Tianliang with exhilaration. Throughout the afternoon, the two remained on the water. After tiring of their adventures, they sat side by side on the jet ski, gazing at the bikini-clad beauties on the nearby Tarawa beach. At that moment, Connor suddenly turned to Chen Tianliang with a smile and asked, "Chen, what shall we have for dinner? What shall we eat?" Chen Tianliang murmured, frowning slightly at Connor's question. Initially, he had intended to treat Connor to some fresh seafood and eel, but he anticipated that Connor would spend the entire day on the island helping him. Furthermore, they had already consumed the fresh lobster for lunch, and serving only eel for dinner would seem rather meager. However, apart from the eel, his pantry held only the seasonings and food he had brought from his homeland, most of which were instant meals, hardly suitable for a proper feast. Thus, he inquired if Connor had any cravings. Connor cheerfully expressed his desire for a huaxia hot pot, recalling a memorable experience he had in Auckland. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang responded with a smile, "Then we shall have hot pot for dinner. However, before we indulge, we must make a trip to the supermarket to procure some beef and lamb." Connor dismissed the idea of a grocery run, suggesting instead that they could order takeout once they reached the island, mentioning a hot pot restaurant that offered delivery services. Chen Tianliang was momentarily taken aback. Although the takeout industry exists in many countries, the notion of having a hot pot restaurant delivered to the island seemed far-fetched. He recalled a video he had seen of a Mongolian man ordering takeout in the vast grasslands. "Don't worry, just place the order, and they will surely deliver," Connor reassured him, patting Chen Tianliang's shoulder with a grin. Since Connor has given his approval, Chen Tianliang no longer dwells on it. "Since we have chosen to indulge in hot pot, let us venture into the sea to catch a couple of fish to savor." "Excellent. I just happen to have brought my fishing spear." Chapter 33. Underwater Fishing, a Spear Gun. Chen Tianliang followed the direction of Connor's outstretched hand and beheld a peculiar object resembling a firearm, complete with a trigger, which Connor retrieved from the other side of the motorboat. "So this is a spear gun," Chen Tianliang mused, his naivety evident as he was, after all, a man from the northeast who had never encountered such a device before. Noticing Chen Tianliang's keen interest in the spear gun, Connor proceeded to instruct him on its usage. Once Chen Tianliang grasped the technique, the two friends leaped into the water together. To Chen Tianliang's surprise, the temperature of the sea was not as frigid as he had anticipated. Rather, it was refreshingly cool against the backdrop of the sweltering heat. Though it was his inaugural swim in the ocean, he was no stranger to the art of swimming. Back home, he often accompanied Zhu Yukai to the swimming pool to admire the ladies. Naturally, one could not merely spectate. He had to partake in the activity as well. Gradually, he became adept at swimming, developing a robust physique in the process. It is worth noting that swimming engages the muscles of the entire body, a fact that raises questions about why Zhu Yukai did not achieve similar results. Submerging himself in the water, Chen Tianliang slowly opened his eyes to a world awash in azure. Peering downward in curiosity, he marveled at the crystal-clear sea, where a multitude of nameless fish frolicked freely. At that moment, he felt as though he had stumbled into a wondrous realm. The seabed was adorned with vibrant green seaweed, swaying gently like a forest. The corals, resplendent in their myriad colors, resembled branches or rainbows, captivating his gaze. From a distance, the corals resembled blooming peonies, enticing the fish to draw near. Following Connor, Chen Tianliang continued to dive deeper, and upon closer inspection, the corals appeared to sway like skirts, with numerous colorful fish darting among them. It seemed as if the expansive coral formations served as an ideal hide-and-seek playground. He even spotted a sea turtle gliding silently nearby. In the distance, clusters of jellyfish floated gracefully, each resembling a colorful cloud, ethereal and light. Underwater, Connor gestured towards the front, prompting Chen Tianliang to look in that direction. There, he noticed a vibrant red pagris major leisurely swimming along the seabed. Chen Tianliang signaled an OK gesture to Connor, then stealthily approached the fish, spear gun in hand. Once he was within a suitable range, he raised the spear gun and took aim. With a swift decision, he pulled the trigger. The spear shot forth with a whoosh. The first shot, a moment of longing and remembrance. Alas, he had miscalculated. The inaugural shot landed with a resounding success, effortlessly striking the delectable-looking pagris major. Connor gave him a thumbs up in commendation. Just as Chen Tianliang was about to respond, Connor, having been submerged for too long, neared his limit and needed to surface for air. Unperturbed by weather, Chen Tianliang understood. He communicated with hand signals before swimming towards the surface. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang, endowed with remarkable lung capacity, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to test how long he could hold his breath underwater. Retrieving his fish arrow and removing the freshly caught golden-eyed snapper from its tip, he then spotted another fish, known as the horse-faced fish or the skinned fish, and colloquially referred to as the fish in China. This fish is an exceptional ingredient for hot pot. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly inserted the fish arrow back into the gun and took another shot. One must admit, Chen Tianliang's luck today was indeed remarkable. Both shots struck true. Just as Connor, seated on the motorboat, grew increasingly anxious about Chen Tianliang's prolonged absence from the surface and was about to plunge back into the sea, Chen Tianliang abruptly emerged from the tranquil waters. "Ow shit, Chen, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you had drowned." Upon seeing Chen Tianliang safe and sound, Connor finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Haha, look at what I've caught," Chen Tianliang exclaimed, raising his right hand to reveal 3 fish. Connor, delighting in the moment, eagerly took the 3 sea fish from Chen Tianliang's grasp, 2 golden-eyed snappers and 1 horse-faced fish. "All right, we should head back." After placing the 3 fish into the motorboat's storage compartment, Connor reached out, intending to pull Chen Tianliang onto the boat. However, Chen Tianliang remained unresponsive. "Wait a moment. I just spotted several lobsters near the underwater reefs. Let me dive down once more to catch them. We'll enjoy lobster for dinner tonight." With that, Chen Tianliang dove back into the depths. Connor could only shake his head with a wry smile. Just as Chen Tianliang successfully captured 2 large lobsters, weighing 3 to 4 pounds each, and was preparing to return, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound. It resembled the wailing of an infant, soft and plaintive, akin to a little creature crying. It was a sound he had never encountered before. Driven by curiosity, he followed the noise. Upon discovering the source of the strange sound, Chen Tianliang's eyes widened in shock, and a look of terror washed over his face. What he beheld was utterly astonishing. Chapter 34. Binding a pet before him was a magnificent orca, famously known as the street rogue of the ocean. This orca, approximately 5 meters in length, boasted a striking black and white skin that resembled a fierce yet adorable mobster in a tuxedo. As it leisurely swam towards him, Chen Tianliang would be lying if he claimed not to be terrified. After all, he was facing a creature that epitomized the dominance of the sea. His heart raced with fear, and the urge to flee surged within him, yet it was far too late for escape. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the animal affinity reward granted by the system upon completing Task 2. He hastily inquired how to utilize this skill, hoping to bind the orca as his pet before it could strike. This, he believed, could offer him a sliver of hope. However, the system's subsequent response ignited his frustration, and he found himself cursing its incompetence. It turned out that the animal affinity skill could only be activated after the host made close contact with the creature they wished to bind. Thus, he would need to touch the orca to trigger the skill. Indeed, in this age of countless systems, half of them were nothing short of traps. With no time to spare for escape, he lacked the courage to approach the creature as if it were a mere trifle. Meanwhile, in a cozy corner, Big P was quietly letting out a little toot. As the orca drew ever closer, Chen Tianliang vividly imagined the moment it would snap him in two with its cavernous maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. Realizing that escape was futile, he steeled himself, abandoning the 2 large lobsters he had just caught. Gripping his spear with both hands, he resolved to strike a fatal blow the moment the orca opened its mouth before him, determined to fight to the bitter end. Such noble intentions were futile, however, for he was utterly ignorant of the nature of this colossal marine beast. If the orca truly intended to attack, it would hardly grant him the luxury of time. He would have been devoured long ago. Just as he was nervously preparing to make the first move, the orca swung sharply in front of him, veering towards his back. It was over. He felt a chill of despair wash over him. The resistance of the water restricted his movements far more than he would have experienced on land. As he closed his eyes, lamenting the abrupt end to his life, he suddenly felt a cool sensation brush against his back, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Realizing what had just occurred, Chen Tianliang spun around, his gaze locking onto the orca's eye, which was about the size of a ball. What was happening? Was it hesitating to strike? With a tentative heart, he slowly raised his hand, attempting to touch the orca's skin. To his surprise, the orca seemed to respond, nudging its large, adorable head against his palm. Its cries, reminiscent of a baby whale, made it difficult for Chen Tianliang to reconcile such a tender sound with the imposing figure of the orca. System. Quickly, I've touched it. Activate the skill now. At the moment Chen Tianliang successfully touched the orca, his heart surged with excitement, urging the system to hasten the binding process with the magnificent creature before him. Animal name, Orca, age, 10 years, initiating binding. As the system's voice resonated in Chen Tianliang's mind, he felt an inexplicable connection forming with the orca. The orca, which had been nuzzling his palm, abruptly ceased its actions, locking eyes with Chen Tianliang in an intense gaze. Gradually, he discerned a flicker of joy and affection in its eyes. Binding successful, congratulations to the host for binding the first pet. As a reward for this inaugural binding, the system generously granted the host a random talent. Ding! Reward. Artistic talent. Upon successfully binding, Chen Tianliang, brimming with excitement, chose to ignore the system's reward and engaged in playful antics with the young orca. He discovered that the creature was remarkably intelligent, capable of understanding his gestures. Like a well-trained police dog, it spun when commanded and blew bubbles on cue. Observing the orca's striking black and white skin, reminiscent of a dapper gentleman in a tuxedo, he cleverly named it Abeo, a nod to the stylish criminal archetype and fittingly belonging to the A nomenclature. As he lost himself in joyful play with Abeo, he completely forgot the duration he had spent underwater. Gradually, discomfort began to creep into his legs, akin to a cramp. Realizing the peril he was in, he understood that if he did not return to the motorboat soon, he could be in serious danger. However, the cramping had rendered his left leg unresponsive. In that critical moment, Abeo, sensing his distress, swiftly swam beneath him, allowing Chen Tianliang to mount its back, and then propelled him rapidly towards the surface. On the surface, Connor, noticing that Chen Tianliang had been submerged for quite some time, grew anxious. Just as he was about to plunge into the water, a thunderous splash erupted nearby, sending waves several meters high into the air as a colossal black and white figure breached the surface. The sudden commotion startled Connor, causing him to inadvertently fall into the water. His eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Chen Tianliang perched atop the orca's back. After surfacing, Chen Tianliang promptly began to massage his cramped left leg. After a few moments of kneading, the discomfort subsided. Grateful for his rescue, he excitedly patted Abeo's head, offering words of praise. In response to his admiration, Abeo emitted its characteristic gentle sounds. Riding on Abeo's back, Chen Tianliang glided across the water's surface with the same thrill as riding a motorboat, reveling in the freedom of the ocean. Meanwhile, Connor, relieved to see him safe, could only smile in resignation. Not particularly astonished by the sight of Chen Tianliang riding an orca, the northern Chinese man's ignorance of the creature's nature did not reflect the knowledge of Connor, a local of New Zealand. Though orcas are apex predators of the ocean, they possess high intelligence and exhibit a remarkable friendliness toward humans. In New Zealand, there has never been an incident of a wild orca harming a human. Just as Chen Tianliang attempted to rise while riding on the back of the orca, he suddenly sensed something amiss. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a chilling draft beneath him. Instinctively, he looked down. Goodness, where have my beach shorts vanished to? Chapter 35. Sherry Vivian. To prevent Connor from sensing anything amiss, Chen Tianliang allowed the discomfort in his legs to subside before sending Abeo back beneath the waves. He then swam naked to retrieve his solitary pair of swim trunks floating on the surface, donning them before returning to the motorboat. Chen, do you have an oxygen tank lodged in your chest? I just calculated your dive time, and you've been submerged for a full 20 minutes. If you could hold on a bit longer, you might just break the Guinness World Record. Connor exclaimed dramatically as Chen Tianliang boarded the motorboat. Oh, Chen Tianliang replied, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated remaining underwater for such an extended period. Curiously, he inquired about the current record holder's underwater breath-holding capacity. Connor informed him that a remarkable individual from Spain had managed to hold his breath for an astonishing 24 minutes and 3 seconds, a feat that remains unmatched to this day. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang responded with an "oh," contemplating that in the future, should he dive again in the presence of others, he must exercise caution to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Just as the two mounted the motorboat, Chen Tianliang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no!" Connor quickly inquired what was wrong. Chen explained that while he had been amusing himself with a killer whale, he had suffered a cramp in his leg and inadvertently dropped his spear gun into the ocean. Without hesitation, he prepared to dive back in, but Connor promptly stopped him, insisting that Chen remain on the boat while he searched for it. He was not keen on waiting around for Chen to resurface again. Chen Tianliang sheepishly scratched his head. With a splash, Connor leaped into the sea. Shortly thereafter, not only did he retrieve the spear gun, but he also managed to catch 2 lobsters larger than the ones Chen had previously discarded. After pulling Connor back onto the motorboat, they finally made their way back to Flip-Flop Island. Their excursion had taken them into the dusk. On the beach, 2 dogs, who had anxiously awaited their master's return, rushed toward them upon spotting Chen Tianliang and Connor. Even Peach, who had been lounging at the villa's entrance, scampered over to greet them. Upon entering the villa, Chen Tianliang placed the freshly caught fish and lobsters into the sink, then, under Connor's guidance, ordered a hot pot takeaway via his phone. Much to his surprise, the Chinese hot pot restaurant Connor recommended not only offered delivery, but also provided free service for orders over 80 NZD within a 25-kilometer radius. Furthermore, orders over 120 NZD came with a complimentary pot, and it was a split pot at that. Mindful of Connor's aversion to overly spicy food, Chen specifically chose a tomato broth and a Sichuan spicy broth. For the ingredients, he selected beef marrow, beef tongue, tripe pork throat, layered stomach pig intestines, and slices of beef and lamb, opting not to order any vegetables. The total came to 120 NZD. After placing the order, he began preparing for dinner. Although Connor was a guest, he did not remain idle. He proactively helped Chen Tianliang arrange some indoor plants he had purchased the previous day, placing them in various corners of the villa. With the addition of greenery and flowers, the villa was infused with a vibrant atmosphere. Before the delivery arrived, Chen Tianliang first cleaned 3 sea fish. Due to only catching a single mullet, it was insufficient for a dish featuring 2 preparations. Thus, he resorted to slicing it into fillets, reserving 1 golden snapper for a hot pot. As for the liver of the mullet, he did not discard it. Instead, he set it aside to pair with the remaining golden snapper for sashimi. The liver of this fish is tinted a delicate pink, rich in oils, with a flavor that is both sweet and savory, providing a smooth and refined texture, a truly delectable sashimi dish. Meow upon awakening. The plump cat sensed the aroma of fresh fish, wobbling down the stairs, its round belly nearly grazing the steps. Upon reaching the kitchen, it settled at Chen Tianliang's feet, gazing up at the enticing fish on the island counter. It attempted to leap onto the counter with its agile reflexes, but its weight ultimately limited its aspirations. Observing its futile attempts, Chen Tianliang could only chuckle softly and pay it no mind. He then retrieved 2 lobsters from the sink, proceeded to remove their shells, and chopped them into pieces with the back of his knife. He placed them in a bowl, adding a splash of pre-prepared ginger and scallion water, cooking wine, egg white, and starch before vigorously mixing the ingredients into a paste. Thus, a simple lobster paste was crafted. For aesthetics, he shaped the paste into balls the size of ping-pong balls, placing them atop a bed of lettuce on a plate, and adorned the dish with the lobster heads and tails. Having completed these preparations, he did not forget to take out the eel he had caught that morning from the refrigerator. Initially, he intended to prepare a grilled eel dish, but time was short, leading him to opt for a traditional chowjo casserole instead. Just as he finished cooking and had no time to rest, he suddenly received a call regarding the delivery. To his surprise, the delivery person was a woman. She informed him that she had arrived at Slipper Island. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang approached the floor-to-ceiling window and saw Charles's water taxi docked beside the pier. On the deck stood a tall Caucasian girl wearing a red baseball cap, a red vest over a checked shirt, and light blue jeans. "Mate, what are you looking at?" Connor joined Chen Tianliang, following his gaze toward the pier. Upon spotting the delivery girl, he expressed mild astonishment. How could it be her? Chen Tianliang, puzzled, asked, Do you know her? I know her, but she does not know me. Her name is Shirley Vivian, and she just moved to Tairua not long ago, although she has only recently relocated here. She has already been deemed the most beautiful girl in our Tairua town. Strange. How could someone as lovely as her be working in delivery? Chapter 36, First Encounter. What a curious remark you make. What's so extraordinary about working as a delivery person? With that, Chen Tianliang hastily removed his apron and chef's hat, eager to step outside. Hey, Chun, you should watch the pot while I go fetch the order. Connor hurriedly followed him out. Standing on the deck, Sherry Vivian gazed with curiosity at the exquisite island before her. This was her first encounter with a private island since arriving in New Zealand from Bear Country. The beauty of this island was breathtaking. How wonderful it would be to reside here, even if just for a night. As Sherry Vivian mused to herself, she noticed two men rushing out from the villa, her brow slightly furrowed. Yet, in an instant, she lifted the corners of her mouth into a polite smile and approached the dock. Among the two, her gaze settled on the one with yellow skin, whose sunny demeanor suggested he was the customer who had placed the order earlier. Her certainty stemmed from the absence of any Chinese surname in his name. At this moment, Chen Tianliang, standing 5 meters away from Sherry Vivian, gradually came to a halt. It was then that he finally discerned the features of the girl acclaimed as the most beautiful in Tairua town. She possessed the quintessential Western attributes: golden hair and blue eyes, with lips resembling cherry blossoms, brows like ink paintings, hands delicate as a willow, and skin as smooth as cream. An ineffable gentleness and delicacy radiated from her being, particularly accentuated by a hint of melancholy in her eyes that evoked sympathy. In terms of appearance, the girl was undeniably striking, especially under the golden rays of the setting sun. Her face was suffused with an extraordinary hue, her hair, attire, and arms shimmering with sunlight. If one were to liken her to anyone, the first visage that sprang to Chen Tianliang's mind was that of Dasha Talon, whom he had stumbled upon in a short video. At that moment, Chen Tianliang was lost in thought. Hey, mate, what's wrong with you? Connor's voice pulled him back to reality. Meanwhile, Sherry Vivian remained composed, courteously stepping forward to present the bag she held to Chen Tianliang. Are you Mr. Chen? Chen Tianliang nodded calmly. This is your order from our establishment. Please sign for it. Oh, thank you, Chen Tianliang replied, extending his hand to accept it. You're welcome. It's my duty, Sherry Vivian replied with a radiant smile, gently brushing aside the stray strands of her golden hair before turning to leave. When Chen Tianliang lifted his gaze again, she had already boarded a water taxi, drifting away. He watched her silhouette on the deck, a slight smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Sherry Vivian joyfully spotted a young orca slowly surfacing, shooting forth a vibrant rainbow against the backdrop of the twilight sky. Connor approached Chen Tianliang at some point, arms crossed, and a smile gracing his face. Isn't she beautiful? He inquired. Indeed she is, but she has already come ashore. Shouldn't we return for dinner? As long as she is ashore, that is well. Oh no, my cooking. Chen Tianliang suddenly remembered the eel casserole simmering on the kitchen stove and hurriedly turned to race back to the villa. Watching his retreating figure, Connor shook his head in resignation, murmuring to himself, Alas, another man ensnared by the beauty of Shirley Vivian. In the late hours of the night, under the pristine moonlight and dazzling stars, Chen Tianliang and Connor sat across from each other at the kitchen island. The table was adorned with hot pot, sashimi, eel casserole, and an array of ingredients for the hot pot. Beyond the enticing cuisine, there lay a multitude of empty beer cans. Despite having known each other for merely a day, the shared experiences had forged an unbreakable bond between the two, rendering them confidants. Such is the nature of fate. A single encounter can transform two strangers into friends. And with the passage of time, acquaintances may evolve into intimate companions. Some individuals, after an initial meeting, may drift apart due to differing ideologies or values, while others may deepen their connection and become kindred spirits. Chun, as you embark on your journey in New Zealand, remember to refrain from rushing into things. Take your time. Slow down the pace. Here in New Zealand, in Tairua, life must take precedence. You must learn to relish life. As for work, let it take a back seat, even to the third place. With a hint of laughter, Chen Tianliang, clutching a beer can, responded with a tipsy grin. Without work, without earning money, how does one indulge in life? The night deepened. It was time to rest. Chapter 37. The quirky New Zealand. It was yet another sunlit morning. Despite having indulged in spirits the previous night, Chen Tianliang awoke promptly at 6. Upon rising, he first engaged with his 4 beloved pets. After the bonding process, he noted that, with the exception of his macaw, Pudding, the other 3 did not exhibit any significant changes. Pudding, perched on the stand, seemed to possess an added spark of vitality reminiscent of the previous day's bow. After binding with his cherished companions, Chen Tianliang entered the bathroom for a brief shower, cleansing himself of the lingering scent of alcohol from the night before. Dressed and ready, he made his way to the ground floor of the villa. Observing the disarray on the kitchen island, he couldn't help but reflect on how easily one can lose themselves in revelry. However, Connor's insight from yesterday had deepened Chen Tianliang's understanding of New Zealand. According to him, New Zealand is a place of leisurely pace, where idleness is embraced. Working overtime is seen as eccentric. Should one insist on doing so, colleagues would regard them as an oddity, and even the boss might grumble about the disruption to his family time. Indeed, it is common for men in New Zealand to assume the role of primary caregivers at home. Moreover, white-collar workers here enjoy an impressive 140 days of vacation annually. When statutory holidays coincide with weekends, an additional day is granted. Sick leave is available for personal ailments or family matters, and, astonishingly, one can take leave for a pet's illness as well. This lifestyle starkly contrasts with the hustle and bustle often seen in their homeland. After thoroughly cleaning the house, rejuvenating its atmosphere, Chen Tianliang once again grabbed a small bucket. He was indifferent to how the locals chose to live. They could indulge in idleness, but he could not. For his backyard awaited the planting of numerous seedlings and saplings. Returning to the bedroom, he roused Peichi, who was napping snugly in a cat bed with the other feline. He cradled her and drove the UTV to the truffle forest to commence his collection for the day. After gathering nearly a kilogram of black truffles, he began to calculate his earnings. At this rate, in less than 100 days, he could amass enough funds for a small yacht or fishing vessel. Of course, should he stumble upon white truffles, he could expedite his plans for the boat. At 8 in the morning, Mike from the Rom Truffle Workshop arrived punctually at Slipper Island. Following a meticulous inspection, weighing, and payment, Chen Tianliang earned $5,600 New Zealand dollars, bringing his account balance to $11,200. While it was not a fortune, the stability of his income allowed him the luxury of spending without excessive calculation. After bidding farewell to Mike, Connor descended from upstairs, yawning. "Did you sleep well, mate?" Chen Tianliang, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, greeted him with a smile. Stretching energetically, Connor playfully threw a couple of punches in the air, exclaiming, "The feeling of drifting off to sleep near the beach is simply marvelous. My friend, I truly envy you for possessing such a beautiful little island." Chen Tianliang chuckled softly at him and continued preparing breakfast. The meal was rather simple, just boiling instant noodles he had brought from his homeland. Although the act of boiling instant noodles may seem straightforward and not quite in line with the hospitality of the Chinese, these were no ordinary noodles. They were imbued with hidden treasures, as he had added leftover lobster meat, shrimp paste, tripe, and slices of beef and lamb from the previous night's feast. The remaining fatty intestines were entirely fed to Ah Sang. This was not an act of wastefulness. Rather, the pork in New Zealand possessed an overwhelmingly strong flavor. So much so that even the hot pot broth could not mask its pungent taste. Following a tasting of the intestines last night, Chen Tianliang had consulted Connor about this matter. Connor explained that in New Zealand, pig farming does not permit castration. Moreover, the regulations stipulate that pigs must be rendered unconscious via electric shock or carbon dioxide before slaughter. Without castration, it is no wonder the meat is so gamey. Upon hearing Connor's explanation, Chen Tianliang curiously inquired whether clandestine castration might be possible, considering no one would witness such actions on his farm. Connor laughed and remarked that the farmers were not fools, such a simple notion would not escape their minds. However, the primary reason they refrained from such practices was fear. If exposed, they would immediately be accused of animal cruelty, leading to protests that could bankrupt them. In comparison, it was perhaps better to endure the unpalatable pork. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang was momentarily speechless. Initially, he had contemplated raising a few piglets, dreaming of roasting a suckling pig or preparing the renowned northeast dish of pork blood noodles to satisfy his cravings. Yet now, it seemed that such aspirations were unattainable. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the pork stewed with vermicelli and blood sausage from his home in northeast China. Last night, Connor had also shared a rather peculiar fact that Chen Tianliang found quite astonishing. In New Zealand, the private slaughtering of cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese is also prohibited. Animals must be sent to designated slaughterhouses. If one finds it cumbersome and insists on handling the matter themselves, it is best to keep it hidden from outsiders. For if discovered and reported, one would face fines. Chapter 38. The grand opening of the Tycoon Toy Mall in Chen Tianliang's view. This approach seemed somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, since the authorities had made such a request, he felt compelled to adhere to the established protocols. After finishing breakfast, the two men proceeded to the back of the villa, prepared to resume the tasks left unfinished from the previous day. However, before commencing their work, Chen Tianliang first released the 2 Holstein cows and 5 alpacas that Connor had delivered the day before. Under Connor's guidance, they diligently cleaned the cow pen. Connor informed Chen Tianliang that the cow pen must be regularly maintained. A dirty environment could easily foster bacteria, leading to illness among the cows. Chen Tianliang nodded solemnly, contemplating that once the land was cultivated, it would be high time to hire workers. Given the abundance of work on the island, it was simply unfeasible to manage everything alone. After herding the cows and sheep to a pasture not far from the villa, the two men leisurely made their way back. During this time, Chen Tianliang inquired about the process of milking cows. Connor explained that milking in New Zealand is quite convenient. For instance, with these 2 cows, all one needs is a portable single-bucket milking machine to operate effortlessly. Chen Tianliang took out his phone and searched online, and upon viewing images, he suddenly recalled that he had such a machine in his warehouse. He had been curious about it when he spotted it the previous day, not realizing it was a milking device. Thus, he led Connor to the warehouse, where among numerous mechanical tools, he found the milking machine. Connor glanced at it and confirmed, yes, this is indeed the one. He then began to instruct Chen Tianliang on how to use the milking machine, explaining that such small machines could not only milk cows, but also sheep. Can they milk alpacas as well? And is alpaca milk safe for human consumption? Chen Tianliang suddenly recalled the 5 alpacas he had purchased, initially only to fulfill a task. However, after bringing them home, he realized that aside from their endearing appearance, he found little else of value in them. Connor chuckled and said, alpaca milk is certainly drinkable and possesses high nutritional value. However, when it comes to raising alpacas, the primary interest lies not in their milk, but in their fleece. You see, alpaca fleece is often referred to as soft gold, with each alpaca yielding 3 to 5 kilograms of fleece annually, sheared once a year. In the global market, fleece can sell for between $64 to $256 per kilogram. Chen Tianliang was taken aback, realizing for the first time the substantial worth of alpaca fleece. Connor further elaborated that alpacas are dual-purpose herbivores. Not only is their fleece valuable, but their meat is also quite delectable, especially in their country of origin, Peru, where culinary dishes featuring alpaca meat can be found. Upon hearing that alpaca meat is indeed edible, Chen Tianliang couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the 5 alpacas grazing contentedly on the lush pasture nearby, involuntarily swallowing at the thought. However, upon reflecting on the fact that he had only acquired 5 alpacas, he felt that the number was indeed rather meager. Moreover, these 5 alpacas were intended as pets, and he could not bear the thought of consuming them. After discussing the issue of milking, the two of them said about their respective tasks. Today, Chen Tianliang's primary responsibility was to cultivate vegetables, while Connor continued to assist him in completing the strawberry garden that had remained unfinished since the previous day. From 9 o'clock in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, they toiled diligently, neglecting even to break for lunch, until Connor finally completed the construction of the strawberry garden. Only the tasks of tilling and planting seedlings remained. Their efficiency was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang had nearly finished planting all the vegetables, apart from the bountiful potatoes and wasabi. At this juncture, Connor proposed that they call it a day and save the remaining work for tomorrow, when he would lend a hand to Chen Tianliang once more. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Tianliang nodded in agreement. After all, Connor was his guest, and it would not be appropriate to treat him merely as free labor. Upon returning to the villa, the two shared a light meal, after which Connor retired to his guest room to rest, while Chen Tianliang prepared food for the bowls of his beloved pets. Naturally, he could not neglect Jason, Connor's cherished dog. Once the pets had finished their meal, Chen Tianliang returned to his bedroom, intending to take a brief respite. It was at that moment that the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Wealthy toy discount mall activation complete. Mall opening. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Tianliang, who had been lying on the bed with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them wide. Goodness, he had almost forgotten about this. Chen Tianliang sat up sharply and summoned the system. As the system interface appeared before him, he immediately noticed the addition of an option labeled Wealthy Toy Discount Mall. Upon opening the mall interface and gazing at the dazzling array of products within, his tone grew increasingly urgent. Bisky dual-wheel amphibious motorcycle. Discount price, 20,000 New Zealand dollars. Sherpa ATV multi-purpose amphibious off-road vehicle. Discount price, 40,000 New Zealand dollars. Shark submarine. Nemo submersible. Gibbs high-performance amphibious four-wheeled jet ski. Newcomer special price, 10,000 New Zealand dollars. The variety of products was simply overwhelming, from motorcycles to luxurious yachts. Anything that could fly, run, or swim was available in the mall. Chen Tianliang was left in a daze. The prices ranged from 10,000 New Zealand dollars to several billion. Chapter 39. The purchase of an amphibious motorcycle. Although the price initially appeared unremarkable, it was marked with a discount prefix, indicating these items were offered at reduced rates. To verify this, Chen Tianliang conducted an online comparison with a yacht available in the marketplace. The real-world price of that luxurious yacht was approximately over 2 million New Zealand dollars, whereas the discounted price in the system store was just over 1 million, effectively a 50% reduction. Each item bore a different discount, some ranging between 70 to 80%, while others were at 30 to 40%. Upon seeing such enticing prices, Chen Tianliang could not help but entertain the thought of reselling these items. The idea was to purchase goods from the system store and then sell them in reality, profiting from the price difference. However, the system seemed to sense his intentions and issued a stern warning that items bought from the store were unique and could not be resold or gifted to others. Any violations would result in severe consequences, leaving Chen Tianliang with no choice but to abandon this notion. Later, he noticed a particular item, the Gibbs high-performance amphibious four-wheeled motorcycle, which was available at a special introductory price of only 10,000 New Zealand dollars. Wait a moment, 10,000 New Zealand dollars. A motorcycle. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Tianliang's mind. Was he not contemplating the purchase of a motorcycle? Fortunately, the balance in his bank account was sufficient to acquire it. However, upon examining the name and image, he found it resembled an ordinary four-wheeled ATV. How could it possibly be associated with a motorcycle? Skeptical, he clicked on the image. What greeted him was an entirely standard all-terrain vehicle. Yet, upon reading the detailed description, Chen Tianliang realized he had been somewhat uninformed. This amphibious motorcycle was developed by an American company specializing in high-performance amphibious vehicles. Its globally patented rapid wheel retraction system allowed it to traverse water at high speeds, shattering the previous speed limit of merely 16 kilometers per hour. This amphibious ATV could reach speeds of up to 72 kilometers per hour both on land and in water. Moreover, the transition between land and water could be accomplished in mere seconds, whether entering the water from land or vice versa. A simple touch of a button would facilitate an instantaneous switch between aquatic and terrestrial modes, allowing for exhilarating adventures both in the mountains and the sea. As he absorbed this information, Chen Tianliang's breath quickened with excitement. He promptly sought the detailed specifications of this amphibious motorcycle. It measured 3.5 meters in length and weighed 650 kilograms. It boasted a four-cylinder 1,300 cubic centimeters engine derived from the BMW K1300 motorcycle, delivering a maximum power output of 140 horsepower. The driver could effortlessly retract the wheels to enter the water with a mere touch of a button, and they would extend again when traversing on land. Equipped with a 56-liter fuel tank, it could sustain operations in water for 2 hours and an impressive 600 kilometers on land. The vehicle was available in 4 striking colors: black, blue, yellow, and red. Chen Tianliang mused to himself, "Isn't this tailor-made for me?" Acquiring such an amphibious vehicle would undoubtedly ease his travels to town. Moreover, this amphibious motorcycle exhibited commendable endurance. After careful consideration, he selected a sleek black model adorned with yellow accents and proceeded to purchase it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Gibbs high-performance amphibious four-wheeled motorcycle. Order successful. The item will be delivered in 5 days. What? I must wait 5 days. Chen Tianliang stared in disbelief at the countdown displayed in the marketplace. System, can't you conjure it up for me like other systems? This would save everyone time, wouldn't it? System, this system does not possess such capability. Very well. With the system's assertion, Chen Tianliang resigned himself to the wait. 5 days would pass swiftly enough. After finalizing the purchase of the motorcycle, he casually browsed the marketplace and discovered an abundance of items that piqued his interest. Apart from an array of luxury cars, yachts, and airplanes, there was even a Shaman 8x8 off-road vehicle produced in Bear Country. While the selection was vast, it indeed confirmed the moniker of rich man's toys, predominantly featuring extravagant playthings favored by the affluent. Truly practical items were scarce. Chen Tianliang had initially hoped to find a fishing vessel, yet was met with disappointment. None were available. However, he stumbled upon an intriguing offering, a Jeep resembling the iconic Wrangler, available at a discounted price of only 50,000 New Zealand dollars, and also boasting amphibious capabilities. Resolved, he determined that before acquiring the boat, he must first save enough to purchase this captivating vehicle. Chapter 40. The strange sound from the rock pool. After purchasing the coveted jet ski from the system store, Chen Tianliang found himself devoid of any lingering fatigue. Seizing the opportunity before sunset, he stepped out of the villa and made his way to the ranch, herding the leisurely grazing Holstein cows and alpacas back to their pens. Next, he retrieved the feed he had bought at the farmer's market and began to tend to the chickens and ducks. Once he had completed his tasks, he returned to the villa just as Connor was descending the stairs. Noticing the time, Chen Tianliang realized it was time to prepare dinner and inquired about Connor's preferences. As a guest, Connor was not particularly finicky, smiling and stating that he would be content with whatever Chen Tianliang prepared. With a resigned grin, Chen Tianliang pondered for a moment before grabbing a bucket and heading once more to the rocky shore, intending to collect some sea urchins to prepare 2 servings of sea urchin rice. Although sea urchin rice is a dish from the East, its preparation is remarkably simple. One merely needs to extract the sea urchin from its shell, arrange it neatly atop the steamed rice, and drizzle a bit of sweet soy sauce to complete the dish. This meal is not only easy to make, but also exceptionally delicious, perfect for entertaining friends. Each time he ventured to the shore, Chen Tianliang marveled at the abundance of resources on his little island. Within just a few minutes, he had gathered enough sea urchins for dinner for both of them. However, as he was about to head home with a bucket brimming with sea urchins, he suddenly heard peculiar sounds emanating from a nearby rock pool. The strange noises, wah-wah, ha-wah-woo-woo, were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached the rock pool. Upon peering into the pit, a flicker of surprise illuminated his eyes as he beheld the creature responsible for the odd sounds. It was none other than a seal, more specifically, a young seal. With its gray fur blending seamlessly with the rocks and its adorably rotund form, the little seal possessed large, expressive eyes that could melt the heart of even the most rugged individual like Chen Tianliang. Yet, it appeared that the young seal was injured. His suspicions stemmed from the sight of blood trickling from the seal's tail. The little creature's condition seemed dire. It lay weakly upon the rocks. Without a moment to spare, Chen Tianliang quickly dialed Connor, requesting his assistance. Before Connor arrived, Chen Tianliang set down his bucket and, using the rocks for support, carefully descended into the pool. Upon noticing him, the young seal exhibited visible fear, attempting to escape. However, the abrupt movement aggravated the wound on its tail, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Seeing its pitiful state tugged at Chen Tianliang's heartstrings. Ignoring whether the seal could understand him, he gently reassured, "Do not be afraid, little one. I mean you no harm. Let me take you away from here, shall we?" With that, he slowly inched closer to the young seal. As he approached the little seal, it grew increasingly restless. Just as Chen Tianliang was about to touch it, the seal suddenly opened its mouth and lunged at his palm. With a sharp gasp, Chen Tianliang was caught off guard. The seal bit down firmly on his hand, and a trickle of crimson blood instantly flowed from the back of his hand. Furrowing his brow, he gritted his teeth. Enduring the pain, he extended his other hand to gently stroke the seal's head, attempting to soothe its anxious demeanor. The seal, with its lustrous, dark eyes, stared intently at the human before it. For reasons unknown, it suddenly released its grip. Chen Tianliang swiftly withdrew his hand for inspection, relieved to find only a few minor punctures. Although the seal had ceased its attack, it remained highly resistant to his proximity. Just as Chen Tianliang was at a loss for what to do next, he abruptly slapped his forehead. How foolish of him! He could have simply bound the little seal. With a newfound plan, Chen Tianliang seized the opportunity while the seal was distracted, reaching out again to stroke its gray fur. Upon binding with the seal, thereby making it his pet, the fear in the seal's eyes dissipated, replaced by a tender affection, as it emitted sounds akin to playful cooing. "Oh wow." Chen Tianliang, suppressing the pain from his wound, managed to smile. He gently patted the seal's head, feigning reproach as he remarked, "Such a small creature, yet you bite quite fiercely." The subdued seal, noticing the wound on Chen Tianliang's palm, displayed a hint of human-like empathy, lowering its head in apparent remorse. Chen Tianliang chuckled softly, bending down to lift the little seal. With its face upturned, exposing its round belly, the curious creature regarded him with wide eyes. "All right, let us take you home," he declared. Oh wow. When he first bound with the little seal, the system notification revealed that it was a male seal under 1 year old, belonging to the native fur seal species of New Zealand. Just as Chen Tianliang painstakingly navigated his way out of the rocky crevice while cradling the seal, Connor finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Chapter 41. The Little Seal. A dog upon returning home with the injured little seal cradled in Connor's arms. Paige, a Sang, and Connor's beloved canine companion, Jason, immediately gathered around, their curious gazes fixed on the creature nestled in Chen Tianliang's embrace. Particularly, a Sang, upon catching sight of the little seal, instinctively licked his lips, as if perceiving the seal as a delectable morsel. The sudden appearance of the three pets sent the already insecure little seal into a state of panic, emitting a series of agitated barks reminiscent of an irate puppy, adorably fierce. Noticing the puzzled expression on Chen Tianliang's face, Connor took it upon himself to enlighten him about this little creature, clarifying that although it is referred to as a fur seal, it is not a true seal at all. In fact, it belongs to the family of sea lions and is also known as a sea dog. On the beaches of New Zealand, one might encounter them behind rocks, among the bushes, or even in the backyards of homes near the coast. They are quite a common sight in New Zealand. Understanding the situation, Chen Tianliang nodded knowingly and promptly ushered the three pets aside, making his way to the living room while cradling the little seal. He also called on Connor to fetch the first aid kit from his bedroom. Connor nodded and ascended the stairs, returning shortly with a medical box in hand. In a humorous twist, Pudding, now liberated from the constraints of the leash, was flapping its wings atop Connor's head. Meanwhile, the lazy creature, Big Pie, was attempting to climb onto Connor's lap to seize Pudding. Upon spotting Chen Tianliang seated on the sofa, Pudding swiftly flapped its wings and flew to his shoulder, squawking, "Big Pie wants to eat me." "Stew it," Stew it. This spectacle left Connor, Pudding's former owner, utterly astonished. He chuckled and inquired how Pudding had learned Chinese so swiftly after departing from his farm just a few days prior. And he asked Chen Tianliang for tips on training, expressing his desire to try it with a parrot upon returning home. Chen Tianliang mused to himself that Connor was fortunate to be oblivious to the nuances of the Chinese language. Otherwise, his astonishment would surely have intensified. He then explained that macaws are inherently intelligent birds, and simply conversing with them would naturally lead them to learn. While Connor appeared somewhat skeptical, he accepted Chen Tianliang's explanation and refrained from further questioning. He then began to assist Chen Tianliang in examining the little seal's injuries. After a thorough inspection by the two, they deduced that the wound on the seal's tail was likely the result of an accidental scrape against the rocky terrain. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Once the bleeding was staunched and the area cleaned with hydrogen peroxide, it was deemed manageable. Once they finished tending to the little seal, Connor inquired how Chen Tianliang had come across this creature. Chen Tianliang recounted the circumstances of their encounter. After contemplating for a moment, Connor ventured a hypothesis, suggesting that the little one might have been abandoned by its mother for reasons unknown and had fortuitously found itself trapped in a rocky crevice due to the crashing waves. Chen Tianliang nodded in agreement, finding merit in Connor's explanation. Although the little seal has become Chen Tianliang's pet, it is inherently a semi-aquatic creature that cannot remain out of the water for extended periods. Prolonged exposure to land may lead to its skin cracking. Therefore, Chen Tianliang plans to return the seal to the ocean once it has healed. In the meantime, he has no choice but to accommodate it temporarily in the bathroom on the first floor. After placing the seal in a spacious, round massage bathtub, it began to frolic about, bouncing around like a water-filled balloon. Hearing its occasional yaps reminiscent of a small puppy, Chen Tianliang decided to name it a dog. In his view, a sea dog is still a dog, and the name is straightforward and fitting. Unsure if the little seal could adapt to fresh water, Chen Tianliang prudently fetched some seawater from the beach to add to the bathtub. Seeing that the seal appeared to be in good spirits, he felt relieved and proceeded to prepare dinner. As dawn broke, the sun cast a gentle golden light across the sea. Chen Tianliang arose early to check on a dog, finding the little creature much more lively than the previous day, which put his mind at ease. He then ventured out of the villa to the nearby rocks, where he gathered a variety of shellfish before returning to the bathroom to pry them open for his companion. After ensuring the seal was well fed and satisfied, he stepped out of the villa once more. First, he tended to the chickens, ducks, and geese behind the villa, then proceeded to the barn, where he utilized a milking machine to collect half a bucket of fresh milk before guiding the cows and sheep to the pasture. During this time, Connor's beloved dog, Jason, eagerly came to assist him in herding the livestock. Not long after, Alas, seeing this, rushed over to mimic Jason and play the role of a shepherd dog on the island. However, Alas' herding skills were clearly not on par with Jason's seasoned expertise. Just as Jason had successfully guided the cows and sheep to the pasture, Alas clumsily herded them back again, leaving Chen Tianliang both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, after some bonding, Alas' intelligence had improved, and it quickly learned the ropes of herding. After a flurry of chaotic activity, it finally grasped how to manage the flock. With the cattle and sheep in their care, Chen Tianliang took a small bucket and returned to the bedroom to rouse Peichi from her slumber, taking her along to the truffle forest to gather black truffles. Freed from the confines of the villa, Pudding flapped its wings and flew out onto the terrace, landing gracefully on the UTV. Without Peichi vying for space, the large bird could finally stretch out comfortably and resume its nap. After collecting approximately 1 kilogram of black truffles, Chen Tianliang handed them over to Mike, who had come to collect the harvest, exchanging them for 200 New Zealand dollars. His bank account balance finally rose to 400 New Zealand dollars. Following this, he shared a simple breakfast with Connor before the two resumed their vegetable gardening endeavors. However, upon arriving at the vegetable patch, Chen Tianliang discovered that the quantity of potatoes at home was insufficient for planting. With no other option, he decided to venture into town to purchase more potatoes. For the sake of convenience in his travels, Connor graciously entrusted his jet ski to him. Naturally, Chen Tianliang was elated. Thus, he embarked alone on the jet ski, setting off towards the quaint town of Tailua. As he navigated the waters, the small orca, abao, seemed to sense his presence, surfacing from the depths. Following the wake of the jet ski, it emitted a series of melodious calls. Chapter 42. The peculiar prices in the supermarket. The speed of the jet ski was evidently much swifter than that of the water taxi. Chen Tianliang arrived at the dock of Tailua town in under 10 minutes. Upon disembarking, he made his way directly to the only large supermarket in the town. This establishment, known as Countdown, ranks among the top 3 supermarket chains in New Zealand, alongside Pack and Save and New World. Founded in 1981, Countdown is owned by the Woolworths Group. In Australia, it is simply referred to as Woolworths, while in New Zealand, it retains the name Countdown. Currently, Countdown operates 180 stores across New Zealand, making it the supermarket chain with the most locations in the country. Additionally, Countdown offers a home delivery service. However, Chen Tianliang was not yet familiar with the local prices in New Zealand, so he decided to explore the store personally and see what other items he might need to purchase. As he meandered through the vegetable section in search of potatoes, he unexpectedly spotted a small sign indicating potato seeds. Curiously, he approached to find a shelf stocked with small bags containing just a handful of tiny potatoes, each scarcely larger than an egg. Chen Tianliang furrowed his brow, contemplating the absurdity of such potato seeds, so diminutive and insufficient for any practical use. His astonishment grew when he glanced at the price, which was an exorbitant 15 New Zealand dollars for such a meager bag. Was this truly the cost for seeds? Surely, there must be some rare variety. He sought clarification from a supermarket employee who confirmed that these potatoes were indeed the same as the ordinary ones consumed. Bewildered, Chen Tianliang skeptically shifted his gaze to another section where regular-sized potatoes were sold, each about the size of an adult's fist. Upon inspecting their price, he stumbled back in disbelief. Here, potatoes were priced at only 1 New Zealand dollar per kilogram. Good heavens! What peculiar logic governed New Zealand's pricing system? Tiny potatoes packaged as seeds commanded 15 New Zealand dollars, while the larger ones cost merely $1. Truly, it was as if absurdity had opened the door to absurdity. The peculiarities did not end there. Chen Tianliang also observed that beverages on the supermarket shelves featured a 0.6-liter bottle of cola priced at 4 New Zealand dollars, while a 2-liter bottle was available for just $3.5. The egg section in the supermarket was not only expensive but utterly devoid of eggs. What were customers expected to purchase? Air? However, he soon recalled that this was likely related to the recent ban on caged hens. After wandering through the supermarket, Chen Tianliang left with over 10 kilograms of potatoes. In addition to the potatoes, he also purchased an inflatable children's swimming pool and a colorful inflatable soccer ball, the kind that is filled with air and serves as a simple, vibrant pool for outdoor play. He intended to bring this back and place it at the entrance of the villa, allowing the new member, a dog, to frolic and play with the ball inside. After making his purchases, Chen Tianliang proceeded to the checkout and exited the store. The total expenditure amounted to 650 New Zealand dollars, with the children's swimming pool being the most expensive item. Chen Tianliang struggled to carry over 10 kilograms of potatoes in one hand, while the other hand clutched the packaging of the swimming pool, and he awkwardly tucked a football under his arm as he exited the supermarket. Just as he stepped outside, he brushed past a woman. Upon recognizing her, he exclaimed, "It's you." The woman turned around in confusion, revealing herself to be Sherry Vivian, who worked at the hot pot restaurant. When Sherry Vivian noticed Chen Tianliang laden with bags, she smiled gently, nodded slightly, and then turned to re-enter the supermarket. Chen Tianliang was taken aback to encounter Sherry Vivian once more in the supermarket. While he admired her beauty, he felt that tending to the land was of paramount importance at that moment. As for women, he thought with a chuckle, that would be a concern for another day when he had more wealth. Upon returning to the island, Chen Tianliang headed straight to the vegetable garden with the potatoes in tow. However, Connor furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing the potatoes Chen Tianliang had purchased. Picking one from the bag and weighing it in his hand, he remarked, "Chen, these potatoes are too large. They are not suitable for seeds." Chen Tianliang smiled and assured him that he had a method, and began to gather hay around the island. After collecting a substantial amount of hay, he set the pile ablaze. Once the hay had burned down, yielding ash, he proceeded to cut the potatoes into small pieces and mix them with the ash. This series of actions left Connor, who was unable to assist, utterly bewildered, unsure of what Chen Tianliang was endeavoring to accomplish. Chapter 43. Completion of the Vegetable Garden. Chen, why have you treated the potatoes in such a manner? Do you not realize that such actions constitute a waste? Growing up on a farm, Connor felt not only puzzled, but also concerned that Chen Tianliang was squandering the fruits of the farmer's labor. His words inevitably took on a tone of severity. Upon sensing Connor's misunderstanding, Chen sought to clarify. Connor, you are mistaken. This is not wastefulness, but rather an attempt to cultivate better potatoes. This method is one I employ back in my hometown. In our country, there's a saying regarding potato cultivation. For potatoes to thrive, one must seek the ashes. The ashes refer to the residue left after burning straw. Potatoes planted in a bed of ash not only yield a greater quantity, but also enhance the quality of the crop. Connor shook his head, still unable to comprehend. Chen continued to elucidate. The primary component of the ash is calcium carbonate, followed by phosphorus. All mineral elements found in plants are present in the ash. Besides providing a comprehensive array of minerals essential for potato growth, the ash also serves to aerate the soil and improve its structure. It eradicates pathogens and insect eggs within the soil, thereby reducing the incidence of pests and diseases affecting the potatoes. Moreover, the ash alleviates the pressure on the tubers, diminishing the soil's compression and promoting growth, ultimately leading to potatoes of higher commercial value. Despite Chen Tianliang's explanation, Connor remained skeptical that the dark, fragmented tubers could yield large, high-quality potatoes. His disbelief stemmed from the fact that he had never encountered such a cultivation method in New Zealand. Noticing Connor's doubt, Chen encouraged him to wait and see. When the time for harvesting arrived, Connor would discover the veracity of his claims. After their discussion on potato cultivation, the two resumed their work. However, just after they returned to the villa for lunch, Connor received a phone call from his mother. Following the conversation with Mrs. Nancy, Connor approached the kitchen, where Chen was washing the dishes, and said, Chen, I apologize, but I must return to the farm to address some matters, so I cannot stay here to assist you. Chen, upon hearing this, quickly reassured him that it was no trouble. Once he dried his hands, he asked Connor to wait for a moment. To express his gratitude for Connor's companionship and assistance over the past few days, Chen harvested approximately half a kilogram of black truffle from the forest and gathered 10 abalones and sea urchins from the shore as gifts for Connor. In response to Chen's generosity, Connor returned the favor by gifting him his spear gun before departing. On the dock, as Chen Tianliang watched Connor depart on a motorboat with his beloved dog, Jason, a wave of solitude washed over him. However, upon turning around to see his saying, Peichi, and the languid Dapi basking in the sun on the wooden steps in front of the villa, that fleeting sense of loneliness dissipated instantly. Returning to the villa, he retrieved the outdoor children's swimming pool he had purchased that morning from the supermarket. He placed it on a patch of empty ground not far from the villa's entrance. After inflating the pool with a pump, he filled it with seawater using a bucket, repeating the process until the water level reached a foot deep. Gently, he lifted his dog and placed it in the pool. The warm sunlight and spacious surroundings immediately captivated the dog. Chen Tianliang tossed an inflatable soccer ball to the dog, and to his surprise, the little creature nudged the ball upwards with its nose. Watching the puppy frolic with joy brought immense happiness to Chen Tianliang. After playing for a while, he returned to the vegetable garden to continue his unfinished task of planting potatoes. 2 days later, that afternoon, Chen Tianliang finally planted all the vegetable seedlings except for the wasabi sprouts. Gazing at the neatly arranged young plants, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Eagerly, he activated the plant growth acceleration skill on the garden. 10 minutes after employing the skill, the garden underwent a remarkable transformation, visibly accelerated before his eyes. The seedlings not only grew taller, but their tender leaves turned a more vibrant green. Most notably, the potato patch, which occupied a significant area, transformed from bare soil to a dense cluster of tiny green shoots in no time. From the system, Chen Tianliang learned that these vegetables would require approximately another month to mature. Furthermore, there was a crucial limitation. The growth acceleration skill could only be used once on the same plot of land, and subsequent applications would yield no results. However, Chen Tianliang held no negative sentiments about this. He found the timing to be just right. After all, the process of growing vegetables from planting to harvest typically takes around 2 to 3 months. A 1-month turnaround was already impressively swift. If he were to harvest within a week of planting, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows and be deemed unreasonable. As the plant growth acceleration completed, the system rewarded him with a random talent for his initial use of the planting skill. Ding! Reward. Musical talent. Just as Chen Tianliang finished watering the seedlings, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing of the random talent bestowed upon him, he inwardly cursed the system for consistently granting him talents of little practical use. Previously, he was rewarded with a painting skill, and now another for musical instruments. Was the system attempting to steer him toward the arts? Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing, and Chen Tianliang resignedly accepted his fate. After tending to the vegetable garden, Chen Tianliang continued with his other tasks. Over the past couple of days, he diligently planted potatoes while ensuring that no other responsibilities were neglected, particularly focusing on black truffles, the only lucrative avenue at present. After 2 days, his bank account, including the initial balance of 400 New Zealand dollars, has once again surpassed the significant threshold of 10,000 New Zealand dollars. The current balance stands at precisely 15,000 New Zealand dollars. Meanwhile, the little seal, Ago, has thrived under Chen Tianliang's careful nurturing. Its wound has healed remarkably well. He is confident that within a week, the injury at its tail will completely mend. At that point, he intends to return Ago to the ocean, for the vast sea is indeed the most suitable habitat for a young seal. Chapter 44. Preparations for planting wasabi after completing the potato harvest. Chen Tianliang did not linger idly, but instead shouldered his hoe and shovel, making his way towards his UTV 4-wheeled off-road vehicle. As he started the engine, he caught the attention of Asang, who was tending to the cattle and sheep. The moment Asang glanced back at his master, he sprang up and dashed towards Chen Tianliang's vehicle, leaping effortlessly into the cargo area. With a resigned smile, Chen Tianliang chose not to shoo him away and drove off at full speed towards the lake nestled in the back mountains. Upon reaching the foot of the mountains, Chen Tianliang halted the vehicle, retrieved his tools, and delved into the thicket, with Asang closely trailing behind. Arriving at the water's edge, Chen Tianliang stood at the highest point of the lake, surveying his surroundings. After a thorough examination, he finally discovered a spot along a nearby stream that met his approval. Approaching the stream, he scooped a shovel full of soil and crouched down to grasp a handful. As he rubbed the earth between his fingers, he could distinctly feel the granules of sand and stone. Nodding in affirmation, he confirmed that this stream was indeed suitable for cultivating wasabi. Last night, while perusing the internet, Chen Tianliang had researched the intricacies of wasabi cultivation. He learned that wasabi is a particularly delicate and demanding plant, categorized into 2 types: the water wasabi that flourishes in streams and the field wasabi grown in farmland. The water wasabi, commonly used in Japanese cuisine, is particularly finicky about its environment, requiring pristine, secluded streams with shaded areas, as well as specific water temperature, soil quality, and composition. The 100 seedlings he had procured were precisely water wasabi. Moreover, the location for growing water wasabi necessitates flowing spring water, with water levels rising approximately 2 centimeters above the topsoil, and the spring water must not be too cold. Hence, Chen Tianliang had gone to great lengths to find an appropriate planting area. Fortunately, the stream he chose met all the conditions for cultivating water wasabi, boasting flowing spring water and towering trees that provided shade. It was truly the ideal site for planting water wasabi. With the planting zone selected, Chen Tianliang set to work with vigor, first leveling the marked area by removing large stones and uprooting surrounding weeds. After more than an hour of diligent effort, he finally cleared a plot suitable for planting. Since he was only planting 100 wasabi plants, The area he cultivated was not overly expansive, measuring a square 10 square meters. The crystal-clear spring water flowed gently within the planting zone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Tianliang checked the time, which was just past 5 in the afternoon. Seeing that it was still early, he resolved to exert himself further and complete all preparatory work for planting wasabi that day. Thus, he exited the forest, drove back to the living area on the island, and retrieved some long wooden planks along with a PVC pipe, slightly larger in diameter than an adult's fist, and various tools from the warehouse. Loading them onto his vehicle, he returned once more to the lakeside at the foot of the mountains. Returning to this place, the setting sun casts its golden rays upon the lake, creating a shimmering surface that sparkles with ethereal light. A few wild ducks and pairs of black swans frolic leisurely upon the water. Such a breathtaking scene prompts Chen Tianliang to ponder that if he were skilled in carpentry, he would certainly construct a wooden pavilion infused with rustic charm right here. In such a sanctuary, he could spend his idle moments fishing and sipping afternoon tea. When fatigue sets in, he could stroll along the waterfall to the foothills and indulge in a soothing hot spring. How delightful such a life would be. Alas, the revolution has not yet triumphed, and he must continue to strive. For now, diligent farming remains his utmost priority. Chen Tianliang tossed the wooden planks, water pipes, and tools he had brought into the freshly cleared area designated for wasabi cultivation. He then grasped a handsaw, meticulously cutting the planks into halves. He intended to erect a wooden fence around the perimeter to prevent any animals from intruding and wreaking havoc on the planting zone. With a series of resounding thuds and knocks, he managed to complete the fence after nearly 2 hours of relentless effort, as the designated planting area was not expansive. Seizing the opportunity before sunset, he proceeded to saw the PVC pipes into 10-centimeter segments, ultimately producing 100 uniform short tubes. He arranged them at regular intervals, inserting them into the sandy bottom of the stream. This method of cultivating wasabi, which he had learned online, utilized the plastic pipes primarily to stabilize the growth position of the wasabi. Thus, the wasabi, protected by the pipes, would not drift with the flowing spring water. Having completed this task, half of the sun was now submerged in the horizon, casting delicate rays of light that filtered through the dim forest. Chen Tianliang straightened his back and gently tapped his slightly sore lower back with one hand. The labor of many days had left him somewhat fatigued. With the nearby hot springs beckoning, he resolved to take this opportunity to ascend the mountain and immerse himself in the outdoor springs, seeking to rejuvenate both body and spirit. Chapter 45. An encounter with the dark-skinned beauty in the rain afterward. Chen Tianliang devoted an entire day to successfully planting 100 wasabi seedlings. Upon employing his plant growth skills on this batch, he discovered that the maturation period for wasabi is also 1 month. This revelation brought unexpected joy to him, for the prospect of savoring such a precious ingredient in just 1 month's time was exhilarating. Once the wasabi was planted, Chen Tianliang spent an additional day and a half planting 100 pots of strawberry seedlings in the strawberry garden that Connor had helped him construct. However, the area of the garden was rather extensive, and the 100 pots occupied merely 1/5 of the total space. With no other option, Chen Tianliang returned to the nursery. This time, however, he was not as naive as before. He sought advice from the staff regarding the variety of strawberry seedlings he had purchased. The staff informed him that the strawberries he had acquired were called Monterey strawberries, a day-neutral variety originating from California. These strawberries are known for their excellent flavor and resilience to high summer temperatures. Once matured, the strawberries take on a conical shape, are a vibrant red, and are notably large, averaging 33 grams, with some reaching up to 60 grams. Compared to other varieties, they are sweeter, making them a favorite among bakeries and patisseries. The staff also meticulously explained the proper planting procedure for strawberries. It was revealed that when planting strawberries, one should lay down a layer of dry bean stalks, dry wheat straw, or dry rice straw on the soil surface, essentially a type of hay, approximately 5 centimeters thick. This layer serves to suppress weeds, retain moisture, and prevent soil contamination of the fruit. After creating a small hole in the hay, the soil should be loosened before placing the strawberry seedlings into the ground. Following this, The soil must be compacted to ensure that the roots lie beneath the hay layer, and then the surrounding hay should be gathered to cover the area, leaving only the stems and leaves of the seedlings exposed. Once planted, a layer of water should be applied to complete the process. Chen Tianliang felt somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. He realized that his 100 pots of strawberries had already been planted. Would he need to dig them up and replant them? The staff chuckled, reassuring him that it was not necessary to go through such trouble. He simply needed to cover them with some hay. Chen Tianliang sighed in relief, grateful that his day and a half of effort would not be wasted due to ignorance. Curious, he then inquired about the purpose of the hay cover. The staff explained that the layer of hay would delay moisture loss and reduce the frequency of watering. This was particularly important during fruiting, as excessive moisture could diminish the sweetness of the strawberries. Chen Tianliang pondered this carefully and found merit in the staff's reasoning. As he completed his transaction, spending 800 New Zealand dollars to purchase an additional 400 pots of strawberry seedlings, the staff imparted one final crucial piece of advice regarding strawberry cultivation. Upon completing the planting of the strawberry seedlings, it is imperative to cover the strawberry field with a protective net to deter birds. Otherwise, one would unwittingly be employed by the avian creatures. This is particularly crucial on islands like Flip-Flop Island, teeming with seabirds. Chen Tianliang was most grateful for the kind reminder from the shop attendant. After arranging the delivery time for the following day, he hurriedly exited the greenhouse and, after a brief turn, found himself at the farmer's market. The market appeared somewhat desolate compared to his previous visit, with fewer pedestrians and a sparse number of food stalls. Without much contemplation, Chen Tianliang proceeded to the location indicated by the attendant and discovered a shop selling bird nets. After spending 200 New Zealand dollars, he acquired a roll of the protective netting and carried it out of the store. Upon exiting, he intended to greet Mrs. Nancy. However, upon reaching the spot where they had first met, he realized that she was not operating her stall today. It dawned on him that it was Wednesday, and their previous encounter had coincided with the weekend. In New Zealand, weekend markets flourish in various cities, reminiscent of bustling rural fairs in northeast China, with the weekend market in Tairua positioned within the farmer's market. Not having seen Mrs. Nancy, Chen Tianliang decided to return to the dock to catch a boat. Just as he stepped out of the farmer's market, the once bright sky quickly became overcast. Before long, rain began to pour relentlessly. With the rain intensifying, he had no choice but to seek shelter. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed an unoccupied shop front that offered a perfect refuge from the downpour. There, he spotted a girl crouching with her head bowed, seeking to avoid the rain. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the shop. Wow, this rain is really heavy. He exhaled lightly, shaking his not-so-long hair. The girl, hearing his voice, slowly lifted her head to look at him. Chen Tianliang then observed her closely. Initially, when she was looking down, he had assumed she was a Caucasian girl due to her golden straight hair. However, as she raised her head, he was surprised to see her distinctly Asian features. Her face was exquisitely delicate, characterized by a typical oval shape, crescent-shaped smiling eyes adorned with naturally thick lashes, lending her an air of endearing charm. The only aspect that Chen Tianliang found slightly less than perfect was the girl's darker complexion. However, her skin tone was not as deeply pigmented as that of a black person. Rather, it resembled a wheatish hue akin to that of the singer Jack Johnson. It was uncertain whether her complexion was natural or enhanced by darker foundation makeup. She was dressed rather lightly, in a short skirt paired with a cropped white blouse, which, now drenched by the rain, caused her to shiver slightly. Beside her lay a suitcase. Achoo! As Chen Tianliang locked eyes with the girl, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Perhaps it was due to her drenched state, for she unexpectedly sneezed. Observing her pitiable condition, Chen glanced around and fortuitously spotted a milk tea shop across the street. Braving the rain, he dashed towards it. Meanwhile, the girl continued to keep her head bowed, her slight shivers betraying her tears. Her name was Harumi Momoko, a 22-year-old international student from Japan. Her parents own a Japanese restaurant back home, and their financial situation had been relatively stable. However, they had recently faced unavoidable circumstances leading to bankruptcy, incurring substantial debts. After informing Harumi of their dire situation, they callously instructed her to sever all contact. as they could no longer afford her exorbitant tuition fees. The implication was clear. She had been abandoned by her parents. Without their financial support, the school began pressuring her to withdraw due to her inability to pay the tuition fees. To make matters worse, her lease was set to expire that very day, and unable to pay rent, she was politely asked to vacate by her landlord. Harumi now found herself at a complete impasse. Just as she wept in despair, a resonant voice reached her ears. "Here you go." Harumi raised her tear-streaked eyes to see a man standing before her, wearing a friendly smile, and was taken aback. Wasn't he the same man who had stood nearby moments ago? Noticing the milk tea in his hand, she considered refusing it, but the biting cold urged her otherwise. Ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of the warm beverage and cautiously extended her hand to accept the milk tea he offered. After receiving it, she meticulously inspected it for any minute holes before confidently inserting the straw. Just as she was about to take a sip, a thought crossed her mind, and she softly expressed her gratitude. Arigato. Chen Tianliang was momentarily stunned by her thanks, having not anticipated that his casual act of kindness would be directed towards a young woman from Japan. Observing the traces of tears on her face, it was evident that she had only recently cried. His gaze shifted to the suitcase beside her, igniting his curiosity about the challenges this sweet, yet slightly dark-skinned girl might be facing. Driven by intrigue, he grasped another cup of milk tea and settled down a short distance away from her, perhaps due to the earlier gesture of kindness. She had lowered her guard just a fraction. Sipping his milk tea, Chen Tianliang turned to the girl and inquired, "Do you speak English?" Harumi Momoko nodded gently. Chapter 46. Encountering a Japanese maid. Upon discovering her proficiency in English, Chen Tianliang gently inquired, "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Initially, Qingmei Taozi remained silent. However, after a brief moment, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. The emotions that had long been bottled up poured forth like a sudden deluge, and she bowed her head deeply, weeping profusely. Witnessing his words evoke such sorrow in the young girl, Chen Tianliang felt an overwhelming urge to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for how to proceed. No. It was not that he did not know how to console her. Rather, he was uncertain of the appropriate means to do so. He could only draw a tissue from his pocket and extend it to the girl. As Qingmei Taozi reached for the tissue, her gaze intertwined with Chen Tianliang's clear eyes. Captivated by his sincere expression, she gradually began to recount her experiences to him, albeit in fragmented phrases. After absorbing her tale, Chen Tianliang could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this fragile girl. It was not merely an excess of compassion. Rather, it was a natural response to such a delicate beauty. Any man in his position would likely experience similar sentiments, despite the fact that this beauty bore a hint of darkness. Observing Qingmei Taozi's helpless and pitiable demeanor, along with her slender frame, he recalled her mention of her family's culinary establishment and her own impressive cooking skills. Lost in contemplation, Chen Tianliang seemed to reach a resolution after much deliberation. With a serious expression, he proposed, "Miss Taozi, since you currently have no place to stay, why not consider residing with me temporarily?" Upon hearing his suggestion, a look of astonishment crossed Qingmei Taozi's face. However, it quickly morphed into a furrowed brow, her eyes flashing with caution. Chen Tianliang could easily discern her thoughts. Indeed, anyone in her position would instinctively harbor suspicions. If a stranger were to make such an offer to him, he too would be wary, let alone a delicate girl like Qingmei Taozi. In today's world, lacking caution could lead to dire consequences. Losing a kidney would be the least of one's worries, as survival itself might be at stake. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Tianliang explained that he resided not far from Tailoa on Slipper Island. To further assuage her doubts about his intentions, he presented his identification to her. He also mentioned that he was currently in need of a maid to assist with laundry and cooking. If she did not mind, she could work for him. As she regarded Chen Tianliang's earnest expression, Qingmei Taozi found herself at a crossroads. She pondered the veracity of the man's claims. If he spoke the truth, she could avoid spending the night on the streets, suffering from hunger. However, if she were to discover that he had deceived her, revealing himself as a wolf in sheep's clothing, she would find herself regretting her choice far too late. Just as she grappled with her decision, A thought suddenly flickered in her mind. Then, Chen Tianliang suggested that she could take on the role of a housekeeper at his residence. However, before commencing her duties, she insisted on visiting the employment office in the town of Tairua to sign a formal contract. This was to ensure her safety at work and to protect herself from discrimination or harassment. Only after signing the contract could she feel secure about working in his home. Chen Tianliang smiled, acknowledging that it was only natural. After all, a contract is mutually beneficial. Besides, given that Qingmei Taozi had her doubts about him, he too was not entirely at ease with her. The contract would serve the interests of both parties. As they conversed, the rain ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the radiant sun once again bathed Tairua in its warm glow. "Let us depart," Chen Tianliang said, rising to assist Qingmei Taozi with her suitcase. This simple yet gentlemanly gesture warmed the heart of the beleaguered Qingmei Taozi, who had been sorrowful for days. After wiping away the traces of tears from her eyes, she raised her once sunny smile anew. "Yes," she replied, nodding earnestly before following Chen Tianliang. Uncertain of the employment office's location, Chen Tianliang resorted to his phone's navigation to guide them to the town's sole employment office. The process of signing the contract proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen complications. However, when it came to negotiating her salary, Chen Tianliang found himself in a quandary. In New Zealand, hiring a live-in housekeeper is quite an expensive endeavor. When converted to monthly payments in Chinese yuan, the typical salary for a housekeeper here ranges from 20 to 30,000 yuan. Such positions are often available, but not easily filled, illustrating the scarcity of labor in New Zealand. After a discussion with Qingmei Taozi, he ultimately offered her a salary of 6,000 New Zealand dollars per month. As they completed the employment contract and departed from Tairua, boarding a water taxi back to Flip-Flop Island, Qingmei Taozi was left speechless upon witnessing the island's fairy tale beauty. Although she had heard Chen Tianliang mention living on an island, she could scarcely fathom that it was indeed true. The sight of the pristine seaside villa, the coconut and palm trees lining the beach, along with various fruit trees, wooden cabins, and tents, left her utterly astonished. Chapter 47. The amphibious four-wheeled motorcycle arrives. "Excuse me, what is the matter?" Upon stepping onto the island and walking along the dock, Chen Tianliang turned back with a puzzled expression. "Is this truly your home?" Qing Tian Taozi gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Chen Tianliang smiled slightly and replied with certainty, "Of course it is. Now, let us proceed inside. I shall show you to your room." With that, he turned and continued toward the main villa. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the villa. Roar, ah, clap, 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 meow, huff, huff. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Qing Tian Taozi then spotted a fierce-looking dog leading a small pig towards them. She also noticed a plump orange cat lazily lounging on the wooden steps of the villa, nonchalantly licking its paws. From a second-floor balcony, a vividly colored macaw swooped down, landing squarely on its owner's shoulder, squawking loudly about its hunger. The most amusing sight was a little seal, lying on its back on the lawn beside the inflatable pool at the villa's entrance, joyfully slapping its round belly. Qing Tian Taozi had not anticipated that this man would have such an endearing array of pets, except for that dog with a scarred eye. On Chen Tianliang's side, upon seeing his master return, the dog named Aseng joyfully rushed to him. However, it soon caught sight of Qing Tian Taozi trailing closely behind. With a low growl, Aseng lunged at her before Chen Tianliang could issue a reprimand. Qing Tian Taozi was instantly struck with fear. "Oh my goodness!" Aseng no, Chen Tianliang, taken aback by this unforeseen incident, hastily prepared to sprint forward to pull Aseng away. Yet, to his astonishment, Aseng toppled Qing Tian Taozi and, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, moved toward her face. This is it. Chen Tianliang envisioned the horrifying image of Qing Tian Taozi's disfigurement and the hefty compensation he would have to pay. But to his surprise, instead of the anticipated screams, he heard, "Ah, how annoying, bad dog, your breath stinks. Stop licking, it tickles. Hee, it really tickles." Chen Tianliang stood in stunned silence as he watched his dog shamelessly frolic with Qing Tian Taozi. At that moment, a twinge of jealousy arose within him. imagining how wonderful it would be to switch places with a saying. Ba, what a sin, what a sin. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. After dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, Chen Tianliang hurried over to shoo away the reluctant Asang and extended his hand to help Qing Tian Taozi to her feet, immediately checking to see if she had sustained any injuries. Fortunately, apart from her slightly disheveled hair and the saliva from Asang adorning her face, Sunny Peach was unharmed. This alleviated the tension in Chen Tianliang's heart, and he promptly apologized to her with a worried expression. I'm terribly sorry, Peach. Asang isn't usually like this. Sunny Peach, adjusting her attire, raised her hand to wipe the drool from her face, her gaze dropping shyly. It's all right, it's quite enthusiastic. Her response only deepened Chen Tianliang's sense of embarrassment. He shot a stern glare at Asang, who was sitting beside him with its tongue lolling out. He could not comprehend why Asang was so exuberant towards Sunny Peach, whom it had just met. Could it be due to Sunny Peach's complexion, leading Asang to mistakenly perceive her as a kindred spirit of the opposite sex? Chen Tianliang's gaze shifted back to Sunny Peach's sweet, sun-kissed face. Feeling his direct stare, Sunny Peach became slightly flustered. After a brief cough, she lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing, and said, Sir, shouldn't we go inside? Oh, my apologies, please, after you. Chen Tianliang snapped back to reality and gestured for Sunny Peach to proceed toward the main villa. Upon entering the villa, Sunny Peach surveyed the minimalistic yet exquisite decor, her eyes glimmering with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that her new employer possessed such an appreciation for life. The interior, both in its design and furnishings, did not exude the gaudiness often associated with wealth. Rather, at first glance, it evoked a sense of lush greenery, warm sunlight, and natural materials converging to create a bright and inviting atmosphere. It imparted to her a refreshing simplicity and elegance. The straightforward and comfortable wooden decor offered a sense of tranquil serenity. Noticing Sunny Peach's expression, Chen Tianliang understood that she was quite pleased with the living conditions. He then led her to the servants' quarters on the first floor and said, Peach, this will be your room from now on. Although it may seem a bit small, it is fully equipped with a television and a washing machine. As soon as Chen Tianliang's words fell, Sunny Peach began to assess the space before her. She soon realized that although this was a servant's room, its size rivaled that of her previous apartment. The bedroom, in addition to the television and washing machine, boasted a private bathroom, which included a luxurious bathtub. Besides an oversized wardrobe, a vanity table was placed beside the neatly made single bed dressed in crisp white linens, with sheer white curtains billowing in the breeze. To Sunny Peach, who had fallen on hard times, this all felt like a dream. Unbeknownst to her, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Observing this, Chen Tianliang quietly exited the room with a saying. Standing outside, he faintly heard the sounds of her weeping from within. He shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on his astonishing luck. In the course of a casual outing, he had inadvertently acquired a Japanese maid. It remains uncertain whether this young lady from the land of the rising sun possesses culinary skills as exceptional as she claims. As Chen Tianliang contemplated the prospect of finally having someone to engage in conversation with, he stepped out of the villa and unexpectedly spotted a small cargo ship slowly approaching Dragsand Island. Puzzled, he made his way toward the dock. As the vessel neared, a sharply dressed young Caucasian man greeted Chen Tianliang with a smile. Good day. May I inquire if you're Mr. Chen? Although Chen Tianliang was perplexed as to how this individual knew him, he nodded lightly in affirmation. After confirming his identity, the young man continued with a smile. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am Amy Curtis, a representative from the Gibbs Amphibious Technology Company's New Zealand branch. He extended his hand toward Chen Tianliang. Upon hearing the name Amy Curtis, Chen Tianliang suddenly recalled the item he had ordered from the system mall 5 days prior. With a look of surprise, he grasped the man's hand, eagerly awaiting a response to validate his assumptions. Amy Curtis did not disappoint. After his introduction, he promptly got to the point. Mr. Chen, the high-performance amphibious four-wheeled motorcycle you ordered from our company 5 days ago has been delivered. Please sign on this form to confirm receipt. Just as Amy Curtis finished speaking, several workers disembarked from the cargo ship and began to slowly open a shipping crate. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed in Chen Tianliang's mind. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first grand toy. As this is your inaugural purchase from the system, you are rewarded with a random talent. Ding! Reward. Carpentry talent. Chapter 48. Test driving the amphibious ATV. Chen Tianliang did not hastily inspect the system rewards. Instead, he turned his attention to the cargo ship, where workers were slowly unveiling a shipping container. As the container gradually opened, a black ATV adorned with yellow stripes came into view. Chen Tianliang, filled with excitement, was eager to board the ship and admire his new vehicle. However, he was halted by Amy Curtis, who stood nearby. With a hint of displeasure, Chen Tianliang cast a questioning glance at him, puzzled by the interruption. Sensing the misunderstanding, Amy Curtis quickly clarified, "Mr. Chen, please hold on. Let the workers bring it down first, and then you can personally take it for a test drive." After hearing this, Chen Tianliang nodded slightly. At that moment, two workers set up a ramp between the dock and the cargo ship, while another worker climbed aboard the amphibious ATV. As the vehicle roared to life, it unleashed a ferocious growl akin to that of a beast. Soon, the amphibious ATV was brought ashore, much to Chen Tianliang's anticipation. "Mr. Chen, we sincerely appreciate your trust in Gibbs Company. As a token of our gratitude, we have prepared a gift for you," Amy Curtis announced. "Oh, a gift?" Chen Tianliang replied, his expression tinged with surprise. With a smile, Amy Curtis gestured to his colleague aboard the ship, who nodded in understanding and disappeared into the cabin. While Chen Tianliang admired his future ride, the colleague returned, cradling a box. "Mr. Chen, this is the gift we have prepared for you. We hope you accept it with our best wishes," he said, handing the box to Chen Tianliang. Curious, Chen Tianliang opened the box to discover a black motorcycle helmet, seemingly crafted from carbon fiber. This material possesses a strength far superior to that of ordinary helmets, while remaining lightweight. Furthermore, it offers remarkable impact resistance and is less prone to deformation. Chen Tianliang knew that such a helmet would retail for no less than 1,000 yuan domestically. Elated, he reached into the box to retrieve the helmet, only to find a black wetsuit nestled beneath it. Chen Tianliang was pleasantly surprised by Gibbs Company's thoughtful gesture. With the helmet and wetsuit, he no longer needed to purchase them in town. Once the delivery was completed, Amy Curtis graciously declined Chen Tianliang's invitation. After bidding him farewell with a wave, the cargo ship departed from Slipper Island, leaving Chen Tianliang with the opportunity to finally test drive his amphibious four-wheeled ATV. First, he retrieved the wetsuit from the box and, standing on the dock, removed his clothing, leaving only his underwear. Fortunately, the peach of a sunny day kept him company in the bedroom. Otherwise, she would have surely exclaimed at his state of undress. Once donned in the wetsuit, Chen Tianliang secured the helmet and took his place on the ATV, fastening the safety tether around his wrist. With all preparations complete, he ignited the engine of the ATV. Although the fuel gauge indicated a modest amount of fuel, it was sufficient for him to reach the town of Taoyuan. Thus, he revved the engine of the amphibious vehicle, its robust roar echoing once more. Mounting the vehicle, Chen Tianliang swiftly navigated through the dock, making a semicircular turn before hurtling directly toward the sea from the sandy shore. At that moment, Qing Tiantaozi, whose emotions had somewhat settled, emerged from the villa and was taken aback to witness him charging into the water on a four-wheeled motorcycle. Instinctively covering her mouth in shock, she then ran barefoot toward the beach, pondering whether her new boss had lost his mind. How could he possibly ride a four-wheeled land vehicle in the ocean? Had he perhaps encountered some distressing circumstance? However, in the next moment, she realized her thoughts were unfounded. She watched, astonished, as the four-wheeled motorcycle transformed shortly after touching the water, floating gracefully atop the surface. After pressing the land-water transition button, Chen Tianliang observed the vehicle's wheels retracting within mere seconds, while the propulsion system switched to jet drive. Subsequently, the metamorphosed motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The vessel sliced through the tranquil waters, creating a tumult of waves that cascaded outward, sending splashes of white foam into the air. Roar! Chen Tianliang exclaimed with exuberance. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang stood barefoot on the beach, the cool sea water lapping at her ankles. She curiously watched Chen Tianliang as he maneuvered the motorcycle with playful abandon, veering left and right like an exuberant young boy reveling in his play. He seems like a child at heart, she thought with a giggle, covering her mouth as she observed his delight. With a light-hearted bounce, she turned and skipped back to the villa. After enjoying a thrilling ride on the amphibious motorcycle, Chen Tianliang became well-versed in its operation and set a course for Taoyuan. As he approached the shore, he encountered Uncle Charles, who was returning from his boat trip. Chen Tianliang smiled and waved at him. Although Uncle Charles did not recognize him, he courteously waved back. However, the next moment, he stared in disbelief as the motorcycle driver barreled straight onto the beach. "Look over there. What is that? Oh my God, am I seeing things? Did that person just come ashore from a sea? Is that a motorcycle or an ATV? Could it possibly be the legendary amphibious vehicle?" As Chen Tianliang disembarked onto the sandy shore, he instantly captured the attention of the beachgoers. The striking and stylish amphibious motorcycle garnered gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Among them, several bikini-clad beauties cast flirtatious glances at the man riding the impressive vehicle. However, at that moment, Chen Tianliang could not afford to pay any attention to them, as his amphibious motorcycle was on the brink of running out of fuel. He needed to make haste towards a gas station. As he accelerated, swiftly passing a few alluring beauties, a cloud of dust was kicked up from the rear of his vehicle. "Damn it! You jerk, stop right there!" Several bikini-clad sirens cursed angrily, collectively raising their middle fingers in a gesture of international camaraderie towards Chen Tianliang's retreating figure. Upon arriving at the gas station, Chen Tianliang found himself once again bewildered. This marked his first visit to a gas station since arriving in New Zealand. To his surprise, there were no attendants to assist him, unlike in his homeland. In simple terms, it was a self-service gas station. After steadying his motorcycle, Chen Tianliang disembarked and carefully examined the operational instructions on the pump. After a thorough observation, he finally grasped the procedure for refueling. However, he was taken aback by the exorbitant fuel prices in New Zealand. The cost of 95-octane gasoline was over $3 which, when converted, amounted to approximately 12 Chinese yuan. Chapter 49, Daily Life with the Japanese Maid. After filling the fuel tank, Chen Tianliang entered the convenience store to settle the payment. His jet ski's tank holds 54 liters, requiring nearly $200 to fill. Once the transaction was completed, he mounted his amphibious jet ski and, instead of lingering in the town, made his way directly back to Slipper Island. Upon his return, Chen Tianliang parked the jet ski in front of the villa. As he stepped inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a perfectly round and pert peach. He instinctively swallowed, followed by an awkward cough. Hearing the commotion at the door, Akiyama Momo turned her head. Spotting Chen Tianliang entering, she quickly rose and approached him with small, hurried steps. Observing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Chen Tianliang nodded approvingly. "Welcome back, sir." Akiyama Momo greeted him with a bow, her voice bubbling with excitement as she spoke in rapid Japanese, which Chen Tianliang could not comprehend. She knelt down to retrieve his slippers and personally assisted him in putting them on. This gesture startled Chen Tianliang, who had never been attended to in such a manner. He hurriedly insisted, "No, please, I can do it myself." However, he soon recalled her previous statement and furrowed his brow. "Momo, what did you mean by that phrase in Japanese?" he inquired. "Oh, sir, I was just saying that you have returned," Akiyama Momo replied, her lips adorned with a lively smile. "Ah," Chen Tianliang realized, but then promptly added, "Momo, let's communicate in English as much as possible at home. It will facilitate our conversations, and I will teach you Chinese later." "Learn Chinese?" Akiyama Momo tilted her head, nibbling on her finger as she pondered. A flicker of joy crossed her eyes, but she quickly grew somewhat disheartened and asked, "But sir, won't Chinese be very difficult to learn?" "Regardless of the difficulty, you must learn. Do you understand?" Chen Tianliang said sternly, gazing intently at her. Feeling the seriousness of her employer's expression, Akiyama Momo grew flustered and bowed again. "All right." Seeing her compliant demeanor, Chen Tianliang chuckled lightly and walked past her. Yet, just a few steps away, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to her, saying, "By the way, you can express your refusal in Japanese." "Huh? Sir, why is that?" Akiyama Momo asked, a puzzled look crossing her face as she struggled to grasp her employer's intent. A mischievous smile crept onto Chen Tianliang's lips as he left her with the words, "I enjoy watching you say no," before ascending the stairs. This left Akiyama Momo in a state of bewilderment. After pondering for a while and recalling the playful smile Chen Tianliang had just displayed, she suddenly understood, and her cheeks flushed red. Feeling bashful, she stomped her foot and waved her small fists at Chen Tianliang's retreating figure. Although she realized her employer was merely teasing her, she couldn't quite pinpoint why it didn't anger her as much as she thought it would. Before long, Chen Tianliang descended the stairs once more. "Peach, from now on, you shall be responsible for the household chores, laundry, and cooking." As he was descending the stairs, relaying these duties to Sunny Peach, he abruptly swallowed the unfinished words. This was due to the sight of Sunny Peach in the kitchen, diligently occupied, having changed her attire. Previously, she had worn the short skirt and cropped white shirt that Chen Tianliang had first seen her in that day. Now, however, she was adorned in a delightful Japanese-made outfit. The classic black and white palette, embellished with lace trimmings, accentuated her long, alluring legs, which were elegantly clad in seductive black stockings that no man could resist. Yet, what captured Chen Tianliang's attention the most were the charming cat ears perched atop her head. Observing her attire, his heart raced uncontrollably. An illusion suddenly enveloped him, as if he were immersed in a character development game. While Chen Tianliang was lost in thought, Sunny Peach approached him with a radiant smile, playfully waving her delicate hand before him. "Sir, what troubles you?" Coming back to his senses, Chen Tianliang swallowed hard and, with a hint of astonishment, inquired, "Peach, where did you get this outfit?" "Oh, you mean this outfit?" Sunny Peach twirled joyfully in front of Chen Tianliang, then continued, "This is a costume I specially prepared for a cosplay event with my classmates at school. Do you think it looks good?" It looks great, very professional." Chen Tianliang stammered, his cheeks flushed before hastily retreating. As he neared the door, he nearly stumbled. Watching Chen Tianliang's awkward escape, Sunny Peach chuckled softly, her arms crossed over her ample chest, reveling in her triumph. "Oof, that will teach you to tease me again." Chapter 50. Chen Tianliang's Versailles life upon stepping outside. Chen Tianliang found himself standing on the doorstep, internally lamenting his predicament. The mere thought of facing such a delicate and enchanting beauty each day compelled him to consider procuring some anti-hypertensive medication. If this continued, he feared the charming young lady within would inevitably elevate his blood pressure. Once he steadied his emotions, he retrieved the fishing trap he had purchased earlier and mounted his amphibious motorcycle, heading straight for the lake in the back mountains. After successfully catching an eel as thick as a baby's arm, he returned to the villa. He intended to test the culinary skills of Chen Tianliang with this catch. As he entered the villa, holding the fishing trap, he spotted Chen Tianliang still in the kitchen, her gaze fixed intently on the incubation box placed on the central island. Curiously, despite having sat there for several days, the dozen or so eggs misses Nancy had gifted him showed no signs of hatching. He was perplexed as to what species these eggs belonged, given their apparent difficulty in hatching. Noticing Chen Tianliang's return with the fishing trap, Chen Tianliang inquired with curiosity about what he had caught. With a smile, he presented the trap to her. Upon seeing the writhing eel within, she was so startled that she fell to the ground. How revolting! Please take it away." Witnessing Chen Tianliang's reaction to the eel, Chen Tianliang quickly placed the trap on the island and helped her up, quipping, "Didn't you claim to be proficient in cooking? How can one eel frighten you so? Please, allow me to explain. Although I can cook, I have always been terrified of live eels. In the East, it was customary for my father to prepare them for me before I dare to handle them." Raising an eyebrow in disbelief, Chen Tianliang responded, "So, you expect me to assist you in preparing it?" Then before he could finish, Chen Tianliang bowed deeply, pleading, "I beg of you." Glancing at the subtle curvature of her figure, Chen Tianliang felt a pang of sympathy. After all, it was indeed unseemly for a young lady to undertake the task of dispatching an eel. Thus, he resolved to assist her. With a swift motion, he extracted the lively eel from the trap and placed it in the sink for cleaning. He then pinned the eel to the cutting board, grasped a long chef's knife, and made a precise incision between its head and neck. With practiced ease, he pressed down on the blade, slicing towards the tail. His deft technique elicited an exclamation of admiration from Chen Tianliang. Stunning. Pleased by her compliment, a subtle smile graced Chen Tianliang's lips. While gutting the eel, he discovered that it contained roe within its belly. As Chen Tianliang contemplated discarding the eel bones and entrails all at once, he was halted by King Tianliang. "Sir, please do not throw these away. They are of use to me." Chen Tianliang was perplexed by her intentions for the fish bones and offal. Yet he chose to heed her request. After dispatching the eel, he entrusted the remaining tasks to King Tianliang. Once he had washed his hands, he indicated the locations of the seasonings and kitchen utensils to her. At that moment, King Tianliang noticed a clay pot nestled within the cupboard. As she excitedly retrieved it, Chen Tianliang informed her that he had brought it from his homeland and inquired about her plans for the pot. With a simple utterance of its secret, she ushered him out of the kitchen, instructing him to patiently await dinner. Observing her busily at work, Chen Tianliang could only manage a wry smile, harboring no expectations for the meal. With dinner out of his hands, he found himself with spare time to tend to his pets. After feeding a few cherished companions, Chen Tianliang stepped outside. He was dismayed to see a multitude of ripe fruits strewn across the lawn surrounding the villa. These tropical fruits, if situated back home, would fetch a handsome price per kilogram. Yet on his island, they had become an embarrassment of riches, impossible to consume. He had considered transporting the fruits to the nearby town for sale, but in New Zealand, nearly every household cultivated fruit trees, and supermarket prices were remarkably low. Thus, his aspirations of profiting from fruit sales had come to an abrupt end. Alas, an overabundance of resources can indeed be a burden, Chen Tianliang mused, somewhat ironically. In order to prevent the fruits from decaying on the ground, he took up tools to gather them into a pile. Then, he hopped into his UTV and loaded all the fallen fruits, transporting them to the back of the villa to feed his 5 alpacas and 2 cows. Chapter 51. Eel Cuisine. After tidying up the fallen fruits, the surroundings of the villa were finally much cleaner. Chen Tianliang nodded in satisfaction. "Sir, dinner is ready." Just as Chen Tianliang was playfully teasing the little seal, ago, by the children's swimming pool, Chen Tianliang appeared at the door. "Oh, I see." Chen Tianliang tossed the football to Ago and beckoned Asang and Peichi to walk towards the villa. As he stepped onto the stairs leading to the entrance, he inadvertently stepped on the rolling tail of a plump cat. Meow! With a piercing cry, the cat, the pie, suddenly extended its claws to scratch Chen Tianliang's calf, angrily gnawing at his trouser leg. At the dining table, Chen Tianliang gazed incredulously at the array of eel dishes laid out before him and turned to Chen Tianliang. "Did you really make all of these?" Chen Tianliang smiled sweetly and nodded slightly. Chen Tianliang was taken aback. Although he had yet to taste the dishes, their appearance alone was quite appetizing. Notably, as a chef and a food enthusiast, he had never encountered such culinary creations before. It was no surprise, however, as these dishes belonged to Japanese cuisine, which he rarely indulged in domestically. Just as Chen Tianliang intended to pick up his chopsticks, Chen Tianliang presented him with an appetizer. This appetizer consisted of several small dishes, and the first to catch Chen Tianliang's attention was a long, intertwined fishbone. Indeed, it was the bone of the eel. He had not expected Chen Tianliang to transform eel bones into a dish. Foregoing his chopsticks, he picked up the eel bone and gently snapped it in half with his fingers, revealing its remarkable crispiness. Next, under Chen Tianliang's eager gaze, Chen Tianliang placed the eel bone into his mouth. To his astonishment, he discovered that the texture was reminiscent of crispy, fried bits, exuding a delightful oiliness akin to a savory snack. Chen Tianliang nodded in satisfaction. Observing his reaction, Chen Tianliang promptly presented the second small dish, introducing it as teriyaki eel liver. After tasting it, Chen Tianliang found the flavor agreeable, yet perhaps due to his unfamiliarity, he felt that the teriyaki eel liver did not impress him as much as the eel bone had. He continued to sample the other small dishes, all of which were quite enjoyable. Finally, it was time for the main course. The first dish was steamed eel egg. Upon the first bite, the fresh flavor of the eel was evident. Only after savoring it did he discern the taste of the egg. Following the steamed egg, he encountered the renowned tempura from Japanese cuisine. Observing the small plate adorned with two golden fried pieces resembling fish, Chen Tianliang picked one up to taste. As he chewed, he realized that this was not eel meat. Upon closer inspection with his chopsticks, he noticed countless tiny white particles within the fried item. Chen Tianliang cast a puzzled glance at Taozi. Noticing that he had not yet discerned the flavor, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Sir, this is the eel roe I asked you to try. How does it taste? With her clarification, Chen Tianliang finally understood and nodded appreciatively. Not bad. The flavor is quite distinctive, and the texture resembles chewing on non-bouncing pop rocks. Sir, you certainly have a way with words. Receiving his praise, Tozi's face blossomed into a radiant smile. After savoring several exquisite and delicious eel dishes, her culinary skills garnered Chen Tianliang's approval at last. However, it was regrettable that the portions were rather scant, each dish served in petite plates and bowls. As the saying goes, a growing boy can eat his father out of house and home. Judging by Chen Tianliang's robust appetite, these dishes barely sufficed to satisfy him. Thus, he inquired if there were any additional offerings. With a smile, Taozi replied that there was a signature dish yet to come and asked him to wait a moment while she fetched it. As she turned gracefully toward the kitchen, Chen Tianliang was suddenly reminded of the idiom, a beauty to feast one's eyes upon. While Chen Tianliang sat in anticipation for the final dish, he soon beheld Taozi approaching with a clay pot in hand. As she placed the pot at the center of the table, donning heat-resistant gloves, she lifted the lid, releasing a plume of steam. Simultaneously, a rich aroma of grilled eel wafted through the air. Eel rice. Chen Tianliang looked with delight into the pot. He had longed for this dish but had been too preoccupied in recent days, to the point where he scarcely had the energy to cook a meal. This was also one of the reasons he intended to hire Taozi. The eel rice was not merely teriyaki, but bore a flavor reminiscent of braised pork. Most commendable was the layer of crispy rice that formed at the bottom of the pot, imparting a delightful crunch when enjoyed with the perfectly cooked eel. The moment it crumbled in his mouth, the taste was utterly divine. After relishing the eel rice, Chen Tianliang gave a thumbs up to Taozi. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Perhaps due to her complexion, Chen Tianliang remained oblivious to her shyness. Taozi, you should sit down and eat as well, or the food will get cold. After dinner, Chen Tianliang found a rare moment of leisure as he sat cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Asang and Peichi were sprawled on the floor, dozing off. Meanwhile, Dapi lay beside him, still harboring resentment from when Chen Tianliang accidentally stepped on its paw before dinner, now reaching out a paw to scratch at his sleeve. As for Pudding, it had mysteriously vanished, and Chen Tianliang had not seen it since returning after refueling. Just as Taozi finished tidying up the kitchen and stepped into the living room, Chen Tianliang beckoned her over to join him in the game. Chapter 52. Have you applied sunscreen on your back? It was yet another serene morning. Chen Tianliang arose early, as was his custom, and took Peichi with him to forage for black truffles. After handing over the freshly gathered truffles to Mike, who had come to collect them, he received a sum of 6,000 New Zealand dollars. His bank account now boasted a total of 30,000 New Zealand dollars. After bidding farewell to Mike, he was just in time to hear Chen Tianliang call him for breakfast. The meal was quite simple, featuring a Western-style breakfast of fried eggs and ham, accompanied by bread and fresh milk that Chen Tianliang had just drawn from the cowshed. As he savored his breakfast, he couldn't help but gaze at the silhouette of Chen Tianliang, clad in a maid's outfit, diligently attending to her household chores. For reasons unknown, observing Taozi from this angle evoked a rather peculiar sensation within him, reminiscent of the clandestine thrill of watching a forbidden film from beneath the covers. Just as his thoughts began to wander, the phone on the dining table rang, jolting him back to reality. Cursing himself for his indecency, he picked up the receiver, only to discover it was Connor calling. A subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed that the universe had a way of aligning events. Just that morning, he had contemplated reaching out to Connor to discuss procuring more cattle and sheep, and now, Connor had taken the initiative to call him. Upon connecting, Connor cheerfully inquired about Chen Tianliang's activities. Chen Tianliang replied that he was having breakfast and asked if there was a specific reason for Connor's call. "Mate, I plan to head to Auckland tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me?" Chen Tianliang paused momentarily, reflecting that he had been in New Zealand for nearly 2 weeks and had only changed clothes once at the Auckland airport restroom upon arrival. The prospect of visiting Auckland was appealing, especially since he had matters to attend to there, namely, finding a reliable labor agency to recruit a few employees. With staff, his daily workload would ease considerably. Without hesitation, he agreed. "Very well, I will meet you at the Taru Wharf tomorrow morning." "Sounds good," he replied. After hanging up, he noted that the plant nursery was delivering the strawberry seedlings he had purchased the previous day. After exchanging pleasantries with Tauzi, he stepped outside. Once the seedlings were unloaded, Chen Tianliang began planting them using the method the shop assistant had taught him. Just as he was fully immersed in his task, Tauzi completed her chores and came a hand. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together make the labor lighter. With Tauzi's assistance, Chen Tianliang's efficiency improved without him even realizing it. Meanwhile, in Taru town, Sherry Vivian had resigned from her job at the Hot Pot restaurant and was wandering the deserted streets alone. She chose to leave because she recognized that it was not the life she desired. Now, she aspired to venture into entrepreneurship and open her own shop. It need not be grand. A modest space would suffice for her dreams. At present, she had successfully saved enough capital to embark on this new endeavor. As she searched for a shop available for rent, she stumbled upon a bakery that was in the process of being transferred. A flicker of delight danced in Sherry Vivian's eyes, and without hesitation, she pushed the door open and entered. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely. Due to the sweltering heat, Chen Tianliang's skin had darkened significantly compared to the previous days, taking on a hue deeper than that of a peach, truly transformed into a bronze tan. Rising from his seat, he wiped the sweat that had beaded on his forehead, and as he glanced towards the peach, who was diligently tending to the strawberries, he suddenly perceived a magnificent bird with resplendent feathers soaring towards the direction of the villa behind her, seemingly entering her bedroom. "What's wrong, sir?" Peach inquired, lifting her head and noticing Chen Tianliang's gaze upon her, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Nothing. I thought I saw a pudding fly into your bedroom," he replied. Peach merely acknowledged it with an "oh" and returned to her tasks. Observing the beads of sweat dotting her forehead, Chen Tianliang felt a pang of guilt. After all, these tasks were not within Peach's designated responsibilities. Moreover, the ultraviolet rays at noon in New Zealand were exceedingly strong, making it easy for skin damage to occur under such harsh sunlight. The intensity of the UV rays here was exacerbated by a significantly thinner ozone layer overhead, akin to a substantial breach. Even in the depths of winter, the UV rays remained formidable. Consequently, New Zealand is known to have a high incidence of skin cancer. According to data released by the Niwa Institute in New Zealand, the ozone levels in the atmosphere have recently reached their lowest point for this time of year. One of the contributing factors was the eruption of the Tonga volcano, whose effects are predicted to linger for several more years. The ultraviolet levels surrounding Auckland have increased by 10% compared to previous years, particularly in recent days. The weather has been quite favorable, leading to an astonishing UV index of 8 or even 9 in the North Island region. It is crucial to note that a UV index above 3 is sufficient to cause harm to human skin, and an index of 8 is considered hazardous. When Chen Tianliang first arrived in New Zealand, he was unaware of these facts until Connor, during his recent visit, enlightened him. Before departing, Connor gifted him a bottle of sunscreen. From that day onward, Chen Tianliang made it a habit to apply sunscreen thoroughly before venturing out to work in the fields. However, there were always areas he could not reach, such as his back. Even someone as rugged as him, hailing from northeast China, had begun to fear the intensity of the sun, let alone Peach, a young woman. Thus, he suggested, "Peach, with the sun blazing like this, you should head back inside. I can manage here." Upon hearing his concerned words, Peach simply smiled brightly, responding in a light-hearted tone, "It's all right, sir. There are still so many strawberries left to plant. It would be too arduous for you alone. Let me stay and assist you. And don't worry about me. I applied sunscreen early this morning. Seeing that the young girl was still concerned about him, Chen Tian felt a warm surge in his heart. Uncertain of which string had been misplayed, he blurted out, "Have you applied anything to your back? If not, I—" Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately sensed the inappropriateness of his words and quickly fell silent. Chapter 53. The lost item. At that moment, he felt rather greasy, and not just greasy, but rather shameful. How could he have uttered such a thoughtless remark to a girl he had only recently met? He cautiously glanced at Towsy, who was squatting a short distance away, and saw that the young girl remained silent, her head bowed, not betraying any emotion, either out of shyness or anger. "Towsy, I apologize. I didn't mean it that way." Chen Tianliang hurriedly expressed his remorse. Upon hearing his sincere apology, Towsy finally reacted. Looking up in astonishment, her cherry-red lips parted in disbelief. She had never expected the boss, Chen Tianliang, to apologize to her. In her view, he had no obligation to do so over such a trivial matter. This might also be attributed to her upbringing in the land of the rising sun, a society known for its pronounced patriarchal norms. In Japan, the status of women is often seen as inferior to that of men. Many Japanese men harbor a deep-seated disdain for women, treating them more like pets, loving them dearly when things go smoothly, but quickly adopting a different demeanor at the slightest hint of disobedience. In such an environment, where men seldom bestow respect upon women, Japanese women are compelled to become increasingly gentle and submissive. It was precisely in such a milieu that Towsy was raised, which explained her astonishment at Chen Tianliang's apology. In response to his remorse, Towsy hastily rose to her feet and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Sir, please don't do that. I understand your intentions. I bear no ill will, so there is no need for apologies." Seeing that she was not angry, Chen Tianliang finally felt a sense of relief. "All right, as long as you're not upset. The weather is too hot. Let us return home for now. The remaining tasks can be delegated to the workers I will bring from Auckland." With that, the two of them walked together into the villa. Upon entering, Chen Tianliang made his way directly to the kitchen, retrieving freshly squeezed juice from the refrigerator. Grabbing a glass, he drank heartily. After finishing, he took another glass and approached Towsy's room. He knocked lightly on the door. Tap, 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 came a sound. Shortly after, Towsy's delicate voice replied, "Please hold on a moment." Before long, the door opened, revealing Towsy, her thighs bare and clad in a very loose white t-shirt. The sheer nature of the fabric allowed Chen Tianliang to discern the pink bikini she wore underneath. He swallowed hard, hastily averting his gaze, and extended the juice to her. Towsy accepted the drink, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she thanked him. Just as Chen Tianliang was about to turn and leave, Towsy called out to him. He turned back in confusion, only to hear Towsy say, "Sir, something has gone missing from my bedroom." Upon hearing Towsy mention her lost item, Chen Tianliang was taken aback. He hurriedly inquired whether it was a valuable possession. Towsy's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze, murmuring that although it was not a precious item, it was rather private. Private? Chen Tianliang felt a twinge of curiosity. What could possibly be deemed private? Moreover, on this small island, there were only the two of them. How could anything be lost? At that moment, a sudden realization struck Chen Tianliang. He recalled the pudding that had just flown into Towsy's bedroom. It was the pudding. The two of them exclaimed the name of the thief in unison. They then hurriedly searched the villa for the pudding, yet after scouring both upstairs and downstairs, they found no trace of it. After an unfruitful search, they reluctantly gave up. Slumping onto the sofa, Chen Tianliang furrowed his brow and asked Towsy what exactly had been stolen by the pudding. However, Towsy hesitated, unwilling to divulge the information. With no other choice, he decided not to press further. At that moment, Towsy shyly asked Chen Tianliang, "Sir, may I go for a swim by the sea?" In the afternoon, Chen Tianliang and Towsy frolicked in the sea until sunset, before returning to the villa to prepare dinner. Even late into the night, as Chen Tianliang retired to bed, the pudding had yet to make an appearance. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon another morning dawned. While immersed in slumber, Chen Tianliang suddenly felt something fall onto his face. Shortly after, he heard the pudding shouting at the top of its lungs, "Wake up! Wake up!" Annoyed, Chen Tianliang frowned and instinctively reached up to his face. Upon removing the object that had covered his eyes, his first thought was that it resembled a piece of cloth. Blinking groggily, he looked at the item in his hand. In the next moment, he was instantly wide awake, turning his gaze to the pudding perched on its stand, fluttering its wings. The pudding. Caw caw caw. Big rogue. Chen Tianliang is a big rogue. At the dock, Chen Tianliang felt a bit embarrassed as he faced Towsy. Towsy, I should be back from Auckland soon. Please take care of the house on the island, and if anything happens, call me immediately, understood? Although Towsy felt a bit shy due to the morning's incident, she responded earnestly to Chen Tianliang's instructions. He nodded lightly and turned aboard the water taxi. Suddenly, Towsy called out, "Bridge bean sack." Confused, Chen Tianliang turned back to see Towsy approaching him, gently adjusting his collar. Watching her tender gesture reminiscent of a devoted wife stirred something within him. All right. After tidying his collar, Towsy beamed a sweet smile. Chen Tianliang chuckled softly and offered her a few more words of advice before stepping onto the water taxi. After traveling a considerable distance on the water taxi, he turned to glance back at the island and noticed Towsy still standing at the dock, gazing in his direction. At that moment, Charles also took note of this and, with a teasing tone, inquired of Chen Tianliang, "Chen, is that your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang hurriedly clarified the misunderstanding, explaining that she was merely the housekeeper he had recently hired. Upon realizing that Towsy was not his girlfriend, Charles expressed his regret with a disappointed countenance, remarking that it was indeed a pity. Observing his expression, Chen Tianliang could only smile wryly, his mind involuntarily drifting to the image of another woman. As he disembarked at the Tairua dock, Chen Tianliang scanned the surroundings in search of Connor. Just as he pondered where that rascal Connor might have disappeared to, a white Mercedes G-Class suddenly approached him. With a smooth halt in front of Chen Tianliang, the car window slid down, revealing none other than Connor himself in the driver's seat. At that moment, Connor was impeccably dressed, sporting a sharp suit and sunglasses, his hairstyle meticulously arranged. "Hop in, mate. Let's embark on our journey to Auckland." Chapter 54. Arrival at the sailing capital upon entering the vehicle. Chen Tianliang inquired with curiosity why Connor was dressed so formally today, wondering if he was planning a date in Auckland. The question stemmed from his impression that New Zealanders paid little heed to attire. One could hardly discern wealth from appearance alone. A glance down the street revealed an abundance of t-shirts, shorts, and flip-flops, an eclectic display of fashion choices indeed. Naturally, there were instances of attire being entirely absent. Should one encounter a young lady strolling without a top, it would be prudent not to gawk, as that would merely reflect her freedom of choice regarding clothing, or lack thereof. In New Zealand, regardless of body type, individuals expressed themselves through their attire. While nudity was not commonplace, going barefoot was certainly a prevalent trend. Chen Tianliang had first noticed this phenomenon during his initial visit to the town of Tarawera. Whether shopping, jogging, or dining, locals seemed to revel in the liberating experience of traversing the streets barefoot, embodying a spirit of carefree authenticity. Initially, he had assumed that footwear was prohibitively expensive in this region, prompting him to seek clarification from Connor. According to Connor, the aversion to shoes among New Zealanders is influenced by Maori culture, where going barefoot is regarded as a means of connecting with nature. Furthermore, the local ethos favors comfort over fashion, thereby cultivating this unique habit. Realizing that Chen Tianliang mistakenly believed he was heading out for a romantic rendezvous, Connor chuckled and clarified that his formal attire was intended for a meeting in Auckland to finalize a contract with a cosmetics company. Understanding the business nature of the matter, Chen Tianliang refrained from further inquiries and instead gazed quietly at the scenery beyond the window. This marked his first journey to such a distant locale since arriving in New Zealand. While it may have seemed far, the distance from Tarawera to Auckland was merely a little over 100 kilometers. The route was adorned with lush greenery, resembling a canvas painted in vibrant hues of green, complemented by the blue sky and fluffy white clouds. Cattle and sheep grazed alongside farms and orchards, forming a picturesque tableau. During the journey, Chen Tianliang not only admired the scenery, but also discussed with Connor his desire to acquire some cattle and sheep, as livestock on his island was lamentably scarce. Connor, with an enthusiastic gesture, assured him that he could procure as many cows and sheep as he wished, provided his island could sustain them. While this declaration seemed generous, Chen Tianliang was acutely aware of the realities of his island's limitations. With a mere 3,000 acres at his disposal, relying solely on livestock for substantial profit appeared an unattainable dream. Thus, his intention to raise cattle and sheep was not driven by profit, but rather by the aspiration for self-sufficiency in meat production on the island. After some contemplation, he surmised that, given the size of his island, it was entirely feasible to raise a few dozen cows and several hundred sheep. However, due to current financial constraints, he planned to start modestly with 5 beef cattle and 20 sheep, gradually expanding his endeavors over time. Connor wholeheartedly agreed with his idea and expressed that upon returning from his errands in Auckland tomorrow, he would take him to a place where the inhabitants have long sustained themselves through dairy farming. Chen Tianliang, upon hearing this, remarked that there would be nothing remarkable to see, as all cows appear quite similar. Connor chuckled and warned him not to underestimate the location, for it served as a filming site for The Lord of the Rings, renowned for its breathtaking scenery. Most importantly, the residents thrive solely on managing their farms, earning an impressive income of 7,000 New Zealand dollars daily. Chen Tianliang was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment that such an income equated to approximately 30,000 yuan per day if converted into Chinese currency. Completely flabbergasted, he eagerly inquired about the exact location. Connor, with a playful smile, decided to keep it a mystery until their visit the following day. Faced with this enigma, Chen Tianliang reluctantly abandoned his plan to search online for information. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Chen Tianliang and Connor finally arrived in New Zealand's largest city, Auckland. Although labeled as the largest city, Auckland's population is merely over 1.5 million, with 200,000 being of Chinese descent. This meant that 1 in every 9 individuals was Chinese, making it possible to live in Auckland even without English proficiency. Being a coastal city, Auckland is often referred to as the City of Sails, given the abundance of sailboats and yachts. Upon their arrival, as Connor had pressing matters to attend to, Chen Tianliang volunteered to explore the city on his own, suggesting that Connor contact him once he was free. Connor nodded appreciatively and, upon entering the city center, escorted Chen Tianliang to a labor brokerage firm with which he was familiar. Just before Chen Tianliang exited the vehicle, Connor expressed his concerns for his safety. Observing the sparsely populated streets, Chen Tianliang inquired about the warning. Connor explained that Auckland's safety was not as reliable as that of rural towns. While daytime was manageable, he cautioned against wandering alone at night, as incidents of petty theft often occurred after dark. Recently, there have been 7 reported shootings in the suburbs of Auckland. Moreover, New Zealand is one of the few countries where certain gangs have been legalized. Chen Tianliang reassured Connor with a smile, promising to find a hotel and await his call after completing his business, which eased Connor's worries. After disembarking, Chen Tianliang reflected on Connor's words, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He was astonished to discover that this seemingly peaceful and sparsely populated nation harbored such an unknown side. He mused about the possibility of his system rewarding him with self-defense skills and contemplated obtaining a firearm license when the opportunity arose. Setting aside these thoughts, Chen Tianliang entered the labor brokerage firm before him. To his surprise, upon meeting the employees, he realized that the establishment was owned by fellow Chinese compatriots, with the majority of the staff being of Chinese descent, particularly the boss, who hails from northeast China, much like himself. However, he is not a native of the Ice City, but rather born in the eastern region of Inner Mongolia. This so-called Eastern Inner Mongolia refers to the northeastern part of the Inner Mongolian grasslands, adjacent to northeast China. The 4 major leagues and cities, Hohhot League, Xing'an League, Tongliao, and Chifeng, are all part of this eastern region. The boss is namely Kai Kai, and he is of similar age to Chen Tianliang. At such a young age, embarking on an entrepreneurial journey overseas demonstrates both remarkable courage and intellect. Chapter 55. The unfortunate path of Auckland's Chinatown. The labor agency was modest in scale, with a mere handful of employees. As Chen Tianliang entered the agency, he fortuitously encountered its proprietor, Li Kai. Upon hearing the familiar dialect from Chen, they shared an instant connection, reminiscent of old acquaintances reuniting. Consequently, the responsibility of attending to Chen Tianliang fell squarely upon Li Kai. Accompanying Li Kai to his office, Chen recounted his situation. A flicker of surprise crossed Li's eyes when Chen mentioned his private island in the quaint town of Tarawera. Realizing he was in the presence of a valuable client, Li understood that nurturing this relationship could yield numerous job opportunities in the future. Thus, he greeted Chen with remarkable enthusiasm. Brother Chen, based on your description, the workers you require on your island include planters, gardeners, and farm caretakers, correct? Indeed, that is correct. Those are the only positions I require for the time being. I see. Li nodded thoughtfully before continuing, before I initiate the recruitment process. May I inquire about your expectations regarding employee remuneration? Chen had already clarified these details with Connor prior to arriving in Auckland. Due to the scarcity of labor in New Zealand, wages here tend to be higher than those in his home country. The three job roles Li mentioned typically command an average monthly salary of approximately 6,500 NZD, with farm drivers earning around 7,000 NZD. However, as Chen's farm is situated on an island, he required long-term workers, which necessitated providing for their accommodation and meals. Consequently, the monthly expenses would be quite substantial. After a moment's contemplation, Chen responded to Li, the wages will align with the average monthly salary in New Zealand. Bonuses and benefits will be calculated separately. As for the work requirements, employees will be expected to work 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Moreover, should overtime be necessary, the pay will be calculated at 1.5 times the standard rate. For overseas workers, there will be 14 days of paid annual leave based on individual performance, during which I will reimburse round-trip airfare back to their home country. Li pondered Chen's proposed conditions, noting they were generally in line with what other farm owners in New Zealand offered. It appeared that Chen had conducted thorough research prior to his arrival, which simplified matters considerably. Li had been apprehensive about encountering clients who, having recently invested in New Zealand, were oblivious to the realities of local labor costs. The high wages were justified. Had New Zealand's population mirrored that of China, labor shortages would not exist and the government would not need to issue work visas. Additionally, while 6,000 to 7,000 NZD might seem a substantial sum when converted to Chinese currency, the underlying economic factors were complex. However, in New Zealand, expenses are incurred in New Zealand dollars. 1 New Zealand dollar is not significantly different from 1 or 2 yuan back home. Upon learning of the salary package offered by Chen Tianliang, Li Kai instructed his subordinate to bring over a stack of documents and presented them to Chen Tianliang. Brother Chen, these are the records of workers registered with our company. They're mostly residing in the North Island of New Zealand now. Take a look and let me know if any of them pique your interest. I can arrange for them to come to your island for interviews. Receiving the documents, Chen Tianliang began to peruse them meticulously. After a while, he noticed that the individuals listed hailed from various countries: Southeast Asia, India, Russia, the United States, and more. However, the majority were of Chinese descent. According to Li Kai, locals in New Zealand prefer to employ their fellow Chinese compatriots, a testament to the diligence and hard work of individuals from their homeland. Upon spotting some Americans among the records, Chen Tianliang felt a twinge of curiosity. Li Kai chuckled and explained that since Trump's election as president of the United States, the number of Americans applying for immigration to New Zealand had surged by 70 compared to previous years. Chen Tianliang chuckled lightly, recalling the various peculiarities of past American presidents he had encountered online, which made the situation less surprising. After a careful selection process, he extracted the profiles of a few individuals from the stack of documents and handed them to Li Kai. After reviewing them, Li Kai confirmed there were no issues and promptly stated he would contact the individuals. He then inquired when Chen Tianliang planned to return to the island. Chen Tianliang replied that he would be returning the following day, to which Li Kaikai nodded in understanding. All right, I'll make sure we contact the workers swiftly, aiming to bring them to your island the day after tomorrow. Once the arrangements were settled, Chen Tianliang intended to take his leave, but Li Kaikai urged him to stay. Brother Chen, it's already noon. How about I treat you to lunch? Chen Tianliang politely declined. That is not necessary. I can just grab a bite on my own. That one tea do. We are both compatriots from the same homeland, especially hailing from the Northeast. Since you are here, how can I let you dine alone? Let us head to Chinatown. I know a place that serves authentic Northeast-style iron pot stew. I have no plans today, so after lunch, I can show you around Auckland. Seeing Li Kaikai's enthusiasm, Chen Tianliang felt it would be impolite to refuse. Moreover, he recognized the truth in Li Kaikai's words. They were indeed fellow countrymen. Being in a foreign land, forming friendships was invaluable. The adage, more friends, more paths, holds true regardless of the country. Thus, after Li Kaikai briefed his staff, he led Chen Tianliang into his BMW 5 Series. On their way to Chinatown, Li Kaikai took the opportunity to introduce Chen Tianliang to Auckland as Chinatown, known as Dominion Road, which, when translated, means unfortunate road. This place is a vibrant hub, gathering a multitude of diverse dining establishments that consistently attract throngs of visitors each day. The culinary offerings encompass a wide array of delicacies from both the northern and southern regions, making it a veritable street for indulgence and entertainment. Beyond the exquisite cuisine, the historical architecture stands out as a significant highlight. Many of the buildings bear a striking resemblance to those found in the old town areas of our homeland, exuding a distinct regional character akin to the traditional courtyard residences of the capital, Yenjing. The exteriors of these structures are preserved by local authorities, mandating that any renovations by proprietors must occur solely within the interiors. Over a century ago, this area had already begun to take shape. Along the streets, numerous edifices qualify as historical landmarks, with many villas reflecting the traditional Victorian-style characteristic of New Zealand homes. Here, the dichotomy of northern and southern identities is transcended, leaving only one unifying identity, that of the Chinese people. Chapter 56. The quirky iron pot stew on a rather unfortunate street. There exists a quaint northeastern iron pot stew restaurant. Li Kaikai accompanied Chen Tianliang as they entered the establishment. After perusing the menu, they ordered the renowned iron pot stew. Oh no, the iron pot stew with goose, along with several delightful cold dishes. The owner himself took it upon himself to pour the pre-cooked goose and an array of accompaniments into the iron pot. While awaiting their meal, Chen Tianliang surveyed the restaurant's decor. Although modest in size, it exuded a strong northeastern charm with its floral fabrics, strings of chili peppers, corn cobs, and garlic heads. Observing these culturally rich ornaments in a foreign land stirred a sense of nostalgia within Chen Tianliang. The melancholy arose from the emotional connection to his homeland, evoked by the familiar sights. After nearly 30 minutes of anticipation, the pot was ready, and they began to eat. Due to Li Kaikai being the designated driver, the two opted for tea instead of alcohol, indulging in their meal while engaging in lighthearted conversation. Once they had their fill, Li Kaikai noticed Chen Tianliang savoring his food with great relish and with a grin, inquired, "So, Chen, how does this goose stew fare?" "Well," Chen Tianliang replied, finishing the last piece of goose meat and smacking his lips in satisfaction. "I must say, the flavor is indeed authentic. I can prepare iron pot stew myself, and the technique and taste are quite comparable to this chef's. It's just a pity I lack an iron pot. Otherwise, I would have been cooking it for myself on the island long ago." Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Tianliang. Wiping his mouth, he eagerly asked Li Kaikai, "Hey Kaizi, where do you think this iron pot comes from?" "This iron pot? I'm not quite sure. Should I call the owner over to ask?" Li Kaikai, perplexed by Chen Tianliang's sudden curiosity about the iron pot, decided not to dwell on it. After a slight nod from Chen Tianliang, Li Kaikai turned to wave at the owner, who was standing at the counter. The burly owner, noticing the gesture, removed his chef's hat and approached them with a smile. "How are you two enjoying your meal?" he asked. Chen Tianliang gave him a thumbs up and, in a familiar northeastern accent, queried, "Excuse me, boss, may I inquire about something?" The owner, intrigued, responded, "What is it?" Where did you procure this iron pot? Ah, you see this iron pot. The owner began to respond, but abruptly paused, contemplating. As a small business owner on this unfortunate street, he was the sole representative of northeastern iron pot stew in the area. Given that the customer's accent suggested he was also from the northeast, he worried that if he revealed the source of the pot, the customer might open a competing establishment. It is no surprise that the owner's mind raced with such thoughts. His sparse hairline suggested either health issues or an overly burdened mind. Consequently, he deflected the question, replying evasively, "What's the matter, brother? Are you a chef too? Wow." This unfortunate street has its quirks. The restaurant owner moonlights as a fortune teller. Chen Tianliang thought, "What's this? A northeastern shaman?" As Chen Tianliang observed that his boss had discerned his previous occupation, he felt a flicker of interest. "Come, my friend, sit beside me. Let us engage in a candid discussion. How is it that you perceived my culinary background at first glance?" He shifted slightly to make room for his boss, who, without any pretense, took a seat next to him. Internally, the boss smirked, thinking, I truly guessed correctly. This fellow undoubtedly wishes to challenge me. His ensuing remarks were tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Is it not obvious? Uncle Benchon once said, "A large head and a thick neck. Either a wealthy man or a cook." What nonsense! Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianliang instinctively touched his slightly stubbled cheek, casting a glance at Li Kaikai across the table. "Kaikai, is my face really that large?" Li Kaikai stifled a chuckle and replied, "Not at all. Not in the slightest. You possess a perfectly shaped oval face. What on earth? How did the conversation shift from pots to my appearance?" Noticing the topic had veered off course, Chen Tianliang promptly redirected the discussion, pressing for the origins of the iron pot. However, his boss obstinately refused to divulge any information, implying that if Chen wished to compete, he needed to enhance his physique. Frustrated with his boss's obstinacy and somewhat oblivious demeanor, Chen Tianliang lost interest in further dialogue. He signaled to Li Kaikai, and the two settled the bill and prepared to leave. Before they exited, the boss, arms crossed and brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked that Chen should inform him when the restaurant opened, so he could attend and lend his support. With that nonsensical comment, the boss returned to the restaurant. Irritated, Chen Tianliang ground his teeth, thinking, just you wait. One day, when I'm in high spirits, I shall open an iron pot stew right across from you, and I will certainly give you a run for your money. Once in the car, Li Kaikai noticed Chen Tianliang's sulky mood and cheerfully said, "Brother Chen, do not let someone like him get under your skin. He is merely petty. Come, I'll take you to Huaxia City. Who knows? They might sell large iron pots there." "Huaxia City? What kind of place is that?" Li Kaikai explained with a smile. Huaxia City is essentially a shopping mall transformed from an old warehouse, established by the Oakland Chinese Chamber of Commerce. It is the most comprehensive Chinese supermarket in the Oakland area. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang felt a spark of interest. His previous displeasure began to dissipate. The two then drove to Huaxia City. Upon arrival, Chen Tianliang was struck by the sheer size of this Chinese supermarket. The grand entrance prominently displayed the words Huaxia City in bold Chinese characters. As they entered the supermarket, they were greeted by rows of various snack stalls. Perhaps due to the post-lunch hour, there were few patrons at the stands. Further inside lay the merchandise area, showcasing cross-stitch, large red lanterns, couplets, kipayos, tang suits, and a myriad of handicrafts. Everywhere, one could witness the unique cultural characteristics of China. However, the mall had an air of antiquity, leaving Chen Tianliang with the impression of a large shopping center reminiscent of the 1990s. The most commendable aspect is undoubtedly the food seasoning area, which boasts an extensive variety. Whether it be sauces, snacks, or rice noodles, any seasoning produced in various provinces and cities of China can be found here. As Chen Tianliang meandered through the aisles, he felt as though he were back home. The two wandered aimlessly and inadvertently stumbled upon a well-stocked cookware store. Here, much to his delight, he discovered a large iron wok. Not only was there the wok, but also grilling racks among other items. Upon seeing these two culinary treasures from northeast China, Chen Tianliang could hardly contain his joy. It is well known that northeast barbecue can grill nearly anything, while the iron wok is a versatile vessel for stewing all manner of ingredients. With these two items in hand, The black gold, abalone, and various seafood from his island would soon be in for a treat. Chapter 57. A day in Auckland after purchasing a large iron pot and a barbecue grill in Huaxia City. Chen Tianliang also acquired some iron skewers and various barbecue seasonings. He placed these items in the trunk of Li Kaikai's car, intending to take them along when he led the workers to Dragshoe Island. After exploring Bad Luck Road, Chen Tianliang glanced at the time. It was still not yet 2 p.m. Connor had yet to call, likely still preoccupied with his duties. Li Kaikai continued to guide him on a tour of Auckland, first leading him to One Tree Hill in Cornwall Park. From this elevated vantage point, they could behold the entirety of the Auckland cityscape. According to Li Kaikai, the hill derived its name from a solitary pine tree that once stood proudly at its peak. However, that tree had long since perished, leaving only a monument and the grave of Sir John Logan Campbell, the father of Auckland. Expansive green pastures within the park were dotted with grazing sheep and cattle. Upon exiting the park, the two meandered to a nearby museum, where Chen Tianliang gained insight into numerous artifacts and the history of the Maori people. Subsequently, Li Kaikai guided him through Queen Street, Auckland's traditional main thoroughfare and prime commercial district, renowned as New Zealand's finest shopping area. The array of goods available was dazzling and overwhelming. However, such leisurely shopping excursions were not particularly suited for two grown men. Thus, Li Kaikai led Chen Tianliang onto a boat to Bird Island, where they walked upon a fine, silky black sand beach, marveling at the countless seabirds in close proximity. As the afternoon unfolded, Chen Tianliang and Li Kaikai grew increasingly familiar with one another, their conversation becoming more relaxed and jovial. While strolling along the black sand beach, Li Kaikai suddenly inquired whether Chen Tianliang needed a chef for the island. Chen Tianliang regarded him with curiosity. "Do you have someone in mind?" Li Kaikai sheepishly scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he replied, "Indeed, I have someone, my uncle, who recently resigned from a Chinese restaurant in Auckland. He has a rather peculiar temperament, and despite my efforts to help him find work recently, he has been reluctant to attend interviews." So, Chungu, before Li Kaikai could finish, Chen Tianliang promptly suggested that Li Kaikai bring his uncle along with the workers to the island in 2 days. Surprised by Chen Tianliang's swift agreement, Li Kaikai's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Chen Tianliang's willingness stemmed from the realization that Li Kaikai had set aside his work to accompany him throughout the day and had shown him around. Out of consideration and reason, he felt it inappropriate to decline. Moreover, he had been contemplating hiring a chef, as he would need to take responsibility for the workers' meals once they arrived on the island. As the boss, he naturally could not cook for them himself, and the prospect of doing so was even less likely. Chen Tianliang could not bear the thought of his hard-won Japanese maid serving others. Moreover, aside from her proficiency in traditional Japanese cuisine, Taozi was woefully ignorant of other culinary styles. He certainly could not subject his employees to Japanese dishes every day, lest it become monotonous. Around 7 p.m., the twilight hues of the setting sun painted the sky. Finally, Connor called. Upon learning that Chen Tianliang was with the Chinese owner of the labor agency, Li Kaikai, he invited them both to dinner at the Sky Tower in the city center. The Sky Tower, located at the intersection of Victoria Street and Federal Street in Auckland, was constructed in 1996 and stood at a height of 328 meters. It is a landmark of New Zealand and ranks as the 13th tallest observation tower in the world. On ordinary days, the tower is illuminated in red and white. But during holidays or significant events, its lighting changes according to the day's theme. From a Sky Tower's 360-degree revolving restaurant, one could gaze upon the splendid vistas surrounding Auckland. After a sumptuous dinner, Li Kaikai bid farewell to Chen Tianliang and Connor. As it was already late at night, they decided against further wandering and opted for the nearest 5-star hotel, aptly named Sky City, to check in. The cost for a night stay was 279 New Zealand dollars. Originally, Chen Tianliang intended to treat them and pay for 2 rooms, but in New Zealand, the culture favored splitting the bill. Connor was no different. Thus, they ultimately settled on paying for their own accommodations. Back in a room, Chen Tianliang first sent a message to Mike, informing him of his presence in Auckland and suggesting that he might be late returning home. asking him to collect the goods on the island the day after tomorrow. Not long after sending the message, he received a reply from Mike. After taking a shower, he lay on the soft bed, feeling somewhat anxious about home, and decided to send a video to Towsy. After a considerable wait, the video finally connected. Initially displeased, he was taken aback upon seeing Towsy's damp hair and the cacophony of barking dogs and meowing cats in the background. "Towsy, what on earth are you doing? Is there a battle between cats and dogs?" Sir Towsy gasped, greeting Chen Tianliang before continuing. "No, it's not that. I'm giving Ah Sang and the others a bath. But they're so mischievous that things have gotten a little out of control. But don't worry, it will be resolved soon. Please trust me." Upon hearing that she was bathing the pets, Chen Tianliang noticed that the background was her bedroom's bathroom. When he caught a glimpse of her shoulders in the video, a rush of blood surged through him, and he wondered if she was in a state of undress. "Sir, do you need anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. The big dog hasn't finished drying yet. Go on then. Be busy. Remember to lock the doors and windows tonight. I shall return tomorrow." With everything in the house appearing as usual, Chen Tianliang felt a sense of relief and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Chen Tianliang, Li Kai placed a call to his uncle, sharing the news of a new job he had secured for him. To persuade his uncle to work comfortably with Chen Tianliang, he mentioned that the job was located on a beautiful private island. Upon hearing this news, his eccentric uncle took his time to ponder before deciding to accompany Li Kai to Tai Lua the day after tomorrow. Chapter 58. The Unique Quirks of New Zealand Uncle. I must emphasize this time. Once we arrive, you must perform diligently and refrain from any mischief, Li Kai stated to his uncle over the Bluetooth phone while driving. What does that entail? Is he the Lord of Peach Blossom Island, or something? Is his surname Huang? His uncle responded nonsensically from the other end. No. How can I make it clearer? I'm discussing a grand estate, and you insist on talking about trivial matters. Those who can purchase private islands are undoubtedly wealthy individuals. Even if he is indeed Lord Huang, do you aspire to be like Hong Qigong? Li Kai felt a headache brewing from his uncle's absurd remarks and couldn't help but retort. How audacious! You little rascal, do you have no respect for age? I am your uncle, your dear uncle, came a furious shout from the other end. Please spare me. I have no idea what my grandmother was thinking when she had 8 children in a row. I was born a year before you. So what makes you think you can act superior? If it weren't for the sake of my mother and grandmother, I wouldn't even bother with you. After Li Kai concluded his tirade, there was a moment of silence on the line. Hello, are you there? What has happened? Have you passed on? If you do, please let me know so I can send you off properly. After a lengthy pause, his uncle finally spoke in a subdued tone. Nephew, Li Kai, taken aback while driving, thought he might have been too harsh, potentially bruising his uncle's pride. Just as he contemplated offering an apology, his uncle's next words almost led to a traffic mishap. Ah, forget it. I know you mean well. I've already agreed to accompany you to that place. But as your uncle, I must ask you one last question. Noticing the somber tone, Li Kai softened his voice. Go ahead, uncle. Are there girls on that island? You know, females, the opposite sex? Before we head to New Zealand, your mother, my sister, repeatedly urged me to find a suitable partner for you. Oh, pardon my bluntness. I mean a significant other. You understand, right? You've promised for half a year, yet nothing has materialized. Beep, beep. Hello, nephew. Huh? Why did the call end before finishing? The following morning, Chen Tianliang and Connor exited the hotel and climbed into their vehicle, setting off towards the outskirts of Auckland. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, Chen Tianliang suddenly noticed a convoy of extravagant Harley motorcycles approaching. The riders were predominantly robust, men clad in leather jackets and sunglasses. The pedestrians along the street observed them. Some hastily avoided their gaze, while others waved in greeting. Among them, the leading rider, as he brushed past a luxurious Mercedes G-Class, honked and acknowledged Connor, who responded with a smile. As the Harley motorcycle gang departed, Chen Tianliang curiously inquired about their identities. Oh, you mean them? They are local street gangs from New Zealand, Connor replied with a grin. What? Are they part of New Zealand's Hells Angels? Chen Tianliang exclaimed, astonished. Connor nodded lightly and explained that due to the legalization of the Hells Angels in New Zealand, the officially registered members of the gang outnumber the military. There are over 70 Hells Angels organizations in total, with the two most powerful gangs being the Black Power and the Mongrel Mob, which have been entrenched in New Zealand for nearly half a century. Chen Tianliang found this utterly exaggerated. Connor chuckled. What is so exaggerated about it? Compared to those officers who merely enforce speed limits, the Hells Angels have more public support here. How so? Chen Tianliang asked, puzzled. Because the Hells Angels here are not as fearsome as you might imagine. They actively assist in escorting bullied children and drive away drug addicts peddling illicit substances in the community. They have also consistently opposed the legalization of drugs. Chen Tianliang, upon hearing this, felt confused. If they do not sell illicit drugs and even oppose drug legalization, how do they make a living? In response to Chen Tianliang's bewilderment, Connor explained, not all Hells Angels rely on the sale of illegal items for income. In New Zealand, their primary revenue stems from smuggling and selling seafood products like lobsters and abalone. Activities such as debt collection are merely supplementary means to support their households. Chen Tianliang found this amusing. It was the first time he had heard of Hells Angels trafficking seafood. However, upon reflection, it seemed less surprising. After all, trafficking high-priced seafood bears considerably less risk than dealing in illicit drugs, and the profits are substantial. Moreover, even if apprehended, the charges are far lighter compared to those for drug trafficking. Chun, I must advise you on one thing. In New Zealand, try to avoid riding a Harley motorcycle like the ones they just did, Connor said, glancing at Chen Tianliang while driving. Why? Chen Tianliang asked, puzzled. Because in New Zealand, Harleys are typically the standard vehicles for the Hells Angels. If you were to ride a Harley as well, it would be easy for people to mistake you for a gang member, Connor laughed. Chen Tianliang felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. To be honest, he had envied their ability to ride such striking Harleys. However, he suddenly recalled that the leading rider seemed to know Connor. Thus, he posed his question. Connor's lips curved ever so slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile as he spoke to Chen Tianliang in a particularly relaxed tone. My friend, would you believe me if I said that I, like them, belong to the Hay Gang? Observing the expression on his face, which bore no semblance of jest, Chen Tianliang's eyes widened in astonishment. He pondered in his heart the veracity of Connor's claim. Could it be that he truly was a member of the Hay Gang? Chapter 59. The town of Matamata. Connor noticed the unease in Chen Tianliang's expression. He patted Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily, saying, You can't possibly believe that, my friend. I was merely jesting. How could I ever be a member of that gang? Upon hearing his words, Chen initially appeared surprised, but soon displayed little reaction. To him, it mattered not whether Connor was affiliated with the gang. Many perceive gangs as mere criminal organizations, a notion that is somewhat simplistic. While conflicts among gangs do occur in New Zealand, there exists a code of conduct even among thieves. The vast majority of gangs in New Zealand refrain from preying upon innocent civilians, for they adhere to strict regulations that discourage the exploitation of the weak. People can be categorized as good or bad, and actions can be judged based on their merits. Not all gang members are inherently malevolent. Moreover, as Connor mentioned, the gangs in New Zealand differ significantly from those portrayed in the films Chun had previously seen. They do not oppress the common folk. Rather, they often stand up for children facing bullying, assisting in the fight against wrongdoing, and engaging in charitable acts within their capacity. Such conduct is enough to earn Chen's respect. Furthermore, Chen planned to acquire a fishing vessel to venture into the sea for lobster, black gold abalone, and sea urchins, as this industry represents a legitimate path to prosperity. Inevitably, he would encounter a motley array of individuals. Should Connor truly be a member of a gang, it might prove beneficial in the event of a conflict with the locals in New Zealand. Thus, even if Connor were to acknowledge his affiliation with the gang, Chen would not harbor significant objections. Subsequently, Connor shared with Chen the reasons behind the formation of gangs worldwide, attributing them to colonial influence, social exclusion, cultural clashes, economic hardship, systemic discrimination, and racial prejudice. New Zealand is no exception. According to official statistics, 3/4 of gang members in New Zealand are of Maori descent, despite their representation of only 15 of the national population. Let me tell you one more thing, Connor added. What is it? Chen inquired, intrigued. Well, it's quite an amusing tidbit. You may choose to believe it or not, Connor replied with a grin. Chen, frowning, urged him to get to the point. When walking the streets of New Zealand at night, you should avoid wearing a red hooded sweatshirt, Connor advised. Chen paused, recalling some superstitious tales he had heard back home, and jokingly asked, "Oh, why is that? Are we afraid of attracting ghosts or something?" "Ah, not ghosts, but something quite similar," Connor chuckled. As the car drove slowly, Connor, seeking to pass the time, recounted a story he knew. Years ago, on one fateful night, a man of Tongan descent was tragically struck by misfortune on the streets of Wellington. The sole reason was that, after a night of drinking with friends, he was inexplicably set upon by a group of individuals who fatally assaulted him. The subsequent investigation yielded results that astonished everyone. The reason this group had targeted him was simply because he donned a red hooded sweatshirt. Goodness, is it truly possible that a mere article of red clothing could lead to such a brutal fate? Chen Tianliang exclaimed in disbelief. Connor chuckled softly and nodded in affirmation. "Isn't that utterly absurd?" Chen Tianliang protested. "Actually, it is not as outrageous as it seems. If you allow me to elaborate, you'll come to understand." Chen Tianliang continued to listen intently. It turned out that in New Zealand, the two rival gangs, the Black Power and the Battered Rebels, have been embroiled in an ongoing feud marked by bloodshed. Members of the Battered Rebels are particularly fond of wearing red clothing as it symbolizes their faction. That fateful night, the victim, clad in a red sweatshirt, inadvertently wandered into the territory of the Black Power. Mistaking him for an adversary come to provoke them, they descended upon him en masse, resulting in his untimely demise. Such tragic misunderstandings have occurred more than once in New Zealand. Damn it, it seems I can no longer wear the red undergarments I bought for the new year. What if I were to enter a public restroom and someone catches sight of my vibrant red shorts? That would be catastrophic. Chen Tianliang mused uneasily. Before he knew it, the car had been traveling for over an hour. Just as they were nearing the quaint town of Tearoha, Connor abruptly changed lanes and headed in an entirely different direction. Curious, Chen Tianliang inquired where they were headed, and Connor, with an air of mystery, replied that he would soon find out. After nearly another 30 minutes of driving, they arrived at a place that struck Chen Tianliang as extraordinarily beautiful. It resembled a scene straight from a fairy tale. As he surveyed his surroundings, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, despite his certainty that he had never set foot in this place before. "So, does this place feel familiar to you?" Connor parked the car in front of a farm named Alexander's, turned off the engine, and smiled at Chen Tianliang. Chen Tianliang instinctively nodded, then pressed Connor for the significance of this location. "If you find it familiar, then surely you must have seen The Lord of the Rings?" Connor countered playfully. "The Lord of the Rings," Chen Tianliang murmured, and suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. With a look of astonishment, he pointed at Connor and exclaimed, "You mean this is the Shire?" "Yes, indeed. This is the Shire from The Lord of the Rings, the legendary home of the hobbits in Hobbiton. However, the town's actual name is Matamata." "Matamata?" Chen Tianliang echoed, perplexed by the unusual name. "Is there also a place called Wasidisi?" Connor burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing. This isn't children's show. If you find the name too convoluted, you may simply refer to it as Hobbiton. Now, let me give Uncle Alexander a call, and we can explore this enchanting place together." With that, Connor stepped out of the car to make the call. Before long, a white-bearded gentleman, adorned with a cowboy hat, clad in a checkered shirt, and wearing deep blue denim overalls, gracefully rode a brown horse towards the farm's gate. Connor, seated in the vehicle, introduced this venerable figure as the cowboy of the farm and the closest friend of Uncle Alexander, whom he had just mentioned. His name was Monbarton. After this introduction, he beckoned Chen Tianliang, and the two disembarked from the car. "Hello, Connor. It's been ages. What brings you here to visit us old folks today?" Monbarton greeted Connor with a warm smile from atop his horse. "Good day, Uncle Mond. I happened to be in Oakland for some business yesterday and decided to stop by and see you all today," Connor replied with a grin. "Please, come in, children. Mr. Alexander has brewed coffee in the villa, eagerly awaiting your arrival." After exchanging pleasantries with Monbarton, the two returned to the vehicle and slowly followed the horse into the heart of the farm. Upon entering, Chen Tianliang was once again captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. The beauty of his place was truly unparalleled. In comparison to Slipper Island, these two locales offered entirely contrasting forms of beauty. Slipper Island evoked images of a cerulean sea, while here, the verdant landscape flourished in vibrant green hues. Clear streams meandered gently, cradling rustic wooden cottages and villas with thatched roofs, nestled upon the lush meadows. The streams flowed gracefully beneath an elegantly designed wooden bridge. Scattered across the ranch were flocks of pristine white sheep and black and white dairy cows. In the vast expanse of fertile farmland, an array of fruits, vegetables, and fragrant flowers thrived. This place resembled the idyllic realm depicted in Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring. The refreshing and serene natural scenery could aptly be described as the last pure land on earth. Connor seemed to notice the astonishment in Chen Tianliang's eyes, and a slight smile curled at his lips. "Buddy, don't be too astonished just yet. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the farm. The true marvel lies ahead." Do you remember the hobbit holes from the movies? Chapter 60. The fabled Shire in Chen Tianliang's mind. Images of the hobbit dwellings nestled in the hills from the film flickered vividly. He turned to Connor with a spark of excitement. "Is it true? I had thought those were merely computer-generated effects created under green screens." "Absolutely not. Those places are indeed real, my friend," Connor replied, shaking his finger as he continued. "Years ago, the illustrious director Peter Jackson traversed the entirety of New Zealand in search of filming locations for his grand cinematic endeavor. The breathtaking mountains, serene waters, and tranquil pastures surrounding the town of Matamata left an indelible impression on him, resonating deeply within his soul. To transform this farm into the Shire of their dreams, Peter Jackson dispatched a team of professionals, including set designers, landscape architects, and builders, in 1999, dedicating 9 months to construct the film's idyllic scenes. At that time, 37 hobbit holes were constructed on Uncle Alexander's farm. "And what about the Green Dragon Inn? Wasn't it built here as well?" Chen Tianliang inquired eagerly. With a light chuckle, Connor responded, "The Green Dragon Inn is not located here. It was erected in the town and now serves as a charming themed restaurant for visitors. Once we finish our tour of Uncle Alexander's place, I shall take you there. At the Green Dragon Inn, you can savor a variety of delectable dishes featured in the film, along with the delightful ginger beer." Chen Tianliang's excitement grew with each word, his gaze drawn to the scenery outside the car window. As they drove across the majestic stone arch bridge overlooking the lake, a medieval-style watermill came into view, followed by a flat-roofed villa adorned with a profusion of thatch. The villa exuded an air of antiquity, steeped in a fairy tale ambience, with several quaint wooden cottages scattered around it. At that moment, before the villa stood an elderly man, white-haired and leaning on a cane. Connor parked the car, opened the door, and Chen Tianliang followed him out. "Hello, Uncle Alexander. It's been a long time. How have you been?" Connor approached the elder, embracing him warmly, their noses touching in a gentle gesture. Do not find this peculiar. This unique greeting is a customary practice in New Zealand known as the hongi. The hongi is a traditional Maori greeting, where individuals gently touch foreheads and noses, typically 3 times. The more touches, the closer the relationship. This greeting often accompanies a handshake. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the elder, Connor beckoned Chen Tianliang to join them, introducing the two. "Uncle Alexander, this is my good friend, Chen, an exceptional young man from the land of Huaxia. Chen, this is Uncle Alexander, the owner of this splendid farm, and a member of the Alexander family, which has resided in Matamata for generations. Greetings, Mr. Alexander." Chen Tianliang extended his hand to Alexander, initially believing that, as they had just met, the other party would not place much significance on him. To his surprise, however, the elder took his face in his hands, their noses brushing together several times. Then, with warmth, he exclaimed, "Welcome to my abode, my child." The elder's exuberance not only astonished Chen Tianliang, but also left Connor, who stood nearby, somewhat perplexed. It is well known that this uncle of his possesses a rather proud and austere demeanor. It was curious how he could express such warmth towards someone he had just encountered. Yet, the inexplicable nature of affinity often defies understanding. Some individuals, despite years of acquaintance, may never forge a friendship, while others, having met only once, can engage in heartfelt conversation. When the two were invited by Alexander to enter the villa for a leisurely chat, they began to understand why he exhibited such unusual warmth upon first meeting Chen Tianliang. It turned out that the expression in Chen Tianliang's eyes bore a resemblance to that of Alexander's son. This revelation left Chen Tianliang somewhat skeptical, as the elder was Caucasian while he himself was undeniably a person of East Asian descent, with yellow skin and black hair, his veins coursing with the blood of his ancestors. How could there be any likeness to a Caucasian? Noticing the doubt etched on Chen Tianliang's face, Alexander produced an old photograph from his youth. As he presented it to Chen Tianliang and Connor, he recounted the tale behind it. In his younger days, the elder had fallen in love with a girl from the same heritage as Chen Tianliang. Together, they managed the family farm that had been passed down through generations, leading a tranquil life from dawn till dusk. Eventually, the girl bore him a son. Alexander, at that time, believed he would spend his days enveloped in this ordinary yet blissful existence, when suddenly, misfortune struck. One fateful day, his wife and their 10-year-old son embarked on a drive, only to be met with torrential rain. The muddy road became treacherous. Having only recently learned to drive, and given the rudimentary automotive technology of that era, she lost control of the vehicle. Just then, an oncoming truck, oblivious to her plight, barreled towards them. Thus, Alexander's wife and young son perished in that tragic accident. Upon receiving the devastating news, Alexander was engulfed in sorrow. From that moment onward, he chose not to form another family, living a solitary life on the farm. As he concluded his poignant narrative, tears glistened in the elder's clouded eyes. Chen Tianliang and Connor, having absorbed this little-known tale, felt a weight in their hearts. They gazed down at the time-worn black-and-white photograph, where the woman cradled a small boy, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Tianliang's own childhood visage. Chapter 61. A visit to Alexander's farm. Realizing his momentary lapse, the elderly gentleman apologized to Chen Tianliang and Connor, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at the corners of his eyes. Once his emotions settled, he began to engage in light-hearted conversation with them over coffee. To Chen Tianliang's surprise, the elder possessed a profound understanding of Chinese culture. Their discourse traversed from culinary delights to the art of tea, and further into the cultural nuances of their respective nations. Eventually, he produced a set of Chinese chess pieces, eager to challenge Chen Tianliang to a couple of games. Chen Tianliang, instead of hastily deciding whether to accept this challenge, set the matter aside temporarily and joined Alexander in a game of chess. As they played several rounds, the elder's spirits visibly lifted with each match. At midday, a middle-aged butler clad in a sharply tailored black suit approached, informing Alexander that lunch was ready. This prompted the elder to momentarily release Chen Tianliang from their game. The meal was a lavish affair, primarily featuring vegetables and meats sourced from the farm itself. There were perfectly seared steaks, roasted chicken, and an array of vegetable salads and fruits. The elder also instructed the butler to fetch a bottle of his treasured Riesling from Marlborough, which exuded flavors reminiscent of ripe tropical fruits interlaced with a hint of melon and a subtle grassy aroma. Its taste was well-balanced, with moderate acidity and a compact structure, enriched by the elegance imparted through oak barrel aging. During the meal, upon learning that Chen Tianliang was once a renowned Chinese chef, Alexander expressed a keen desire to sample his culinary skills at the next opportunity, lamenting that he had not enjoyed authentic Chinese cuisine in many years. After lunch, he guided Chen Tianliang and Connor on a tour of his farm. It was during this excursion that Chen Tianliang finally beheld the hobbit-like burrow homes featured in The Lord of the Rings. These charming dwellings nestled around a gentle hillside varied in size, with Alexander revealing that there were a total of 44 hobbit holes. Each entrance was adorned with a circular wooden door, painted in distinct colors, and uniquely decorated with miniature mailboxes, fences, and chairs, creating an enchanting atmosphere akin to a miniature world. Surrounding the entrances, vibrant gardens flourished with an assortment of fruits, vegetables, and colorful blossoms. Some burrows were complemented by red maple trees, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The entire scene imbued the farm with a whimsical charm. Subsequently, Alexander led the two men to view the cattle, sheep, and various small animals he raised. Observing the vast expanse of the farm, Chen Tianliang inquired about its size. With a chuckle, Alexander revealed that the property spanned approximately 10,000 acres. Aside from a portion of pristine forest, the remainder was dedicated to grazing pastures, with a small section allocated for living quarters and vegetable gardens, growing produce for self-sufficiency. Chen Tianliang was thoroughly astonished. 10,000 acres equated to the size of 3 dragoon islands. Connor also informed Chen Tianliang that the forest on this farm is teeming with wildlife. In addition to species such as deer, wild ducks, and rabbits, wild boars also roam the area, making it a veritable hunting paradise. It is noteworthy that New Zealand's land is devoid of ferocious beasts like wolves, tigers, or leopards. Not only are there no wild animals, but even snakes are absent. The presence of wild boars can be traced back to the late 18th century when colonizers introduced pigs as livestock to New Zealand. During the breeding period, some domestic pigs escaped into the forest, and over time, they evolved into a population of wild boars. Upon hearing of the existence of wild boars and other animals, Chen Tianliang was filled with excitement. Had time permitted, he would have eagerly asked Connor to accompany him to experience the thrill of hunting. He had longed to feel the adrenaline of capturing animals with real firearms. Observing the two disappointed young men before him, Alexander smiled helplessly and extended an invitation for them to stay the night, suggesting they depart in the morning. However, Connor was eager to return to attend to pressing matters, and Chen Tianliang was also preoccupied with thoughts of the peaches and pets on the island. Moreover, Li Kaikai was scheduled to bring a group to the island for interviews the following day. Seeing their determination to leave, Alexander refrained from insisting, but proposed that they visit his farm again when they were less busy. Chen Tianliang and Connor agreed with smiles. After touring the farm, the two prepared to take their leave, and before they departed, Alexander gifted Chen Tianliang 2 bottles of his prized Sauvignon Blanc. This particular wine was Chen Tianliang's favorite, and the first wine he had tasted upon arriving in New Zealand by plane. After expressing their gratitude to Alexander, the two climbed into their vehicle, which slowly rolled away as Chen Tianliang waved a reluctant farewell to the elder. After exiting Alexander's farm, Connor drove Chen Tianliang around the quaint town of Matamata, eventually arriving at the Green Dragon Inn from the movie. In the film, the Green Dragon Inn is a prestigious tavern in the Shire, named for the green dragon depicted on its sign. The real-life Green Dragon Inn is situated along the roadside in the charming eastern district of Matamata, being the closest building to Alexander's farm. Upon entering the tavern, everything instantly captivated Chen Tianliang's attention. At that moment, he felt as if he had stepped into the movie itself. The interior of the tavern was a perfect replica of its cinematic counterpart, evoking a sense of wonder upon first sight. However, due to the presence of numerous tourists, it was somewhat noisy. After sitting for a while and sampling traditional malt beer, cider, and non-alcoholic ginger beer, Chen Tianliang and Connor decided to rise and depart. Chapter 62. Returned to the island after a drive of several minutes. Chen Tianliang and Connor arrived back at the quaint town of Tairua. At the town's dock, Chen Tianliang descended from the vehicle and, with a cheerful smile, bid farewell to Connor, saying, "Connor, I shall take my leave now. Please remember to transport the cattle and sheep to the island in the next couple of days." "Rest assured, my friend," Connor replied with a grin, giving him an approving hand gesture. With a soft thud, Chen Tianliang closed the car door and waved goodbye to Connor. Once Connor's vehicle had departed, he boarded Uncle Charles's water taxi. "Ah, young man, you have returned. Did you enjoy your time in Auckland?" Charles greeted him warmly as Chen Tianliang stepped aboard. "Quite well, indeed. However, I must say, the population here in New Zealand is rather sparse. One hardly encounters anyone, be it in the cities or the countryside." Chen Tianliang replied with a smile. "Huh, indeed, each has its merits. Fewer people can be a blessing, just as many can be," Charles chuckled in response. As the boat glided over the waters, Chen Tianliang engaged in light banter with Charles. Before long, they arrived at the dock of Flip-Flop Island. Just as Chen Tianliang said his goodbyes to Charles and stepped onto the dock, a Sang, who had been waiting at the villa's entrance, heard the commotion. Upon spotting his master, he let out a jubilant bark, "Woof, woof," and dashed towards him, closely followed by Peach. At that moment, little Go also caught sight of Chen Tianliang, excitedly slapping his belly and yelping incessantly. The most composed of the lot was Big P, who merely cast a glance at Chen Tianliang before laboriously rolling over and resuming his slumber on the wooden steps. As Chen Tianliang crouched down to play with Asang and Peach, a sudden shriek emanated from within the villa. "Ah, Pudding, come back here and return my belongings." No sooner had the words left her lips than Chen Tianliang spotted the macaw, Pudding flapping its wings as it soared out of the villa, clutching in its beak a rather peculiar item, a pink object resembling an eye mask. However, unlike an eye mask, this item appeared rather oversized, large enough to obscure Chen Tianliang's entire face. "My word, is that not the swimsuit Peach wore earlier?" Chen Tianliang exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his features as he watched Pudding approach. Just as Pudding was about to reach him, it released the swimsuit, which plummeted directly onto Chen Tianliang's head. "Good stuff, good stuff." Pudding squawked excitedly before soaring off into the distance, leaving Chen Tianliang, now ensconced in a swimsuit, dazed and squatting in place. Asang and Peach, both tilting their heads in unison, curiously gazed at their master. At that moment, Peach, her hair disheveled and flustered, hurriedly emerged from the villa. Upon seeing Chen Tianliang crouched on the dock, she gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. "I am so sorry, sir. My sincerest apologies." After returning to the villa, Peach repeatedly bowed in apology to Chen Tianliang, clutching her alluring pink swimsuit tightly in her hands. Chen Tianliang chuckled bitterly and shook his head, stating that this matter was not her fault. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Pudding, the notorious thief of undergarments. After making this remark, he couldn't resist teasing her, advising her to safeguard her personal belongings and to ensure that Pudding would not pilfer them again. Peach, feeling a tad bashful, lowered her head and replied, "Yes, sir, I will remember. You've worked hard on your outing. Dinner is ready and can be served." "Oh, so early? Then let us dine together," he responded. Chen Tianliang first placed the 2 bottles of Sauvignon Blanc, gifted to him by Alexander, into the empty cellar before heading to the dining room. The dinner was quite homely, featuring a bowl of miso soup, a serving of tempura rice topped with an assortment of vegetables and fish, and a portion of tamagoyki. Although the name tamagoyki sounds quite sophisticated, it is merely a rolled omelet. However, Peach had added a filling made from manteco to this omelet. The plate was garnished with a small amount of daikon radish puree, enhanced with a dash of soy sauce. While the flavors were pleasant, Chen Tianliang found the meal somewhat too bland for his palate. Japanese cuisine, in his opinion, was a refreshing change when consumed occasionally, but if he were to indulge in it regularly, he would surely grow weary of its subtlety. Yet, considering that Peach only knew how to prepare Japanese dishes, he decided not to voice any complaints, secretly hoping that Li Kaikai's uncle would arrive soon. After dinner, the night passed in silence. Morning came swiftly, and Chen Tianliang awoke early, rushing into the truffle forest, where he gathered nearly 2 kilograms of black truffles. Upon delivering the truffles to Mike, who had come to collect them, Chen Tianliang's account balance swelled to 40,000 New Zealand dollars. Just as he sent Mike off and turned to head toward the barn, Peach, clad in her loungewear, hurriedly approached him. "Sir, it's happened. It's happened," she exclaimed, leaving Chen Tianliang utterly baffled. Unsure of what she meant by "it's happened," he urged, "Peach, take your time and explain. What has happened?" Gasping for breath, Peach bent over and extended her right hand, her face alight with joy as she opened her palm. Chen Tianliang glanced at her hand and saw an egg nestled within. "Oh, you mean a chicken has laid an egg?" he exclaimed. Peach nodded enthusiastically in affirmation. Chen Tianliang smiled wryly as he took the egg from her palm, feeling elated. Finally, he no longer needed to purchase those exorbitantly priced eggs from the supermarket. Muttering to himself, he then turned his gaze back to Peach, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his brow furrowing slightly. The excitement that had once illuminated Peach's face vanished as she noticed his expression, prompting her to ask what was amiss. Chen Tianliang chuckled softly. "You should hurry and get dressed. Today, The labor agency is sending applicants for interviews on the island. If they see you dressed like this, it would be quite embarrassing. Peach instinctively glanced down, suddenly remembering that she was indeed not wearing anything beneath. Alarmed, she quickly covered her chest with her hands, let out a shriek, and dashed back into the house. Sigh. Fortunately, my resolve remained steadfast, otherwise. Master Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Li Kaikai was driving a Mercedes Vito, transporting a company staff member along with employees preparing for interviews on the island to the dock at Tarawera. Just as they were about to board the water taxi, he pointed towards a small island on the sea and remarked to the group behind him, "Look, that is the client's private island, named Slipper Island. It is the most beautiful private island in New Zealand's North Island." No sooner had he finished speaking than a burst of laughter erupted from behind. Li Kaikai furrowed his brow and turned around, catching sight of his jovial uncle chuckling at him. Irritated, he inquired, "Wu Fanhong, what are you laughing at?" "Ha! Dear nephew, I am not laughing at you. I am amused by the name of this little island. Why not call it Broken Shoe Island instead?" Chapter 63. The arrival of the quirky duo. Upon hearing Wu Fanhong's jest, those nearby instinctively turned their gazes towards Li Kaikai. Observing this, Li Kaikai's complexion faltered slightly, and after clearing his throat with feigned nonchalance, he urged everyone to board the vessel without delay. As Wu Fanhong, with his rotund figure, prepared to ascend the ship, he was unexpectedly detained by Li Kaikai, who placed a hand on his shoulder and led him aside. "Now listen here. You must be mindful of your demeanor. How many times must I remind you? When we are outside, you are to address me as managerly. Why is it that you never seem to remember?" Li Kaikai admonished, brow furrowed in mild irritation. "I'll come now. Look at you. Don't forget that I am your dear uncle, your beloved uncle," Wu Fanhong retorted, somewhat displeased, while also emphasizing the familial bond that existed between them. Li Kaikai, feeling a surge of exasperation, decided to disregard his quirky uncle. Just as he turned to leave, he was yanked back by Wu Fanhong. "What now? Can't you see the boat is about to depart? Oh, dear nephew, you still haven tea? Answer my question from the other night." Wu Fanhong whispered conspiratorially. "What is it?" Li Kaikai inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him, filled with confusion. Noting that his nephew had completely forgotten about the matter of his lifelong commitments, Wu Fanhong fidgeted with the hem of his garment and, with a hint of bashfulness, mumbled, "I was referring to that question. I asked you about whether there are any fine ladies on the island." "Good heavens, uncle! You are indeed my blood relative. But must you remain so frivolous? I brought you here to seek employment, not to find you a romantic partner. And furthermore, I dare not speak of your ridiculous hairstyle. You look like a traitor. What decent girl would be interested in someone like you?" With that, Li Kaikai had no desire to engage with his eccentric uncle any further and turned to leave. Behind him, Wu Fanhong's voice boomed, "How dare you? Li Kaikai, remember, I am your uncle, your beloved uncle. I understand. Now let us board the ship. If you don't hurry, we shall depart without you." Li Kaikai replied dismissively, waving his hand as he stepped onto the vessel, where he began to brief the candidates on the important considerations for their upcoming meeting with clients. Watching his departing figure and then glancing at the distant Tua Sia Island, Wu Fanhong clenched his jaw and hoisted the large iron pot his nephew had handed him onto his back. From a distance, he could not help but think that he resembled an oversized turtle. Once aboard, having found a spot to sit, a lean, dark-skinned youth approached him with a broad grin, cheerfully introducing himself. "Hey there, big boss. I'm Chen Tianliang. You can call me A Wang." Wu Fanhong regarded the young man with a sidelong glance, intrigued as he noticed the outdoor binoculars hanging from the youth's chest. "What is the matter? Do you have something to discuss?" No need for that." A Wang chuckled as he scratched the back of his head and added, "I just wish to get to know you better. After all, we shall be colleagues from now on, so we must cultivate a good relationship." "Oh, so you're hinting at wanting to be friends, is that right?" Wu Fanhong inquired with a playful imitation of A Wang's accent. "Exactly." A Wang nodded with a smile. "Of course, friendship is certainly welcome, but could you lend me the binoculars hanging around your neck?" Noticing Wu Fanhong's gaze fixated on his binoculars, A Wang promptly removed them from his neck and handed them over. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fanhong seized the binoculars, turned around, knelt on his seat, and directed his view toward the island, presenting an ample view of his backside. Just in time, he spotted Teoko, clad in a maid outfit, emerging from the villa. "Whoa, whoa!" Wu Fanhong exclaimed, prompting everyone on the boat to turn their attention to him in unison. Li Kai frowned slightly. "Oh my goodness! Hey, my dear nephew, there really is a maid, and she is wearing a rather enticing uniform. Oh my, this is thrilling, truly thrilling." "Big shot. What does maid mean?" A Wong curiously asked. Gripping the binoculars, Wu Fanhong replied while continuing to observe. "A maid, well, in your southern region, it's referred to as a beautiful girl." "Beautiful girl? Let me have a look too." Upon hearing the term beautiful girl, A Wong's Mandarin instinctively became more refined, and he began to vie for the binoculars with Wu Fanhong, watching the two act as if they had never encountered a woman before. Li Kai felt a sense of despair, tugging at his hair in frustration. What a calamity! If I bring those two to the island, will Brother Chen end up killing me? Chapter 64. A curious dialogue as the water taxi approached the dock of Slipper Island. Chen Tianliang emerged from a villa to greet the subordinates who would soon be under his command, just as Li Kai and the others had boarded the island. A shout from Wu Fanhong echoed behind them. Hey, Li's nephew, wait for us." The group turned their heads at the sound, spotting Wu Fanhong and a Wong trailing behind, one burdened with a barbecue grill, while the other bore the weight of his own embarrassment. Both covered in sweat as they waved at the group. Their comical appearance elicited laughter from the crowd, except for Li Kai, whose lips twitched uncontrollably upon seeing Wu Fanhong's ridiculous demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the sea, wishing to sever all ties with this farcical family connection. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang, standing at the entrance of the villa, furrowed his brow upon hearing Wu Fanhong's voice. The familiarity of that sound struck a chord within him. Unconsciously, he descended the steps and walked towards Li Kai and the others approaching the dock. Wu Fanhong, who had been standing still, berating his oblivious nephew for his lack of respect for elders and children, suddenly froze upon seeing Chen Tianliang advancing toward the dock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his round face displaying a look of incredulity. "Ha, Brother Chen, I brought everyone you asked for." As Chen Tianliang reached Li Kai, he had yet to utter a word when Li Kai, smiling, spoke up. "Ah." Chen Tianliang nodded slightly, momentarily diverting his gaze from Wu Fanhong to assess the individuals before him. Among them were two he had seen in the documents just 2 days prior, a couple from the Bear Country. The man, Valerie, was 32 years old, robust and towering at approximately 190 centimeters, with a bushy beard that gave him a fearsome appearance. According to the records, he was a ranch caretaker, skilled not only in herding, but also in assisting livestock births and basic veterinary care. His wife, Larissa, aged 29, was the epitome of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, working as a horticulturist. The remaining 4 individuals were agricultural workers that Li Kai had arranged for Chen Tianliang, most hailing from Southeast Asian nations. Their sun-kissed skin indicated their proficiency in farming and tree planting. After exchanging pleasantries with the group, Chen Tianliang instructed Taozi to invite them inside while he passed by the others. Li Kai felt a tinge of curiosity. Brother Chen, noticing him heading towards Wu Fanhong, he furrowed his brow, a sense of unease welling up within him. He glanced back at his foolish uncle, who stood rooted in place, mouth agape, his expression one of disbelief. "Xiaolu, please take Valerie and the others with this young lady inside. I'll check on things," Li Kai said, his concern for his uncle's bumbling nature prompting him to hastily follow Chen Tianliang. "Hey, let's go. What's wrong with you?" A Wong, standing beside Wu Fanhong, noticed him suddenly halt and nudged his arm in confusion. Yet, Wu Fanhong remained frozen in place. It was only when Chen Tianliang approached them with a smile that he exhibited a slight reaction, merely closing his mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern glistening tears shimmering in his large, pleading eyes. The scene suggested he might have been on the verge of tears. Observing this short figure before him, Chen Tianliang couldn't help but smirk, his heart a tumult of emotions. He pondered the irony of how small the world was while contemplating whether to toss this individual into the sea to feed the wild beasts. "Look at you. Chen Tianliang remarked disdainfully at Wu Fanhong. This statement immediately sent alarm bells ringing in the mind of Li Kai, who had just arrived. As he intended to inquire about the situation, he overheard his uncle retorting with equal indignation. Look at yourself. Where are you from? Chen Tianliang scoffed again. And where are you from? Wu Fanhong shot back, glaring. Try glaring at me again. I'll glare right back. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Li Kai caught between them, felt as though he were witnessing two fierce electric sparks colliding. Sensing that a brawl was imminent, he hurriedly interjected with conciliatory words while attempting to unravel the situation. However, what Chen Tianliang said next left Li Kai utterly bewildered. Have you eaten? Chen Tianliang casually inquired. Li Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Tianliang. What is this? The emotions are running high, and you suddenly ask if someone has eaten? Even more perplexing was his uncle's response. I haven't had any alcohol. Li Kai inwardly scoffed. Uncle, do you have a hearing problem? They asked if you've eaten. Why are you talking about drinking? Really, I haven't eaten. I truly haven't had any alcohol. Their nonsensical exchange left both Li Kai and A Wang thoroughly confused. After this bewildering dialogue, Chen Tianliang burst into laughter, arms outstretched. Calling out to Hong, Wu Fanhong could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his face as he abruptly pushed his large nephew aside and embraced Chen Tianliang tightly. Shige. The scene became somewhat overwhelming. Li Kai, having been forcefully shoved by his uncle, fell off the dock and into the water. He quickly resurfaced, wiping his face in disbelief as he gazed at the two rugged men tightly embracing on the dock, murmuring in astonishment. Shige? Chapter 65. The Southeast Asian young man who can climb trees after a long-awaited reunion with Wu Fanhong, Chen Tianliang hurriedly pulled Li Kai, who had fallen into the water, back onto the dock. Wait a moment, Brother Chen. Uncle, what on earth is going on here? Why are you two referring to each other as brothers? Which school or sect do you belong to? As soon as Li Kai reached the shore, disregarding his drenched suit, he bombarded them with 3 questions. After all, he had never anticipated witnessing such a melodramatic situation firsthand. It is essential to note that this was abroad, even within the confines of our own country. Oh no. To narrow it down, consider the vast expanse of northeast China. The odds of unexpectedly encountering an old acquaintance on the street after years apart are exceedingly low. Seeing his bewildered expression, Chen Tianliang and Wu Fanhong exchanged amused glances. In unison, they answered, We were trained at the Oriental Culinary School. Goodness gracious! So you two are high achievers in the culinary world? The duo nodded with a smirk, choosing to remain taciturn. At that moment, Li Kai suddenly noticed a slight change in Wu Fanhong since meeting Chen Tianliang. When he looked at Chen Tianliang, there was an unmistakable hint of trepidation and anxiety in his gaze. Thus, he teasingly inquired, Hey, uncle, why do I sense that you seem a bit intimidated by Brother Chen? Did he give you a hard time during your culinary training? This remark instantly rendered Wu Fanhong, who had been smiling, unable to maintain his facade. How dare you speak to your dear uncle in such a manner? Moreover, do not be so presumptuous. This is my brother Chen, and you are my beloved nephew. Henceforth, Brother Chen is your elder uncle, understood? What on earth? Li Kai and Chen Tianliang exchanged wide-eyed glances at Wu Fanhong, who was feigning anger. Li Kai intended to protest, but, upon witnessing Wu Fanhong's fierce demeanor, swallowed his words back down. Chen Tianliang quickly interjected, Kai, do not listen to this blusterous fellow's nonsense. No kinship implies a title of uncle. We shall maintain our individual standings. All right then, Brother Chen, Li Kai readily agreed. Although Wu Fanhong was somewhat displeased, upon reflection, he recognized the validity of this reasoning. By the way, Brother Chen, it has been years since we last met. How did you end up in New Zealand and purchase such a vast island? Did you win a lottery? Upon hearing Wu Fanhong's inquiry, Chen Tianliang chuckled. This story is quite lengthy, so he paused, allowing Li Kai and Wu Fanhong, who leaned in eagerly, to prepare for a tale of wealth. Chen Tianliang continued, Therefore the story is too long, and I shall refrain from recounting it. Let's head inside instead. With a sigh, the 3 men lowered their heads in disappointment. Upon entering the villa, Li Kaikai first instructed the interviewees to introduce themselves to Chen Tianliang, while Chen Tianliang symbolically posed a few questions. Most of the discussions revolved around simple knowledge regarding cultivation and farming. After all, delving too deeply into the subject was not particularly his forte. Following an exchange of ideas, Chen Tianliang discovered that, apart from the Vasily couple and a young man from Nanyuan named Wang, there was another youth among the 4 Southeast Asians who piqued his interest. This young man, named Song Pan, hailed from Siam and had grown up in the rainforests of Southeast Asia. Not only was he adept at planting, but he could also identify various plants. Most impressively, he was skilled at climbing trees. Upon learning this, Chen Tianliang inquired if he could scale a coconut tree. Song Pan assured him that it was no problem. Skeptical, Chen Tianliang requested that he demonstrate his ability for everyone to witness. With a smile, Song Pan agreed. Thus, they all ventured out of the villa and onto the beach. Chen Tianliang casually pointed at a coconut tree. As Song Pan approached, Chen Tianliang gazed upward, estimating the tree to be at least 15 meters tall. Concerned for Song Pan's safety, he asked if he needed any tools for assistance. Song Pan simply shook his head with a grin, stating that he could ascend such a height unaided. Chen Tianliang thought to himself that this young man was quite boastful. But the very next moment, he was left utterly astonished as Song Pan effortlessly climbed to the top of the coconut tree, using only his limbs. His movements were remarkably swift. He ascended with such agility that it could be described as a single smooth motion. Goodness, if this fellow had been a girl in his past life, he would undoubtedly be a princess, exclaimed Wu Fanhong in genuine admiration, while Chen Tianliang stared, wide-eyed, at Song Pan perched atop the tree. He thought to himself, this is truly a talent. No longer will I need to gaze longingly at the coconuts up high. Suddenly, with a thud, a coconut fell from the tree, rolling to Chen Tianliang's feet. Peach, Peach, he exclaimed, promptly bending down to pick up the coconut and beckoning it closer. Hey, what's the matter, sir? Quickly take this coconut inside. Tonight, we shall prepare coconut chicken for a taste. Ultimately, all the individuals brought by Li Kaikai were retained by Chen Tianliang, including Wu Fanhong, who had been introduced through connections. However, Chen Tianliang intended to assess Wu Fanhong's culinary skills, as it had been years since they last met, and he was unaware of any advancements in his cooking abilities. After all, during their time at the Oriental Culinary School, Chen Tianliang had found Wu Fanhong's culinary talents rather lacking. It wasn't that his dishes were unpalatable, but rather that he tended to experiment with peculiar recipes, claiming to be developing new dishes and boldly asserting his ambition to create the 9th major cuisine of Huaxia. Dahong, although we share a brotherly bond and have had a good rapport in the past, you will still need to prove your culinary skills if you wish to cook for me. Pray tell, what culinary skills have you acquired in recent years? In the living room, Chen Tianliang sat on the sofa, wearing a half-smile as he inquired of Wu Fanhong. Brother Chen, as long as you permit me to stay here, I am open to any trial you propose. In discussing the new dishes I have learned, I must truly engage you in a dialogue. Over the past few years, I have journeyed far and wide, dedicating myself to the mastery of culinary arts. Ahem! Li Kaikai's awkward cough interrupted Wu Fanhong. Uncle, do tone it down. If you're struggling to find employment, just admit it instead of fabricating tales of wanderlust. How outrageous! Wu Fanhong was about to glare, but was halted by Chen Tianliang. Let us cease this bickering and get to the matter at hand. As I traversed the land, I happened upon a remarkable dish while passing through Chilu province. Learn from a young man. Just how remarkable is it? Allow me to regale you. Pardon. Let me elucidate. Subsequently, in front of everyone, Wu Fanhong began to boast extravagantly, indifferent to whether the Valerie couple and the 4 Southeast Asian individuals comprehended his words. He simply rambled on. By the end of his monologue, Chen Tianliang was left with the knowledge that it was a dish prepared with fish, but the specifics eluded him. Growing increasingly vexed, he furrowed his brow and inquired of Wu Fanhong, "What is the name of this dish?" Noticing Chen Tianliang's displeasure, Wu Fanhong appeared to recall some deeply resonant memories, involuntarily shivering as he blurted out, "Fishbone mash. If it's merely fishbone mash, then what s with the theatrics?" Chen Tianliang retorted discontentedly, "No, Brother Chen, this dish is truly extraordinary, It can pulverize any fish bone into oblivion, Wu Fanhong defended. As he continued to embellish his tale, Chen Tianliang coldly replied, "What audacity! I challenge you to pulverize a fish bone I present to you. Brother Chen, you need not doubt. I can illuminate any fish bone." Wu Fanhong boasted, puffing out his neck defiantly. "Very well. Can you handle the bones of a whale?" Chen Tianliang shot back, a smile of indignation crossing his face. An awkward silence fell over the gathering. After a considerable pause, Wu Fanhong finally withdrew his stubbornness and lowered his head in a defeated manner. "Off with you. Go outside and prepare the iron pot. I shall treat everyone to an iron pot stew." As Wu Fanhong hurried outside to set up the pot and kindle the fire, Chen Tianliang Valerie and Song Pahan affixed their signatures to the employment contract. Just as the contract was finalized, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have established an employment relationship with more than 5 individuals. The recruitment function is now activated. Reward, construction talent, recruitment, as the name suggests, allows one to view the loyalty and detailed profiles of employees through the system, as well as the ability to replicate the skills they possess." Chapter 66. Replicating Employee Skills. Replicating employee skills? Chen Tianliang felt a twinge of surprise as he summoned the newly activated employee function of the system. Before him appeared several lists, each meticulously detailing the profiles of the employees he had recruited, from loyalty to name and age. Every employee began with a uniform initial loyalty of 50. Among them, Chen Tianliang, possibly due to her recent interactions with Chen Tianliang or her being taken in by him, boasted the highest loyalty at present. Most notably, at the bottom of the list, the employee skills were displayed. The first entry was that of Chen Tianliang's little caretaker, Chen Tianliang. Name, Chen Tianliang. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Loyalty, 70. Skills, cooking Japanese cuisine, cleaning yoga. Next was Larissa. In addition to a basic gardening skill, possessed talents in flower arrangement, horticulture, and garden design, perhaps due to their shared femininity and the commonality of being married. Larissa's skill set also encompassed household tasks such as laundry and cooking. However, what astonished Chen Tianliang the most were Valerie and Wang. These two individuals were far more impressive than he had initially perceived. To begin with Valerie, he was not merely the straightforward man he seemed. In addition to herding and caring for livestock, he also practiced a combat art known as Sambo. Chen Tianliang had come across this martial art online. It originated from the Bear Country and is defined as a self-defense technique that does not utilize weapons. Known also as Kagbo combat, it is regarded as one of the most formidable and aggressive martial arts globally, primarily derived from street fighting, and was founded by Vasily Oshchepkov. Furthermore, Valerie was proficient in shooting, albeit at an intermediate level. On the other hand, while Wang lacked any martial arts or firearm skills, he excelled in fishing and swimming, even dabbling in boat navigation at a novice level. In his earlier self-introduction, he merely claimed to be applying for a planting position. Had the system not unexpectedly unveiled the employee function, this talent might have gone unnoticed. Most significantly, within Wang's skill set, Chen Tianliang discovered a treasure of traditional Chinese culture, the skill of line dancing. Remarkably, it was at an advanced level. Chen Tianliang had limited knowledge of line dancing, knowing only that in China, performances are categorized into southern and northern styles. His first exposure to line dancing was through the film Once Upon a Time in China. Moreover, he had previously learned that line dance performances are widely celebrated within overseas Chinese communities. Wherever there are Chinese people, there are line dance performances, serving as an important ritual to elevate national pride and embody the spirit of China. It also serves as a cultural bridge for overseas compatriots to connect with their roots, carrying profound cultural significance and impact. Indeed, these two individuals were hiding their true talents, Chen Tianliang mused. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he replicated Valerie's skills in Sambo, shooting, as well as Song Passion's tree climbing and Wang's line dance. As for Wang's rudimentary boat navigation skills, Chen Tianliang chose not to replicate them. After reviewing the capabilities of his staff, Chen Tianliang began to assign tasks. Naturally, Valerie was tasked with herding and the daily milking duties. Although the island had few cattle and sheep, they still required care. His wife, Larissa, was responsible for maintaining the island's fruit trees and the flowers and roses Chen Tianliang intended to plant. Wang was to assist as a gardener and oversee some aspects of cleanliness on the island. His role was relatively relaxed, akin to that of a general handyman. The 4 Southeast Asian fellows, led by Song Pahan, were charged with continuing the planting of the unfinished crops. Once they completed their planting tasks, Chen Tianliang would assign them further responsibilities. Wu Fanhong was in charge of the island's daily procurement and the meals for the staff. After distributing the tasks, Chen Tianliang led them to the single-story wooden house adjacent to the main villa to allocate their living quarters. The wooden house contained 4 bedrooms, each accommodating 2 individuals. One room was designated for Valerie and his wife, while Wang volunteered to share with Wu Fanhong. The remaining 2 rooms were naturally assigned to the 4 Southeast Asian gentlemen. With everything arranged, Chen Tianliang finally had time to check on Wu Fanhong's progress. He led the group to the beach, where he found Wu Fanhong had constructed a rudimentary stove out of stones. Although it was not aesthetically pleasing, it possessed a certain primitive charm, reminiscent of survival on a deserted island. The only difference from that scenario was the presence of a large iron pot. Wu Fanhong was kneeling beside his makeshift stove, vigorously puffing air to stoke the fire. Nearby, Asang and Peichi lay with their heads tilted, curiously watching him. Chen Tianliang approached, squatted down, and inquired, "How is it coming along?" Wu Fanhong replied, "Hey, Brother Chen, it will be ready soon. Look at the flames rising. As soon as the pot heats up, we can start cooking." He straightened up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, the others could not help but chuckle at his appearance. Wu Fanhong felt puzzled. "What are you all laughing at? Shouldn't you be moved by my diligence? Haha, you do look quite industrious right now. What's wrong?" Wu Fanhong wondered, touching his greasy face. Chen Tianliang struggled to suppress his laughter, patting Wu Fanhong on the shoulder. "All right, you're off duty for now. Go wash your face." In this state, foreigners might think you were a ghost. It was then that Wu Fanhong understood, pulling out his phone to check his reflection, and upon seeing his face resembling that of a coal-blackened figure, he joined in the laughter. As he retreated indoors to wash his face, Chen Tianliang called for Taozi, and the 2 of them made their way back to the villa. They first retrieved the authentic farmhouse chicken that Chen Tianliang had brought from his homeland, followed by a cutting board, utensils, and a variety of seasonings and garnishes. Just as he was about to leave the kitchen, he suddenly remembered the black truffle he had set aside in the refrigerator. He took it out, returned to the beach, and commenced the process of heating oil in the pan. Chapter 67. Is the hatchling an ugly duckling or a chick? Determined to impress his future employees, Chen Tianliang resolved to take matters into his own hands. He decided to personally prepare a traditional northeastern delicacy, stewed chicken with mushrooms. First, he blanched the chopped chicken pieces and set them aside. Next, he poured cooking oil into the pot, allowing the fragrant scents of scallions, ginger, and garlic to waft through the air. He added Sichuan peppercorns and star anise to the mix before reintroducing the blanched chicken into the pot. With a sturdy spatula in hand, Chen Tianliang wielded his muscular arms, skillfully stir-frying the contents in the large iron wok. The onlookers, Valerie Tao Tao, and several other international guests, watched in awe at his adeptness. Once the stir-frying was complete, he poured in some beer and added foraged edible wild vegetables and mushrooms, clarifying that these were not the common white stems or red caps. Following this, he included soy sauce and other seasonings, along with water. After covering the pot and allowing it to simmer for a while, Chen Tianliang lifted the lid, releasing a cloud of steam. Just as Valerie and the others anticipated that the meal was ready, Chen Tianliang added salt and sugar to enhance the flavor, then resealed the pot. Observing their puzzled expressions, he cheerfully explained that the dish required an additional 40 minutes of simmering until the broth nearly evaporated before it would be complete. To spare them from waiting idly, he asked Tao Tao to assist in preparing other dishes in the kitchen. Tao Tao gracefully acknowledged his request and approached Larissa, taking her hand as they returned to the villa together. Upon their return to the beach, Chen Tianliang sprinkled sliced black truffles and chopped scallions into the pot, and at last, the famous northeastern dish was ready to be savored. The group settled on the beach around a large iron pot, indulging in the delightful meal while gazing at the serene sea view, a moment of joy and comfort. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and New Zealand had entered the mid-autumn of April. It had been nearly a month since Chen Tianliang arrived at Flip-Flop Island. Throughout this busy month, the island had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer did it bear the desolate and primitive characteristics of his initial visit. Instead, it now thrived with vibrancy and life. The vegetable and strawberry gardens flourished with greenery, and various young fruit trees and flowers adorned the vicinity of the villa. Additionally, cows and sheep roamed freely across the small pastures. This week, through the sale of black truffles and his initial savings of 40,000 New Zealand dollars, Chen Tianliang had amassed over 80,000 New Zealand dollars. Though he had accumulated a modest fortune, he refrained from squandering it on extravagant purchases from the system's marketplace. Instead, he wisely invested in acquiring more cattle and sheep from the Littleby farm. As a result, the number of cattle on the island's small pasture had increased to 20. Among them, there are 10 fully black Angus cattle, a breed known for its hornless, beef-producing qualities. Originating from the northeastern region of Scotland, these cattle are renowned for their compact and sturdy physique, superior meat quality, and high yield, with a marbling score that is distinctly visible, achieving a meat yield of 55 to 60. Angus beef is celebrated for its tenderness and flavor, making it the only breed in the world whose name is used as a brand for its meat. The remaining 10 are Holstein dairy cows, 2 of which are in the late stages of gestation. It is believed that new life will soon grace the island. The purchase of these cattle alone cost Chen Tianliang over 60,000 New Zealand dollars. He did not retain the remaining nearly 20,000 dollars, but instead used the funds to acquire 50 Rami sheep. The average price for a sheep is 350 New Zealand dollars, totaling $17,500 for the 50. This breed of sheep is currently the most widely raised in New Zealand, valued for both its wool and meat, and it hails from the land of the eagle. Since the arrival of staff on the island, each individual has diligently attended to their designated responsibilities. Valerie oversees the grazing and care of the cattle and sheep, while his wife, Larissa, meticulously tends to Chen Tianliang's newly cultivated small garden. Awang is responsible for clearing fallen fruits from a lawn and painting the wooden fence. Meanwhile, Songpa leads 3 other Southeast Asian workers to the foot of the mountain to begin digging holes for planting manuka flowers. As for Wu Fanhong, he juggles the role of head chef while also tending to the chickens, ducks, and geese purchased by Chen Tianliang. As for Tao Tao, she remains devoted solely to serving Chen Tianliang. Finally, Chen Tianliang has managed to extricate himself from his busy life. However, in this newfound leisure, he realizes, almost inadvertently, that he has become the most inconsequential person on the island. After selling the harvested black truffles each day, he finds himself amusing the cats and dogs or lounging in the living room playing video games. Yet on the 7th day of the employee's arrival on Tua, Sia Island, a delightful event finally unfolded for Chen Tianliang. The dozen or so unknown eggs gifted to him by Mrs. Nancy finally hatched. However, even after they emerged, Chen Tianliang struggled to identify the species, as they were covered in a dark, grayish substance and coated in a sticky liquid upon hatching. They resembled the ugly duckling from fairy tales, appearing quite unsightly. Furthermore, they all bore a striking resemblance to one another. Chen Tianliang called upon his staff for assistance in identifying the chicks, but even Valerie and the others were unable to discern their species. With no other option, Chen Tianliang contacted Mrs. Nancy for guidance regarding the egg she had gifted him. It was then revealed that these rather unattractive little creatures were, in fact, the offspring of blue peacocks and golden pheasants. Chen Tianliang and Tao Tao, along with the others, were astonished upon learning that these seemingly similar little beings belonged to 2 distinct species of birds. Later, through meticulous observation and subsequent online research, Chen Tianliang discovered that the chicks of the golden pheasant possess slightly darker plumage compared to those of the blue peacock, with their beaks being somewhat more pointed. He recounted that Mrs. Nancy had previously gifted him a total of 15 eggs. However, to his dismay, only 5 blue peacock chicks and 4 golden pheasant chicks had successfully hatched, leaving 6 eggs unhatched. Although it was a pity, Chen Tianliang felt powerless to change the outcome. After he delved into the knowledge of raising avian chicks online, he realized the complexities involved in caring for these little creatures. It was not only essential to maintain the appropriate temperature within the incubator, but also to ensure the chicks' feathers were thoroughly dried. Due to their tender age, they could not be fed indiscriminately. Thus, Chen Tianliang was compelled to navigate his amphibious motorcycle to the town of Tarua, where he procured some starter feed from a pet shop. The rationale behind using this starter feed was its inclusion of certain medications that could bolster the immune system of the young peacocks. Following proper feeding protocols, he would also need to regularly clean the incubator until, after 20 days, he could finally release these little ones to behold the world with their own eyes. Chapter 68. Troubles come in succession in the truffle forest. Chen Tianliang arrived early in the morning with Peiqi once again. Today, they were not alone. Even Asang, who usually assisted Valerie with the cattle and sheep, had taken a day off to join them. As they searched for black truffles, Chen Tianliang grew increasingly troubled. The reason for his distress stemmed from nearly a month of foraging for black truffles, and now, finding them in this truffle forest was no longer as effortless as it had been at the outset. What was once a trivial pursuit had now become a laborious endeavor, often requiring hours to uncover just a single truffle. After all, black truffles, being a precious delicacy, do not grow abundantly. In recent days, each time Peiqi assisted Chen Tianliang in searching for black truffles, it consumed an extensive amount of time. Even when they did stumble upon a find, the quality of the truffles unearthed was often significantly inferior to those discovered earlier. This left Chen Tianliang feeling restless and anxious. Should he fail to locate a white truffle soon, he feared that the island's only source of income would soon dwindle. The absence of revenue would inevitably lead to a rupture in his financial chain, jeopardizing not only his ability to manage the island, but also his capacity to pay his employees. Unable to afford wages would mean sending his workers away, a scenario Chen Tianliang dreaded, especially since he had only recently begun to acclimate to the life of a boss. As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but challenging to revert from luxury to frugality. Fortunately, there was still some time before the payroll date, and Chen Tianliang silently vowed to find at least one white truffle that met the system's task requirements before that time. However, after nearly a month of relentless searching, he had yet to even catch a glimpse of a white truffle. He squatted beneath a tree, irritably fiddling with a twig as he sifted through the fallen leaves at his feet. Nearby, Asang, sensing his master's discontent, rested his chin on Chen Tianliang's knee, gazing up with his bright, black eyes. Seeing Asang's comforting gesture, Chen Tianliang managed a wry smile and patted its head, letting out a deep sigh as he stood up. He reflected that perhaps this recent streak of good fortune had made him overly anxious in the face of a minor setback. What if he could not find black truffles? In the worst-case scenario, it would merely mean a reduction in income and the absence of workers to assist him. He could still rely on herding and selling various edible resources from the island to sustain his livelihood, especially since the island was gradually becoming self-sufficient. Moreover, there were 4 ready-made wooden houses and 2 camping tents on the island. With his culinary background, he could even establish a seaside resort. After bolstering his spirits, Chen Tianliang resumed his search for black truffles alongside Peiqi in the forest. Meanwhile, within the villa, Mike had arrived early on Drag Shoe Island, waiting for the delivery. He had been seated on the sofa for quite some time. Glancing at his watch, he furrowed his brow. Over an hour had passed since their usual transaction time for black truffles, yet there was still no sign of Chen Tianliang's return. Mike rose to find Peach, who was busy with household chores. "Hello, may I inquire why Mr. Chen has yet to return? He usually comes back from the forest around this time. Could you possibly accompany me to search for him?" Peach, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. A sense of worry began to creep into her heart. It was unusual for Chen Tianliang not to return at such a late hour. Therefore, she asked Connor to wait for a moment and stepped out of the villa alone. Sir, after lunch. After lunch. Due to her recent studies in Chinese with Chen Tianliang, Peach's pronunciation was still somewhat inaccurate, often referring to Wu Fanhong as after lunch. Hey, what's the matter, Peach? A plump man in a black apron and chef's attire, thrilled to hear his dream goddess calling his name, emerged excitedly from the adjacent wooden cabin. Sir still hasn't returned, and I'm a bit worried about him. Could you help me look for him? Ah, what danger could Chen encounter on this small island? You're overthinking it, Wu Fanhong replied playfully. However, upon seeing the pleading look in Peach's eyes, his legs weakened. Well, right, my friend, I'll take a quick look for you. Just wait here. Saying this, he unfastened his apron and handed it to her. Just as he was about to turn away, he spotted Chen Tianliang returning, leading a pig and carrying a bucket, looking preoccupied. See, he has returned, Wu Fanhong exclaimed. By the way, Chen, I fried some youtiao this morning and made a bit of pickled vegetables. I didn't tea-buy any soybeans. Otherwise, I would have prepared some fresh soy milk for you. Oh, speaking of soybeans, do you prefer your douhua savory or sweet? As soon as he saw Chen Tianliang, Wu Fanhong began to chatter endlessly. I love it savory, Chen Tianliang replied tersely, walking directly into the villa. What's with him? Wu Fanhong stood frozen, bewildered, glancing at Peach, who shrugged her shoulders to indicate her own uncertainty and followed Chen Tianliang inside. Savory? What a unique taste. Perhaps next time I should buy some soybeans and try making a bitter melon-flavored soy milk for everyone. It would be a great way to cool down. Otherwise, in this sweltering heat, one might get overheated and have trouble in the restroom. Wu Fanhong mused seriously about his new creation. Mr. Chen, the quantity of black truffles has been somewhat scarce these past few days. Have you encountered any difficulties? Mike inquired as he weighed the black truffles collected by Chen Tianliang, which barely reached 1 kilogram. After the transaction, he posed his question. Chen Tianliang did not withhold any information and shared the actual situation with Mike. Upon learning that the black truffles on the island were becoming increasingly difficult to find, Mike's brow furrowed in concern. The decline in black truffles could directly impact the profitability of their truffle workshops branch in terroir. Currently, Chen Tianliang stands as the most significant supplier for their establishment. Should any issues arise on his end, the Romson Truffle Workshop would find itself ensnared in the same predicament it faced a month prior. This weighs heavily on Mike and his superior, Grace. He must hasten back to report this matter to Grace. Yet, upon reflection, he ponders what good it would do to inform her. After all, natural ingredients like black truffles cannot be cultivated artificially. The only viable solution appears to be seeking another truffle farm abundant in resources. However, finding such a resource-rich truffle farm is no simple task. After much contemplation, Connor remains at a loss and can only offer Chen Tianliang a few words of consolation before taking his leave. Shortly after his departure, Valerie enters the villa. Chapter 69, The Loosened Belt Boss. Our ranch currently has an excessive amount of stored milk. With just a few people on the island, we cannot consume it all, Chen Tianliang expressed, his brow furrowing as he gazed at Valerie, standing before him. He was perplexed as to why Valerie sought his counsel on such a trivial matter as milking cows. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, since we have an overabundance of milk, why continue milking daily when we know we cannot use so much? Faced with Chen Tianliang's bewilderment, Valerie could only offer a wry smile as he elucidated. Dairy cows are bred specifically for milking, with a lactation cycle commencing from the birth of a calf that lasts 305 days. During this period, if milking is neglected or not performed thoroughly, it is akin to ceasing milking altogether. Initially, halting milking may lead to edema or swelling, and eventually, the cow will stop lactating, entering a dry period. If not executed in accordance with proper cessation procedures, this could easily result in inflammation or disease in the cow. Once a cow's udder is compromised, it becomes equivalent to a cull. The only outcome, then, is the grim fate of slaughter. The 10 Holstein cows Chen Tianliang procured from the Little Bee farm comprised 9 milking females and 1 male. Typically, a dairy cow is milked thrice daily, morning, noon, and evening, yielding anywhere from 2 to 24 kilograms of milk per day. Within less than a week, aside from the 2 cows awaiting calving, The remaining 7 had already produced hundreds of kilograms of milk. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang suddenly comprehended the reason behind the incessant mooing of those 2 cows prior to Valerie's arrival. It turned out to be the discomfort from engorgement. Previously, he had erroneously believed that milking could be disregarded when there was no desire for milk. He now realized how gravely mistaken he had been. He furrowed his brow and asked Valerie if he could make cheese. Valerie chuckled and replied that although he could not craft cheese himself, his wife, Larissa, possessed that skill. However, it was impractical to convert all the milk into cheese, especially since they could not consume it all. The most viable solution would be to sell the milk and the resultant cheese in town. Yet, selling in small quantities would be sluggish. Thus, it was imperative to seek collaboration with a food processing workshop that regularly required milk. Chen Tianliang nodded in agreement with Valerie's proposal. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Valerie to have Larissa begin transforming the stored milk into cheese while he sought out business partnerships in town. Once Valerie departed, Chen Tianliang slumped onto the sofa, rubbing his temples as he reflected on the recent events. Had he not over-harvested black truffles, the truffle grove would not have seen such a drastic decline in yield within a month. Furthermore, had he taken the time to thoroughly understand the nuances of dairy cattle husbandry, he would not be beset by his current troubles. However, lamentation is futile at this juncture. Besides, in Chen Tianliang's heart, the concept of regret has never taken root. Moreover, no individual can guarantee a lifetime devoid of missteps, nor can anyone assert that their journey will be perpetually smooth. Given the present adversities, one must focus on devising solutions. It is only through resolving these issues and learning from this experience that Chen Tianliang can evolve and mature. With this realization, a smile once again graced Chen Tianliang's lips, reminiscent of the mischievous grin of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Hidden in the corner, Taozi felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Chen Tianliang, previously shrouded in gloom, finally reveal a sunlit smile. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Ram Truffle Workshop, Mike hurriedly dashed into Director Grace's office. The moment he swung the door open, he thought he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting past the desk. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found Grace sitting calmly at her desk. Clearing her throat awkwardly at the sight of the rushing Mike, Grace instinctively adjusted her collar and, with a hint of irritation, addressed the startled Mike at the door. "Mike, how many times must I remind you to knock before entering someone else's office? Do you not realize how impolite such behavior is? I apologize, Mr. Grace. Please forgive my impulsiveness. I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you, which is why I rushed in," Mike hastily explained. "Oh," Grace replied, her brow furrowing slightly. "What is this urgent matter?" "It pertains to the situation with Chen Tianliang," Mike said as he settled into the chair before Grace's desk, detailing the developments. Upon hearing the news, Grace's composure faltered, prompting her to instruct Mike to accompany her back to Slipper Island. Mike nodded in agreement, but as he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and glanced back. In that instant, he noticed Grace standing up, hurriedly adjusting her belt. Concerned, he inquired, "Mr. Grace, is your belt malfunctioning? Do you need assistance with it?" Grace was taken aback, pondering whether such personal matters could be casually entrusted to him. He thought to himself that flattery should be reserved for more appropriate moments. Thus, he awkwardly replied, No, my belt is perfectly fine. It's just a bit loose, and it needs adjusting." Mike, skeptical, murmured in response, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in Grace's demeanor today. His mind drifted back to the fleeting figure he had glimpsed just before entering. Could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Mike began to piece together the situation, a hint of a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Grace, having neatly arranged her attire, approached Mike with a composed demeanor. "Very well, let us proceed. Before we go, could you please assist me in calling Mr. Mayer to check if he is available? During our last dining experience together, he mentioned a desire for me to introduce Mr. Chen. It would be an opportune moment to meet with our esteemed client." "Certainly, Ms. Grace," Mike replied, and the two exited Grace's office. Just as they stepped out, a figure clad in an office lady uniform emerged from beneath a desk. Had Chen Tianliang been present at that moment, he would have instantly recognized her. She was Selena, the very individual responsible for welcoming him during his inaugural visit to the Romson Truffle Workshop. After wiping her mouth and adjusting her skirt, Selena calmly exited the office. Chapter 70. Visitors coming to the island. Not long after Chen Tianliang had finished his breakfast, he received a call from Grace. Upon hearing that the latter wished to pay him a visit, Chen immediately surmised that Grace's intention was to discuss matters regarding the black truffles. However, what could they possibly achieve through further discussions? Chen knew he could not conjure a plethora of black truffles from thin air, and he himself was even more anxious about the truffle situation than Grace was. The most effective solution, it seemed, was to locate a white truffle that met the task criteria. Once a suitable white truffle was found, Chin South Truffle Grove would be able to yield an endless supply of black truffles. At that point, the issue of black truffles would be easily resolved. Nevertheless, since Grace intended to visit the island, Chun could not refuse and welcomed him with a hearty laugh. Just as Chun ended the call, his pet dog, a Sang, glanced up at him, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, it stood up, shook itself, and when Chun was momentarily distracted, slipped out of the house. At that moment, Wu Fanhong had just finished feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese. Holding a bowl of feed, he was about to enter the wooden house when he noticed a Sang with a leash in its mouth, leading the pig, Peichi, towards the forest. Wow, Chun's dog is quite remarkable. It can even take a pig for a walk. Wu chuckled to himself, dismissing it as he entered the house. After approximately half an hour, while Chen Tianliang sat on the sofa awaiting his guests, he received another phone call. Upon checking his mobile, he discovered it was Uncle Charles calling. Chun felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering why the busy Charles would think to call him today. His surprise stemmed from the fact that Charles was the busiest New Zealander Chun had encountered since arriving in Tairua. Tairua, a picturesque seaside town, boasted not only star-rated resorts, but also an abundance of motels, short-term apartments, and beach homestays. Even the nearby islands, close to Slipper Island, featured numerous seaside resorts for tourists. Thus, Charles typically found himself shuttling between the various islands and the town daily. As soon as Chun connected the call, Uncle Charles's laughter echoed on the line. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun inquired about the purpose of the call. Charles responded with a smile. Well, Chun, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Today, I've brought over a dozen tourists from China who wish to stay at a resort on one of the islands near Tairua. However, due to the pleasant weather recently, the town has seen an influx of visitors, and the nearby resorts are fully booked. Since they're also from China, I thought I would ask if you could accommodate them. Accommodate tourists? Chen Tianliang was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond immediately. He requested Charles to hold on for a moment, indicating he needed time to ponder before offering a reply. Very well, I shall take the guests out to sea for fishing. Once you've reached a decision, we shall reconnect, Charles replied with a smile. After hanging up, Chen Tianliang could not help but furrow his brow, contemplating whether to accommodate this influx of visitors. Initially, when he heard Charles mention that tourists wished to visit the island, his first instinct was to refuse. In his perspective, commercializing the island and welcoming tourists would disrupt his tranquil and leisurely existence. This inner resistance was palpable. However, upon reflection, he realized he was on the brink of facing a significant decline in income due to the scarcity of black truffles. His resolve began to waver. Currently, the most lucrative venture that required no additional investment appeared to be the establishment of island accommodations. Chen Tianliang believed that if executed well, the guest house could become the island's second largest source of income. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to welcome the guests. After all, one does not easily turn away from financial opportunities. Once he had made up his mind, he called Charles to convey his agreement to host the tourists. Charles, upon hearing this, did not seem particularly surprised, as if he had anticipated Chen Tianliang's consent. Chen Tianliang then inquired about the number of guests and their intended length of stay. Upon learning the specifics, he asked Charles to wait a moment longer, for the news was rather sudden, and preparations were necessary on the island. Charles cheerfully assured him that it was no problem, as he was currently guiding the tourists in fishing, and their return journey would require an additional 2 to 3 hours. After ending the call, Chen Tianliang summoned Taozi to gather everyone at the villa. Taozi nodded subtly and stepped outside. Before long, All the residents had congregated in the villa's living room. "Brother Chen, what's the rush in calling everyone over?" Wu Fanhong, having just settled down, inquired curiously as he plopped onto the sofa. The others also looked at Chen Tianliang with puzzled expressions. Cough, cough. Chen Tianliang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "The reason for this urgency is that there's a matter we need to discuss. Soon." "Oh, Brother Chen, why say it like that? You're the boss. Just instruct us directly. What is there to discuss?" Wu Fanhong interjected, attempting to flatter him. "Silence. Let me finish speaking." Chen Tianliang shot him a sidelong glance and continued. "Soon, a group of tourists will arrive on the island for leisure, and if they find the conditions satisfactory, they intend to stay for several days. I called you all here primarily to deliberate on how we should receive these visitors." As Chen Tianliang's words fell, the group present began to converse in hushed tones. From their expressions, it was evident that they appeared to be quite intrigued by the matter at hand. After all, on the island, they were surrounded daily by just a handful of people. Although life on the island was indeed leisurely, an extended stay could render it rather monotonous. Thus, when news of incoming visitors reached their ears, a flicker of excitement stirred within them. Consequently, the group began to engage in discussions with Chen Tianliang regarding the arrangements for welcoming the anticipated guests and planning their recreational activities. Chapter 71. The soil brought back by A Sang. To begin with, Chen Tianliang and his companions organized the existing soft and hard facilities on the island. Prior to Chen Tianliang's stewardship, the former island owner had established a seaside guest house on Slipper Island, thus providing ready accommodations for tourists. However, it is important to clarify that the guest rooms mentioned here are not the North American-style villa where Chen Tianliang currently resides, but rather the 4 quaint wooden cabins and 2 camping tents scattered around the villa. Each wooden cabin is designed with 2 bedrooms and a living area, capable of accommodating 4 guests, while the tents can house 2. By this calculation, Slipper Island can presently host over 20 tourists. With the essentials of eating, playing, and lodging settled, the focus now shifts to dining and entertainment. The island's abundant resources are a given, but the question arises regarding the cuisine to serve the visitors. In this regard, Wu Fanhong confidently assured Chen Tianliang that his culinary skills would ensure that the guests dine with great delight. However, Chen Tianliang shook his head. "Just now, Charles informed me that these tourists hail from Huaxia. Think about it. They consume Chinese cuisine daily back home. If they were to travel abroad only to eat Chinese food, what would be the point of their long journey? They might as well go to Cheongzhou in their own country. But if we don't serve Chinese food, what shall we prepare?" Wu Fanhong queried, looking perplexed at Chen Tianliang, and then playfully suggested, "How about letting the guests sample my newly developed 9th cuisine?" At these words, Chen Tianliang shivered involuntarily, recalling the dark dish Wu Fanhong had concocted a few days prior, a dish of charcoal-grilled black gold abalone paired with stinky tofu. The mere whiff of it nearly sent everyone fleeing. "Please, spare me. Your 9th cuisine is certainly not something the likes of us mere mortals could possibly appreciate. So, refrain from showcasing your talents." Nonetheless, it was evident that Chinese cuisine must be included, but additionally, they needed to incorporate other culinary styles. As he spoke, Chen Tianliang turned his gaze towards the only 2 women present, Taozi and Larissa. Upon meeting his eyes, Taozi understood his intent and readily offered to prepare sushi and sashimi for the guests, along with sea urchin rice and eel dishes. Larissa similarly expressed her willingness to assist in crafting authentic dishes from her homeland. Chen Tianliang nodded in satisfaction. Thus, in addition to Chinese cuisine, they had now added 2 foreign culinary options. Just as he was about to instruct Taozi and the others to compile a menu, Song Pan stood up eagerly and exclaimed, "Boss, I can help too." "You?" Chen Tianliang looked at him in astonishment. "Yes, I can prepare Siamese barbecue and raw marinated dishes," Song Pan replied. Chen Tianliang's heart leapt at the mention of Siamese barbecue and raw marinated dishes, which are indeed distinctive culinary delights from Siam. Upon hearing Song Passion's offer to assist, he felt a surge of optimism. Immediately, Song Pa-sun was welcomed into the ranks of the culinary team on the island. After the 4 departed, Chen Tianliang, along with the remaining Valerie, a Wang, and 3 Southeast Asian chocolates, began to discuss the recreational activities available on the island. It was not until Chen Tianliang spotted a small yacht approaching the dock through the floor-to-ceiling window that he announced the meeting's conclusion. Let's pause our discussions here. I have guests arriving shortly. As for entertaining our visitors, we shall make arrangements once they arrive. The five nodded lightly and exited the villa. After their departure, Chen Tianliang also rose to leave. However, as he stepped out of his home, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Suddenly, he realized he had not seen Asang and Peiqi for quite some time. He pondered their whereabouts, but quickly dismissed it, knowing they could not stray far on the island. At that moment, he noticed Grace had arrived at the dock, accompanied by Mike and an elderly man with yellow skin. Though the man shared the same skin tone as Chen Tianliang, his features appeared distinct from those of typical Asians. He bore a resemblance to the indigenous peoples Chen Tianliang had seen on television, reminiscent of Native Americans. It was clear that this elder was a Maori from New Zealand. "Haha, Mr. Chen, it has indeed been a long time. How have you been?" As Chen Tianliang approached, Grace greeted him with a warm smile. Although they had only met once, their exchange felt like that of longtime acquaintances, devoid of any unfamiliarity. This exemplified the social niceties often found among adults, filled with insincere pleasantries. After a brief exchange of small talk, Grace introduced the elderly man beside him. "Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce you to our town's mayor, Mr. Jerry Matapari." The designation of town mayor surprised Chen Tianliang slightly, prompting him to scrutinize the elder before him anew. The elder, in turn, observed him as well. They exchanged smiles, and Chen Tianliang politely extended his hand. "Greetings, Mayor. It is a pleasure to welcome you to my island for the first time." In response, Jerry Matapari shook Chen Tianliang's hand, while also performing a traditional Maori greeting, gently resting his hand on Chen Tianliang's head and touching his nose 3 times. To be honest, Chen Tianliang found this unique greeting somewhat disconcerting, especially while standing so close to an elderly man, their noses nearly touching, gazing into each other's eyes. It elicited an inexplicable awkwardness, and he worried the elder might have peculiar inclinations that could lead to an unwanted kiss. "Haha, I did not expect Mr. Chen to be so youthful. When I recently heard that Slipper Island had a new owner, I assumed it would be someone of my age. You are indeed a promising young man." After completing the nose-touching ceremony, Jerry Matapari smiled and spoke. Chen Tianliang, ever modest, then invited the 3 to proceed towards the villa. It was not long after they had entered the villa that the long-absent Asang and Peiqi finally returned, swaying unsteadily. Both appeared to be quite dirty, especially Peiqi. Upon reaching the threshold, darted inside and rushed to her water bowl, eagerly gulping down water. Asang, however, did not follow suit. Instead, he squatted on the steps at the entrance of the villa, dropping a clod of dirt he had been holding in his mouth onto the ground before barking at the interior of the villa. "Woof, woof." Chen Tianliang, who was engaged in a light conversation with Grace and the mayor, furrowed his brow at the sound of barking from outside. Apologizing to the 2, he rose and made his way towards the door. Just as he was about to scold the dirty Asang, he suddenly noticed the clod of dirt lying at the bottom of the steps. Chapter 72. What is the difference between white truffles and garlic? Asang squatted on the steps, panting and gazing intently at his master as he approached with measured steps. Just when he anticipated a commendation from his owner, Chen Tianliang stood before him, furrowing his brow. "You rascal, where did you get so filthy? And why are you bringing back a clod of dirt?" With that, Chen Tianliang bent down to pick up the clod. Feeling wronged and receiving a reprimand instead of praise, Asang laid down on the ground, letting out a series of whines. Just as Chen Tianliang intended to discard the clod of dirt, he noticed something peculiar. This clod feels heavy." At that moment, Grace and Mayor Jerry Matapari emerged from the villa. When Grace saw what Chen Tianliang held in his hand, his eyes lit up with delight. He hurried down the steps, too excited to wait for Chen Tianliang's permission, and snatched the clod from his grasp. After examining it closely, disregarding the saliva left by Asang, he brought it to his nose for a sniff. A blissful expression spread across his face. Indeed, this is the unmistakable aroma. Chen Tianliang, puzzled by his exuberance, was about to inquire about the object when a spark of realization struck him. "Mr. Grace, could this possibly be?" he asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Grace smiled as he revealed the humble clod's true identity. Yes, this is the white truffle, often referred to as the white diamond. Upon receiving confirmation, an expression of surprise illuminated Chen Tianliang's face. He took the white truffle from Grace's hands, scrutinizing it closely. He thought to himself, so this is what white truffles look like. Without Grace's presence to enlighten him, he might have mistaken it for mere dirt and discarded it. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated that this truffle weighed no less than 200 grams, likely meeting the task's requirements. Just as Chen Tianliang reveled in his excitement, he noticed Grace furrowing his brow once more. Before he could ask, Grace spoke, "But why does this white truffle smell slightly different from the ones I've encountered before? There's a hint of an off odor. Could it be spoiled? Yet, judging by its quality, it seems perfectly fine. Could it be an undiscovered variety?" Observing Grace's serious contemplation and then glancing at the truffle, still coated in dirt and speckled with Asang's drool, Chen Tianliang awkwardly addressed Grace. I apologize, Mr. Grace, but it seems Asang has been a bit overheated lately. The odd odor you detected might, well, could possibly be from his saliva." As Chen Tianliang finished speaking, Grace looked at him in astonishment. He glanced down at the Rottweiler squatting beside Chen Tianliang, its predatory gaze fixed upon him, droplets of saliva glistening at the corners of its mouth. A sudden wave of nausea surged within him. Upon returning to the villa, Grace commanded his subordinate Mike to clean the white truffle meticulously. Once the soil was thoroughly removed, Chen Tianliang finally discerned the true appearance of the truffle. Although it had yet to be weighed, he estimated it to weigh at least 200 grams. Its hue was a subtle light brown, adorned with patches of brownish or creamy white spots and intricate textures. Without the distraction of the dog's saliva, Chen Tianliang inhaled the aroma of the truffle, which bore a peculiar scent reminiscent of garlic and mustard. It was not particularly pleasant, yet neither was it offensive, merely odd. Observing his distaste, Grace chuckled and elaborated. The white truffle itself possessed no extraordinary flavor. Rather, it was its distinct aroma that had captivated countless admirers throughout history. In 1825, the renowned French gourmet Brillat Savarin extolled the white truffle in his work Physiology of Taste, referring to it as the diamond of the kitchen. Its taste and fragrance were described as unparalleled in the world. Yet, the truth is that the essence of white truffles eludes even the most eloquent descriptions. Italian chef Carlo Cracco remarked that white truffles are akin to a utopia, known yet indescribable, perceptible yet unchewable, close yet unattainable. However, not all are enchanted by the truffle's enigmatic fragrance. Some liken its aroma to that of pungent garlic. In the realm of gastronomy, the white truffle is to cuisine what Rolls-Royce is to automobiles, Versace is to fashion, and Chanel No. 5 is to perfume, an emblem of the world's most extravagant luxury. With its astonishing price, mystical allure, and heavenly flavor, the white truffle has consistently been pursued by the affluent across the globe, who spare no expense to savor its essence. Hearing Grace extol the truffle's divine qualities, Chen Tianliang felt a twinge of skepticism within. To his mind, the white truffle was merely an enhanced garlic flavor, far from the extraordinary allure Grace described, let alone a utopia. If pressed to identify its merits, aside from its exorbitance and rarity, he could not cite any other exceptional attributes. Moreover, the so-called world's three great delicacies, truffles, caviar, and foie gras, are primarily inflated through marketing, particularly with foie gras, which he viewed as nothing more than a lump of fatty liver. Chen Tianliang had once watched a video regarding foie gras, which struck him as profoundly cruel. Additionally, he found the peculiar tastes of foreigners and their Michelin rating standards rather bizarre. Had it not been for the exorbitant price of the white truffle, which he required to fulfill his task and earn a living, Chen Tianliang would have relished the idea of indulging in it daily, as one would with garlic sauce. After introducing the white truffle, Grace instructed Mike to retrieve the scale he had brought, initiating the process of weighing the prized fungus. At that moment, Chen Tianliang's heart raced, for the outcome was pivotal to his ability to complete the mission assigned by the system, leaving no room for complacency. As his anxious gaze followed Grace, She delicately lifted the white truffle. In Chen Tianliang's perception, time seemed to slow to a crawl. He watched as Grace gently placed the truffle on the small scale, which gradually revealed its precise weight. Upon discerning the figure, Chen Tianliang's eyes widened in disbelief. 48 grams. It felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Was this some kind of jest? A mere 2 grams shy of the task's requirement. Chapter 73. The assistance of the mayor in light of the weight. Chen Tianliang was understandably disappointed. A mere 2 grams short of the required standard left him unsatisfied. Consequently, he hastily summoned the system. System? System. I am here. Well, I would like to discuss a matter with you. System. Please proceed, host. Is there a possibility for me to reattach the soil I just cleaned off this white truffle? Perhaps you could provide me with a backdoor? System. Listen. System, I advise you not to underestimate my temper. It can be quite formidable, Chen Tianliang threatened as the system remained silent. Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept this reality, internally cursing the system for its lack of understanding of human sentiment. Meanwhile, in the real world, Grace examined the weight of the white truffle and, considering its quality, nodded in satisfaction, expressing a desire to purchase it. This matter had been previously discussed between Chen Tianliang and Grace. Thus the intention to sell the truffle was established. After all, Chen Tianliang found himself financially constrained and had little interest in the garlic-like flavor of white truffles. To him, if one wished to savor that taste, chewing on garlic would suffice. Why spend a fortune on expensive white truffle? However, Chen Tianliang was uncertain about the exact selling price of the truffle. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself, he retreated to the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he began to research the market price of white truffles. After some investigation, he found the online prices to be exceedingly varied, with some claiming tens of thousands of huaxia coins per kilogram, while others insisted the item held little value. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and he eventually discovered relevant pricing information regarding white truffles. At an international auction for white truffles held in Alba, Italy, a truffle weighing 950 grams was sold for 184,000 euros, approximately 343,800 huaxia coins, setting a historical high for truffle auction prices. On average, each gram of white truffle was valued at 422 huaxia coins. However, this price was reflective of the auction and might be somewhat inflated. The actual market price would not be so extravagant, and the cost of white truffles also depended on their weight and quality. Although Grace had previously mentioned she would purchase the truffles at a price exceeding that of the auction, this was merely a verbal agreement between the two, which Chen Tianliang took with a grain of salt. He would be grateful if the offer surpassed the market price, let alone the auction price. After gaining a rudimentary understanding of how to assess the quality and specific prices of white truffles, Chen Tianliang felt somewhat more informed. Upon exiting the restroom, he began to engage in a lively exchange with Grace, negotiating persuasively, while Grace sat beside him, shaking her head. There is no alternative. This matter pertains to one's personal interests, and Chen Tianliang cannot afford to overlook the price hike. Every increment of $1 translates to additional profit. The manner in which Chen Tianliang haggled brought an involuntary smile to the face of Mayor Jerry Matepari, who sat across from him. It was his first encounter with such a scene. Ultimately, the reasonably good quality white truffle was purchased by Grace at a price of 81 New Zealand dollars per gram, amounting to a total of 20,088 New Zealand dollars for 248 grams. While this price did not rival that of an auction, it was still somewhat above the market rate. Upon receiving the checks signed by Grace, Chen Tianliang felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the transaction complete, the trio resumed their casual conversation. During their chat, Grace mentioned that the season for black truffles was nearing its end, so it would be fine to take a break for now. They could resume their collaboration next year when the truffles came back into season. Chen Tianliang merely smiled and nodded gently, for he remained uncertain about the nature of the black truffle's ability to regenerate infinitely, which was promised as a reward for completing a system task. Thus, he refrained from making any bold assurances to Grace that black truffles would grow on his island year-round. Should he impulsively make such claims, he might jeopardize his beloved Slipper Island. Moreover, it is prudent not to speak too definitively, leaving oneself an avenue for retreat. This is beneficial in dealings with outsiders. Once the topic of truffles was exhausted, Chen Tianliang shared with the two his plans for welcoming the first batch of tourists to his island, seeking their advice on how to host them. He was also curious about the captivating and intriguing customs of New Zealand. The Maori mayor, having felt somewhat out of place in the conversation between Chen Tianliang and Grace, perked up at the mention of tourists visiting the island, thinking to himself, finally, a topic I can contribute to. He proceeded to elaborate on the culture and traditions of the Maori people, recognizing that as indigenous individuals in New Zealand, they held the most authoritative voice. After sharing various insights about Maori culture, the mayor felt it was insufficient. This young man, after all, could be considered part of the Tarawera community. As mayor, he felt compelled to do something to foster a sense of belonging for this young man from China within Tarawera. Moreover, if the tourists enjoyed their time on Slipper Island, it would serve to promote tourism for the town. After some contemplation, Jerry Matepari asked Chen Tianliang to wait for a moment, then took out his phone and walked outside. Chen Tianliang felt a bit perplexed, unsure of what the mayor was intending to do. Shortly thereafter, when Jerry Matepari returned, Chen Tianliang learned that the mayor had stepped out to make a phone call to arrange a group of Maori men who would perform the haka dance. Moreover, there are Maori bands and Maori maidens. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang was filled with immense joy and quickly rose to his feet, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Jerry Matepari. Jerry Matepari, gazing at Chen Tianliang with a smile, replied, "Chen, trust me, with our people assisting you in welcoming the forthcoming visitors, this ceremony will undoubtedly become even more splendid." Chen Tianliang's face lit up with delight as he nodded vigorously. Indeed. Chapter 74. Price list for the Slipper Island Guesthouse. After a brief conversation, Chen Tianliang glanced at his watch and noted that there was still ample time before the guests' arrival. Upholding the ancient Chinese tradition that guests are to be treated with utmost respect, he proposed to show Grace and Jerry Matepari around his Slipper Island, inviting them to stay and enjoy the day. This would also provide him an opportunity to cultivate a rapport with the local Maori mayor, a significant figure since he had arrived in New Zealand nearly a month ago. Although merely a small-town mayor, a position, however modest, still holds a degree of authority. Grace first turned to Jerry Matepari to seek his opinion. The mayor, already inclined towards forming a friendship with Chen Tianliang, readily agreed. As the three rose and made their way outside the villa, Jerry Matepari jovially patted Chen Tianliang on the shoulder. "To be honest, Mr. Chen, before you took over Slipper Island, we seldom had the opportunity to visit this place." "Oh, why is that?" Chen Tianliang inquired, puzzled. "As far as I know, Slipper Island has always been a guest house on a seaside island, and considering its proximity, surely you could come over by boat whenever you wished?" Jerry Matepari and Grace exchanged knowing smiles. Grace explained, "Though it is quite close, we locals live in the surrounding areas and have grown weary of the local scenery. Unless for social gatherings or events, we rarely vacation on these islands." Upon hearing this, Jerry Matepari nodded in agreement. Chen Tianliang's lips twitched slightly, as he mused to himself that they could have simply stated their reluctance to spend money rather than offering convoluted explanations. While guiding the two on a tour of Slipper Island, Chen Tianliang also took the opportunity to oversee the staff's work. At that moment, Tauzi was under a fruit tree, picking cherries and other juicy fruits to prepare refreshing welcome drinks. Larissa was in the kitchen of the wooden cottage, crafting traditional pastries and dumplings characteristic of her homeland. Meanwhile, Wu Fanhong was diligently prepping ingredients according to the menu. Just as Chen Tianliang spotted Song Pahan returning from ashore, carrying 2 buckets brimming with various fresh seafood ingredients, Jerry Matepari suddenly inquired about how these seafood would be prepared. With a shy smile, Song Pahan replied, "Oh, as for this seafood, I plan to make barbecue dishes and Thai-style ceviche." "Thai-style ceviche?" Jerry Matepari furrowed his brow. Chen Tianliang, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Is there a problem, Mayor?" "Oh no, nothing at all. I was merely contemplating that since the tourists have arrived in our Rotorua, we should serve them some local delicacies. However, it appears that most of what you have here consists of foreign cuisine." With a wry smile, Chen Tianliang responded, "Mayor, we do wish to prepare some New Zealand culinary delights for our visitors, but as you can see, all of my employees hail from various nations. Yet we do not have any indigenous ori from New Zealand, which means there is no one to prepare the local culinary delights." Old Jerry Matapari furrowed his brow in contemplation before turning to Grace with an astonishing declaration. "Mr. Grace, you should continue your tour of the island with Chun. I shall remain here to teach them how to prepare authentic ori cuisine." Both Grace and Chen Tianliang were taken aback, particularly Chun, the host, who felt a mix of surprise and joy upon hearing that the esteemed mayor of Te Arnanga wished to assist him in the kitchen. However, he quickly urged, "But how can this be, Mr. Mayor? You are our guest. I cannot allow you to cook." Jerry Matapari waved his hand dismissively, not uttering a word as he followed Song Pahan back to the kitchen. Chen Tianliang attempted to accompany them to dissuade him, but Grace laughed and held him back. "Mr. Chun, since the mayor is eager to cook, let him. You have only just met him and do not yet fully grasp his character. You will soon find that this ori elder is quite stubborn. Once he decides something, no one can deter him." Just as Grace finished speaking, Jerry Matapari's aged voice echoed from the kitchen. "Mr. Grace, discussing others behind their backs is quite impolite. Ah, this ori elder has sharp ears." Chen Tianliang and Grace exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Afterward, Chen Tianliang accompanied Grace on a leisurely stroll around the island, and Grace graciously suggested that Chen should attend to any pressing matters. He and Mike would bask in the sun on the beach. Recognizing the wisdom in this, Chen Tianliang accepted the suggestion, as he indeed had many matters to address. After apologizing, he returned to the villa. Once inside, he settled at a desk in the corner and opened his laptop. After researching the average prices for accommodation and dining in New Zealand, he meticulously crafted a pricing list for the accommodations on Slipper Island. According to his calculations, the true cost for a wooden cabin was 350 NZD per night, while a camping tent also cost 350 NZD per night. Considering that Slipper Island could accommodate a maximum of 20 guests, Chen Tianliang introduced a promotional offer for island rentals. For a group of 10 visitors, the price was 1,800 NZD per day, while for a group of 20, it was 2,800 NZD. Once he finalized the pricing list, he sent it along with photographs of the island as accommodations to Charles, asking him to inquire whether the tourists would find these prices acceptable. Meanwhile, Charles, who was out at sea fishing with a charter group, received the information and relayed the prices to the Chinese tourists on board. Upon hearing the accommodation costs for Slipper Island, the tourists began to chatter excitedly. "Wow, this price is much cheaper than what I paid when I went to the Maldives." Indeed, the prospect of renting an entire island for merely 1,800 New Zealand dollars, translating to a mere $180 per person, is astonishingly economical. When my wife and I honeymooned in the Maldives, we spent over 30,000 without even factoring in airfare for just 4 days. It is evident that they are quite amenable to such a price. After receiving Charles's response, Chen Tianliang stretched lazily, rose to his feet, and exited the villa. As he walked, he pondered what else needed to be prepared. At that moment, he noticed a few adorable pets either frolicking or basking in the sun at the villa's entrance, which sparked an idea within him. He suddenly called out, "Assemble." Chapter 75, Crafting a Floral Wreath for You on the Island. Where everyone was diligently engaged in their respective tasks, Grace and Mike were sunbathing on the beach. Upon hearing Chen Tianliang's sudden shout, they instinctively turned their gaze towards him, mistakenly assuming that something significant had occurred. Chen Tianliang offered an awkward smile to the crowd, his expression seemingly conveying, "Please, continue with your work. I am merely conducting some training." He then shifted his attention to his beloved pets. At that moment, Peach was cozily nestled against her good friend, Big P, dozing off on the wooden staircase. The little seal, Ago, whose injuries had healed, was sprawled on the grass beside the children's pool, lazily flapping his belly. Meanwhile, Ah Sang, feeling somewhat dejected due to a lack of praise, was sulking beneath a nearby coconut tree. As for Pudding, his habitual thievery had resulted in confinement on the bird perch in the master bedroom, courtesy of Chen Tianliang. In short, none of these adorable companions gathered around Chen Tianliang in response to his call. leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. He inwardly chided his pets for their lack of discipline. Without further ado, he took the dirty Ah Sang and Peach to the bathroom for a wash. During their bathing session, he seized the opportunity to commend Ah Sang for locating the white truffle, which the latter received with unreserved delight, wagging his tail enthusiastically, a true exemplar of a devoted companion. After a brief wash, just as Chen Tianliang was about to lead the two out of the bedroom, Pudding's loud voice rang out behind him. "Foul squid! Release me, you scoundrel! Let me go!" Upon hearing Pudding's furious exclamations, Chen Tianliang slapped his forehead in despair, filled with regret over adopting such a troublesome bird. Ever since being bonded, Pudding's intelligence had surpassed that of the other pets. Coupled with his gift of speech, the little creature had taken to mimicking Chen Tianliang's words, seamlessly blending English and Chinese, often peppered with expletives. This had become a source of constant annoyance for Chen Tianliang, who now refrained from swearing in the presence of this mischievous parrot. Reluctantly, he returned to the bedroom and untied the release cord from Pudding's claws. Just as the liberated bird prepared to take flight, Chen Tianliang swiftly grasped its wings. With a playful smack on its head, he admonished, "Behave yourself. If you dare to misbehave today, don't blame me for tossing you into a pot for soup." Captured, Pudding looked back at Chen Tianliang with a surprisingly human-like expression and uttered, "Fool." After forcibly gathering his pets into a group, Chen Tianliang began to assess their demeanor. At the same time, Jerry Mayteppery, who was instructing Peach and others on preparing Ori cuisine in the kitchen, spotted Chen Tianliang standing at the villa entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. Curiously, he inquired of Peach, "What is your boss up to?" Peach gently brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead and smiled sweetly. She explained that her boss often resembled a child, delighting in conversing with the few pets he kept. Jerry Matpalai found this rather amusing. The reason Chen Tianliang had gathered these pets was that they represented a significant charm of Slipper Island. He intended for them to serve as mascots, captivating the attention of tourists. However, upon assembling the pets, Chen Tianliang suddenly realized that, despite their distinctive features, something seemed to be amiss. After a period of contemplation, he identified the issue. While each pet was endearingly clumsy, they required a touch of embellishment. But how to adorn them appropriately? Eureka! Chen Tianliang inadvertently caught sight of a blooming wildflower beneath a tree and slapped his forehead. Under the curious gazes of the pets, he began to gather various flowers and greenery nearby. After considerable effort, he crafted several vibrant floral wreaths of varying sizes. Placing the wreaths around the pets' necks, he noticed they indeed appeared more charming than before. Even the fierce-looking Asang seemed far more amiable. Chen Tianliang nodded in satisfaction and called for Peach, asking her to provide her opinion. "Peach, what do you think of the wreaths I made for Asang and the others? Do they not evoke a hint of Hawaiian island flair?" Peach scrutinized the wreaths adorning the pets' necks and smiled softly. They're indeed quite lovely. However, sir, I feel these wreaths might be better suited as gifts for the tourists. Look, Pudding and Peachy have already devoured the ones you made." As she spoke, Peach pointed at the silly Peachy and Pudding. Chen Tianliang's lips twitched involuntarily. "Sir, if you truly have nothing to do, perhaps you could venture out to sea and catch some fish and lobsters for me? I could use them to prepare sushi and sashimi." All right, I shall go now." Embarrassed by his caretaker's teasing about his idleness, Chen Tianliang awkwardly scratched his head and acquiesced. Just as Peach was about to turn to leave, Chen Tianliang called out to her once more. "Wait, Peach." "What is it, sir?" Peach turned her graceful figure, tilting her head in confusion. Chen Tianliang retrieved a slightly larger floral wreath from behind and handed it to her. "This is for you." Upon seeing the wreath, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Peach's eyes, but she quickly glanced at the identical wreaths hanging around the pets' necks. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she thought that Chen Tianliang was undoubtedly a late-stage victim of male cluelessness. If she accepted it, would she not be akin to one of his pets? Yet, refusing it might disappoint him, as it was, after all, a token of his affection. As Peach grappled with the dilemma of accepting or declining the gift, Chen Tianliang, with a magnetic voice, said to her, "Come, let me place it on you myself." Peach could only watch in astonishment as Chen Tianliang personally placed the floral wreath around her neck, while adorning Peach with the garland. Chen Tianliang did not pay heed to her expression, but rather turned away with an air of nonchalance. Upon returning indoors, he first retrieved the spear gun gifted by Connor and the sea fishing rod he had purchased from his homeland. Donning his diving suit, he packed some ice into the fishing box, and with his gear in hand, he sped off towards the sea on his amphibious motorcycle. Meanwhile, Grace, basking in the sun on a beach chair, took an interest upon seeing Chen Tianliang riding the amphibious vehicle. She beckoned to Mike, and the two of them set off in a small yacht belonging to the Romson Truffle Workshop, following closely behind. Chapter 76. To render the flying fish's demise more meaningful, as Chen Tianliang deftly maneuvered the amphibious motorboat across the surface of the sea, he sensed a commotion behind him. Turning his head, he spotted Grace standing on the deck of the yacht, waving enthusiastically in his direction. Consequently, he decelerated the motorboat to match the speed of the approaching vessel. Go, go, Chen, keep up with the yacht. I have a splendid place to show you, Grace exclaimed, holding a goblet and smiling broadly. Chen Tianliang returned the gesture with a slight nod, opting to follow closely behind the yacht. Nearby, a small orca named Abeo, sensing the presence of its master, began to swim towards him from the depths of the surrounding waters, emitting a series of joyful calls. Beneath the azure sky, with fluffy white clouds and the vast cerulean sea, the surface of the water rippled with waves that sparkled like scattered fish scales under the radiant sunlight. Countless seabirds soared gracefully overhead. The roar of the yacht and motorboat engines occasionally startled flying fish, causing them to leap from the water and glide through the air. After some time, Grace's yacht gradually reduced its speed and came to a gentle halt on the water surface. At that moment, as Chen Tianliang looked back towards Slipper Island, he noticed that his island had become merely a distant speck. Approaching the yacht, he gazed up at Grace and curiously inquired, "Mr. Grace, why you brought me to such a remote part of the ocean? This must be classified as deep sea, right?" "Indeed, you're correct. The deep sea is typically defined as waters exceeding 200 meters in depth, characterized by high pressure, slow bottom currents, darkness, low temperatures, high salinity, abundant oxygen, and substantial sediment." "Yes, exactly. I noticed you were equipped for fishing, so I brought you here where the variety of deep-sea fish is far more abundant. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even catch a marlin this season." "Really?" Chen Tianliang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he accepted the rope Grace offered, securing the yacht and motorboat together before boarding the yacht. The marlin, known colloquially as members of the billfish family, features an elongated upper jaw reminiscent of a spearhead or a sword, with a blunt, rounded side jaw covered in small, scale-like dermal structures and skin as tough as leather. They are widely distributed across the tropical and temperate waters of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. One of the most riveting segments in Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea is the intense battle between the old man and the marlin. And the marlin's sharp bill has always piqued Chen Tianliang's curiosity. Of course, autumn in New Zealand is a prime season for sea fishing, Grace replied with a smile. Naturally, Chen Tianliang became intrigued. He thought to himself that if he could catch a large fish in this boundless ocean today, it would surely delight the visitors upon his return to the island, while also indirectly enhancing the fame of Slipper Island. "However, Chen, I fear that fishing rod of yours may not suffice," Grace remarked, picking up Chen Tianliang's sea fishing rod with a furrowed brow. "Oh." Chen Tianliang looked at him with confusion. "Is there a problem with the quality?" "Oh, not at all," Grace replied with a smile. "It's just that your rod is designed for shore fishing, meant for casting into the sea from the land. It is not suitable for our current needs." Noticing the puzzled expression on Chen Tianliang's face, Grace began to explain. Sea fishing rods are primarily classified into categories: shore fishing, surf fishing, rock fishing, and boat fishing, which is further divided into nearshore and offshore. The first two types can typically utilize standard sea rods and rock fishing rods. For nearshore boat fishing, a regular sea rod suffices, while offshore fishing requires a specialized boat rod. Extreme offshore fishing involves rods fixed to the boat, equipped with mechanical reels, as deep-sea fishing often targets large fish weighing dozens to hundreds of pounds. Hand cranking is simply insufficient. Encountering a fish weighing over 100 pounds could easily drag a person into the sea. Chen Tianliang suddenly understood the intricacies of sea fishing. However, his brow furrowed in concern. If this rod won't work, what should we do? Grace, recognizing that Chen Tianliang was still a novice at sea fishing, refrained from mocking him. Just a moment, he said, turning to walk toward the cabin. In no time, he emerged with 2 sets of professional sea fishing gear, handing one set to Chen Tianliang. You can borrow this set for now. Chen Tianliang asked in surprise. You have this equipment on the boat? Of course, Grace replied. This yacht is specifically designed by our company to host clients. When we take them out for leisure, engaging in some sea fishing activities is a must. Hence, this equipment is indispensable. Nodding in acknowledgement of Grace's response, Chen Tianliang proceeded to follow Grace's hands-on instruction, securing the professional sea fishing rod in the designated fishing area of the yacht. He began to patiently wait for a fish to bite. However, as he sat cross-legged on the deck, enduring the blazing sun, he found himself growing increasingly restless after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any sign of a fish. Meanwhile, Grace lounged comfortably on a U-shaped sofa in the yacht salon, clad only in shorts, sunbathing with sunglasses perched on his nose. Chen, don't rush. Fishing requires patience, he advised. Chen Tianliang checked his phone, noting the absence of calls from Charles or the island staff, realizing that the tourists had likely not yet arrived at Slipper Island. His anxious heart calmed slightly. Just as he was waiting for a fish to bite, a sudden plume of water erupted near the yacht, followed by a series of shrill sounds. Chen Tianliang stood up and squinted into the distance, only to be surprised to see his pet, a bao, swimming nearby. Just as he registered his astonishment, several creatures resembling flying birds leaped from the water, with one carelessly landing on the deck. Wow, Chen Tianliang exclaimed, grinning at the lively flying fish wriggling on the deck. Before he could even catch a big fish, it seemed that some had voluntarily leapt into his net. He picked up one of the flying fish, examining it closely, and found it to be quite a beautiful specimen. Under the radiant embrace of sunlight, the fish shimmered with a striking azure hue, its pectoral fins resembling delicate butterfly wings, while its pelvic fins mirrored the gossamer of cicada wings. The flying fish, though diminutive in stature, with a maximum length of approximately 45 centimeters, does not truly possess the ability to fly. Rather, it glides gracefully through the air. Accelerating beneath the water surface, it propels itself towards the surface with its fins closely aligned against its streamlined body. Upon breaching the water's surface, it unfurls its large fins, and with a rapid thrashing of its tail, still submerged, it gains additional thrust. When the force is sufficient, its tail fully emerges from the water, allowing it to glide above the surface at speeds of up to 16 kilometers per hour, soaring a few feet above the water. The flying fish is capable of continuous gliding. Each time it returns to the water, its tail propels it skyward once more. A particularly robust flying fish can glide up to 180 meters, with a continuous gliding distance reaching as far as 400 meters. The reason for its aerial leaps is primarily to evade predators. Its remarkable height can even allow it to leap onto the decks of passing vessels. Residing in the upper layers of the ocean, the flying fish occupies a position at the base of the marine food chain, becoming a favored target for various predatory fish. Typically, flying fish do not leap easily from the water. Such displays are reserved for moments of peril or in response to the vibrations of a ship's engine. However, this extraordinary ability is not without its risks. Often, while airborne, they may fall prey to avian hunters or find themselves stranded upon islands or crashing against reefs. Occasionally, they may land on the decks of vessels in transit, eventually gracing the tables of diners. Faced with the beauty of this exquisite creature, Chen Tianliang felt a pang of compassion and intended to return it to the ocean. Just as he was about to release the flying fish to accrue some karmic merit, he was halted by Grace. The primary reason for her intervention was the delectable nature of these flying fish, which are considered exquisite ingredients for sashimi. Is it truly as delicious as you say? Chen Tianliang inquired with astonishment. Grace nodded with a smile. Upon receiving her affirmation, Chen Tianliang glanced once more at the flying fish in his grasp. He pondered that even if he were to liberate them, they would ultimately face the fate of being devoured by larger fish, a cycle of death he felt compelled to bear himself. Alas, it is indeed not easy to embody the role of a saint. Amitabha, may all be well. Hence, these flying fish, having willingly entangled themselves in his net, were unceremoniously placed into the refrigerator he had brought along, with the intention of having Tauzi prepare an authentic flying fish sashimi upon his return, thus satisfying his guilty culinary desires. In doing so, he hoped to grant these fish a death of significance, one that served a purpose. Chapter 77, A Big Catch. After placing the flying fish into the refrigerator, Chen Tianliang meticulously counted them, finding a total of 5. These 5 flying fish appear to have opened a window of fortune for him. Subsequently, he began to catch fish intermittently, albeit all were small-sized mackerel. This species, also known as the Spanish mackerel, is found in both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans and has become one of the world's predominant fish catches. Although mackerel hold little monetary value, their taste is relatively delightful, making them suitable as bait. Following this, Chen Tianliang and Grace managed to hook a few more snapper. However, waiting for the fish to bite proved too slow for Chen Tianliang, who was pressed for time. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, "Damn it! The vigor of youth refuses to be stagnant. Speed and passion are paramount." With that, he seized a spear gun, stood on the deck, and leaped into the sea before Grace could intervene. Grace, lounging on the sofa, abruptly sat up, removed her sunglasses, and stared blankly at the surface of the water. Echoing in her ears, Chen Tianliang's enthusiastic shout as he plunged into the depths. "Go for it. Let's do this." As soon as Chen Tianliang submerged, a bao, who had been swimming nearby, approached him. Chen Tianliang smiled and patted a bao's head, gesturing towards the ocean floor, and together they swam downward. The temperature of the deep sea was significantly cooler than that of the coastal waters near Tuaosi Island. Fortunately, Chen Tianliang was clad in a wetsuit. Upon reaching the seabed, he realized that the vast, deep blue ocean appeared as an extreme realm. Both colossal creatures and delicate beings called this place home. Every marine organism here was a born competitor, having evolved in this fierce battleground. Seaweeds, rocks, and schools of various fish transformed the ocean floor into an extraordinary spectacle. Large fish surrounded smaller, yet numerous schools of fish, which, under the pressure of their pursuers, could only flee in desperation. Unable to find an escape route, they clustered together, forming bait balls. Some resembled tornadoes, while others appeared like hydrangeas. Several dolphins, employing echolocation, discovered the fish schools, creating noise and bubbles to disrupt their directional awareness. Dolphins and larger fish darted among the bait balls, and a lavish feast unfolded under Chen Tianliang's gaze. Were it not for the need to ensure Chen Tianliang's safety, a bao would surely have been eager to join in the fray. Chen Tianliang mused that if a bao truly charged into the schools, it would undoubtedly become the most esteemed guest among them. Just as he was intently observing this predatory banquet, an even more astonishing event transpired. The once tightly gathered small fish seemed to sense an impending danger, instinctively parting in 2 directions. As an observer, Chen Tianliang clearly witnessed a massive fish surge from the depths with remarkable speed, competing with other large fish for sustenance. Its colossal form rendered even dolphins insignificant. It opened its cavernous maw, voraciously consuming the bait balls formed by smaller fish. This gigantic specimen, although Chen Tianliang had never encountered it in reality, was still visible online. To his astonishment, it was a tuna. Indeed, the very fish renowned for being a culinary giant without borders. It is widely known that tuna exists in various species, with prices ranging from modest to exorbitant. Yet the bluefin tuna stands as the most precious and valuable among them all. A few years prior, Chen Tianliang had come across a report stating that a certain culinary titan in Japan had auctioned off a bluefin tuna weighing 278 kilograms for an astounding 300 million yen, equivalent to over 20 million Chinese yuan. The sheer audacity of such a prize for a single fish underscores the extraordinary rarity of bluefin tuna. Upon witnessing such a rare creature before his eyes, Chen Tianliang felt an exhilarating rush. Regrettably, he was positioned a bit too far from the tuna, and the ocean's depths obstructed his view, preventing him from discerning its exact species. Though he harbored the desire to swim closer and take aim with a spear gun, the thought remained just that, a thought. Setting aside the tuna's remarkable speed, even if he were to strike it, the question remained whether he could haul it in, given its formidable size. With no choice but to gaze longingly at the magnificent fish, he resumed his search for other marine delicacies. After a considerable effort, he indeed amassed a bountiful catch. In addition to lobsters, scallops, oysters, and sea cucumbers, he successfully shot several varieties of fish, including red snapper, yellowtail, and jack mackerel, all of which are commonly found in New Zealand. Most delightfully, he was fortunate enough to land a New Zealand spiny dogfish. This species, characterized by its gray-brown exterior adorned with irregular white spots along its sides and above, features a white underbelly and brown fins with lighter edges. In New Zealand, it is primarily regarded as an edible fish, with its tender flesh offering a unique flavor, whether grilled or smoked. After making several trips to the surface to stow his haul in the refrigerator, just as he stepped aboard the yacht, eager to share his encounter with the tuna with Grace, a sudden commotion erupted from his fishing rod. The line whizzed as something unseen rapidly pulled it into the depths. In that moment, Grace shouted urgently, "Quick, grip your fishing rod tightly. You got a big one on." Chapter 78. The Battle of the Mermaids. Upon hearing Grace's urgent call, Chen Tianliang abruptly turned around, only to witness his fishing rod's reel spinning wildly. In that fleeting moment of distraction, nearly 100 meters of fishing line had already been pulled out. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tianliang dashed to the stern of the boat, gripping the rod firmly. Oh, good heavens, this creature possesses immense strength. Chen, do not rush. Remain calm. We shall proceed methodically. Bend your knees and stabilize your stance. Apply force with your hips. Grace, having abandoned his own rod, approached Chen Tianliang and calmly instructed him on the necessary techniques. With tension etched across his face and his teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, Chen Tianliang exerted all his might to control the reel. The underwater beast, shrouded in mystery, was incredibly powerful, compelling him to exert every ounce of energy to manage the fishing line. His face reddened from strain. Following Grace's guidance, he maintained a crouched position, relying on the strength of his waist, hips, and legs, using his entire body to maneuver the reel, engaging in a fierce struggle with the underwater giant. His aim was to exhaust its strength before reeling it in. Oh wow, this creature is an exceptional swimmer, moving in astonishing speed. Chen Tianliang observed the constantly shifting fishing line, aware that the formidable being below was desperately trying to escape. He exclaimed with excitement, "Ha! This must certainly be a massive catch." Grace responded with equal enthusiasm. Turning to his subordinate Mike, Grace shouted, "Mike, steady the helm and adjust the boat's position. We must pursue this colossal creature in the direction it is fleeing." "Understood, Mr. Grace." Mike replied, flashing an okay gesture with a smile. "Let it attempt to escape. Do not panic. Give it line, let it run. This fish is indeed feisty." Grace acknowledged. "It has yet to yield. Chun, it seems we must engage in this dance for a while longer. Damn it, I may not excel in many areas, but when it comes to endurance, I am unrivaled." Chen Tianliang shouted, his face flushed with determination. Despite his spirited resolve, the continuous tugging of the fishing line heightened the tension in both his and Grace's hearts. Half an hour later, after a prolonged struggle with the underwater giant, Chen Tianliang and Grace remained locked in this contest. Fortunately, Chen's physical fitness held up well. Had it been Grace, whose body was diminished by indulgence, the creature would have likely evaded capture long ago. Meanwhile, the mighty fish showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly pulling the line and circling the boat, utterly refusing to submit. After another 40 minutes of stalemate, a small yacht slowly approached in the distance. Chen Tianliang stole a glance, sensing a familiarity with the vessel. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Charles' water taxi. It appeared he had returned from a fishing trip with tourists. "Look, there's a yacht over there. It seems they have caught something substantial." "Where is it? Let me see," exclaimed one tourist. "Indeed, what are they fishing for? It looks quite impressive." Charles, the boat captain, also noticed the yacht ahead. He picked up his binoculars and gazed towards it, spotting Chen Tianliang on the deck, straining to reel in his line, his eyes widening in surprise at this unexpected encounter. Huh, friends, the young man fishing is the owner of our next destination, Slipper Island. Like you, he hails from the ancient land of Huaxia. What? The island owner is also from Huaxia? Captain, may I borrow your binoculars for a moment? I want to see if he is handsome. TCH, can't stay in Huaxia and instead comes abroad. It's clear he must be one of those who admires foreign cultures. Hey, who had the sour plums? So tart. Just as the tourists were chattering away, a girl from Huaxia, who had borrowed Charles's binoculars, pointed excitedly in Chen Tianliang's direction. Look, he is about to reel in that fish. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang was locked in a struggle with a colossal creature beneath the surface, his strength waning, until it finally broke the surface of the sea. It was at this moment that Chen Tianliang and Grace clearly saw what lay beneath the water. There, the magnificent creature displayed a sleek, curvaceous body, powerful swimming strokes, and a robust dark blue back that shimmered exquisitely when it emerged. To their astonishment, it was a giant bluefin tuna. Upon seeing the tuna, Chen Tianliang suddenly recalled the fish he had seen earlier darting among the bait balls. Oh wow, Chen, you've struck gold, he thought, realizing that this was indeed a bluefin tuna. Bluefin tuna? Chen Tianliang mumbled in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness that was almost surreal. The first thought that crossed his mind was of the bluefin tuna auctioned in the East Japan event for over 20 million Huaxia dollars. After Grace's exuberant shouts, she grabbed a spear that was already prepared and measuring around 2 meters, swiftly hurling it towards the gradually surfacing tuna. Yes, it hit. She cheered, pumping her fist and signaling for Chen Tianliang to help secure the tuna with a tail rope. This hour-long battle between man and fish finally came to a close. The two dragged the bluefin tuna onto the deck, and only then did Chen Tianliang release the tension he had been holding, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. It was during this moment that he finally had the chance to closely examine the bluefin tuna on the deck. He noticed that its dark blue back transitioned into a subtle, silvery blue gradient below, as if a pool of dark blue ink had been perfectly dispersed. It enveloped the bright silver abdomen of the bluefin tuna. Grace retrieved a measuring tape from his fishing gear and assessed the length of the magnificent fish. Upon discovering it exceeded 70 inches, 177.42 centimeters, he smiled at Chen Tianliang, declaring that the tuna had indeed met the required standards, rendering the notion of releasing it unnecessary. Chen Tianliang, gazing at the lifeless bluefin tuna, was momentarily bewildered. What was this absurdity? Only after the fish was dead did he think to measure it, and now he contemplated the possibility of a release. Was this not a rather foolish endeavor? A case of hindsight coupled with superfluous actions? Grace, undeterred by Chen Tianliang's expression, produced a sharp knife. He began instructing Chen on the proper techniques for bleeding and gilling the tuna once it had been caught. Gilling was primarily to preserve the fish, as gills are prone to rapid decay. He then held the knife and made a square incision at the base of the tuna's tail to facilitate the bleeding process. Simultaneously, he elaborated on how to distinguish the various species of bluefin tuna. Chapter 79. The Orconite. Chen Tianliang. The term bluefin tuna does not refer to a singular species, but rather encompasses 3 distinct varieties. The northern bluefin tuna, also known as the Atlantic bluefin, the southern bluefin tuna, and the Pacific bluefin tuna. The northern bluefin primarily inhabits the western and eastern regions of the Atlantic, as well as the Mediterranean and Black Sea areas, characterized by its blue fins and a silver-gray hue from its belly to its back. In contrast, the Pacific bluefin tuna predominantly resides in the tropical and subtropical waters of the North Pacific, distinguished by its yellow first dorsal fin, deep blue to black back, and silvery white belly. The southern bluefin tuna, the most widely distributed of the 3, can be found across the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, particularly in the waters off Argentina, Australia, Brazil, southern France, Indonesia, Madagascar, New Zealand, and South Africa. Notably, it exhibits a deep blue back, a silvery white belly, and a yellow tail fin, with a hint of yellow on its other fins. The bluefin tuna caught by Chen Tianliang belongs to the southern variety, which typically does not exceed a size of 400 to 500 kilograms. Among the three, the southern bluefin is considered the most precious. To date, the Pacific bluefin tuna has been classified as a vulnerable species due to overfishing, while the northern bluefin is endangered. The southern bluefin has reached critically endangered status, with exorbitantly priced specimens auctioned at the New Year's first sale in Japan. Upon hearing Grace's introduction, Chen Tianliang found the situation somewhat absurd. Despite the fact that wild bluefin tuna are on the brink of extinction, the capture and trade of these fish remains legally sanctioned worldwide. However, this thought fleetingly crossed Chen Tianliang's mind, for he was merely an ordinary individual, unable to manage his own affairs, let alone concern himself with such global issues. Ultimately, it seemed more prudent to align with the prevailing currents and focus on securing his own financial gains. After Chen Tianliang and Grace had briefly processed the bluefin tuna, they awaited their return to Slipper Island, where they would ice it down before deciding on the next course of action. Whether to sell or consume, it would depend on Chen Tianliang's intentions. At that moment, the yacht's captain, Mike, steadied the vessel on the water surface and retrieved a bottle of champagne from the ship's refrigerator, handing it to Gross. "Come, Mr. Chen, let's celebrate this moment," Gross exclaimed, passing the champagne to Chen Tianliang with a smile. This is not solely my achievement, but rather a testament to our joint efforts," Chen Tianliang humbly replied as he accepted the bottle. Just as they exchanged smiles, Charles's water taxi approached them. Congratulations. Chen, you have caught such a magnificent fish. Indeed, you are a favored child of the divine. Charles called out to him with a smile as he emerged from the cabin. Chen Tianliang waved back with a grin, redirecting his gaze towards the tourists from Huaxia on the water. There were over a dozen of them, a mix of ages and genders, all curiously observing him. A slight smile crept upon Chen Tianliang's lips as he vigorously shook the champagne bottle in his hand. With a resounding pop, the cork shot out of the bottle's mouth, and the amber-hued liquid, filled with effervescence, surged forth, creating a cascade of bubbles. Chen Tianliang deftly covered the bottle's opening with his thumb while shaking it vigorously, resulting in a spray of bubbly champagne that filled the air. The fruity aroma of the champagne mingled with the briny sea breeze, enveloping Chen Tianliang's senses as it splattered upon everyone present. Rather than expressing annoyance, the crowd laughed and playfully dodged the champagne shower. At that moment, Mike hurried back to the cockpit and played upbeat music, instantly igniting a celebratory atmosphere aboard both boats. After toasting with champagne, Chen Tianliang, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dove into the sea. Initially, everyone assumed he was simply overly excited and taking a swim, but when he did not resurface for a while, concern arose. Goodness, is he really going to drown from his excitement? Indeed, joy can turn to sorrow. The ancients were not mistaken. Hey, who among us is a good swimmer? Someone jump in to save him. As everyone anxiously scanned the tranquil sea, suddenly, a column of water erupted a few meters away from the two boats. Look, it's a whale. All eyes turned to the soaring spout. Goodness, is there a person on the whale's back? My heavens, it's him. Wow, is he actually riding a whale? This man is incredible. Upon seeing Chen Tianliang perched atop the majestic creature, the crowd gasped in astonishment, quickly pulling out their phones to capture this rare and extraordinary sight. The young women on the rental boat were particularly captivated. Grace, Charles, and Mike also expressed a mix of surprise and delight upon spotting Chen Tianliang riding the whale. After making a full circle around the two boats, Chen Tianliang returned to the yacht, untied the amphibious motorcycle, and waved vigorously at Charles and Grace. Let us set off for Flip-Flop Island. As he revved the engine of the amphibious motorcycle, swiftly maneuvering between the two yachts. Several gentlemen on the rental boat noticed the unique vehicle. Why does that motorcycle have four wheels? Could it possibly be an amphibious motorcycle? It certainly appears to be a waterland hybrid. I wonder if we can borrow it for a spin once we reach the island? As Chen Tianliang returned with the tourists. Laden with treasures, he noticed several primitive canoes gracing the shores of Flip-Flop Island. On the beach, A gathering of a dozen Maori warriors and maidens adorned in traditional attire emblematic of their culture stood proudly. At the forefront was the esteemed mayor of Tairui, Jerry Maitapuri. Upon spotting Chen Tianliang in Charles's water taxi, Jerry Maitapuri understood that the tourists had arrived and promptly beckoned the younger members of his tribe to rush to the dock for a warm welcome. Just as Chen Tianliang was about to disembark onto the island, he switched the jet ski to land mode, and the four tires transformed seamlessly within seconds. With a hum, as he stepped onto the golden sands, the tires kicked up a flurry of sand. Chapter 80. Storing bluefin tuna in the space. As all the visitors disembarked onto the dock, the Ori people, already prepared, stood at the end of the pier. Both men and women, ready to commence their traditional welcome dance. The haka, the most emblematic expression of Ori culture. The robust men participating in the haka displayed their bare torsos, adorned only with short skirts woven from flax around their waists. The women, similarly attired, wore two flaxen straps on their upper bodies, distinguishing them from their male counterparts. Do not misconstrue this imagery. Some of the strong men wielded wooden long spears, known as taiaha, which, as described by Jerry Maitapuri, were ancient weapons utilized by the Ori. Meanwhile, the women played various traditional Ori instruments, including clappers, flutes, and horns. The flutes comprised both vertical and nasal varieties, while the horns came in wooden, bone, and shell forms. Notably distinctive were the tattoos adorning their faces. The men's tattoos were expansive, with some even covering their entire faces, while the women sported tattoos primarily on their chins. These tattoos historically signified rank and status among the Ori. Each tattoo design was unique, chronicling the individual's profession, status, family, and accomplishments in ancient times. As they danced collectively with fierce expressions, their momentum intensified. The robust men, muscles flexed, performed deep lunges, hands on their hips, arms outstretched. They rhythmically struck various parts of their bodies, their faces contorted in exaggerated expressions of glaring and tongue protrusion. Simultaneously, they chanted a series of short, rhythmic shouts in a peculiar language. Fortunately, prior to arriving in New Zealand, the system had rewarded Chen Tianliang with knowledge of the Ori language, allowing him to somewhat comprehend their chants. Calm mate. Tamate. Kappa ahora. Ed. I live. While he grasped the sounds, the precise meaning eluded him, leaving him puzzled by the implications of life and death. However, observing the visitors from Huaxia, captivated by the unique welcome ceremony, some snapping photographs, others applauding with enthusiasm, Chen Tianliang chose not to dwell on his confusion. After the haka performance concluded, two Ori maidens approached the visitors, offering refreshing, homemade peach juice to quench their thirst. At that moment, Chen Tianliang realized it was his turn to step forward, and he calmly approached the guests. Yet, upon seeing the collective gaze of the visitors fixed upon him, a twinge of nervousness crept into his heart. He cleared his throat softly to ease his nervousness and smiled as he addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chen Tianliang, and I am the proprietor of this enchanting slipper island. Welcome to our beautiful haven. As his words faded, applause erupted around him. Chen Tianliang nodded appreciatively and continued. I have recently taken over Slipper Island, and while our facilities are not yet fully developed, we offer breathtaking beaches, natural hot springs, and pristine pastures. Not to mention an array of adorable pets. Guests can embark on kayaking adventures to explore the sea caves, and in the southern bay, there lies a coral reef with the remnants of a steamship. For those who are adept at diving, you may wish to visit that site. To further celebrate your arrival, I have organized a beach bonfire party this evening, and I hope you all enjoy your time on Slipper Island to the fullest. As Chen Tianliang concluded his welcoming remarks, another round of applause followed. A seemingly ordinary Chinese girl approached him with a smile and introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Qian Hanjiao, and I am the organizer of this trip to New Zealand. Ilu. Chen Tianliang replied, shaking her hand. After a brief introduction, Qian Hanjiao informed him that their group consisted of 20 individuals who had decided to book the entire Slipper Island for 7 days. Having considered the accommodation prices he had previously set, Chen Tianliang was naturally delighted by this news. The cost for 20 guests to reserve the island for a day was 2,800 New Zealand dollars, totaling 19,600 New Zealand dollars for the week, excluding meal expenses. As the first group of visitors to Slipper Island, and considering their shared heritage, Chen Tianliang offered Qian Hanjiao a 20% discount on their dining costs. Although the discount was modest, it was met with satisfaction by the group. Upon receiving the cash from Qian Hanjiao, Chen Tianliang calculated that, including the over 1,000 New Zealand dollars he already had, along with the $20,000 earned from selling white truffles to Grace earlier that morning, he now had over $40,000 in cash. He called for Wang to escort the guests to their accommodations while he summoned Valerie and 3 other Southeast Asian helpers to assist in unloading the freshly caught seafood and the bluefin tuna from the yacht. Upon seeing the bluefin tuna, everyone present, except for those who had witnessed it before, gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a remarkable catch so soon after Chen Tianliang had set out to sea. After weighing the bluefin tuna, it was revealed to weigh a total of 208 kilograms. According to Grace, this fish was more than sufficient to be auctioned off in Japan. He jokingly inquired how Chen Tianliang intended to handle the fish, suggesting that if he wished to serve it to the guests, he would promptly call a skilled Japanese chef from the town to assist with the preparation. Upon learning that the bluefin tuna had met the auction standards, Chen Tianliang could hardly bear to consume it. He promptly called upon Valerie and his companions to assist in transporting it to the underground cold storage of his villa for preservation. After placing the bluefin tuna into the cold storage, he sent Valerie and the others on their way. Shortly after their departure, Chen Tianliang cautiously peered outside to ensure no one was around before finally transferring the bluefin tuna into his system space. The reason for this action was that time within the system space was in a state of suspension. To illustrate, if freshly cooked noodles were stored within this space, they would retain their freshly made quality even a year later upon retrieval. This function was, at that moment, far more practical for Chen Tianliang than the cold storage itself. Chapter 81. How to handle the tuna. Upon bringing the bluefin tuna into the storage space, Chen Tianliang glanced at the empty cold storage before nodding in satisfaction. Closing the door and exiting the basement, stepping outside the villa, he observed that the tourists had begun to explore the island. Some young individuals had already donned their swimsuits, frolicking on the beach. Others were attempting to learn kayaking, eager to experience the joys of rowing on the sea, while many were basking in the sun or swimming in the shallow waters. The older visitors had ventured to the back of the villa to tour the vegetable garden and livestock. A few had taken to the island's provided beach buggies, heading towards the forest hot springs. During this time, some guests approached the responsible host, a Wang, expressing a desire to borrow the amphibious motorcycle recently ridden by Chen Tianliang. However, a Wang coldly declined, citing that the vehicle was the private property of the island's owner. Although slightly disappointed, the tourist spirits remained undampened, as they had discovered another captivating aspect of the island: the adorable pets and the bountiful fruit trees. Due to the island's abundant fruits, Chen Tianliang kindly allowed the guests to sample them for free, but instructed a Wang to ensure they did not overindulge, advising them to pick only as much as they could consume. Among the charming creatures, the most beloved were the gluttonous Peiqi and the playful Ego. Peiqi, upon noticing a gathering beneath the fruit trees, eagerly approached to partake in the feasting. Meanwhile, Ago entertained the visitors with a free belly dance in the children's pool. As for Sang, Depai, and Pudding, they received less attention, primarily due to their less endearing qualities. A Sang, with its fearsome appearance, deterred any would-be admirers, while Depai, with its aloof demeanor, preferred to lounge on the wooden stairs, turning away visitors seeking to befriend it with an indifferent flip. Pudding, on the other hand, was notorious for its foul-mouthed antics, being the most unruly creature on the island, second only to Wu Fanhong and a Wang. When a few female tourists, attracted by its vibrant feathers and ability to mimic speech, attempted to film it, they were unaware of Pudding's vulgar nature and fled in panic after being playfully taunted by the parrot. Seeing the girls scatter, Pudding, in Chen Tianliang's eyes, must have been reincarnated as a bird due to its mischievous past. Flapping its wings, it chased after them, squawking, "Don't run, don't run. Let me have some fun." Chen Tianliang, exasperated, covered his forehead in despair. With pudding now out of reach, he turned towards the adjacent wooden flat where he found Taozi, Lalisa, and Wu Fanhong busily preparing a variety of culinary delights in the kitchen. Upon noticing Wu Fanhong chopping ingredients, Chen Tianliang playfully kicked him on the backside. Bang! Ouch! Wu Fanhong, one hand clutching his dairy ri and the other wielding a kitchen knife, was about to turn around and unleash a torrent of invective when he recognized his assailant as Chen Tianliang. With a face full of grievance, he inquired, "Brother Chen, why on earth did you kick me? That blow went straight to my backside. How dare you question me? Let me tell you, in the future, refrain from imparting useless phrases to pudding. You should hear that foolish bird's chatter now." Chen Tianliang retorted, glaring fiercely. What happened? Grace and Mayor Jerry Matepari entered, curious about the commotion. Chen Tianliang, with a sigh of resignation, recounted the recent events to those present, prompting hearty laughter from all. Even Taozi and Larissa could not suppress their giggles, covering their mouths in amusement. Realizing the cause of the laughter was Pudding's attempts at speech, Wu Fanhong awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Brother Chen, you can't blame me. I was watching a Stephen Chow movie, and that silly bird was watching alongside me. Who would have guessed it was clever enough to learn the movie lines?" Chen Tianliang shot him a sidelong glance and continued, "Enough with the explanations. Hurry to the town and procure some beverages, dining utensils, and other assorted items for the customers. By the way, take a wang with you, and, after your shopping, contact a laundry service to arrange for regular pickups of the linens and other necessities from the guests." Wu Fanhong was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, are you entrusting all this to the two of us? Why not? Do you think this trivial matter warrants my attention?" Chen Tianliang scoffed. With a sheepish smile, Wu Fanhong set down the knife and headed for the door, but not long after, he returned. Chen Tianliang, puzzled, asked, "Is there something else?" "Brother, did you forget something?" Wu Fanhong said, rubbing his fingers together to signal for money. With a chuckle and a scold, Chen Tianliang produced approximately 1,000 New Zealand dollars from his pocket and handed it to Wu Fanhong. Once Wu Fanhong had departed, Chen Tianliang enlisted the help of the now idle Taozi to prepare several signature dishes, intending to treat Grace and Jerry Matepari. In the villa's dining room, Chen Tianliang retrieved a bottle of the cherished Sauvignon Blanc gifted to him by Alexander from the wine cellar, accompanied by fresh seafood sashimi. He savored the exquisite cuisine and fine wine with Grace and Jerry Matepari, while discussing the sale of the recently caught bluefin tuna. Initially, Chen Tianliang envisioned taking the bluefin tuna to Auckland for sale, believing it would be effortless to sell in New Zealand's largest city. However, as soon as he voiced this thought, Grace interrupted him. "Chen, while this method might facilitate a quick sale of the bluefin tuna, I can connect you with buyers. However, you must consider that selling it in Auckland could lead to regrets when the money finally arrives." "Oh, and why is that?" Chen Tianliang asked, perplexed. Grace, noticing his lack of understanding, explained that although the bluefin tuna caught by Chen Tianliang today is indeed a prize catch, it is not particularly rare in New Zealand, as others have caught it before. In this region, the audience for tuna is rather limited, and most of the tuna caught typically finds its way to Japanese restaurants. Consequently, its price does not reach the heights that Chen Tianliang anticipated. At best, it would be around 100,000 New Zealand dollars. Such a small sum, Chen Tianliang exclaimed, taken aback. This price indeed seemed low to him. In his mind, he had hoped that even if it did not fetch an exorbitant price, something in the range of 200,000 to 300,000 New Zealand dollars would suffice. With such earnings, he could afford to purchase a fishing boat and expand his island homestay. However, upon hearing the price presented by Grace, he could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. Grace, with a smile, elaborated that the astronomical prices bluefin tuna commands in Japan are primarily due to preservation methods, transportation costs, and the involvement of intermediaries. Furthermore, Japan is arguably the nation most enamored with bluefin tuna on a global scale. Only those with a lack of discernment would foolishly spend such exorbitant sums on a fish. Therefore, Grace suggested that if Chen Tianliang wishes to sell at a reasonable price, he must do so through an auction, and it must take place in Japan. Only then would he have the opportunity to sell the bluefin tuna at a premium price. To Japan. Chen Tianliang's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the two individuals at the table. Grace nodded gently with a smile. Chapter 82. The Maori cured fish. The notion of journeying to the land of the rising sun had indeed crossed Chen Tianliang's mind. After all, who wouldn't wish to sell the hard-earned bluefin tuna at a more lucrative price? However, prior to his departure, he was merely an ordinary chef, devoid of any connections in this realm. Even if he were to leap on a foreign soil, he would remain oblivious as to where he might auction his prized catch. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Grace and Jerry. Grace chuckled softly, dismissing these concerns as trivial. Their establishment, the Ram Truffle Workshop, was a purveyor of exquisite ingredients, catering primarily to renowned Michelin-starred restaurants both domestically and abroad. He assured Chen Tianliang that he would handle the matter with ease. With that, he produced his mobile phone and, before Chen Tianliang's astonished gaze, made a call. To Chen's surprise, Grace was quite proficient in Japanese, conversing fluently. After a brief exchange with the other party, he hung up and, beaming, informed Chen Tianliang that everything had been arranged. Chen Tianliang was taken aback. So soon? Grace, still smiling, explained that there was an upcoming seafood auction at Toyosa Market in Tokyo. This auction, however, was typically exclusive to intermediary wholesalers and was organized by 5 prominent seafood companies in Japan. Coincidentally, the manager of one such company was the very individual Grace had just spoken to. Upon learning that Grace had a 200-kilogram bluefin tuna, the manager readily agreed to provide an auction participation permit. Overjoyed, Chen Tianliang raised his glass, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Grace, assuring him that he would not forget his assistance once he sold the tuna in Japan. There's no need to be so formal, Chen. Aren't we friends? Among friends, doing what we can for each other requires no thanks, Grace replied, though Chen Tianliang silently etched this favor into his memory. Chen, there's a saying in our homeland, help others to the end. Therefore, when you travel to Japan, I will have Mike accompany you as your temporary assistant, Grace continued. Chen Tianliang paused, pondering that Grace had already done him such a significant favor. How could he impose upon him further by requesting one of his subordinates to accompany him to Japan, just as he was about to decline the offer? He heard Grace say that Mike was also acquainted with his client. With Mike's presence, many unnecessary troubles could be averted. Ultimately, Chen Tianliang could only smile in resignation and express his gratitude once more. Upon hearing that he would be traveling to Japan, Mike's face lit up with joy. It had been quite some time since he had the opportunity to embark on a business trip to Japan, and this time, he was determined to enjoy the vibrant nightlife of Kabuki-cho. Afterward, Chen Tianliang continued to share drinks with Grace and Jerry Matepari. During their meal, Jerry Matepari presented Chen Tianliang with a request, which was one of the primary reasons for his visit to Flip-Flop Island. A few days prior, a local environmental organization had approached him with the intention of conducting an investigation on Slipper Island. However, due to the island's private status, they hesitated to land without prior arrangements. Consequently, they sought the assistance of Mayor Jerry Matepari, hoping he could facilitate their visit. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang chose not to immediately acquiesce, but instead inquired about the duration of the organization's intended stay on his island. He noted that, given the influx of tourists, there were no available accommodations to host them. Jerry Matepari chuckled and responded that the environmental organization would likely only stay for 2 or 3 days. He further explained that they typically brought camping tents for their field investigations, claiming it allowed them to connect more intimately with nature. He assured Chen Tianliang that the presence of the organization would not be detrimental to Slipper Island, as they would conduct a natural survey and subsequently compile a detailed report on the island's environment and wildlife, which would be uploaded to various websites in New Zealand. This would indirectly enhance Chen Tianliang's efforts to elevate the island's profile. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianliang found merit in Matepari's reasoning and agreed to the visit. His swift agreement was largely influenced by the assistance Matepari had provided that day, making it difficult for Chen to refuse. After all, he believed in the principle of repaying kindness rather than turning one's back on it. As dusk fell, Grace and Jerry Matepari took their leave, bidding farewell to Chen Tianliang. While escorting them to the yacht, Mike, who was trailing behind, turned to Chen Tianliang and said, "Mr. Chen, I will book the tickets as soon as I get home." "Thank you, Mike. I will reimburse you for the ticket costs shortly," Chen Tianliang replied. Mike nodded lightly and was about to board when Chen Tianliang called out to him, "By the way, Mike, please book an additional ticket." Puzzled, Mike glanced at Chen Tianliang and then recalled the Japanese maid, Taozi, eliciting an expression of understanding. He then playfully gestured an OK sign towards Chen Tianliang. Observing Mike's mischievous demeanor, Chen Tianliang could only shake his head and smile wryly, choosing not to elaborate. After bidding farewell to Grace and Jerry Matapari, Chen Tianliang turned to find Taozi and others carrying food towards a long table set up on the beach. Intrigued, he approached and discovered that the table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth and laden with an array of delicacies. Nearby, a campfire encircled by stones flickered invitingly. With the golden sands, azure sea, and the fading light of the sunset, the scene possessed a certain artistic charm. Chen Tianliang surveyed the culinary offerings on the table, noting a delightful selection that included various seafood, sashimi, and eel dishes, as well as Russian borscht, dumplings, skewered meats, and lobsters. Of course, he could not overlook the delectable Thai barbecue prepared by Songpa. Among them, Chen Tianliang noticed a particularly intriguing delicacy. Just then, Taozi arrived with a dish, and Chen Tianliang called out to her, "Taozi, what is this milky white creation? Did you prepare it?" Following his finger, Taozi smiled and replied, "Indeed, sir. This dish is the Maori-style ceviche that the mayor taught me today." "Maori people have ceviche too," Chen Tianliang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Maori possessed their own method of preparing ceviche. Observing his eager expression, Taozi handed him a fork. Chen Tianliang took a tentative bite. As soon as it touched his palate, a rich and creamy coconut aroma enveloped his senses, followed by a tantalizing blend of spiciness and acidity. After savoring the dish, the curious amalgamation of sweetness, fragrance, spiciness, and zest left him utterly captivated. He felt an overwhelming desire to seize the entire plate of Maori ceviche and relish it in solitude. "Taozi, how did you create this ceviche? The flavor is simply exquisite," Chen Tianliang praised. Taozi replied with a smile, "Well, this ceviche is crafted not only with succulent seafood like black gold abalone and lobster, but also includes chili, onion, celery, and a variety of juicy fruits. The secret lies in the generous addition of lemon juice and a touch of coconut milk. This is how we create a Maori ceviche infused with the essence of the Pacific." "Oh, I see. What a marvelous combination," Chen Tianliang mused to himself. "Sir, dinner is ready. Should we notify the guests to come and dine?" Chapter 83. Welcome Party Under the Starry Night. The crackling of a bonfire filled the air. The welcome party organized by Chen Tianliang for the guests had finally commenced. At the gathering, each visitor expressed their gratitude to Chen Tianliang, extolling the beauty and ambience of Slipper Island. As they savored various delicacies, laughter and stories flowed freely, recounting their delightful experiences on the island. Once satiated, the group encircled the bonfire, engaging in song and dance. A fellow guest accompanied them on the guitar, creating an atmosphere that Chen Tianliang had never before experienced. After dancing, the attendees settled down, the flickering flames illuminating their faces. Under the influence of alcohol, some began to reminisce about their lives and pressures back home, casting a shadow over the previously joyous atmosphere. Observing the shift, the organizer, Qian Hanjiao, proposed that the island's host, Chen Tianliang, sing a song to uplift spirits. This suggestion instantly revived the crowd from their gloom. Yet, Chen Tianliang inwardly chastised Qian Hanjiao for her insensitivity, thinking, "If you wish to enliven the mood, you should sing yourself. Why push me onto the stage? I am a chef, not a performer," initially intending to decline by citing his lack of vocal talent. He found himself unable to resist the persistent encouragement from the crowd, including expectant gazes from the staff, such as Taozi. Reluctantly, he agreed to perform. The guitarist was prepared to accompany him, but Chen Tianliang smiled and shook his head, opting to play solo. Taozi, having arrived on Slipper Island long before, had never heard Chen Tianliang sing. As he accepted the guitar, and tested the sound. Her eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that he could play the guitar as well? Since everyone is eager to hear, I shall not feign modesty. Here is a rendition of Swords and Dreams. If I sing poorly, please forgive me, he declared with a laugh. Go ahead, Chen. Let everyone witness the prowess of the bathroom king of singers. Wu Fanhong cheered from side. Laughter erupted indeed. The bathroom king. What a fitting description. Should starting. Quiet. Among the crowd. Curiosity brewed over whether the rugged Chen Tianliang would sing well or make a fool of himself. Amidst the varying expressions of the audience, the strumming of the guitar began, resonating through the night. Where shall my sword go? Love and hate, emotions entwined. My blade cuts through the skies, right and wrong, understood and misunderstood. I am intoxicated, lost in a haze, favors and grievances, illusions and emptiness. I awaken from a spring dream. Life and death, all becomes void. Coming swiftly, departing swiftly, oh, how I wish for reunion. Love comes swiftly, hatred too, all carried away by the wind. A wild laugh, a long sigh, live life to the fullest. A life of sorrow, who will share life and death with me. A simple yet profoundly moving melody resonated on the beach, kissed by the waves. Chen Tianliang's steady and captivating voice compelled everyone to join in song harmoniously. The brief lyrics seemed to encapsulate the entirety of one's life journey. Indeed, life unfolds as swiftly as the song suggests, coming and going in a fleeting manner. Regardless of our pursuits or efforts, time slips away silently, offering no chance for pause or regret. Life arrives and departs in haste, leaving us yearning for connections that might have been. In the brief span of decades, we rush in and out, with time never pausing for our sake and the world remaining unchanged. Each individual is merely a fleeting shadow in the vast river of history. In passing, we may overlook these moments, yet when parting, we can only watch their retreating figures with a sense of loss. Often, we fail to cherish what we possess until it is lost, and only then do we lament our negligence. As the final note lingered, the audience remained enveloped in the echoes of Chen Tianliang's song. Little did he realize the magnitude of the talent bestowed upon him. When he strummed the guitar, it felt as though he had been immersed in its art for years, effortlessly creating melodies. The crowd longed for another song. But Qian Hanjiao glanced at her watch and noticed some visitors yawning. She suggested that the party conclude for the evening, encouraging everyone to retire early. After a day of excitement, the weary guests began to bid farewell to Chen Tianliang. Just as they were about to leave, a hefty woman, weighing over 200 pounds, cast a flirtatious glance at him and sweetly remarked, "Handsome, I must tell you, the lock on my room seems to be broken. You understand." Chen Tianliang could not help but shudder at her imposing presence. "Oh, well, I'll have someone take care of the door issue shortly. You should go ahead and rest," he replied, sheepishly pushing the innocent Song Pahan toward her. After sizing up the petite Song Pahan, the woman shot Chen Tianliang a disdainful look. As she departed, he distinctly heard her muttering, "So thin, I'm afraid I might crush him if I sat down." Once the guests returned to their rooms, Taozi and Lalisa, with the assistance of a Wang and 3 Southeast Asian young men, tidied up the remnants of the feast. Upon returning to the villa, Taozi noticed that Chen Tianliang had not yet retired. He was seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. Chen Tianliang smiled and beckoned her over, sharing with her the news of his upcoming trip to Japan for an auction. Taozi's eyes sparkled with surprise, followed by curiosity about why he had chosen to confide this in her. Just as she was about to inquire, Chen Tianliang gently suggested, "Why don't you accompany me to Japan this time? It will be a perfect opportunity for you to visit your parents." Chapter 84. The arrival of the environmental organization upon hearing that Chen Tianliang intended to accompany her to the land of the rising sun. Taozi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within her. She promptly agreed, and then deeply bowed to Chen Tianliang, who was seated on the sofa. The bow nearly gave Chen Tianliang a glimpse of the summit of Mount Everest. It almost left him in awe, as he beheld her graceful posture. The word majestic instantly flashed through his mind. The primary reason for bringing Taozi along to Japan was to have her serve as a temporary translator. After all, Navigating a foreign land where one cannot communicate with the locals can be quite troublesome. More importantly, if someone were to berate him in person, he would be at a complete loss regarding their words. Since Tauzi's arrival on Flip-Flop Island, she had meticulously organized everything from laundry to cooking and tidying up, making it impossible for Chen Tianliang to find fault. Thus, he thought it would be a good opportunity to help her search for her parents while in Japan. Whether Tauzi would choose to stay in Japan or return with him to Flip-Flop Island would ultimately depend on her own decision. Shortly after Tauzi's agreement, Chen Tianliang suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach, as if a tempest were raging within. He felt the urgent need to transform into a jet-propelled warrior. Noticing his unusual expression, Tauzi inquired with concern, "Sir, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" With no time to respond, Chen Tianliang hurriedly rose, clutching his rear, and dashed towards the restroom. It was only later that he realized his stomach troubles were likely due to having consumed raw ori fish followed by beer. Clearly, he would need to exercise caution in his eating and drinking habits in the future, unlike Peichi, who indulged relentlessly whenever there was delicious food available. Late at night, as thoughts of returning to Japan filled her mind, Tauzi lay in bed, restless with excitement. In that moment, Chen Tianliang's image suddenly appeared in her mind. She found herself torn, contemplating whether, after reuniting with her parents in Japan, she should return to Flip-Flop Island with him. While she wrestled with these thoughts, Flip-Flop Island had rapidly gained fame on domestic shore video platforms. This surge in popularity was due to tourists uploading photos of Chen Tianliang fishing for bluefin tuna and videos of their adventures on Flip-Flop Island. In no time, internet users were captivated by the enchanting scenery, adorable island creatures, and the azure sea, especially astonished by the affordable prices. Recently, netizens planning their travels began to actively search for tourism guides related to New Zealand's North Island. Early the next morning, Chen Tianliang awoke from his slumber to receive a call from Mike. The content of the call was straightforward. The tickets to Japan had been booked, and they would be departing from Auckland Airport the day after tomorrow. All 3 tickets are in business class, with the price of each ticket hovering around 3,000 New Zealand dollars, totaling nearly $10,000 for all 3. Last night, Mike inquired whether Chen Tianliang needed to book first-class tickets. At that moment, Chen was seated at his computer and decided to check online. Upon discovering that a first-class ticket costs approximately $12,000, he felt a tremor of disbelief. With over $40,000 in his pocket, how could he afford first class? Learning that he would be flying to Japan the day after tomorrow, Chen asked Mike about the timing of the auction. Mike informed him that the auction would take place on the 4th day after their arrival in Japan, to which Chen acknowledged with a sound of understanding. Just as he was about to hang up, Mike asked if he had a suit. If not, he mentioned he had business in Auckland that day and could assist Chen in selecting an appropriate outfit. "Is there a dress code for an auction at a seafood market?" Chen queried, perplexed. "Ah, Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. There is no formal dress code for the auction itself. However, when we arrive in Tokyo, we will be meeting with the client who secured our auction permit, and out of courtesy, it would be better for us to dress more formally," Mike explained diligently. Now that Grace had temporarily assigned him to assist Chen. Propped up against the headboard of his bed, Chen contemplated Mike's words and found some merit in them. Just as he was about to suggest Mike choose a suitable suit for him, a thought struck him. "Mike, here's the plan. I'll send you a picture shortly, and you can check in Chinatown to see if they have a suit in that style." "Certainly, Mr. Chen," Mike replied without further inquiry before ending the call. After hanging up, Chen opened a website on his phone, found an image of the attire he desired, and sent it off to Mike with satisfaction. After doing so, he got up to dress and wash up. Once he stepped outside the villa, he noticed that the tourists were already awake, some strolling along the beach, while others amused themselves with the pets Chen had raised. A yacht was moored by the dock. Chen beckoned Wu Fanhong, who had just emerged from his room, and inquired about the yacht's origin. With a resigned smile, Wu explained, "That's the yacht the tourists rented from the Tarua dock, because they saw we didn't have any yachts on our island, and thus couldn't go out for sea fishing." Chen nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, he had yet to even consider purchasing a fishing vessel, let alone a yacht. Everything would have to wait until the bluefin tuna was sold. Observing Chen's silence, Wu Fanhong decided to turn away. "Da Hong, wait." Chen called her back. "What is it, Chen Ji?" Wu Fanhong asked, puzzled. Yesterday, the mayor mentioned that an environmental organization would be coming to our island today for an inspection. As the host, considering the mayor's reputation, we must extend our hospitality. Therefore, you should prepare some signature dishes. Chen Tianliang contemplated for a moment and said to Wu Fanhong. But Brother Chen, the kitchen still needs to cook for the tourists at noon. Wu Fanhong replied with a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang thought it made sense. The kitchen was indeed preoccupied at that moment. Just as he frowned, pondering how to entertain the forthcoming environmental organization, Wu Fanhong proposed an idea. Brother Chen, how about we prepare a pot of iron pot stew? It's both convenient and distinctive. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang decisively agreed. Go to the back and catch 2 large geese to take to the town for slaughter. We shall prepare iron pot stew with goose for our guests. All right, I'll go right away. With Chen Tianliang's directive, Wu Fanhong turned and headed towards the back. Not long after he departed, Chen Tianliang heard a commotion of flapping ducks and clucking chickens from behind. When he spotted Wu Fanhong, he was already covered in duck feathers, looking quite disheveled while carrying 2 large geese, grinning as he made his way to the dock, which elicited laughter from the tourists on the island. Seizing the moment, Chen Tianliang retrieved the large iron pot he had purchased earlier, set it up, and filled the bottom with dry firewood, awaiting Wu Fanhong's return with the geese to commence cooking. As noon approached, a yacht adorned with the emblem of the environmental organization slowly approached the dock of the town, making its way towards Slipper Island. When the yacht drew near, 5 or 6 men and women, following Jerry Matepari, disembarked onto the dock. Chen Tianliang had already positioned himself there to greet them. "Ha, Chen, it's great to see you again," Jerry Matepari exclaimed, embracing him before introducing the individuals beside him. "Chen, this is Professor Valentin Philip, the head of this environmental organization." "Hello, Professor Valentin. I am the host of this island. You may simply call me Chen." Chen Tianliang smiled as he shook hands with the silver-haired elder before him. "Ha. It is a pleasure to meet such a young island host," Valentin replied courteously. "This is Professor Valentin's granddaughter." Jerry Matepari gestured towards a young woman standing beside Valentin as he continued the introductions. Chapter 85. A disheartening departure before Jerry Matepari could finish his introduction. A brown-haired Caucasian girl beside Valentin smiled and extended her hand toward Chen Tianliang. "Hello, Chen, I am Lucy Phillip. Thank you for agreeing to let us investigate the island." "Hello," Chen Tianliang responded with a smile. He then invited everyone to his villa. After Peach poured a glass of her homemade juice for each guest, she discreetly stepped out. Chen Tianliang engaged in casual conversation with the environmental organization, though it was primarily Valentin and his grandfather speaking, with Chen Tianliang and Jerry Matepari playing the role of listeners. The topics discussed by the grandfather and grandson failed to pique Chen Tianliang's interest in the slightest. Just as he felt himself drifting off, Wu Fanhong entered, announcing that the goose had been stewed to perfection. Upon hearing that the aromatic dish was ready, Chen Tianliang immediately perked up and invited everyone to the dining room. Considering that the guests were foreigners, he advised Wu Fanhong to divide the goose into portions for a family-style meal. When the exquisitely Chinese dish of stewed goose was served according to Western dining etiquette, it immediately piqued the curiosity of Valentin and his companions. "Chen, what is this?" Valentin inquired, puzzled. This dish is a delicacy from northeast China, known as iron pot stewed goose. Its flavor is simply exquisite," Chen Tianliang explained with a smile, detailing the preparation of the dish. As the members of the environmental organization learned that the dish was made with Canadian geese, their gazes instinctively turned towards Lucy. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Chen Tianliang curiously asked, "Is something wrong?" Lucy, her expression drawn tight, coldly replied, "Mr. Chen, may I ask you a question?" Chen Tianliang politely responded, "Of course, please go ahead. I am curious if you are aware that geese, like ducks, have only one partner throughout their lives." "Yes, I have heard of that. Why do you ask?" Lucy, sensing that Chen Tianliang was aware of this common knowledge, felt increasingly irritated. With a slightly confrontational tone, she pressed, "If you were aware of this, why would you so heartlessly separate them? Just to satisfy your own appetite, you slaughter one of them. Don't you find that to be cruel?" Stunned by Lucy's accusation, Chen Tianliang stared blankly at the girl. He thought to himself, I graciously prepared this iron pot stewed goose to host you, and instead of a word of thanks, I'm being called cruel? His expression turned cold as he met Lucy's gaze, openly displaying his disdain. Valentine, noticing his innocent granddaughter had fallen into her old habits, felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly attempted to diffuse the tension. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. Lucy did not intend any offense. Due to her compassion for animals, she has always been a vegetarian. It is indeed our fault for not informing you in advance, and I am truly sorry. Chen Tianliang glanced at Valentine and then at Lucy, who remained defiantly unrepentant, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He thought to himself, how dare you come here seeking my favor, yet behave so arrogantly, as if merely providing you with a meal should suffice without accommodating each of your individual tastes. Do you truly regard me as part of the service industry? With that, Chen Tianliang merely gestured for Valentine to wait a moment. He then turned his gaze directly toward Lucy, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Miss Lucy, regarding your claim that I have shattered the love between two geese, I must clarify. Yes, I did indeed kill the geese. However, in order to ensure they remain together, I had both of them dispatched. Thus, whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell, they shall forever be united. Do you still believe me to be cruel? His words rendered the atmosphere in the restaurant decidedly more awkward. Lucy, incensed, felt nearly faint with indignation. This was the first time she had encountered a man devoid of gentlemanly decorum. With her hands on her hips and her chest heaving, she was about to retort when Chen Tianliang interjected. Furthermore, Miss Lucy, I must apologize as my chef, knowing my preference for meat, was unaware of your visit to the island, hence did not prepare any vegetarian options such as salads or fruits. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he added, oh, by the way, I remember there is some fodder in the barn. Should you find goose meat unpalatable, I kindly ask you to step outside the villa and refrain from disturbing my meal. His words were rather blunt, essentially issuing an eviction order to the environmental organization. Lucy's face flushed with anger as she turned to her companions, but aside from her grandfather Valentine, everyone else had lowered their heads, leisurely savoring their plates of goose. This clearly indicated that she was not particularly well-liked in her usual circles. Grandfather Valentine frowned slightly and signaled for her to apologize to Chen Tianliang. Seeing this, Lucy became even more enraged and stood up without a word, striding toward the door. Witnessing his granddaughter's lack of decorum, Valentine sighed deeply and could only offer an apology on her behalf to Chen Tianliang. Chen Tianliang paid him no mind, merely stating, let us eat, before picking up his knife and fork, engaging in light conversation with Jerry Matepari. Jerry Matepari, too, felt a twinge of displeasure at Lucy's earlier remarks. After all, the only reason Valentine and his party were able to visit Slipper Island for research was due to their connections. Yet, unexpectedly, before they could even commence their work, they had already made themselves unwelcome. Thus, this lunch concluded amidst an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. After finishing their lunch, Valentine and his companions dared not make any further requests of Chen Tianliang. Having retrieved their camping gear from the yacht, they dutifully made their way towards the forest. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived for Chen Tianliang to embark on his journey to the land of the rising sun. On that morning, he awoke early. Chapter 86. The final instructions of Wang. I entrust those little rascals in the villa to you for the time being. And do take good care of the chicks in the incubator, Chen Tianliang instructed as he gathered everyone in the living room before his departure, assigning tasks to the island staff. His primary concern was ensuring the well-being of the island's pets and livestock, as well as attending to the visitors still on the island, emphasizing that they should not be neglected. Boss, you can rest assured. Leave it to me. I won't let you down, Wang confidently assured him. Chen Tianliang nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the others present. He noticed Valerie seemed eager to speak and inquired about his concern. Boss, regarding the cheese that Larissa has made these past few days, what should we do with it? Valerie asked. Chen Tianliang slapped his forehead, realizing that amidst the busyness, he had completely forgotten about the cheese. Not only that, he had even gone out to forage for black truffles in recent days. The main reason for this was the dwindling availability of black truffles in the forest. He had already agreed with Grace to halt the truffle harvest for the time being, planning to resume supplying the Rom truffle workshop once the new black truffles sprouted next year. As for the cheese, he merely told Valerie that he would reach out to clients in town once he returned from the east. At that moment, Wu Fanhong interjected, "Brother Chen, what about the members of the environmental organizations on the island? They've been here for 3 days, yet they haven't produced any findings." Chen Tianliang felt a twinge of helplessness at this reminder, but having already made commitments to Jerry Matepari, he couldn't just dismiss them. Fortunately, after an unproductive first day, these individuals had mostly confined themselves to the forest, causing no trouble for Chen Tianliang. Well, since they haven't finished their assessments, let them continue. We will address everything upon my return, he decided. Wu Fanhong nodded, but the glint in his eyes suggested he was up to something. After Chen Tianliang assigned a few more trivial tasks, Tao Tao descended from upstairs. "Sir, your formal attire has been pressed and is ready for you to wear." "Very well, that is settled then. While I am away, you must ensure that Tuaxia Island is well taken care of. Remember." Chen Tianliang paused, looking earnestly at the individuals around him, speaking each word with intention. "This is not just my home. It is equally yours." The sentiment of home warmed the hearts of those present. Observing their slightly moved expressions, Chen Tianliang smiled faintly and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his bedroom, he saw his neatly pressed formal suit hanging beside the bed. This ensemble was not from high-end brands like Armani or Versace, but it was crisp and well-prepared nonetheless. What unfolds is a narrative steeped in the profound significance of the Zhongshan suit, a quintessential emblem of Chinese heritage. This particular black Zhongshan suit was discovered by Mike after an exhaustive search throughout Auckland, ultimately found in a private tailoring shop run by an elderly Chinese seamstress. The price for this single suit amounted to over 3,000 New Zealand dollars. His choice to don the Zhongshan suit for his journey to Japan was driven by his own convictions. After all, for a diminutive nation like Japan, it is hard to imagine any Chinese person harboring indifference, much less affection. Had it not been for the purpose of selling bluefin tuna, Chen Tianliang would likely have never set foot in that land. This brings to mind a curious contradiction. If his feelings towards Japan are so fraught with animosity, why then does he employ a Japanese maid? It might seem hypocritical, and indeed, Chen Tianliang harbors a certain duality in his sentiments. While he despises the Japanese, he finds himself enamored with Japanese women. Since the advent of television, these women, with their exquisite performances and enchanting charm, have soothed the hearts of countless lonely Chinese youths. This alone renders it difficult for him to despise them entirely. He aspires to convey through his actions that the gentlemen of China are undeniably superior to their diminutive, arrogant counterparts in Japan. The Zhongshan suit, seemingly simple and a touch antiquated, appears anything but old-fashioned when worn by the robust Chen Tianliang. Clad in it, he constantly reminds himself that no matter where he resides, his veins pulse with the indelible blood of his Chinese heritage. He solemnly touches the 4 pockets on his chest, recalling the insights he had gleaned from short videos about the suit's significance. Though it may seem an ordinary garment, it is imbued with profound meaning. The 4 pockets symbolize the 4 cardinal virtues of the nation: propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. The pocket flaps represent the notion of governing through culture, while the 5 buttons on the front signify the separation of powers: administrative, legislative, judicial, examination, and supervisory. The 3 buttons on the cuffs denote the principles of the 3 people's principles: nationalism, democracy, and people's livelihood, embodying ideals of equality, freedom, and fraternity. The closed, pointed collar reflects a rigorous approach to governance, and the unbroken seam at the back signifies the overarching theme of national unity and peace. As the reform and opening up policy gained momentum, Western suits and other fashionable attire began to dominate, causing the Zhongshan suit to fade from public memory. Nevertheless, our Chinese leaders continue to don this suit during significant domestic events, as it epitomizes our rich traditional culture. At that moment, as Chen Tianliang immersed himself in the wisdom of China's great leaders, Taozi happened to enter. Upon seeing him in the Zhongshan suit, she was momentarily taken aback. In her eyes, he appeared not only mature and composed, but also exuded an extraordinary presence, far removed from his usual disheveled appearance in shorts and a tank top. Today, Tauzi had also made an effort to look presentable, pairing a white t-shirt with a long, grayish-blue skirt, complemented by a pair of white dad sneakers. Peach, adorned in a reference image, exudes a vibrant yet intellectually alluring aura that captivates Chen Tianliang. Once Peach regains her composure, she softly inquires of Chen Tianliang, "Sir, has Mr. Mike arrived with the boat to take us away?" Chen Tianliang glances at his watch and nods gently in affirmation. Upon boarding the yacht and encountering Mike, the latter curiously asks Chen Tianliang about the fate of the bluefin tuna. Having anticipated this question, Chen Tianliang calmly assures him that he has already arranged the logistics for the tuna's transport. Once they reach the land of the rising sun, he will personally retrieve the bluefin tuna to present it at the auction. Satisfied with this explanation, Mike refrains from further inquiries, recognizing that Chen Tianliang possesses the means to manage the air freight himself, thus alleviating any concerns. Consequently, the trio embarks on the yacht from the Ram Truffle workshop to the town of Tairua, followed by a flight on a small aircraft bound for Auckland. Chapter 87. Culinary delights aboard the aircraft. After boarding in Auckland, Chen Tianliang and his companions did not have to wait long before the aircraft took off promptly. Given that Japan is in close proximity to China and both nations are situated in the Northern Hemisphere, they're separated from New Zealand by a considerable distance. The journey requires approximately 18 hours of flight time to reach their destination. The flight that Chen Tianliang and his companions were on belonged to Air New Zealand, the same airline they had traveled with during their initial visit to the country. As a result, the service and amenities in business class were no longer a source of novelty, sparing him the embarrassment of being perceived as an unrefined novice. Chen Tianliang's seat was situated right next to Tauzi, and from the moment they boarded the plane, the trio changed into slippers and fastened their seat belts, marking the beginning of their lengthy journey. Nevertheless, the business class service proved to be remarkably attentive, as Chen Tianliang casually selected a film to pass the time. A tall and elegant flight attendant approached him, politely inquiring if they would like any beverages before their meal. Without hesitation, Chen Tianliang ordered a glass of Sauvignon Blanc, while Tauzi, feeling a bit under the weather, requested a cup of Japanese green tea, understanding the nature of her discomfort. The flight attendant smiled and nodded, and shortly thereafter, she returned with their chosen beverages, accompanied by a selection of small snacks made from nuts. Thus, Chen Tianliang savored the film, relishing the wine and snacking on the treats. This delightful travel experience was truly enjoyable for him. After watching 2 films and beginning to feel a slight hunger, the flight attendant approached once more with a menu in hand. Given that this flight was headed to Japan, the meal options primarily consisted of Western and Japanese cuisines. Considering Chen Tianliang's preference for richer flavors, he opted for the Western meal. The Western menu for the day featured a starter of foie gras PT with pickled shrimp and steamed chicken. Foie gras, a delicacy in Western cuisine, boasted a rich and aromatic flavor, complemented by a red wine jelly that not only balanced the richness, but also left a lingering hint of wine on the palate. The second dish, pickled shrimp, was prepared with a sauce made from vinegar and broth, drizzled over fresh, plump shrimp and garnished with dill, imparting a slightly tangy taste. Although the preparation appeared simple, the freshness of the ingredients made it a delightful appetizer, and Chen Tianliang found it exceptionally appetizing. The steamed chicken was also quite satisfactory. Based solely on the appetizer, Chen Tianliang was confident that the chef responsible for the in-flight catering was of 5-star caliber. Conversely, Tauzi chose a more traditional Japanese set meal, which presented beautifully, but, in Chen Tianliang's eyes, seemed rather bland. Her bento box contained salmon, beef, bacon cake, and sushi rolls. A small portion resembling a pudding, consisting of egg tofu accompanied by miso soup, marked the transition from appetizers to the main course. The Western dish featured a filet mignon served with black bread as the staple. The most distinctive aspect of this steak was undoubtedly its sauce. When Chen Tianliang took a tentative taste, he discovered that the sauce was crafted from fig jam blended with black pepper, imparting a sweet fragrance of figs amidst the savory meat. The piquancy of the black pepper occasionally tantalized Chen Tianliang's palate, enhancing the complexity of flavors. Just as he marveled at the uniqueness of the sauce, he suddenly heard a gasp from beside him. It was Towsy. Amused, he turned to see the young girl holding a peeled crab claw, while her main dish was a seafood rice bowl. Is it really that exciting? It's merely a seafood rice, he thought. Also, didn't I teach you some Chinese? You should be speaking it more when you're with me. Towsy tilted her head, her delicate brows furrowing as she recalled how to express delicious in Chinese. After a moment, she squinted her bright eyes and said to Chen Tianliang, "It's really delicious. Ah, that's the spirit. When we arrive in Japan, that is how you should say it. Understood?" Chen Tianliang suppressed the urge to burst into laughter, realizing that Towsy indeed had a gift for the language. He felt compelled to impart all his knowledge of the language's nuances to her. At that moment, Towsy exclaimed, "Sir, truly, this is incredibly delicious. You must try it." Before Chen Tianliang could politely decline, she picked up a piece of fish and, without hesitation, placed it into his mouth. Coughing, the large chunk of fish nearly choked him. He quickly grabbed the half-finished cup of green tea in front of Towsy and gulped it down. Once he finally swallowed the fish, he intended to scold Towsy, only to find her staring wide-eyed at the cup in her hand. Upon inspecting it, he noticed clear traces of lipstick where he had just drunk. Does this count as an indirect kiss? He coughed awkwardly, returning the cup. "Considering you nearly choked me just now, let's call even." Chen Tianliang cleared his throat, staring straight ahead, murmuring to himself as he resumed eating the steak from his meal box. Observing his flustered demeanor, Towsy burst into laughter. Following the meal, dessert awaited. Chen Tianliang had coffee paired with passion fruit panna cotta, while Towsy enjoyed green tea with traditional Japanese mochi. However, her green tea had been entirely consumed by Chen Tianliang, leaving her to eat the mochi alone. The mochi, made from glutinous rice, was quite sticky, and the little girl almost choked while eating it. Amused by her patting her chest, Chen Tianliang offered her his coffee, gently stroking her back in comfort. To onlookers, their actions resembled those of an ordinary young couple. Yet the two remained blissfully unaware of the subtle differences between them, continuing their soft-spoken banter filled with laughter. It was precisely this flight that brought their previously distant relationship much closer. With a whoosh, after an arduous 18-hour journey, the airplane finally touched down at Narita International Airport in Tokyo. Prior to their arrival, Chen Tianliang had instructed Grace not to arrange for any friends to pick him up. After all, he was not well acquainted with her, and his primary purpose for being here was to attend an auction, so he wished to avoid causing her any inconvenience. Thus, upon exiting the airport, there was no one waiting to greet them. "Mr. Chen, where do we plan to head first? Shall we meet with clients, or do you have other arrangements?" Mike inquired as he walked alongside Chen Tianliang. Though his underlying intention was to ascertain whether Chen Tianliang's prized bluefin tuna had indeed arrived in Tokyo. Glancing at his watch, Chen noted that although it was nearing midday, the time difference with New Zealand was only 3 hours ahead of Japan, alleviating the need to adjust his internal clock. However, rather than rushing to meet the clients Mike had mentioned, he turned to Peach and, smiling, suggested, "Let us first locate a car rental company to secure a vehicle, and then we shall proceed to Mount Haruna in Gunma Prefecture, where we will spend the night." Mike and Peach exchanged astonished glances at Chen Tianliang's unexpected proposal. Chapter 88. The cherry blossoms of the East. Mike found himself perplexed by Chen Tianliang's decision to journey to Mount Haruna. Nestled in Gunma Prefecture, this mountain lies in the northwestern part of the Kanto Plain in Japan, forming part of the Tokyo metropolitan area, one of the 3 major urban agglomerations of the country. Though Gunma is a relatively small prefecture, it boasts a wealth of natural green resources and abundant water supply. Due to its proximity to the vast consumer market of the Tokyo area, agriculture thrives there, with significant yields of konjac, cucumbers, silkworms, and mushrooms. Livestock farming, including dairy and beef cattle as well as pig farming, also plays a vital role in the local economy. Despite the region's picturesque scenery, Mike, accustomed to the stunning landscapes of New Zealand, found himself weary of nature's beauty. Moreover, the distance from Tokyo, nearly 100 kilometers, added to his confusion about the choice of destination. Yet, he realized that questioning this decision was futile, During this trip, he was merely a follower, devoid of any voice in the matter. Regrettably, it seemed unlikely he would indulge in the lively atmosphere of Kabukicho at night, surrounded by the company of admirers. On the other hand, upon hearing Chen Tianliang mention Mount Haruna, a veil of moisture clouded the eyes of Tauzi. While Mike remained unaware of her sentiments, she understood the significance of this destination, as she had previously shared with him that her home was situated in the vicinity of Mount Haruna. Having just disembarked from the plane, Chen Tianliang prioritized returning home with her rather than attending to clients, profoundly moving Tauzi's heart. Unbeknownst to Chen Tianliang, he could not fathom the depths of Tauzi's emotions. Had he possessed the ability to read minds, he would have likely smiled ruefully. His desire to visit Mount Haruna was far less complex than Tauzi imagined. He merely wished to behold the mountain, one of Gunma Prefecture's 3 famed peaks. The Akina mountain featured in Initial D refers precisely to this mountain, alongside Akadayama and Myogi Mountain, for which the characters Ryosuke Takahashi and Ikitani Natsuki hail. As a quintessential member of the post-90s generation, Chen Tianliang's childhood was infused with Japanese animation and manga. Despite being an orphan, he did not lack a childhood filled with beloved shows such as Initial D, Dragon Ball, Power Rangers, Iron Hero, Crayon Shin-chan, Fist of the North Star, Sunny Pig, and Pokemon. Now that he found himself in Japan, it was only fitting to explore the iconic Akina Mountain. Beyond Akina, he yearned to visit the hometown of Crayon Shin-chan, Kasakabe in Saitama Prefecture, where the character's presence is said to permeate every corner. The trio hailed a taxi at the airport and sought out a car rental service via their smartphones. Initially, Chen Tianliang envisioned renting a flashy sports car for the trip to Mount Haruna, as driving an AE86 or a Wuling Hongguang would be ideal. But even a sports car would suffice for the adventure ahead. However, after considering his driving skills and the various winding roads of Mount Haruna, Chen Tianliang ultimately opted for a black Toyota Alphard. In comparison to the thrill of speed and passion, he deemed his own life far more precious. In the domestic market, a vehicle like the Toyota Alphard is undoubtedly regarded as a luxury model worth over $1,000,000 yuan. Yet, in its country of origin, Japan, its price is not nearly as exorbitant. The premium in cost upon its arrival in China is primarily attributed to its status as an imported vehicle, which incurs customs duties, consumption taxes, and value-added taxes, all of which are compounded. Nevertheless, even with high taxes, the price should not exceed $1,000,000. The sole reason for such inflated costs is the domestic affluent who perceive the vehicle as a symbol of prestige. Thus, not only is the price elevated, but dealers also add surcharges. In Japan, the cost of a Toyota Alphard is approximately 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. The daily rental fee is merely 27,500 yen, which translates to around 1,400 yuan. In New Zealand dollars, that amounts to just over 300 NZD. After paying the rental fee and deposit for 5 days, the three of them departed in the vehicle. Seated beside Teoko in the middle of the business car, Chen Tianliang propped his leg up, feeling a fleeting sense of success. As it was April, spring graced the northern hemisphere. In Japan, this month marks the cherry blossom season, a time when cities bloom with beautiful sakura. Beside him, Teoko eagerly pointed out the buildings along the roadside, her joyous expression infectious. Chen Tianliang understood her excitement. After being away for so long, returning home would evoke similar feelings in anyone. Sir, look over there. That's South Ueno Park. Every year during this season, it bursts into a profusion of cherry blossoms. Teoko exclaimed, pointing out the window, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a chirpy little sparrow. Following her gesture, Chen Tianliang noticed a vast park and instructed Mike to pull over, deciding to take a stroll since they weren't pressed for time. Mike nodded and steered the vehicle into the park's parking lot. Ueno Park, located in the Taido district of Tokyo, spans an impressive 530,000 square meters. It is Japan's first public park, rich in history and culture, and renowned for its scenic beauty. Upon entering the park, one can see the bronze statue of Seigo Takamori, a general from the Meiji era. There is also the Toshoga Shrine, built in 1650 in honor of Tokugawa Ieyasu, with its magnificent architecture flanked by 95 stone lanterns and 195 bronze lanterns along the approach. The park's largest lake, Shinabazu Pond, serves as a sanctuary for countless migratory birds. Surrounding the lake are the Great Buddha Pagoda, the 5-story pagoda, a folk museum, and various other attractions. Each spring, when the cherry blossoms bloom, this locale transforms into a premier viewing destination. As Chen Tianliang and his companions enter the park, they were greeted by a multitude of cherry blossom trees. The buds hang abundantly from the branches, resembling clouds of white and pink, exuding a delicate fragrance. In the distance, the sun is positioned high above the hills, while beneath the cherry blossom trees, people are capturing moments and reveling in the beauty. Women clad in kimonos, gracefully holding folding fans, sit on the ground, delighting in the local delicacies. Chen Tianliang and Taozi have also procured rice balls, fried crab balls, spicy chicken skewers, and beef rice among other treats. They find a less crowded spot beneath the cherry blossoms to sit and swing gently. In this enchanting place, Chen Tianliang feels as though he has stepped into a pink-hued forest, adorned with a variety of cherry trees, each displaying unique colors and shapes. Within this tranquil woodland, he senses the exquisite beauty and mystery of nature, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle sound of flowing water. Mr. Lu Sun once depicted the cherry blossoms of Ueno Park in his writings, beginning with the observation that Tokyo is no different during the splendid season of Ueno's cherry blossoms. It indeed resembles a blush-hued cloud. Taozi spreads the mat they recently purchased on the lush green lawn, kneeling down to arrange the food atop it. Respectfully, she hands Chen Tianliang a bottle of matcha beverage, and the three of them sit together on the ground, savoring the local cuisine while admiring the resplendent cherry blossoms. After they have simply concluded their first lunch in the land of the rising sun, Chen Tianliang, feeling a bit drowsy, reclines on the mat and dozes off. Taozi and Mike, noting his relaxed demeanor, refrain from disturbing him, exchanging amused glances and shaking their heads. In their hearts, this island host always embodies a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Chapter 89. A mad and audacious idea. Peach, what is that place over there? In the afternoon, the trio emerged from Ueno Park, and shortly after their vehicle set off, Chen Tianliang's gaze fell upon an ancient structure bustling with tourists. Curiously, he inquired of Peach. Peach turned her head, following the direction Chen Tianliang indicated. Sir, are you referring to that? That is the Tokyo National Museum. The museum? Chen Tianliang murmured, a frown creasing his brow. Indeed, she replied. It is said that it houses many artifacts that have been passed down from your homeland, China. Is that so? Upon hearing that the museum contained relics from China, Chen Tianliang's tone grew increasingly somber. Perhaps Peach was unaware of the historical grievances between their nations, given the notorious hypocrisy of the Japanese government in concealing its transgressions. However, as a Chinese national, Chen Tianliang could not forget. This was an indelible hatred etched into the very marrow of every Chinese person. The barbaric slaughter of innocent lives, the bloodshed staining the ancient city, resulted in the brutal massacre of over 300,000 citizens of Nanjing and disarmed soldiers. During their aggressive campaign, the Japanese invaders perpetrated a savage policy of 3-all, kill all, burn all, loot all, accumulating a staggering debt of blood. The infamous Unit 731 conducted heinous experiments that led to the agonizing deaths of over 3,000 Chinese, Koreans, and Allied prisoners of war. Moreover, there were the bombings of Yamashiro and the mass graves of Sanzeo Island. The atrocities committed on Chinese soil by these invaders are unforgivable, and yet they brazenly display the stolen treasures of China within their own national museum. Such audacity is almost beyond description. Noticing the change in Chen Tianliang's expression, Peach felt a twinge of anxiety. Sir, are you all right? Chen Tianliang took a deep breath, unclenching his fists, and softly reassured Peach that all was well. He then gently patted Mike, who was driving. Mike, let's visit that museum. But sir, Mike hesitated, about to mention the 100 kilometers still ahead, only to be cut off by Chen Tianliang's cold retort. There is no but. Seeing the situation, Mike could only respond with a resigned, very well. At this moment, Peach, sitting beside Chen Tianliang, was intimidated by his stern visage and dared not utter another word. Upon disembarking, the trio followed the throng of visitors to purchase tickets and enter the museum. The Tokyo National Museum is located at the northern end of Ueno Park in Taito, Tokyo. It comprises several exhibition halls: the main building, the Toyokan, the Hyakiken, and the Horyuji Temple Treasure Hall, encompassing a total of 43 exhibition rooms. With an exhibition area exceeding 14,000 square meters, it boasts approximately 110,000 items in its collection, including 87 national treasures and 634 important cultural artifacts, alongside various items entrusted for safekeeping. Among these, the Toyokan is a newly opened hall from 1968, featuring 10 exhibition rooms that cover a range of topics, including comprehensive displays: Egyptian art, West Asian art, Southeast Asian art, Chinese art, Korean art, and Western region art. The exhibition features artistic treasures and archaeological relics from various Eastern nations beyond the land of the rising sun, with the majority being ancient artifacts from China, showcased across 5 distinct galleries. The items on display include prehistoric stone tools and painted pottery, bronze wares from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, pottery and stone carvings from the Han dynasty, Buddhist sculptures from the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, as well as gold and silver artifacts and tricolor pottery from the Tang dynasty, and porcelain and calligraphy from the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Some of these relics have been designated as national treasures and hold significant cultural value. The outdoor exhibition features relocated structures, such as the Black Gate and the school warehouse, along with stone coffins, statues, stone beasts, and stone columns. This establishment is also the largest museum in the land of the rising sun. Among the over 90,000 items in the collection, more than 10,000 are artifacts from China, encompassing a vast array from the Liangzhu culture's jade, wares of the Neolithic era, to the porcelain and calligraphy of the Qing dynasty. Noteworthy masterpieces include Ma Yuan's crossing the mountain and water and solitary fishing on a cold river, Liang Kai's snowy landscape, and Li Bai's poetic wandering, as well as Li Di's red and white hibiscus. Furthermore, Chen Tianliang encountered a remarkable artifact, a 5-string pipa made of zeton and inlaid with mother-of-pearl from the Tang dynasty. According to the accompanying text, this exquisite pipa was originally housed in the SHS Inn of the Land of the Rising Sun, revered as a national treasure, but has recently been lent to the Tokyo National Museum for display. This unique piece is particularly noteworthy as most pipa are 4-stringed, making this the only known 5-string pipa. Regrettably, this artifact currently resides in the land of the rising sun rather than in China. It is said that this pipa was originally an imperial instrument from the Tang court, accidentally brought to the land of the rising sun during the mid-Tang period, and became a cherished possession of Emperor Simu. After the emperor's passing, the 5-string pipa has remained in the land of the rising sun's collection to this day. The pipa's ornamentation is lavish, crafted entirely from zeton and exhibiting exceptional craftsmanship, adorned with intricate mother-of-pearl patterns. The mother-of-pearl, a traditional decorative technique in China, features images of 4 musicians playing the pipa. The colors are vibrant and striking, with the mother-of-pearl composed of luminous shells from the South China Sea and colorful amber. Despite enduring over a millennium, it remains resplendent, regarded as a rare gem within the treasury of world art. In China, this 5-string pipa has been lost to history since the Tang and Song dynasties, with the only glimpses of its grandeur found in Dunhuang's murals. Adjacent to the 5-string pipa is a money tree from the Eastern Han period. The bronze money tree consists of 2 main components: the tree itself and the money tree, with a soaring phoenix perched atop the trunk and a green dragon coiling around it. Chen Tianliang also observed a display case featuring the abbreviated Chinese characters for the origins of civilization. This exhibition showcases pottery and jade artifacts from China, dating from 3000 BC to 200 AD. Even rare authentic works by Wang Shiji are housed here in multiple pieces. As Chen Tianliang gazed upon these antiquities, emblematic of Chinese heritage, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. At that moment, He recalled the system's ability to retrieve object from a distance, and a wild yet audacious idea began to take root in his mind. Chapter 90. In the public eye, Chen Tianliang had long experimented with the system's spatial capabilities. This space could instantaneously collect all items within a 10-meter radius of the host, excluding living beings. In other words, should Chen Tianliang desire it, with merely a thought, he could make the antique artifacts displayed in the showcase vanish into thin air. Naturally, should he choose to act upon this, it would undoubtedly incite chaos within the museum. After all, the Oriental Pavilion was currently teeming with visitors. While not numbering in the thousands, there were certainly close to 100. Furthermore, security personnel were patrolling the area, and surveillance cameras were strategically placed in every corner. If these ancient artifacts were to suddenly disappear in such a public setting, it would undoubtedly cause a sensational uproar both domestically and internationally. At that juncture, how would the Japanese authorities explain the incident? Would they attribute it to supernatural phenomena, or suggest an extraterrestrial visitation? However, how they chose to interpret the event was of no concern to Chen Tianliang. He was merely contemplating the thrill of the act. He never imagined he would one day engage in such thievery. No, to be precise, he was reclaiming what rightfully belonged to his homeland. A true rogue at heart, Chen Tianliang consoled himself internally, though his palms were already slick with sweat. This was not due to fear, but rather a natural response to the tension he felt. Having made up his mind, Chen Tianliang feigned interest in various artifacts while secretly selecting his targets. The porcelain and jade artifacts were definitely to be taken. The 5-string Peppa must also be secured. And this money tree, its auspicious symbolism promised prosperity and success if brought home. Not to mention Wang Shiji's calligraphy. And this one too. After a thorough observation, Chen Tianliang had surveyed most of the antique items, committing their appearances and placements to memory while finalizing his selections. Let's move on to that area. Chen Tianliang glanced around and noticed a cluster of tourists admiring a suit of samurai armor not far away, precisely within the 10-meter limit of the money tree and other artifacts. He turned to Taozi and Mike, and the three proceeded toward that direction. Once they squeezed into the crowd, Chen Tianliang exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his nerves. He began to visualize the artifacts he had just seen, starting with the smallest. Simultaneously, as he activated the spatial collection function, the artifacts that had been neatly arranged in the display case began to vanish one by one, astonishingly disappearing in plain sight. Nanny? I distinctly remember there was a piece of jade here. How could it have suddenly vanished? Am I seeing things? A Japanese visitor, observing the artifacts, sensed something amiss. At first, he believed he was experiencing an illusion and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Upon focusing again, another artifact vanished before his very eyes. Oh heavens, what have I just witnessed? That collection was right in front of me. How could it have disappeared? He exclaimed in shock. There are ghosts. Yamatet, Baka, we have a situation. Quickly seal off the museum and ensure no one leaves. Hurry and inform the curator. Numerous treasures have vanished into thin air as antique artifacts disappeared blatantly before them. The security personnel were equally stricken with terror, convinced that they were dealing with a haunting. They could hardly believe that such bizarre occurrences were indeed taking place. Nevertheless, the strange events had unfolded, and they needed to swiftly ascertain the situation and recover the lost treasures. In an instant, the entire National Museum erupted into a cacophony of alarms, sending the tourists into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the security staff gathered rapidly, instructing bystanders to crouch down and cover their heads. Though Chen Tianliang could not comprehend their frantic chatter, it did not deter him from mimicking their actions to assist the security team. After crouching down, he felt it insufficient and immediately shifted to a prone position, lying flat as if to portray an exaggerated sense of vulnerability. Others, upon witnessing his posture, followed suit and sprawled on the ground as well. What on earth is happening? A voice cried out, filled with dread. Sir, they have sealed off the exits. How are we supposed to escape? Mike and Peach also sensed the anomaly, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Enough with the chatter. When I say crouch, you crouch. Come on, imitate me. Let us just lie low, Chen Tianliang snapped, lifting his head to tug at their clothing, commanding them to obediently remain on the ground. Simultaneously, his eyes darted to a suit of armor not far away, and a thought struck him. He realized he could not solely pilfer treasures from his own nation, as that would easily arouse suspicion among the spirits. It was crucial to remember that he was not the only Chinese person in this museum. He must not implicate his compatriots. Determined, he resolved to steal that armor as well as the katana. What is that thing? He pondered. What does it matter? Steal it. Chen Tianliang continued to pilfer over 100 artifacts on display in the museum until his system space was filled to the brim. Only then did he cease his thievery. Unfortunately, the bluefin tuna within the space had been unceremoniously shoved into a corner. At this moment, Chen Tianliang lamented that the area of this space was far too small. Had it been larger, he would have cleared the entire museum. Just as he completed his collection of stolen artifacts, security personnel commenced their investigation. At that precise moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, visibly anxious, accompanied by a dozen other similarly attired staff members, entered the exhibition hall. A figure, presumably of the security captain's rank, hastily approached the middle-aged man, murmuring indistinctly. However, Chen Tianliang could easily surmise that the individual was reporting the circumstances of the situation to him. The middle-aged man was likely the curator of the museum. Suddenly, as Chen Tianliang raised his gaze to scrutinize the curator, the latter unexpectedly erupted with fury, striking the seemingly authoritative figure with a resounding slap. Nonsense! I refuse to believe in any supernatural occurrences. Immediately, I command you to investigate. Also, contact the police at once and ensure that all visitors present are taken to the precinct. We must recover the stolen artifacts as swiftly as possible. The curator's face flushed with indignation, struggling to contain his rage as he directed all personnel present. Once the crowd had dispersed, the curator's eyes swept across the vacant display cases, a wave of dizziness overtaking him, causing his legs to tremble violently. He understood that he was utterly doomed. Even if he managed to recover all the missing artifacts, he could not evade responsibility. After all, an incident of such alarming magnitude, once disclosed, would hardly find any belief in his words. This event could be deemed the most significant theft since the establishment of East Japan. No, it should be said to be the most substantial in the entire world. He feared that, before long, this incident would create a tremendous uproar in society. The more he contemplated, the more terror gripped him, and suddenly, an overwhelming urge to urinate surged upon him. With a gasp, he fainted. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang, observing from a distance, noted the curator's collapse and muttered to himself, "Goodness, this old fellow has truly lost his composure. Even his urine is discolored." Chapter 91. The museum heist. After Chen Tianliang had been lying on the ground for a good 15 minutes, the officers from the east finally arrived. Upon their arrival, they cordoned off the scene and escorted everyone from the exhibition hall out of the museum. As Chen Tianliang and the others emerged, they were met by a throng of reporters who had flocked to the museum upon hearing the news. The journalists, upon spotting the exiting visitors and officers, almost forgot. There was also the middle-aged curator being carried away on a stretcher, rushed over in a frenzy. Amidst the crowd, Chen Tianliang noticed several Mercedes vehicles approaching the National Museum in a straight line. Suddenly, a series of car doors slammed shut, and a stern-faced middle-aged man, flanked by dozens of bodyguards, made his way toward the museum entrance. Peach, who is that man? What a grand entrance! As Chen Tianliang caught sight of the middle-aged figure, he felt an odd sense of familiarity and quietly asked the visibly trembling Peach. Peach cautiously turned her head, glancing at Chen Tianliang, who remained composed in the tense situation, and thought to herself how remarkably courageous her husband was. She then directed her gaze back to the guarded middle-aged man, murmuring in astonishment, "Oh my, even the Prime Minister has come. Wow, that is indeed the Prime Minister of the East." Chen Tianliang was taken aback, realizing that his little escapade had drawn the attention of none other than the Prime Minister. "Stop whispering," a stern officer admonished them as they conversed in hushed tones. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed since the museum heist, and within that brief span, news of the incident spread like wildfire across the internet and television channels. Reports of the theft at the National Museum were rampant. Breaking news. The largest heist in history has occurred at the Tokyo National Museum. Who could possibly steal over 100 priceless artifacts from such a well-guarded institution? The East has been visited by extraterrestrials, with thousands of treasures disappearing in the blink of an eye. Preliminary estimates indicate that the museum has lost artifacts worth billions of East yen. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Not only in the East, but at that very moment, viewers on platforms such as YouTube and Chinese social media were also witnessing this unfolding drama, which quickly soared to the top of trending topics. Even official domestic accounts were reporting on the event. Chinese netizens expressed their delight upon learning of the news, with some going so far as to purchase firecrackers to celebrate the incident, only to be swiftly reported and taken away by the police. As they were led away, the individual did not forget to wave their arms and shout, "Down with the little devil! Long live the people of China!" All right, my friend, enough shouting. With your patriotic fervor, once we arrive at the station, we must raise a couple of glasses to celebrate. The police officer beside him chuckled as he escorted him to the patrol car. This is exhilarating. Which divine being from our great Huaxia has graced us with their presence to wreak havoc in the little ghost museum? Serves them right. They deserve this. Let those little rascals rampage about. And now karma has caught up with them. The wheel of heaven turns justly. Who can escape its judgment? No. I must visit Candy KTV tonight and indulge in the company of a few princesses to lift my spirits. This is simply outrageous. In truth, those artifacts would have been splendidly showcased in the Eastern Museum for foreign visitors. At least they would have indirectly helped promote our Huaxia culture. Now, with everything stolen, we shall never lay eyes on them again. Woe is me. Hey, you up there, stop your incessant whining. Look at you, with that ridiculous face still whining. Inside the surveillance room of the National Museum, the Prime Minister of the East looked intently at the monitoring footage. As he witnessed the sudden and inexplicable disappearance of so many artifacts right before the eyes of visitors and security personnel, his expression turned to one of disbelief. Yet he remained undeterred, coldly questioning his staff. Have all surveillance feeds been thoroughly examined? Are you certain no suspicious individuals have been detected? Prime Minister, we have scrutinized this footage countless times and have found no signs of any suspicious persons. Moreover, as you can see, that money tree alone is over 1 meter tall and made of bronze. It is simply impossible for an ordinary person to steal it in plain sight. And that armor from the Azuchi-Momoyama period. Before his subordinate could finish, the Prime Minister interrupted with a cold rebuke. Humph. Do you mean to suggest that you believe this is the work of ghosts or aliens? His staff, sensing his ire, bowed deeply in silence. Order an immediate lockdown of all major thoroughfares in Tokyo. The police must interrogate those tourists who have been taken away throughout the night. We cannot overlook any potential leads. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's command, his aides hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Prime Minister, this is absolutely unwise. We must consider that among those tourists are several from foreign nations. Should any mishaps occur, their embassies will surely hold us accountable. We cannot bear such pressure. And if this incident escalates, it will undoubtedly instill panic among the citizens of the East. Furthermore, with your term nearing its end in a year, if public unrest arises, your opponents in the House of Representatives will surely seize the opportunity to exploit this situation. I fear that, upon realizing that this could jeopardize his re-election, the Prime Minister furrowed his brow, his countenance heavy with concern. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang and the other tourists, along with security personnel, found themselves confined in a separate interrogation room at the police station. However, regardless of how rigorously the officers interrogated them, including Chen Tianliang, all individuals remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Indeed, none of those present at the scene had any inkling of the events that transpired. The most amusing aspect was undoubtedly the museum curator, who, upon awakening in the hospital, descended into a state of madness, incessantly proclaiming the presence of ghosts, avenging spirits, and deadly apparitions, uttering nonsensical phrases. Yet, following a thorough examination by medical professionals, it was determined that this individual had feigned insanity to evade responsibility. This peculiar behavior led the inept officers in charge of the theft investigation to suspect that he might be colluding with others to pilfer artifacts from a museum. In the eyes of the foolish officers in the land of the rising sun, the primary suspect was unequivocally the museum curator, even if he were not the perpetrator. Such a significant case necessitated a scapegoat. Otherwise, the ramifications of this incident spiraling out of control would undoubtedly exceed their capacity to manage. Chapter 92, A National Treasure. The case following the incident, Chen Tianliang and his fellow tourists endured an entire night of interrogation. During this period, some sought to engage legal counsel or contact relatives in the land of the rising sun, yet all requests were summarily denied by the Japanese authorities. Subsequently, in an effort to extract leads from the group of tourists, the Japanese police resorted to utilizing lie detectors and microexpression experts. Nevertheless, Chen Tianliang maintained his composure, not due to any extraordinary psychological fortitude, but rather because he was acutely aware of the safety of the antique artifacts concealed within the system's space. Furthermore, he understood that aside from himself, no one else could possibly be privy to this matter. When the Japanese police realized that they could glean no information from the tourists, they had no choice but to release them. As Chen Tianliang exited the interrogation room, he was met with the sight of Tauzi and Mike, both sporting dark circles under their eyes and looking particularly haggard. Especially Tauzi, whose expression still bore traces of anxiety and unease. "How are you two? They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Chen Tianliang inquired with genuine concern. Both shook their heads in unison. With a wry smile, he reached out to touzle Tauzi's hair. "Since everything is fine, let us depart from this place." As the trio emerged from the police headquarters, they were immediately confronted by a throng of reporters gathered at the entrance. Upon spotting Chen Tianliang and the group of tourists, the journalists swiftly surrounded them. It took considerable effort for the three to extricate themselves from the crowd and beckon a taxi. Meanwhile, in an office on the upper floor of the precinct, Inspector Tanaka was confronted by a dissatisfied colleague. "Are we truly just going to let this group of tourists leave?" The officer queried, his frustration palpable. With a sharp pivot, Tanaka glared at the two younger officers, one stout and one slender, before forcefully slamming the gathered tourist files onto the desk. "Well, tell me, what should we do instead? Are we to imprison them all?" he retorted. The lanky officer opened his mouth to respond, but was swiftly silenced by a tug on his sleeve from his more corpulent counterpart, who signaled for him to hold his tongue. With his subordinates now quiet, Tanaka exhaled deeply, striving to quell his rising irritation. He then solemnly assigned them a task. "I want you to immediately sift through these tourist files and identify any suspicious individuals. Bring your findings to me without delay." Once his subordinates departed the office, Tanaka turned his gaze to the window, where the tourists were being interviewed by reporters, his brow furrowed in concern. The recent museum theft had not only resulted in the loss of numerous invaluable artifacts, but had also seen the disappearance of two pieces of national treasure, a suit of armor and a samurai sword. Particularly distressing was the loss of the exquisite sword, renowned as one of the 5 most beautiful blades, which had been handed down since the peaceful Heian period. At that moment, Tanaka felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. After Chen Tianliang and his companions settled into the taxi, they returned to the National Museum. The museum, at this juncture, had been cordoned off by the police. Mike was explaining the situation, which led to the retrieval of the rented vehicle. After starting the engine and departing from the National Museum, Chen Tianliang noticed that neither Tauzi nor Mike had the heart to continue exploring Tokyo. So he instructed Mike to drive towards Mount Haruna. He himself leaned back in his seat, feigning sleep. It was during this time that he had the opportunity to review the spoils from yesterday's heist. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had acquired over 130 pieces of antique artifact from the National Museum, with more than 90 belonging to the ancient civilization of Huaxia. These included various ceramics, jade artifacts, calligraphy, paintings, and other items. The remaining 30 or so artifacts came from other countries. What captivated Chen Tianliang's attention most were a set of Japanese armor and a samurai sword. The allure of these items lay in their striking resemblance to the armor featured in the game Demon God Arena. To elaborate on the armor, it was adorned in a vibrant gold and crimson pattern, with a fearsome mask and a lifelike golden dragon embedded at the crown. The samurai sword, on the other hand, gleamed in a brilliant gold hue. Currently, the Japanese authorities had sealed all information related to the theft, making it impossible for the public to find out which specific artifacts were missing. Consequently, Chen Tianliang was left in the dark regarding the origins of the armor and sword. After tallying his gains, he began to contemplate how to handle these antique artifacts. It was impractical to keep them hidden away in his personal space for a lifetime. Handing them over to the state was out of the question, as doing so would unmistakably reveal him as the notorious thief who plundered the museum. Selling them was also not a viable option. Not only did Chen Tianliang lack connections, but he was also unaware of how to navigate the dark web for transactions. Moreover, selling these artifacts would betray his initial intentions and pose safety risks. In summary, these antiques would likely remain a hidden burden for Chen Tianliang throughout his life. After much contemplation, he devised a somewhat unorthodox plan. Once he sold the bluefin tuna and returned to Flip-Flop Island, he would seek a secure location on the island. Fortunately, he possessed a construction talent awarded by the system. If necessary, he could excavate a private collection museum on the island. Having reached a conclusion, Chen Tianliang withdrew his thoughts and gazed out the window, observing police cars occasionally passing by on the streets. Just before leaving Tokyo, they were ordered by a Japanese officer to exit the vehicle for inspection. After thoroughly searching the car, the three were finally allowed to leave. Damn it, this is truly a hassle, with every few steps being met with scrutiny. If they push me too far, I might just steal the giant panda they borrowed from our country and show them. Chen Tianliang muttered to himself after passing the checkpoint. Excuse me, sir. Are you talking to me? Are you saying my eyes look like a panda right now? Seated beside her, Taozi faintly heard Chen Tianliang mention the word panda in Mandarin, prompting her to inquire with curiosity. Simultaneously, she took out her phone to capture a reflection of her visage. Upon noticing the pronounced dark circles under her eyes, her cheeks puffed up in discontent, her face unmistakably conveying her unhappiness. Chen Tianliang offered a resigned smile, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Taozi, have you been in touch with your parents? Chapter 93. The importance of cautious selection in choosing a partner, recalling her parents. Taozi shook her head dejectedly. Before boarding the plane, she had attempted to reach them by phone, but her calls went unanswered. After arriving in Japan, she persisted, trying several more times. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Observing her despondent demeanor, Chen Tianliang could only offer a sympathetic pat on her shoulder. Do not worry. We are indeed heading to Mount Harana. I have faith that upon reaching your home, you will reunite with your parents. Taozi lifted her gaze towards Chen Tianliang, managing a faint, forced smile. As noon approached, the vehicle finally arrived in Gourmet Prefecture. The town was modest in size, enveloped by majestic mountains. In stark contrast to the bustling metropolis of Tokyo, it resembled a hidden paradise. Flanking the streets were rows of cherry blossom trees. As they rolled down the window, a bouquet of fresh, floral air rushed into the car, infused with a hint of earthy fragrance from the recent light rain. The quaint architecture of the town exuded a timeless charm, with babbling brooks and hot springs dotting the landscape, besides the numerous quaint shops radiating traditional Japanese aesthetics. One could occasionally spot women clad in kimonos or youths in school uniforms, laughing and conversing as they strolled by. However, the majority of passers-by were tourists, equipped with outdoor backpacks, trekking towards Mount Harana. According to Taozi, Gourmet Prefecture experiences distinct seasons. In summer, it serves as a refuge from the heat, while in winter, it transforms into a skiing haven. Mike, at the wheel, navigated through winding roads, guided by Taozi, until they arrived at the entrance of a quaint, uniquely styled residence. As Chen Tianliang stepped out of the car and beheld the traditional Japanese architecture, he curiously inquired of Taozi, "Is this your home?" "Yes, sir. Please wait here a moment while I go ring the bell," she replied, a hint of nervousness evident in her demeanor as she approached the door. That girl, not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses a wonderful character. If she were to marry, she would undoubtedly make an excellent wife, Mike remarked, standing beside the car with Chen Tianliang, both watching as Taozi pressed the doorbell, a smile gracing his face. Taken aback by Mike's comment, Chen Tianliang turned to him. half-jokingly asking, "What, Mike, have you taken a liking to Towsy? Do you need me to play matchmaker?" "Ha, don't jest, Mr. Chen. I already have a girlfriend," Mike replied, then proceeded to share his own romantic story. After recounting it, he added, "However, I do believe you and Miss Towsy make quite a compatible pair." "Me?" Chen Tianliang pointed to himself in surprise, while Mike chuckled and nodded. As he gazed at Towsy's graceful silhouette, he fell momentarily silent. Noticing Chen Tianliang's sudden quietude, Mike turned to see his furrowed brow. As if striking a chord within him, Mike remarked with a smile, "Indeed, in New Zealand, affluent individuals like you must be particularly discerning when it comes to choosing a partner." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Chen Tianliang inquired, puzzled. "Are you not aware? I assumed you were already informed." A flicker of surprise crossed Mike's eyes. Upon confirming that Chen Tianliang was indeed unaware of New Zealand's marriage laws, he took it upon himself to enlighten him. It turns out that in New Zealand, couples who have cohabited for over 2 years are considered to be in a de facto marriage, rendering the need for a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau unnecessary, unlike in their homeland. Furthermore, after living together and having children, both parties are obliged to co-parent. In the event of a separation, not only must assets be divided equally, but the New Zealand tax authority automatically deducts child support payments based on each party's income ratio. This revelation suggested that marriage for the people of New Zealand is merely a formality. However, they do not recognize the concepts of bigamy or infidelity. If one were to encounter someone like Shui Pengue, it could very well result in a three-way division. In simple terms, in New Zealand, to be a scoundrel, one must first possess a well-filled wallet. Otherwise, one risks becoming increasingly destitute. Listening to Mike's explanation, Chen Tianliang gained a new perspective on New Zealand. He pondered that if he were to embark on a romantic relationship, he must consider it with utmost seriousness. He could not afford to casually accept a relationship, only to part ways after 2 or 3 years due to incompatibility. If that were to happen, his small island might be divided among his ex-girlfriends like a cake. Meanwhile, as Chen Tianliang contemplated his lifelong commitments, Tao Tao, after a tense wait, finally saw the door swing open. Expecting to meet her parents, she was instead greeted by a stranger. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" The man, a middle-aged individual, seemed momentarily taken aback by Tao Tao's presence before scrutinizing her with a puzzled expression. Tao Tao, likewise, was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home?" "Your home?" The man replied, slightly confused. But then a realization struck him. "Ah, you must be the daughter of the former homeowner. My apologies, but this house has been mortgaged to me by your father." "Mortgaged?" Tao Tao staggered slightly, struggling to comprehend the revelation. "Indeed, have they not informed you? Ha! What a pair of irresponsible parents. Let's step inside, and I shall explain to you the whereabouts of your parents." As he spoke, a lewd glint flickered in the man's eyes as he reached out with a lascivious hand towards Tao Tao's shoulder. Startled, she quickly took 2 steps back. "And no, that's not necessary. Please just tell me where my parents are." "Well, that's a long story. Let's go inside and discuss it there," he insisted, his mind clouded by lust, oblivious to Chen Tianliang and Mike, who stood not far away. Just as the man extended his hand once more to grab Tao Tao, Chen Tianliang sensed something amiss and swiftly approached, seizing the man's wrist and instinctively pulling Tao Tao behind him. His strong grip held the man's wrist tightly, like a vice. "Who are you? Ouch, let go of me." As the middle-aged man contemplated rebellion, his resolve crumbled upon recognizing the imposing figure of Chen Tianliang before him. Akin to an iron tower, his tone faltered, revealing a hint of timidity. Chen Tianliang, his expression as frigid as ice, ignored the man and turned to inquire about the situation from Towsy. Cowering behind Chen Tianliang, Towsy succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Once apprised of the circumstances, Chen Tianliang turned back, his voice piercing and cold as he demanded in English, "Speak, where have her parents truly gone?" With that, he tightened his grip on the man's wrist. "Ouch! Let go of me, you bastard! Quickly, let go!" the middle-aged man exclaimed. Though he could not comprehend the rest of Chen Tianliang's words, he certainly understood that the term bastard was far from a compliment. Seeing the man still daring to insult him, Chen Tianliang firmly secured his hold on the man's wrist and executed a swift maneuver, twisting the man's arm behind his back. Ah! The middle-aged man cried out in pain, hastily pleading for mercy as he divulged everything he knew to Chen Tianliang and Taozi. It turned out that after Taozi's parents had mortgaged their house to settle debts with this very man, he had casually inquired about their future plans. Taozi's parents had indicated their intention to relocate to Hokkaido to stay with a relative. Chapter 94. The night's chime. Upon hearing the man before her mention that his parents had gone to Hokkaido, Taozi was momentarily taken aback. With a furrowed brow, she quietly informed Chen Tianliang that she had never heard her parents speak of any relatives in Hokkaido. Chen Tianliang cast a cold glare at the middle-aged man and asked Taozi to translate, inquiring whether he was lying. The man, nearly brought to tears by his pain, repeatedly pleaded, "Sir, I truly did not deceive you. I have indeed heard them mention it." Seeing that the man did not appear to be lying, Chen Tianliang and Taozi exchanged glances. Taozi subtly nodded at Chen Tianliang. Observing this, Chen Tianliang forcefully shoved the man, then coldly warned him, "I tell you, one must know how to respect women." It was only upon seeing the man's bewildered expression that he remembered. Taozi, translate that for him. After delivering his warning, Chen Tianliang and Taozi returned to the car, relaying the situation to Mike. The two men, noticing Taozi's despondent demeanor, felt at a loss for how to console her. It was Chen Tianliang who took the initiative, saying, "Well, we may not have seen them this time, but there will be another opportunity. Perhaps once your parents resolve their matters, they will reach out to you. After all, you are their beloved daughter." Taozi could only accept this reality for the moment, giving a slight nod. The three then boarded the car and departed. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, having regained his footing, watched the car grow distant, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. After leaving Taozi's former home, the trio first sought refuge in a guest house in Gourmet Prefecture. This charming establishment was discovered after an extensive search by Chen Tianliang and Taozi on Airbnb. It was situated in a somewhat remote area, nestled within a tranquil little forest. The guest house boasted a private courtyard and was surrounded by a grove of bamboo. The architecture exuded traditional Japanese style, complete with tatami mats and hot springs. It evoked a sense reminiscent of a temple or the private estate of a prominent family from ancient times. The nightly rate was 24,000 yen. Once they completed the check-in process and settled their luggage in their room, the trio ventured out into Gourmet Prefecture to explore and seek culinary delights. Thanks to Taozi being a local, Chen Tianliang was spared the trouble of researching travel guides online. Under Taozi's guidance, they first arrived at a restaurant specializing in kaiseki cuisine. Originally intended for guests during the Japanese tea ceremony, kaiseki has transcended its origins to become a common feature of fine dining in Japan. The term kaiseki refers to the concept of a sage savoring a meal, typically presented as a single soup accompanied by 3 or 2 side dishes. Kaiseki cuisine is characterized by its exquisite presentation, with stringent demands placed on both the tableware and the arrangement of the dishes. The portions are minimal, often regarded as culinary art by connoisseurs. High-end kaiseki dining can be quite costly, with food served in pottery, porcelain, and lacquerware. The restaurant they entered was renowned for its kaiseki dishes featuring Kyoto-style tofu. According to Taozi's introduction, Kyoto tofu is as renowned in the East as kaiseki cuisine. Chen Tianliang, upon hearing Taozi mention Kyoto tofu, was quite curious about this particular variety of tofu. Taozi's explanation was rather straightforward. Kyoto tofu, as the name suggests, is tofu produced in Kyoto and is fundamentally considered a type of Japanese tofu. Chen Tianliang found this explanation amusing. If tofu made in Kyoto is dubbed Kyoto tofu, then surely tofu crafted on Slipper Island would be called slipper tofu, wouldn't it? The three of them had not eaten since leaving the police headquarters that morning and were already feeling quite famished. Fortunately, the staff did not keep them waiting long and soon presented an exquisitely plated appetizer. To Chen Tianliang's surprise, the appetizer was entirely made from tofu, featuring varieties such as green tofu, yellow tofu, tofu curds, and white tofu. The flavors included hints of crab sauce, corn, and a unique blend of mugwort, pudding, and pineapple. After enjoying the cold tofu appetizer, they transitioned to hot tofu dishes. Following that was a sashimi platter, adorned with a delicate slice of fresh tofu skin. the thin membrane that floats atop freshly boiled soy milk. They also enjoyed radish puree paired with tofu tempura and minced meat pumpkin tofu. Even the dessert serve at the end was soy milk ice cream. In summary, every dish of the meal prominently featured tofu. Although Chen Tianliang found the overall taste quite pleasing, especially Taozi's reaction, who, with her previously subdued spirits lifted by the exquisite food, had her sparkling eyes narrow into slits. Sitting in the restaurant, she gave a thumbs up to the busy chef, expressing her praise, while repeatedly exclaiming, "So delicious! So delicious!" Upon hearing this phrase in Chinese, Mike turned to Chen Tianliang, who was struggling to suppress his laughter, and inquired about its meaning. Chen Tianliang managed to explain that it simply means delicious. After hearing this, Mike began to join Taozi in complimenting the chef. However, Chen Tianliang was pondering the implications of consuming such an abundance of soy products. He knew that soy products are quite known for their digestive effects. By nightfall, once all the food had settled in his stomach, his lodging would likely resound with a cacophony reminiscent of drums and firecrackers. After savoring the tofu kaiseki cuisine, Chen Tianliang suggested they take a trip to Mount Haruna to witness the legendary 5 consecutive hairpin turns. Upon their arrival at the foot of Mount Haruna, they spotted a CAF themed around Initial D, celebrating racing culture. What first caught Chen Tianliang's eye was the parking lot in front of the CAF, filled with numerous vehicles that had appeared in the movie and anime, such as the AE-86 and RX-7. Inside, the CAF primarily offered various merchandise related to Initial D. There, Chen Tianliang also spotted a poster of Jay Chou. What excited Chen Tianliang the most was the opportunity to spend 6,000 Nippon coins to arrange for a driver at the establishment. The driver would navigate a vehicle identical to those seen in movies, allowing him to personally experience the thrill of racing through the famed 5 consecutive hairpin turns. Without hesitation, Chen Tianliang and his companions each selected a car and followed the driver towards the legendary bends. The much-talked-about 5 hairpin turns indeed lived up to its reputation, winding and twisting at every corner. However, one aspect that left Chen Tianliang somewhat dissatisfied was the local authorities' implementation of speed bumps along the road to curb illegal racing. This meant he could not fully relish the joy of drifting on the open road. Upon reaching the summit, they arrived at Lake Haruna, the very spot where Takumi Fujiwara and Natsuki often rendezvoused in the manga. After spending a delightful day at Akina Mountain indulging in food and fun, they returned to their lodging as night fell. That evening unfolded just as Chen Tianliang had anticipated. He and his roommate Mike seemed to be possessed by an unseen force, making an uproar that was quite alarming. The innkeeper began to worry that their ruckus might collapse the very structure of the ancestral home. What puzzled Chen Tianliang, however, was the utter silence from the neighboring room occupied by Taozi. Unbeknownst to him, Taozi was blushing fiercely, her struggle evident from her tightly clenched grip on the corner of the blanket. Chapter 95. The auction commences in the following days. Chen Tianliang and his companions explored the entirety of Tokyo, indulging in the exquisite culinary delights and breathtaking vistas of the land of the rising sun. They then ventured to Saitama Prefecture for a day, where Chen Tianliang encountered the prototype store of Sato Kokonatsudo from an animated series. At the Crayon Shinchan Museum, he touched Shinnosuke's golden backside, beheld Masao's impressive handprint, and observed Hiroshi's formidable stinky feet, alongside the chubby Zeman's nose and the adorable paw prints of Shiro. During this period, Chen Tianliang also ventured out alone, renting a refrigerated truck to retrieve the bluefin tuna he had caught, storing it within the container. The trio then drove to a seafood company where Grace's friend was employed. The establishment, known as Stava Seafood Company, is a multinational enterprise. Grace's friend, Murakami Sho, a local of Tokyo, is approximately 35 years of age and holds the position of general manager. Upon meeting Murakami Sho, Chen Tianliang was immediately struck by his humility and courtesy, devoid of any airs of superiority. When Murakami Sho laid eyes upon the bluefin tuna, he praised its quality profusely, asserting that it would undoubtedly fetch a high price at the auction. Intrigued, Chen Tianliang inquired if Murakami show could estimate its potential selling price. With a slight furrow of his brow, Murakami show pondered for a moment, resting his chin on one hand, and conveyed that their timing was somewhat unfortunate. If they had arrived closer to the new year, the tuna would command a price not less than the astronomical 333.6 million yen, potentially reaching around 100 million yen. However, the current market situation was less certain. Acknowledging this, Chen Tianliang refrained from further questions. Subsequently, the trio, guided by Murakami Sho, arrived at the Tosa market in Tokyo, renowned as the largest seafood wholesale market in Japan and indeed the world. After completing a series of formalities, Chen Tianliang entrusted the bluefin tuna to the auction organizers for safekeeping. That evening, Murakami Sho graciously hosted a banquet for Chen Tianliang and his companions at Kabukicho Ikabangai. Located at the eastern exit of Shinjuku, Tokyo, the entire street is teeming with an array of restaurants, bars, clubs, karaoke joints, cinemas, theaters, and entertainment establishments, earning the reputation of being the foremost amusement district in Japan. As night fell, Kabukicho lit up brilliantly, bustling with activity, with many establishments operating until dawn. The bars and entertainment venues attracted throngs of visitors. After a hearty meal and drinks, Murakami Sho and Mike, feeling slightly tipsy, clamored for a second round of festivities in the street. As a guest, Chen Tianliang felt obliged to comply. Meanwhile, Taozi, sensing the awkwardness of being the only woman amidst three men, excused herself, claiming fatigue, and took a taxi back to the hotel arranged by Murakami Sho. Once devoid of female company, Murakami Sho and Mike felt liberated and eagerly dragged Chen Tianliang to the next venue. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Chen Tianliang reluctantly followed the two men to a club. This establishment, of course, was a venue dedicated to a green and healthy lifestyle, primarily centered around drinking and conversation. It was evident that Murakami Sho frequented this place. Upon arriving at the top floor via the elevator, a familiar server approached him with an amiable conversation, inviting the trio to a cozy seating area. While the server went to fetch drinks, three elegantly dressed Japanese women approached Chen Tianliang and his companions. "Come on, Mr. Chun. Don't be so reserved. The purpose of being here is to enjoy and have fun." Murakami Sho, slightly intoxicated, exclaimed while embracing one of the women. In contrast, Chen Tianliang could only manage a faint smile. It is well known that professionals in Japan endure immense pressure, often seeking solace in a few drinks at night to alleviate stress. Such conversational clubs are indeed a favored haunt for successful individuals. Unlike the carefree demeanor exhibited by Murakami Sho and Mike, Chen Tianliang felt somewhat detached from the atmosphere. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the woman beside him, the server finally returned with the drinks Murakami Sho had ordered. Noticing Chen Tianliang's apparent disinterest, the woman graciously poured him a drink and quietly kept him company. When Chen Tianliang observed the amber liquid in his glass, curiosity piqued. He lifted it to his nose. A pronounced scent of sandalwood wafted up, accompanied by hints of strawberry and chocolate liqueur. His eyes brightened as he took a delicate sip. The moment the liquid touched his palate, he distinctly tasted the inherent woodiness. With a subtle note reminiscent of honeydew, it imparted an experience that was both elegant and gentle. "What brand of whiskey is this? The flavor is quite remarkable," Chen Tianliang inquired, intrigued, glancing at the woman beside him. With a smile, she introduced the whiskey as Yamazaki 10-year, produced by the Suntory Company of Japan. Chen Tianliang was slightly taken aback. In his perception, whiskey was typically the domain of the West. To think that the Japanese could also craft such a spirit. Seeing that the two had finally found common ground, the Japanese woman elaborated on the Yamazaki whiskey. The founder of Suntory Group, known as the father of Japanese whiskey, is Shinjiro Torii. Compared to the smoky and peaty flavors prevalent in European and American whiskeys, Yamazaki's profile clearly aligns with the palate of Eastern consumers. Additionally, this particular whiskey is considered one of the more affordable options in the Yamazaki range, priced around 80,000 yen. That night, the three continued to drink until the early hours before parting ways. Before long, the day of the auction arrived, and the trio set out early, driving to the Toyosa market. Upon entering the auction venue, they found it brimming with restaurateurs from across Japan and other countries. Compared to the throngs of people, Chen Tianliang and his companions found themselves in a designated viewing platform within the wholesale market building. Here, the atmosphere was not only significantly quieter, but they also enjoyed an unobstructed view of the entire auction scene. At that moment, the 2-kilogram Ekizan snow crab was being auctioned for the first time. Ultimately, this exquisite crab fetched an astonishing price of 1 million yen. The figure left Chen Tianliang utterly astounded. The cost of a single crab was nearly equivalent to that of an automobile. Chapter 96. Purchasing whiskey, a single crab fetched such an astronomical price that Chen Tianliang could hardly believe his eyes. Simultaneously, he began to anticipate the price his bluefin tuna would command. As the auction heated up, it finally reached its most intense phase, specifically the segment dedicated to tuna. Chen Tianliang's bluefin tuna was designated as the grand finale, revealed only at the end of the event. The moment this magnificent creature made its entrance, it captivated the attention of everyone present. It is indeed a rare sight to witness such a large bluefin tuna outside of a New Year auction. The excitement in the auction hall reached a fever pitch as bidders fiercely competed against one another. The price escalated from over 10 million yen to more than 18 million. Mr. Chen, it appears that your bluefin tuna may well exceed 20 million today, Mike remarked with a smile. Chen Tianliang nodded appreciatively, though the tension in his tightly clenched fists betrayed his anxiousness. To the surprise of both men, once the price surpassed 20 million yen, the bidding did not cease. It was only after reaching 28 million that some participants began to withdraw. 28 million going once, 28 million going twice. The auctioneer paused, and upon seeing no further bids, he brought his gavel down with authority. 28 million going 3 times. Sold. A thunderous applause erupted in the auction hall. Chen Tianliang and his companions on the viewing platform were filled with exhilaration. Beside him, Murakami Sho clapped enthusiastically while introducing Chen to the Sakura Corporation, a culinary giant in Japan known for its sushi. This was the same company that previously acquired the bluefin tuna at the New Year auction for an astounding 300 million yen. Chen Tianliang suddenly understood. No wonder their bidding was so extravagant. Compared to the previous record-breaking tuna, his fish was merely a drop in the ocean for them. Nevertheless, selling for 28 million yen was a cause for great joy. It is worth noting that 28 million yen is approximately 330,000 New Zealand dollars. After deducting the hammer price and the auction commission, which totals 10% in fees, he would still net close to 300,000 New Zealand dollars. With this windfall, upon returning to Slipper Island, many of Chen Tianliang's aspirations could finally be set in motion. Once the auction concluded, the organizers promptly transferred the funds to his bank account. After leaving the Toyosa market, the trio followed Murakami Sho to a daytime izakaya to celebrate their success. During this time, Chen Tianliang also inquired about where to purchase the Yamazaki 10-year whiskey they had previously enjoyed. After Murakami Sho disclosed the location of the liquor store to him, Chen Tianliang conducted an online search and discovered that the establishment was not far from the izakaya where the 4 were situated. Thus, he concocted an excuse and ventured alone to Ginza, Tokyo, although Momoko wished to accompany him for a stroll upon hearing of his plans. She perceived that he had no intention of inviting her along and, demonstrating her understanding, refrained from voicing her desire. Instead, she remained quietly in her seat, occasionally serving tea to Mike and the others. Ginza, a prominent commercial district in the CH Ward of Tokyo, is reputed as the most extravagant locale in Asia, renowned for its upscale shopping boutiques. It is a veritable haven for shoppers, brimming with global luxury brands and adorned with towering malls on either side of the streets. Fashionable and distinctive attire is ubiquitous, while restaurants representing Italian, French, and Arabic cuisines line the thoroughfare, allowing patrons to savor delicacies from around the world. The Ginza shopping district is segmented into various blocks, from Ginza 1 Chome to Ginza 8 Chome, with Harumi Street acting as a divider between Ginza 4 Chome and Ginza 5 Chome. These 8 blocks are interconnected by Central Avenue. The first shop opened here in the early 17th century, leading to the establishment of a thriving commercial area nestled between the Shinbashi and Kyobashi bridges. Today, it stands as one of Tokyo's emblematic districts and the largest, most prosperous commercial thoroughfare in Japan. Ginza, alongside Mount Fuji in Kyoto, symbolizes the essence of Japan's nature, history, and modernity. Ranking alongside Paris's Champs, Lis and New York's Fifth Avenue as one of the world's three major commercial centers. The sidewalks in Ginza are spacious, and every weekend, vehicle access is prohibited, transforming the area into a bustling pedestrian shopping street. Following his mobile navigation, Chen Tianliang traversed the area for some time until he finally located the liquor store within a commercial building. Upon entering, a young store attendant approached him. When Chen Tianliang expressed in English his intent to purchase liquor, the attendant warmly guided him to the display area. Faced with an array of exquisite whiskeys, Chen Tianliang's eyes widened in amazement. He was particularly astonished to encounter a bottle priced at over 9 million yen. Inquiring about the exorbitant price, the attendant explained that only 150 bottles were released globally at the time of its launch, with the empty bottle alone valued at over 1 million yen. Indeed, poverty constrained Chen Tianliang's imagination. The attendant continued to introduce him to several rare whiskeys, including a limited edition commemorating the marriage of Prince Charles and Princess Diana, as well as the elusive Samurai series, which became increasingly scarce. There were even whiskeys stored within Louis Vuitton cases, their external appearances already suggesting substantial worth. Upon sharing his budget for the whiskey he wished to purchase, the attendant invited him into a reception room and stepped out to retrieve the selected bottles. During this time, a female attendant respectfully presented tea to Chen Tianliang. Upon noticing the teacup she carried, he discerned that even the cups used for customers in this liquor store were crafted by the prestigious Hermes brand. This observation underscored the remarkable caliber of the establishment that Murakami Sho had recommended to him. The young attendant did not keep Chen Tianliang waiting for long, soon approaching with 2 bottles of whiskey. Among them was the Yamazaki 10-year, which Chen Tianliang had previously savored at the club, and the other was Suntory's Entrepreneur 1899. Having already experienced the Yamazaki 10-year, it was this very whiskey that had ignited his fondness for the flavors of Japanese whiskey. Although he had yet to taste the Entrepreneur 1899, the attendant assured him that its taste surpassed that of the Yamazaki 10-year, albeit at a significantly higher price, 280 yen. Nevertheless, having recently acquired a substantial sum, Chen Tianliang did not hesitate. He purchased 6 bottles of the Yamazaki 10-year, each approximately 1,000 New Zealand dollars. He then proceeded to acquire 4 bottles of Entrepreneur 1899, totaling an expenditure of 1.6 million yen, equivalent to around 18,700 New Zealand dollars. After paying, as he exited the liquor store, the attendant respectfully handed him the store's business card with both hands, indicating that should he require anything further, he could simply call the number listed. The store could arrange for the whiskey to be air freighted directly to New Zealand. Chapter 97. Burglary. Upon leaving the liquor store, Chen Tianliang first sought out a secluded spot where he stowed away the whiskey he had purchased into his system space. He then exited the commercial building, intent on locating Tauzi and her companions. As he retraced his steps, he passed by a jewelry shop, recalling that Tauzi had been feeling somewhat downcast in recent days. He decided to enter the store and thoughtfully selected a bracelet, spending 170,000 yen, intending it as a gift for her. Upon returning to the izakaya, Mike and Murakami Sho noticed that Chen Tianliang was holding only a jewelry bag, which piqued their curiosity. Ignoring their inquisitive glances, Chen Tianliang simply handed the jewelry bag to Tauzi. She looked up at him in surprise. "I happened to see this bracelet while strolling in Ginza, and thought it quite lovely, so I bought it for you," he explained casually before returning to his seat. Murakami Sho and Mike exchanged knowing looks, their expressions conveying understanding. Meanwhile, Tauzi shyly lowered her gaze, opening the jewelry box. When she beheld the dazzling bracelet inside, a flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes, and a profound sense of happiness enveloped her heart. The following morning, in a hotel parking lot in Tokyo, Murakami Sho arrived early to bid farewell. Grasping Chen Tianliang's hand tightly, he implored softly, "Mr. Chen, Why not stay a few more days? I would love to show you the renowned bubble baths, the crown jewel of our customs industry here in Japan. I assure you, the experience is simply sublime. Chen Tianliang coughed lightly, a nervous chuckle escaping him, although he felt a twinge of curiosity about the bubble baths. The thought of Taozi wanting to spend one last night in Gourmet Prefecture before returning to New Zealand compelled him to graciously decline Murakami Show's invitation. Before getting into the car, Chen Tianliang expressed to Murakami Show that if he ever had the chance to visit New Zealand, he would be sure to give him a call, promising to host him splendidly on Slippers Island. Murakami Show smiled and agreed. After waving farewell to him, the trio drove away from the hotel parking lot. Shortly after the Toyota Alphard departed, a van also started up, containing 5 men of various builds and unappealing appearances. Among them was a middle-aged man whom Chen Tianliang and Taozi would undoubtedly recognize. He was the lecherous individual who had taken over her family's affairs. Kenya, are you certain that the Chinese man in that car is truly wealthy? One of the companions questioned doubtfully. The middle-aged man continued to glare at Chen Tianliang's vehicle with a look of malice. Rest assured, I've been tailing them for several days now. These 3 have been indulging in nothing but feasting and entertainment. Just yesterday, they attended an auction at the Toyosa market. They must be big fish. The other 4 companions nodded in agreement at his confident assertion. Returning once again to Gourmet Prefecture, Mike, suffering from a hangover from the previous day, decided to remain at the guest house for some much-needed rest. Chen Tianliang, in his leisure, accompanied Taozi as they traversed the familiar paths of Gourmet Prefecture, reminiscing about her childhood. They even visited the school she once attended. While taking pictures and sharing laughter, the pair strolled through the quaint streets of the small town. In that moment, Taozi felt a shift. Their relationship no longer resembled that of master and servant as it had on Dragging Slippers Island, but rather that of nuanced friends. As night fell, the trio returned to the same inn they had previously stayed at. However, this evening they were the only guests. Anticipating an early flight the next day, they retired to bed early. Suddenly, the tranquility was interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. The elderly innkeeper, perplexed by the late hour and the unexpected arrival of guests, briefly pondered the situation. Yet, as a business owner, he was compelled to greet any visitors warmly. He donned a robe and made his way to the door. Just as he opened it, 5 assailants, their heads adorned with colorful stockings, burst in. Help! The innkeeper's cry was abruptly silenced as one of the intruders, wearing a pink stocking, clamped a hand over his mouth. This outcry startled Chen Tianliang and his companions awake. What was that sound? Chen Tianliang inquired, sitting up in confusion. In the dimness, Mike shook his head, equally bewildered. Stay here, I'll check it out. Chen Tianliang informed Mike before swiftly dressing. Outside, chaos ensued. Shut up. Tell me where that Chinese person and the white pig are staying. One thug demanded, brandishing a glinting knife menacingly before the innkeeper. The innkeeper, muffled and terrified, could only stammer and gesture toward the direction of the room. What should we do now, Inuyama-kun? Should we take care of this old man? One of the thugs suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Are you insane? Our mission is solely for profit, the leader retorted, ordering his accomplices to bind the innkeeper and gag him before tossing him aside. Having completed their grim task, the 5 of them stealthily approached the room occupied by Chen Tianliang and his friends. Meanwhile, upon opening their door, Chen Tianliang was met by a startled Taozi, who was hastily dressing. Sir, I think I heard someone calling for help outside, she whispered anxiously, uncertain of the unfolding events. Chen Tianliang glanced into the darkened corridor, which was eerily silent. He instructed Taozi to remain in his room with Mike while he ventured toward the end of the hallway. Be careful, she cautioned. Upon entering Chen Tianliang's room, Taozi uneasily whispered a few words of caution to him. Chen Tianliang smiled gently and nodded reassuringly, urging her not to worry. As he closed the door behind him, he cautiously made his way down the corridor. However, just as he reached the corner, he unexpectedly collided with 5 thugs. What the hell? Chen Tianliang exclaimed, startled, inadvertently uttering a phrase of national heritage. The 5 thugs, upon seeing him, were equally taken aback. Chapter 98, Contemporary Heroes Against Invasion. While they were still in a daze, Chen Tianliang took note of their attire and the daggers clutched in their hands. It dawned on him that they were encountering a home invasion. In a moment of urgency, the blood of a northeastern man surged within him. He thought to himself that in the face of such a dire situation, he must not show any cowardice. He needed to dominate them with sheer presence. Just then, before Chen Tianliang could react, the foremost middle-aged man bellowed, "Ah, Bagyaru!" As his words echoed, he lunged forward, thrusting his dagger towards Chen Tianliang's abdomen. In a flash, Chen Tianliang sidestepped the attack, his reflexes kicking in. He then swung his broad palm, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face. Smack! Following this, he vociferously berated, "What the hell? You think you can scare me with that pathetic little blade? While I was honing my skills, you were still playing in the mud back in your village." The slap left the middle-aged man momentarily stunned, bewildered as to where his plan had gone awry. Fortunately, the other four assailants quickly regained their composure and approached Chen Tianliang with their daggers drawn. However, armed with the combat techniques he had assimilated from Valerie and his own imposing stature, Chen Tianliang found it quite manageable to deal with these four young thugs. After delivering a series of kicks to their groins and faces, rendering them unconscious, the desperate middle-aged man charged at him once more, wielding his knife. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tianliang grasped the man's wrist with determination, and in a moment of desperation, he twisted the knife, plunging the gleaming blade into the man's neck. Under the moonlight, a fountain of blood erupted from the wound. Blood splattered across Chen Tianliang's face and body, while the middle-aged man stared wide-eyed at him. Just as the man crumpled lifelessly to the ground, a piercing scream echoed from behind Chen Tianliang. Covered in blood, he turned to see Taozi and Mike, their mouths covered in horror as they gazed at him. The scream had not come from Taozi, but from Mike. After confirming that the assailant was indeed dead, it was impossible for Chen Tianliang to feel unafraid. He had never anticipated that he would accidentally take a life. However, considering his actions were in self-defense, he felt a slight sense of calm wash over him. He instructed Taozi to promptly call the police while he searched the unconscious assailants for rope. It appeared that they had been well prepared for a kidnapping. Furrowing his brow, Chen Tianliang examined the belongings of the thugs and muttered to himself. Once he had bound them, he made his way towards the corridor, ready to explain everything to the innkeeper after rescuing him. Upon hearing that the assailants had been subdued, the innkeeper let out a long sigh of relief. However, upon hearing that one of the assailants had been inadvertently killed by Chen Tianliang, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. With a furrowed brow, Chen Tianliang calmly inquired of the guest house owner whether surveillance cameras had been installed in the corridor where the altercation had taken place. The owner trembled as he responded, revealing that not only the corridor, but also the courtyard was equipped with monitoring devices. Only then did Chen Tianliang's anxiously suspended heart find some solace. Within less than half an hour, officers from the Gourmet Prefectural Police finally arrived, just as the four assailants began to regain consciousness. After a thorough investigation, the police confirmed that Chen Tianliang's actions fell under the category of justifiable self-defense, advising him not to be overly concerned. Nonetheless, they decided to take everyone back to the precinct for a more detailed inquiry. The very next day, after the armed home invasion, news of the incident began to circulate widely, instantly reigniting a sensation reminiscent of the recent museum theft. Even on YouTube, netizens began to voice their opinions, with the most fervent discussions arising between users from Huaxia and Nippon. Nippon netizens commented, "What is happening? This is a disgrace to our nation. Well done. I hope next time he wields a green dragon crescent blade. In such circumstances, is killing considered a crime? In Huaxia, even the elderly are martial arts experts. One should not provoke them. Why is it assumed that speaking Nipponese makes one a Nipponese? Many second and third generation foreigners also speak our language. The Nipponese are not fully aware of Huaxia's complexities. Perhaps the deceased was not even a Nipponese. What? A Nipponese was killed by a Huaxian? Unforgivable. As a criminal, although he strayed from the path, there was still a possibility for redemption. Yet now he has been slain by a Huaxian. If he were still alive, he might have contributed positively to society. In stark contrast to the myriad of comments from Nippon netizens, the atmosphere among Huaxia netizens resembled a jubilant festival. Wow, this guy is incredibly brave, taking on 5 and managing to kill one. Congratulations. Bloodline buff, ancestral glory buff, revenge buff. How could one possibly contend with that? Is it conceivable that tearing apart ghosts is not a drama, but a documentary? Could this person be a disciple of Chen Tianliang? Although we have not played against them in football, this guy certainly kicked and punched those little devils until they cried out. As a result of this unexpected incident, Chen Tianliang was bestowed with the title of a contemporary hero resisting foreign invaders by Huasian netizens. However, as Chen Tianliang and his companions resolved the home invasion incident in Gourmet Prefecture and rebooked their flight back to New Zealand, Mike, filled with curiosity, inquired whether Chen Tianliang had felt fear in that moment of crisis. After a lengthy contemplation, Chen Tianliang chuckled softly and replied, "I was indeed quite frightened. I am merely an ordinary person. However, as I witnessed those 5 assailants launching their attack upon me, the resounding call to arms echoed instantly in my mind." Chapter 99, Red Toilet Paper or Green Toilet Paper, as Chen Tianliang gazed out of the airplane window. His eyes were drawn to the dazzling lights of Tokyo under the night sky, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, during his flight back to New Zealand, the cool moonlight bathed the entirety of Flip-Flop Island. It was a night where shadows loomed and danger lurked. At that moment, 2 figures, one stout and one slender, emerged at the edge of the island's forest. "Boss, do you think the owner will be angry when he returns after we do this?" inquired the thin youth, quietly trailing behind the heavier figure. "Oh please, how can you be so timid? Rest assured, Brother Chen won't be upset. He might even commend us." The stout figure, who turned out to be Wu Fanhong, the chef of Flip-Flop Island, declared confidently. Following him was the lion dance performer, A Wong. "Why would the boss commend us?" A Wong asked, puzzled. Wu Fanhong, slightly irked by the question, halted, crouched in the bushes, and gestured for A Wong to join him. Then he explained, "Think about it. The Environment Organization has been on our island for over a week now. The tourists have left, yet they remain. Although they haven't caused us any trouble, they wander around under the pretense of conducting research. I can't shake the feeling that they have ulterior motives, especially since Brother Chen has never liked that little foreign girl, Lucy. Moreover, the night before last, I noticed Lucy sneaked off to the hot springs without asking anyone on the island for permission. What does she think this is? Her own home?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fanhong displayed an expression of indignation. A Wong, feeling a surge of anger himself, nodded in agreement, but soon realized a flaw in Wu Fanhong's reasoning. "Wait a minute. How did you know that Lucy was at the hot springs?" "Oh, well, that, ahem." Wu Fanhong awkwardly cleared his throat, hastily diverting the topic. "Enough of this chatter. Let's go see what they're up to at their camp. We need to stir things up and try to send this group of environmentalists packing before Brother Chen returns. Otherwise, if he sees them still here, I fear he may lose face." "Boss, your loyalty to the owner is truly commendable," A Wong exclaimed, giving Wu Fanhong a thumbs up. "Oomph. Of course. He is my senior brother. Let me take on this burden." "What about me?" A Wong asked. "You." Wu Fanhong scrutinized the slim A Wong, scoffing slightly. "If this goes well, you might just get to sip some broth with your wuga. If it fails, you'll either face the scolding or be sent packing. You'll merely be an accomplice." "All right, I can handle that, whether good or bad," A Wong replied. "Enough of this idle talk. Follow me." At the Environmental Organization's campsite, Valentine and his grandson were seated around a campfire, engaged in fervent discussion with members of an environmental organization. Each person's expression radiated excitement. At that moment, Lucy, who had suffered a slight stomach upset from dinner, suddenly felt an overwhelming discomfort in her abdomen. Without delay, she greeted her grandfather, Valentine, grabbed a flashlight, and ventured into the woods. Shortly after she squatted down, she realized she had forgotten to bring toilet paper. Her phone was left behind in the tent. As she anxiously pondered her predicament, she noticed a suitably sized leaf at her feet. Meanwhile, Wu Fanhong, stealthily treading through the woods, was approaching the makeshift campsite of the Environmental Organization when he heard A Wong calling for him. Following A Wong's gesture, he indeed spotted flickering lights not far away, piquing his curiosity. "Come, let's go investigate," he exclaimed, leading the way towards the source of the light. As they drew nearer, Lucy sensed rustling sounds coming from the bushes behind her, which struck her as peculiar. She abruptly turned around but saw nothing. After confirming there was nothing amiss, Lucy resumed her position, her gaze fixated on the leaves at her feet. Hidden away, Wu Fanhong was momentarily captivated by Lucy's silhouette, murmuring to himself, "So pale." A Wang burst into laughter at his remark, but quickly covered his mouth upon noticing Wu Fanhong's glaring expression. "A Wang, she has been crouching there for ages. Why the tease she gotten up? Do you think she forgot to bring paper?" Wu Fanhong's offhand comment unwittingly pinpointed Lucy's awkward situation. Though they were relishing the sight of that alluring whiteness, the two men felt it was somewhat improper to linger there, fixated on her for so long. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Fanhong had a sudden inspiration. "You stay here quietly. I'll sneak a closer look." A Wang, engrossed in the spectacle, froze for a moment, then raised his hands in a gesture of international friendship. Ignoring him, Wu Fanhong stealthily approached Lucy. When he was about 5 meters away, he halted, swallowed hard, and, mimicking a horror film's eerie voice, uttered, "Do you prefer red toilet paper or green?" The chilling words echoed behind Lucy, startling her. "Who is it?" she shouted in terror as she spun around. The sinister voice repeated, "Do you want red toilet paper or green?" "Ah, grandfather." Valentine, who had been discussing their discoveries on Thong Shu Island with the group, immediately rose to his feet upon hearing his granddaughter scream. At that moment, the members around also rose to their feet simultaneously. What transpired? It seemed as though Lucy had just uttered a sound. "Hurry, let us investigate." A group of people hurriedly dashed towards the direction of Lucy. As they entered the forest, they beheld Lucy, her face a mask of terror, clutching a flashlight and frantically retreating. Occasionally, she cast anxious glances over her shoulder, as if something dreadful from the thicket was pursuing her. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled over a tree branch and fell to the ground. "What happened, Lucy?" Grandfather Valentine approached and helped her up, his voice laced with concern. There's a ghost. Grandfather, there's a ghost in the woods," sobbed Lucy, trembling in her grandfather's embrace like a frightened little bird. There. Do not be afraid, for grandfather is here. Tell me, what exactly transpired?" Chapter 100, Return to Slipper Island, Auckland Airport. As Chen Tianliang stepped off the plane, he received a call from Zhu Yukai back home. "Hey brother, can you believe it? You've only been abroad for a short while, and already emerged as a hero against the invaders." Zhu Yotsai's hearty laughter echoed through the line. "Huh, do you think I wanted this? You have no idea, I was almost scared out of my wits." Chen Tianliang replied with a hint of exasperation. "With you in the spotlight, my brother, it seems your face is shining with pride. By the way, didn't you say you were heading to New Zealand? What brings you to Japan?" Zhu inquired. "Well, it's a long story. I came to Japan mainly for business, but I'm still based in New Zealand. When you finally visit, I'll explain everything." "Oh, that works for me. It might be a while before I can make it over to your side. Things have been a bit hectic here." Zhu reflected for a moment and spoke to Chun in a more serious tone. "Hectic? You, the carefree Zhu, busy? I bet you're just preoccupied with charming the ladies." Chen teased, surprised by Zhu's tone. "Haha, not at all. I told my old man that while I'm still young, I want to venture abroad." Zhu chuckled lightly. "Really? Are you trying to deceive me? Where do you plan to go?" "Perhaps consider New Zealand. It's quite pleasant here." "Forget it. New Zealand is too comfortable. It's not quite my style. I'm planning to head to Siberia. It seems far more challenging. Plus, it's closer to our northeastern region." "Siberia?" Hearing Zhu mention that desolate land made Chun's heart race with concern. "You better watch out for bears over there." "Don't worry. With my physique, even if I were to feed a bear, it would end up bursting. And if I do get eaten by a bear, all my inheritance will be yours to claim." Zhu joked with a carefree spirit. "Get lost." Chen chuckled in response. "All right, I've just exited the airport. I'll reach out when I have time." "Perfect. I also need to swing by my alma mater to meet a junior. We'll chat later." Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "May you find yourself in trouble with women." "Gladly." After hanging up, Chen Tianliang joined Mike and Towsy, and the three of them promptly purchased tickets for a small aircraft heading to Tarawera. Finally, as noon approached, they arrived back in the quaint town of Tarawera. "Mr. Chen, let us part ways here. I need to hurry back to the company to report to Grace," Mike said, smiling as he embraced both Chen Tianliang and Towsy. Thank you for your hard work this trip, Mike. Haha, it was nothing. This trip to Japan was rather exhilarating and has left me with unforgettable memories. Mike's words elicited a bittersweet smile from both Chen Tianliang and Taozi. Indeed, none had anticipated that their journey to the land of the rising sun would unfold in such a tumultuous manner, with the police department being involved on two separate occasions. After bidding farewell to Mike, Chen Tianliang and Taozi ambled through the quaint streets of the town, dragging their suitcases behind them. Upon returning, Chen Tianliang found himself with a modest sum of savings, prompting him to consider purchasing a vehicle, an essential asset in New Zealand, where the absence of a private car can be rather inconvenient. As they entered early May, New Zealand was transitioning into the late autumn, with winter just a month away. Located on the North Island, Slipper Island experiences average temperatures ranging from 10 to 16 degrees Celsius, earning it the title of the winterless North due to its temperate climate and abundant sunny days. The North Island tends to be milder and more humid than the South Island during winter, with significant rainfall in July and August. However, such temperatures render beach swimming rather uninviting, leading to a decrease in tourist numbers. In the absence of visitors and without the opportunity to harvest black truffles, Chen Tianliang found himself facing a lack of income. Therefore, he resolved to acquire a fishing vessel to sustain the island's expenses through the harvesting of black gold abalone, sea urchins, and lobsters. Moreover, his good friend Connor had informed him that seafood fishing in New Zealand is a lucrative venture. Chen Tianliang also aspired to utilize his current savings to renovate Slipper Island during the quieter winter months when tourist traffic waned. He had already conceived a preliminary vision for the island's transformation. Once the renovations were complete, the island would be poised to welcome a greater influx of visitors in the spring and summer, thus generating considerable income. After all, to indulge in a life of leisure, one must first attain financial freedom. Without income, how could Chen Tianliang savor the joys of life? As he walked, contemplating the future development of the island, his brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, while Taozi, though unaware of his thoughts, chose to remain quietly by his side. At that moment, Chen Tianliang happened to lift his gaze and inadvertently spotted a bakery named Vivian's Bakery. His footfalls halted abruptly as he observed a busy figure inside the shop. Surprise etched across his face. "What's wrong, sir?" Taozi inquired, noticing his sudden pause. Following his gaze, she caught sight of the woman in the bakery and felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Oh, it's nothing. Let us head home." Regaining his composure, Chen Tianliang failed to notice the change in Taozi's expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Hey, young man, long time no see. Where have you been?" Upon reaching the Tarawera wharf and boarding the water taxi, Charles greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Ah, are you, Uncle Taos? I had some matters to attend to and was away for a while. Just got off the plane. How have you been? Keeping busy?" Chen Tianliang replied with a grin. I remain the same as ever. By the way, Chen, where did you acquire the huaxia spicy strips that you let me taste last time? You know, for individuals like us who have spent years adrift at sea, the humidity can be quite overwhelming. Especially recently, I find myself craving something spicy. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Charles, why not just admit your desire for spicy strips? There's no need for all this explanation. Haha, just wait. I will soon let you sample more delectable huaxia cuisine." "Really? I am truly grateful to you, Chen. As always, I shall exchange some lobsters for it." Charles felt his face flush with embarrassment of being caught, yet the thought of Chen Tianliang offering him more culinary delights from huaxia instantly brightened his spirits. Chen Tianliang smiled and gestured an okay sign to him, then turned his gaze towards the direction of Slipper Island. This journey to the land of the rising sun had already lasted nearly half a month. To be honest, Chen Tianliang found himself missing Slipper Island quite a bit. He wondered if, during his absence, his adorable pets had caused any mischief at home, not to mention the livestock he had raised and the fruits and vegetables he had cultivated. Chapter 101, Expelled? As the water taxi drew nearer to Flip-Flop Island, a sudden jet of water erupted from the tranquil sea. A faint smile graced Chen Tianliang's lips, for he knew that Ah Bao had sensed his return home. Woof! Humph! Ah Sang and Peichi, who had been stationed diligently at the villa's entrance, now perked up. Their earlier lethargy dissipating as they scrutinized the approaching vessel at the island's dock, hopeful that their master had returned. Upon spotting their owner waving from the deck towards the island, they sprang into action, racing towards the dock with fervor. Little Seal, Ago also began to bark excitedly, chasing after them like a lively ball. "Welcome back. The scoundrel has returned." The usually docile Pudding, perched on a master bedroom balcony, flapped its vibrant wings and soared into the air. Meow, even the laziest inhabitant of the island, the rotund Dap, swayed its plump belly and followed suit, though it soon flopped back onto the ground, feeling uncomfortable and rolling over. Perhaps it found the journey too taxing, preferring to wait for Chen Tianliang to bestow affection upon it. In the mind of this portly orange creature, it firmly believed itself to be the most regal being on the entire Flip-Flop Island. The environmental organization, which was in the midst of packing to depart, also took note of Chen Tianliang's arrival at the dock. Valentine signaled to his team to pause their efforts, suggesting that since the island's master had returned, they ought to greet him. Meanwhile, Lucy, upon seeing the weary Chen Tianliang, turned and menacingly gestured her fist towards Wu Fanhong and Awang, who stood a short distance behind her. The two, bearing bruised faces, quickly nodded in response, as if a silent agreement had been reached among the trio. At that moment, Valerie and Song Pahan, along with other staff members, also arrived at the dock to welcome their returning boss home. As Chen Tianliang disembarked, he instinctively frowned upon seeing the environmental group preparing to leave the island. He mused to himself about their prolonged stay. "Boss, it must have been a tough journey for you. We saw everything that transpired in the land of the rising sun on television. Honestly, boss, you are incredibly brave," Valerie exclaimed with a smile as he approached, embracing Chen Tianliang before taking a suitcase. "Indeed, it seems that good news rarely travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire, even reaching you," Chen Tianliang replied with a chuckle. Valentine approached as well to greet him. "Mr. Chen, it has been quite some time. I didn't expect your trip to last this long. I encountered some matters in the land of the rising sun that delayed me for a few days." Chen Tianliang explained courteously, then feigned confusion, asking Mr. Valentine, "What brings you here?" With a smile, Valentine replied, "We have been conducting research here for some time, and admittedly, we may have created a bit of inconvenience for you. Now that our investigation has concluded, we plan to take our leave. Having just returned, you are about to depart. Let us prepare a meal together. Consider it a farewell gathering," suggested Chen Tianliang with courteous insistence. However, Lucy merely curled her lip, muttering under her breath with a hint of sarcasm, "Humph, I think I'd rather not. I dare not linger here any longer. This island is haunted, after all." "Haunted?" Chen Tianliang glanced at Valentine in confusion, who could only shake his head with a wry smile. What was going on? Furrowing his brow, Chen Tianliang turned to Valerie, who was equally in the dark regarding the mischief of Wu Fanhong and Awang. He only knew that upon waking that morning, Lucy had stormed into the dormitory of the two brothers in a furious rage. When she emerged, they bore a rather pitiful appearance. At that moment, Chen Tianliang noticed Wu Fanhong and Awang standing at a distance, feigning ignorance of the situation. It was clear that the two had engaged in some mischief during his absence. "Wu Fanhong, Awang, come here," Chen Tianliang barked angrily. Realizing Chen Tianliang was calling for them, Wu Fanhong felt a sense of dread. Exchanging a glance with Awang, both were at a loss for how to respond. "What should we do, boss? Is he going to fire us?" Awang nervously inquired. Wu Fanhong cast a furtive glance at Chen Tianliang, noticing Lucy with a smug expression, and clenched his teeth. "Damn it, one must bear the consequences alone. Awang, don't worry. This matter is solely my responsibility. You can just shift the blame onto me later." Boss, it seems there is no need to do that. This really has nothing to do with me," Awang whispered, feeling aggrieved. Wu Fanhong paused, awkwardly scratching his head, and the two hesitantly approached the group gathered at the dock. What on earth happened? Upon seeing Wu Fanhong and Awang with bruised faces, Chen Tianliang was momentarily taken aback before furiously demanding an explanation. Wu Fanhong did not hesitate to recount the incident to Chen Tianliang, omitting the detail of Lucy's indecorous behavior. Chen Tianliang, while understanding Wu Fanhong's reasoning, was incensed that he had taken matters into his own hands in his absence. He promptly ordered Wu Fanhong to apologize to Valentine and his team. Hearing that he only had to apologize, Wu Fanhong felt a sense of relief and formally expressed his regret to Valentine and his companions, who accepted his apology. Just as Wu Fanhong thought the matter had concluded, Chen Tianliang suddenly interjected. "All right, now return to your quarters, pack your things, and come see me to collect your salary for the month." The atmosphere fell silent as everyone turned their attention to Wu Fanhong upon hearing that he was being dismissed. Wu Fanhong was taken aback, but seeing that Chen Tianliang was not jesting, he could only nod silently and turn back towards his dormitory. Chapter 102. The Kakapo of New Zealand. Mr. Chen. We have already forgiven him, so there is no need for you to be so harsh. Valentine began to intercede, but was abruptly silenced by Chen Tianliang. I truly apologize, Mr. Valentine. The fault lies with us from the beginning. It is my failure to properly manage my staff. If we do not teach him a lesson this time, who knows what more egregious acts he may commit in the future. Well, very well. Valentine conceded, recognizing his position as an outsider in the matter between employer and employee. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, Mr. Chen, here is all the information we gathered during our recent survey on your island. You may find it intriguing. He produced a thin packet of documents from his backpack and handed it to Chen Tianliang. Oh, what is this? Curiosity piqued, Chen Tianliang began to peruse the materials. Upon encountering a photograph of an animal accompanied by annotations, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The kakapo?" Valentine nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is the kakapo. I was equally surprised to learn that a few wild kakapos still inhabit your island. This parrot species is endemic to New Zealand and is also classified as endangered. I hope, Mr. Chen, that you will be able to protect them more effectively in the future. Gazing at the peculiar bird in the photograph, which appeared to be draped in moss and adorned in a garish outfit, Chen Tianliang remarked on its rather comical appearance. It was his first encounter with a parrot that looked so unique. He continued to delve into the information regarding the kakapo, and, after reading, he grasped the true nature of this parrot. The kakapo, known as kakapo in the Maori language of the locals, translates to night parrot, where kaka means parrot and pro implies night. If one were to compare the intelligence of parrots to a ceiling, the kakapo would unfortunately fall into the category of those with limited intellect. Beyond its lifespan, which rivals that of the macaw, its only notable attribute is its considerable weight. Typically, a kakapo can grow to about 60 centimeters in length, with weights exceeding 8 pounds. It stands as the gentle giant of the parrot family, being the only parrot species that cannot fly. Its small wings, burdened by its excessive weight, ultimately serve no practical purpose. Unable to soar through the skies, the kakapo is relegated to a life of running through the underbrush, forced to become a ground-dwelling creature. Despite its inability to fly, the kakapo demonstrates its culinary prowess, climbing 20 meters high into trees for its beloved pine cones. During its ascent, it employs both beak and claws, precariously navigating the treetops. This endeavor inadvertently enhances its climbing skills. However, descending proves to be a daunting task. Often forgetting its flightless condition, the kakapo leaps down with a graceful flair, only to find its face meeting the ground first. Fortune favors the fortunate. Those endowed with abundant feathers and a plump physique can mitigate the impact of landing on the ground, sustaining but minor injuries. However, those less fortunate may find themselves compelled to seek a new life altogether. Due to its amiable and naive disposition, this creature possesses little in the way of combat prowess. Its singular strategy for survival is to outlast its adversaries. Typically, when confronted with peril, it remains motionless, concealed within the underbrush, attempting to blend in with its moss-like plumage. Alas, this being emits a distinct fragrance that betrays its presence, allowing predators to easily identify and capture it. In New Zealand, its most formidable foe is humanity. Presently, the population of the kakapo has dwindled to a mere 200 individuals. Its rarity has prompted environmental organizations to linger on the island upon discovering it. Chen Tianliang, upon learning that such a precious creature resides on his island, naturally felt a surge of excitement. Valentine seemed to have anticipated this reaction from Chen Tianliang. This information was, in a sense, a parting gift to him. Aware that Chen Tianliang had just returned to the island and had many pressing matters to attend to, Valentine bid him farewell. However, Chen Tianliang genuinely wished to persuade him to stay longer, hoping for further discoveries. Yet, seeing Valentine and his companions resolute in their departure, he reluctantly acquiesced, waving them off from the dock. Once the environmental organization had departed, Chen Tianliang's expression darkened. He cast a sideways glance at the anxious Wang and, in a serious tone, instructed his subordinate, "You all may return to your duties. Wang, please summon Wu Fanhong to the living room." Witnessing their boss's ire, the employees refrained from interceding on Wu Fanhong's behalf, hastily dispersing to their tasks. Once they had all taken their leave, Chen Tianliang affectionately teased the trio of Sang, Peiqi, and the exuberant Go, who bounced towards him like a ball. Pudding had long since settled on his shoulder, refusing to budge. As he passed by Pai, the latter, noticing Chen Tianliang's disregard, clung to his leg and began to nibble. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Tianliang lifted it into his arms and proceeded into the villa. In the villa's living room, Chen Tianliang reclined with his legs crossed, gazing at Wu Fanhong and Wang, who stood before him, while cradling the languid Pai. On the coffee table lay 2 freshly issued checks. "Speak, what exactly transpired?" Observing the bruised and battered appearance of the 2 men, and recalling Lucy's earlier mischievous gestures towards them, Chen Tianliang suspected the matter was far from straightforward. Wu Fanhong and Wang exchanged furtive glances, and ultimately, it was Wu Fanhong who recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing about Lucy's unfortunate predicament in the restroom, where she had neglected to bring toilet paper, Chen Tianliang's jaw dropped in disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the pair, instinctively asking, "So, did she ultimately manage to wipe?" At this, both men erupted into laughter. Wu Fanhong, oblivious to the impending dismissal looming over him, plopped down beside Chen Tianliang. "Brother Chen, allow me to regale you with the details," he whispered into Chen's ear. Moments later, the villa resonated with the hearty laughter of the trio. Outside the villa, upon hearing the mirthful sounds emanating from within, Larissa curiously inquired of her husband, "Valerie, isn't the boss supposed to be firing those 2? Why are they now sharing laughter?" "Ah, do you truly believe the boss was serious earlier? That was merely a FAAD for the environmental organizations. A warning to us employees as well," Valerie elucidated, having discerned Chen Tianliang's intentions and explaining the nuances to his wife. Larissa's understanding dawned, and she resumed her work. "Brother Chen, I have relayed everything, so I shall take my leave now. You must take good care of yourself in my absence," Wu Fanhong proclaimed, feigning a sense of responsibility as he stood, implying that Chen Tianliang had always relied on him. After a moment of silence from Chen, Wu hesitated, then turned to exit. "Boss, about the big guy," Wang began, but was interrupted by Chen Tianliang's stern voice. "Are you foregoing your salary? Ah, let the money go. After making a mistake, how can I still accept it?" Wu Fanhong sighed, shaking his head. Yet, just as he took a step forward, he paused upon hearing Chen Tianliang speak. With an ironic smile, Chen Tianliang placed the check back in his pocket and said, "Very well, I'll forgive you this time. But should you act on your own accord again, I expect you to pack your things without my prompting." "Ah, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Brother Chen, after your arduous journey, allow me to prepare something delicious for you," Wu Fanhong exclaimed, darting out of the villa with remarkable speed. Wang stood there bewildered. "Boss, what about me?" he asked. "Get out of here," Chen Tianliang snapped irritably. Wang, somewhat dazed, replied with a simple "oh," as he bent down to reach for the check on the coffee table. Just as he was about to tuck it into his pocket, Chen Tianliang barked, "What do you think you're doing? Put that down." "But, is this not a bonus meant for me? What contribution have you made to deserve a bonus? Now get out, get out." Chapter 103. Orderliness in the afternoon. After awakening from a refreshing slumber, Chen Tianliang commenced an inspection of the employees' recent work and the overall condition of the island. The 4 Southeast Asian gentlemen, led by Song Pan, had successfully completed the planting of the manuka flowers and were currently engaged in various other tasks around the island. Valerie had also taken excellent care of the cattle and sheep. During Chen Tianliang's absence, the two pregnant dairy cows had given birth to two heifer calves, bringing the total number of cattle on the island to 22. Although this number was modest, Chen Tianliang felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for he did not rely on livestock for income. The purpose of raising cattle and sheep was not only to ensure a sufficient supply of meat on the island, but also to imbue Flip-Flop Island with a vibrant atmosphere. On the other hand, Lalisa spent her days tending to the garden's unbloomed roses and fermenting the milk that Valerie had collected, transforming it into cheese. Chen Tianliang had tasted her cheese and found it quite delectable. In addition to producing a substantial amount of cheese, Lalisa enlisted Wang's assistance in gathering various fruits that had fallen onto the lawn. During their leisure time, they transformed these into jams and fruit wines. Wang not only collected the ripe, fallen fruits, but also did not overlook the chestnuts. He called upon Song Pan and the others to help peel the prickly outer shells of the chestnuts, intending to seek Chen Tianliang's counsel upon his return regarding their preparation. In summary, during Chen Tianliang's absence, Valerie and his companions not only refrained from idleness, but also managed to maintain order on the island. Naturally, this filled Chen Tianliang with joy, but even more delightful news awaited him. The vegetables and strawberries he had diligently cultivated had ripened. Flip-Flop Island had finally achieved vegetable autonomy. Particularly, the strawberries were so abundant that they seemed almost inexhaustible, each one larger and sweeter than the last. Meanwhile, the wasabi cultivation area by Eel Lake had shown little progress. Moreover, according to Lalisa, the first group of tourists who had arrived on the island stayed for a full 7 days before departing. Most expressed satisfaction with the island's beauty and service, and they assured Lalisa that upon returning home, they would actively promote this exquisite little island in New Zealand to others. Lalisa also entrusted Chen Tianliang with a stack of cash, totaling nearly 30,000 New Zealand dollars, which represented the tourist expenditures on food and beverages on the island. Along with this, she submitted her meticulously kept accounts to him. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Tianliang sat at his desk and thoroughly reviewed the accounts, nodding in satisfaction. After organizing the records, he instructed Lalisa to gather all the employees for a brief meeting. The primary agenda was to commend their recent efforts and to announce that on payday, he would reward each of them with an additional 1,000 New Zealand dollars. However, due to his recent mistake, Wu Fanhong's bonus was consequently revoked. Although Wu Fanhong's intentions had been to benefit Chen Tianliang, fairness dictated that actions must have their consequences. Since he is now working on the island, he must adhere to the boss's directives. If everyone were to act independently like him, it would soon become challenging to manage the team. Wu Fanhong harbored no grievances regarding this. On the contrary, he felt fortunate that Wang was not implicated. Upon hearing about the bonus, everyone was elated, and simultaneously, their loyalty towards Chen Tianliang increased. After discussing the bonus, Chen Tianliang informed those present about his recent plans to purchase a fishing vessel. He also notified Song Pan and the others that once the fishing boat arrived on the island, they should accompany him for fishing excursions. After all, they had all grown up in Southeast Asia, and their proficiency in water activities was unquestionable. "Brother Chen, once you buy the boat, how about I serve as your captain?" Wu Fanhong exclaimed excitedly upon learning of Chen Tianliang's intentions. "Why don't you just find somewhere cool to stay? If I let you captain the ship, who knows? You might just sink it one day. If you can manage the kitchen duties without causing me trouble, I would be eternally grateful," Chen Tianliang retorted disdainfully. The crowd erupted in laughter at Wu Fanhong's expense. After Chen Tianliang addressed some minor matters, he announced the meeting's conclusion. Before leaving, Valerie asked Chen Tianliang how to handle the cheese situation. Chen Tianliang smiled and replied that he already had a plan and would head to town the following morning. Once everyone departed, Chen Tianliang approached the incubator, observing the lively little creatures within, speculating that in a few days they would be ready to emerge from their confines. In the dead of night, Chen Tianliang was jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, his mind plagued by memories of the violent encounter in the east. Ever since that day when he faced a home invasion in the east, he had been awakened by nightmares almost every night. It was not a matter of cowardice. Rather, he was merely an ordinary person, unable to possess the steely resolve of a professional assassin or a hardened criminal. Sitting up, he turned on the bedside lamp. Beside him, a Sang abruptly lifted its head, gazing at Chen Tianliang with its bright, dark eyes, tilting its head in curiosity. It's nothing. Go back to sleep, dear." Chen Tianliang affectionately ruffled its fur. He then descended from the bed, headed to the kitchen to fetch a glass, and ventured down to the cellar to retrieve a bottle of 10-year-old Yamazaki he had purchased in the East. Returning to the bedroom, he stood on the balcony, gazing out at the moonlit sea. After a considerable time, he returned to his bed. He first checked his bank account on his phone, including the 300,000 NZD earned at the auction, the remaining funds from his expenditures in the East, and the 30,000 NZD handed to him by Larissa today. He found that he had over 350,000 NZD in total. Contemplating this sum, he opened the luxury toy discount mall. There, he saw a discount amphibious Jeep resembling a Mustang, priced at 50,000 NZD. After much deliberation, he finally mustered the resolve to click the purchase button. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the amphibious Jaguar vehicle. Your order has been successfully placed. The product will be delivered punctually in 7 days. Chapter 104. Application for a firearm license the following morning. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Tianliang mounted his amphibious motorcycle and set off towards the quaint town of Tarawera. His eagerness to visit the town stemmed from two primary motives, the first being his quest for suppliers of milk and cheese, and the second, his intention to apply for a firearm license. Indeed, since his arrival in New Zealand some time ago, the notion of securing a firearm license had lingered in his mind. However, due to the multitude of events transpiring on the island recently, he had postponed this endeavor until now. The previous night, after placing an order for a vehicle in the system marketplace, he took to the internet to research the process of obtaining a firearm license. New Zealand is a nation that permits its citizens to possess firearms. In this small country, with a population of over 4 million, there are approximately 230,000 legal gun owners and around 1 million firearms. The country's open stance on gun ownership primarily serves the ecological necessity of controlling the environment. Lacking ferocious beasts, including snakes and crocodiles, the most formidable animals present are wild boars and dogs, leaving sheep and deer with virtually no natural predators. Consequently, hunting has become the sole means for New Zealanders to manage the ecosystem. Firearm licenses are categorized into two types, Category A and Category B. Category A. The basic firearm license encompasses rifles, shotguns, and hunting guns, although it excludes semi-automatic and fully automatic firearms. In New Zealand, individuals aged 16 and above are eligible to apply for a firearm license, irrespective of their residency status, meaning that international students and work visa holders also qualify. Additionally, individuals over the age of 18 are exempt from licensing for air rifles. However, those under 18 require a license even for air guns. Category B, known as the handgun license, necessitates that applicants first possess a Category A license and become members of a handgun club, thereby joining the New Zealand Pistol Association. Upon completing the training courses mandated by the handgun club, license holders must engage in a specified amount of training annually. During these training sessions, participants primarily utilize 22 and 9mm caliber handguns. Holders of Category B licenses may own a maximum of 12 handguns. Beyond Categories A and B, there exists a Category C license, designated for collectors. Upgrading from a Category B to a Category C license allows one to purchase virtually any type of firearm available on the market. Furthermore, once one possesses a Category A license, firearms are unregistered, meaning that, under legal and compliance circumstances, Chen Tianliang could lend his purchased firearms to others. This aspect could prove advantageous for Thong Sand Island, as acquiring a Category A license would enable him to establish a shooting range, thus creating an engaging activity for tourists interested in hunting and shooting. While the prospect of obtaining a firearm license may seem impressive, Chen Tianliang discovered through his online inquiries that the process in New Zealand is far more intricate than in the United States. It can be described as considerably cumbersome, akin to obtaining a driver's license in his home country. The procedure involves not only theoretical and written examinations, but also occasional home visits to inspect the designated storage area for firearms and discussions with friends and family in the vicinity. If you have a spouse and they do not consent, the police will refuse to issue you a firearm license. This is merely the initial A license. To upgrade to a B license, you must have the endorsement of at least 3 individuals who can vouch for you. Only after demonstrating that you pose no threat to society, with no criminal record or history of being a victim of crime, will the police typically grant you a B firearm license. However, this ultimately depends on the local police's discretion. They possess the authority to deny your request without providing any justification. Upon arriving in the town of Tarawera, Chen Tianliang made his way directly to the local police department aboard a jet ski. This marked his first visit to such a place since arriving in New Zealand. The police station was modest in size, consisting of a small 2-story building. The parking lot housed 3 or 4 police vehicles, and the flow of personnel in and out was sparse. After locating a Ori police officer to express his intent, she meticulously examined Chen Tianliang's passport and identification. Subsequently, she provided him with a firearm license study booklet and an application form, emphasizing the importance of the booklet, as the written examination for the license would predominantly cover its contents. After completing the application form, Chen Tianliang paid the application fee, which was quite reasonable at 126 NZD. The officer informed him to await further news. During this period, the Tarawera police would conduct a thorough background check on him, and he could expect to receive information regarding his firearm license eligibility within approximately a week. Expressing his gratitude, Chen Tianliang left the police station. Upon exiting, he first called the town's mayor, Jerry Matepari. During the conversation, he learned that the mayor had no engagements that day, so they arranged to meet at a seaside CF. The primary purpose of contacting Jerry Matepari was to express gratitude for his assistance during the previous tourist visit to the island, as well as to seek his help in connecting with businesses in need of milk and cheese. At the CAF, Chen Tianliang ordered a flat white coffee and a delicious piece of chocolate cake. The flat white, a type of Italian coffee, is crafted from espresso, steamed milk, and milk foam. Its English translation, white coffee, refers to its velvety foam, delicate milk froth, and lower milk temperature. This coffee has become a beloved national beverage in New Zealand, distinguished by its finer and denser foam compared to a latte. While awaiting Jerry Matepari, Chen Tianliang savored his rich coffee, gazing out at the beach. As it was late autumn in New Zealand, with increased rainfall and slightly cooler temperatures, Tarawera Beach was not bustling with tourists. The presence of beautiful young women in bikinis was exceedingly rare, even when a few individuals were spotted in swimwear. They were predominantly older white women with robust physiques. Observing their round faces and ample figures dressed so revealingly, Chen Tianliang couldn't help but feel somewhat disenchanted. Just as he sighed and lowered his gaze, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. "Young man, what are you looking at?" Chen Tianliang lifted his head and found Jerry Matepari gazing at him with a warm smile. He promptly invited his guest to sit across from him and beckoned a waiter to order a cup of coffee for Jerry. Once they were seated, Chen Tianliang reached for a bottle of Yamazaki 10-year-old whiskey from beside him. "Mayor, this bottle of whiskey is a gift I brought from the land of the rising sun for you." "Oh, Japanese whiskey? Let me take a look. To be honest, I have yet to savor any whiskey from Japan." "Thank you, Chen," Jerry responded, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he accepted the whiskey without hesitation. "It is I who should express my gratitude, for you assisted me in connecting with that group of Ori performers last time," Chen acknowledged. There is no need for formalities. Since you now reside in Tairua, you are indeed a part of our little town. Assisting members of the community is my duty as the mayor," Jerry replied with a smile, before inquiring, "By the way, Chen, your purpose for inviting me today surely extends beyond merely presenting a bottle of whiskey, does it not?" Chapter 105. Vivian's Bakery. As Jerry Matepari directly steered the conversation to the main topic, Chen Tianliang refrained from unnecessary chatter and conveyed his thoughts to him. After listening, Jerry pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet Chen's. "Are you asking me to assist in contacting a merchant in town to sell the milk and cheese from your island?" "Yes, Mr. Mayor. As you know, my time in Tairua has been quite brief, and I lack acquaintances here. Thus, I sought your assistance. However, if this poses any inconvenience, I completely understand and can attempt to find someone myself, Chen Tianliang elaborated. To his surprise, Jerry chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, readily agreeing to help. Chen, I don't perceive this as a significant burden. Rest assured, though I plan to visit New Zealand's South Island with my family for skiing in Queenstown in the coming days. How about I assist you upon my return? Chen Tianliang felt a wave of relief wash over him at Jerry's swift acquiescence, quickly adding that there was no rush, as family time was paramount. He had initially thought that, given his limited acquaintance with Jerry, the latter might hesitate to assist him. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. However, while Jerry had agreed, he furrowed his brow and cautioned Chen Tianliang. Considering the meager milk production from the cows on Slipper Island, you won't earn much. Moreover, the profit margins for dairy products in New Zealand are quite slim. In Tairua alone, there are at least a dozen farms in the vicinity, leading to stiff competition. It will be quite challenging for your island to thrive in agriculture or animal husbandry, and the likelihood of incurring losses is substantial. After all, your small island cannot compete with farmers who possess thousands of acres. Chen Tianliang, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and replied to Jerry, acknowledging his awareness of the situation. Hence, he had never intended to rely solely on agriculture for income. The primary reason for seeking a merchant partnership was the sheer volume of milk produced on his island. Even with daily consumption by himself and his employees, it was impossible to finish it all. Disposing of it felt wasteful. Since his return yesterday, Wu Fanhong had even suggested an eccentric idea to pour the surplus milk into a bathtub and indulge in milk baths, claiming it would enhance the skin's softness and luster. Jerry Matapari, upon hearing this, smiled in resignation. Indeed, despite New Zealand's relatively small land area, it boasts a wealth of resources compounded by its sparse population. Farmers here often encounter similar dilemmas, particularly those who cultivate various fruit trees. The harvest season is often their most troublesome time. The cause of the headache does not stem from a decline in production, but rather from an overwhelming abundance of fruit that cannot be consumed. Hiring workers for harvesting incurs exorbitant labor costs. Once harvested and taken to supermarkets, the returns are minimal. Consequently, the farmers devised numerous strategies. One approach involved setting up an unmanned vending stall at the entrance of their farms. They would label the prices of the fruits, vegetables, and milk produced on their farms, displaying them for sale alongside a cash box. Passers-by wishing to purchase could voluntarily drop coins and take what they desired. Moreover, the prices were significantly lower than those at supermarkets. However, what if someone took the goods without paying? Chen Tianliang initially considered the issue of individuals who exploit such situations. Jerry Matapari chuckled, acknowledging that such occurrences are rare. One must understand that the rural populace of New Zealand embodies a simple, kind-hearted nature. It is uncommon for anyone to engage in contemptible behavior over a few dollars. Furthermore, the items sold by the farmers are surplus produce that they cannot consume or sell, so they do not mind if some are discarded. Chen Tianliang nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. There's another method, Jerry Matapari offered with a smile. Oh, what method is that? Chen Tianliang inquired. It involves inviting people to your farm for free fruit picking, Jerry Matapari replied with a grin. Chen Tianliang looked at him skeptically. Free? Indeed, Jerry Matapari affirmed, explaining that with the increasing number of foreigners coming to New Zealand for work or study in recent years, some farmers have conceived the idea of inviting these individuals to their farms for complimentary fruit picking. As long as no waste occurs, they are free to pick as much as they like. Naturally, some activities require payment or labor in return. For instance, upon arriving at a particular farm, one might assist the farmer in weeding or performing light tasks. Upon completing the work, they could freely pick fruits. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianliang experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing how these farmers resolve their surplus fruit issues. Through his conversation with Jerry Matapari, Chen Tianliang gained fresh insights about New Zealand. The two then shifted their discussion to Chen Tianliang's aspiration to purchase a boat for fishing. Consequently, Jerry Matapari provided him with a wealth of useful information. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had passed while they sat in the CAF conversing. Jerry Matapari glanced at his watch and said to Chen Tianliang, Chen. We've been chatting for quite some time. Let us pause for today. If you need further assistance, feel free to reach out to me anytime. With that, Jerry Matepari rose from his seat. Chen Tianliang promptly stood to see him off. After bidding farewell, Chen Tianliang found himself without any immediate plans. As he mounted his amphibious motorcycle to return to the island, he suddenly recalled the bakery he had noticed yesterday. Thus, he hesitated for a moment before turning the vehicle towards the direction of the Vivian Bakery. Upon his arrival, Chen Tianliang noticed a steady stream of customers entering and exiting the quaint shop. Spotting the diligent figure within, a sense of nervousness welled up inside him. He lingered at the entrance for a brief moment, biting his lip before finally mustering the courage to step inside. "Good day. Welcome to Vivian Bakery. How may I assist you today?" greeted Shirley Vivian, adorned with a headscarf, as yet another customer entered. However, her inquiry faltered when she recognized Chen Tianliang at the door, leaving her momentarily stunned. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her, yet she struggled to pinpoint where she had seen him before. Unbeknownst to Chen Tianliang, he could not decipher the thoughts swirling in Shirley's mind. Had he been privy to her musings, he might have felt a twinge of disappointment. Encountering her once more, he remained captivated by her exquisite beauty, yet he managed to maintain his composure. With a polite smile and a subtle nod, he approached the display case, admiring the array of confections, cakes, and breads on display. It is often said that snacks and desserts are the cherished delights of women. Yet there exists a segment of men who also harbor a fondness for such treats. Chen Tianliang is indeed one of them, perhaps influenced by his upbringing in an orphanage during his formative years. Chapter 106. The Amphibious Jeep? Did you create all of this? Chen Tianliang inquired, gazing in astonishment at the array of exquisite pastries displayed in the cabinet. "Indeed, sir. Every dessert here is crafted by my own hands," replied Shirley Weiweian, her smile radiating warmth as she gently nodded. "May I ask what flavors of cake or bread you typically enjoy? I could offer you some recommendations." "Well, there are so many delightful options here that I find myself at a loss for choice," Chen Tianliang responded, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Noticing the man's indecision, Shirley Weiweian delicately smiled and reached into the display case, presenting him with a paper cup of freshly baked bread. "Sir, this is a loaf I just made. You might like to sample it. Can I taste it?" Chen Tianliang asked, his curiosity piqued. Shirley Weiweian nodded with a smile. He took the bread, savoring a small bite. As he chewed, he discovered the bread's flavor was indeed enchanting. The rich medley of dried fruits, coupled with an extended period of low-temperature fermentation, created a perfect harmony of fruity and creamy aromas mingling with the cake's essence. Chen Tianliang was immediately captivated. In just a few bites, he devoured the entire piece. "Wow, this flavor is simply exquisite. May I ask its name?" Seeing the approval in Chen Tianliang's eyes filled Shirley Weiweian with joy. "It is called panettone. It is a traditional Christmas bread originating from Milan, Italy." "Panettone," Chen Tianliang murmured to himself. "Indeed, there's a romantic story associated with this bread." "Oh, could you share it with me?" he asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Shirley Weiweian found amusement in Chen Tianliang's insatiable thirst for knowledge, thinking to herself that this man could not have chosen a more inconvenient moment to request a story, especially with other customers present in her shop. "I can certainly share, but at this moment," she said, casting a glance around the room. As expected, the surrounding patrons had turned their attention toward her, their expressions revealing impatience, as if pondering whether Chen Tianliang would make a purchase or if he would continue to delay their time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Tianliang scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile to the other customers. "My apologies. I would like to take a few pieces of that pan. Too." Just as he was about to utter the name of the bread, it slipped his mind. It is panettone," Shirley Weiweian patiently reiterated. "Haha, sorry about that." After Shirley Weiweian packaged several pieces for him, Chen Tianliang completed his payment and was about to turn to leave when he was called back by her. Turning in confusion, he heard her say with a smile, "Next time you visit the shop, if I'm not busy, I will share with you the story of panettone." "Certainly." Chen Tianliang smiled and nodded. Stepping out of the bakery, what intriguing man he is. As he watched Chen Tianliang's amphibious motorcycle depart, Sherry Vivian's lips curled into a slight smile. A week has swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Tianliang remained on the island, opting for a brief respite. Each day, he either strolled along the beach with a sang or assisted the staff with various tasks within his capabilities, such as feeding chickens, ducks, and geese, or herding cattle and sheep. Occasionally, he would take a sang and Peichi to the truffle forest in search of white truffles. Other times, he would ride the amphibious motorcycle to the sea for fishing, enjoying playful moments with Abeo. By nightfall, he would retreat to the woods for a delightful soak in an outdoor hot spring. After relaxing in the hot spring and returning home, he would indulge in a massage from Peaches while watching television. Such a lifestyle made him feel as if he were not merely a deity, but something even more divine. On this particular day, while standing on the lawn in front of the villa, feeding the 9 little creatures he had released from the incubator, Chen Tianliang noticed a cargo ship slowly approaching the direction of Flip-Flop Island. Upon hearing the ship's horn, he looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. He recognized what it was. After the vehicle transportation ship departed, Wu Fanhong and others, noticing the jeep parked at the villa's entrance, gathered around with curiosity. Wow, Chen, what are you thinking? With such a small area as Flip-Flop Island, you got yourself a Jeep Wrangler? You must really have money to burn. As soon as Wu Fanhong's words fell, Chen Tianliang turned his gaze towards Valerie and the others, who regarded him with equally perplexed expressions. Chen Tianliang thought to himself, "You don't understand, but soon you shall be enlightened." The vehicle before them was the very amphibious Jaguar he had purchased from the system marketplace on the night he returned to the island. After a week of anticipation, it had finally arrived. This Jaguar Jeep, clad in silver gray with green accents, was powered by a 3.7-liter VTEC V6 engine from Acura. Its body was made of fiberglass, internally reinforced with closed polystyrene foam, providing buoyancy. The chassis was constructed from chromium molybdenum steel, resulting in a total weight of only 338 kilograms. It could reach speeds of 72 kilometers per hour on water and a maximum of 130 kilometers per hour on land, earning it the title of the fastest amphibious vehicle in the world. Measuring 4.57 meters in length, comparable to a standard Jeep, it could accommodate 4 passengers and was equipped with 4 fishing rod holders on the roll cage. According to the description in the system marketplace, the vehicle's wheels could hydraulically retract into the chassis, creating an inclined angle for buoyancy. Inside, a jet propulsion control lever allowed for a seamless transition from automobile mode to boat mode, requiring a mere 15 seconds for the transformation. Not only can it serve as a speedboat, but its off-road performance on land is also quite commendable. Chen Tianliang, upon taking the wheel of the Jaguar Jeep, flashed a smile at the crowd on the island and accelerated directly towards the nearby sea. As he passed the beach, a cloud of sand was kicked up. Wow. Seeing Chen Tianliang heading towards the azure ocean, Wu Fanhong was momentarily taken aback. With his short legs flailing, he hurriedly pursued. Quick! Brother Chen must be in despair and intends to jump into the sea. What are you all staring at? Hurry and save him. If Brother Chen drowns, who will pay your salaries? Just as Wu Fanhong shouted while chasing the jeep, Chen Tianliang had already glided the vehicle onto the water surface. Brother Chen, let us talk this through calmly. Don't act impulsively. If something's bothering you, share it with your brothers. Huh? Why isn't the car sinking? Just as Wu Fanhong pondered this, in the next moment, Chen Tianliang had switched the jeep to boat mode. With the mode engaged, he accelerated sharply. The rear of the vehicle instantly kicked up a massive splash of water, propelling it swiftly into the distance. Meanwhile, on the shore, Wu Fanhong was drenched by the spray, resembling a drowned rat. Gazing at the jeep moving further away across the water, Wu Fanhong muttered in astonishment, This is some black technology. Chen Tianliang maneuvered the jeep onto the small town's beach. His arrival naturally drew the curious glances of passers-by. The townsfolk who had previously witnessed Chen Tianliang operating an amphibious motorcycle could not help but feel a twinge of envy upon seeing him drive yet another new amphibious vehicle. Just as Chen Tianliang pulled into a gas station to refuel, he received an unexpected call from Jerry Metapari. Hello, my esteemed mayor. Have you returned from Queenstown? Chen Tianliang answered the call with a smile. Haha, yes, Chen, where are you? The merchant you asked me to contact is ready for you. Jerry Metapari's voice came through the line. Oh, really? I can't thank you enough, Mr. Mayor. I just filled up at the station. Where should I meet you? Shall I come pick you up? No need. Let us meet at that CAF we discussed last time. All right. See you soon. After hanging up, Chen Tianliang drove towards the seaside CAF. As he passed the Shirley Vivian bakery, he instinctively glanced inside. Strangely, the bakery was closed today for reasons unknown. However, Chen Tianliang did not dwell on it and swiftly sped past the bakery. Chapter 107. Are you insane? As Chen Tianliang stepped into the CAF, he spotted Jerry Matepari seated at a window side table, beckoning him over. Opposite Jerry sat another person. Through her graceful silhouette, Chen Tianliang discerned that she must be a young woman. Just as he was about to greet the mayor with a smile, the young lady coincidentally turned her head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both were momentarily taken aback. It's you, Chen Tianliang, and the young lady exclaimed in unison. Oh, Jerry Matepari revealed his surprise. Realizing they were acquainted, Chen Tianliang also found it quite a coincidence that the vendor the mayor had connected him with would be Sherry Vivian. Haha, this gentleman visited my shop last week to purchase some bread, Sherry Vivian explained with a smile as she rose to greet Jerry Matepari. Hello, I am Chen Tianliang. You may call me Chen. Chen Tianliang approached the two, extending his hand in polite introduction to Sherry Vivian. Hello, I am Sherry Vivian. I never expected to see you again, she replied, offering a sweet smile as she lightly shook his hand. After the introductions, Chen Tianliang settled beside Jerry Matepari. Miss Vivian, this is Mr. Chen, the owner of Slipper Island, and the supplier I mentioned to you, Jerry Matepari said with a smile once Chen Tianliang was seated. Upon learning that Chen Tianliang was the proprietor of Slipper Island, Sherry Vivian suddenly recalled something and gasped in surprise. Oh my God, I remember I once delivered Huaxia hot pot to your island. You were wearing a red baseball cap at that time, Chen Tianliang chuckled, picking up the conversation. I was a delivery person back then. Sherry Vivian laughed softly, covering her mouth. So, counting that previous encounter, this marks our third meeting. No. Chen Tianliang replied with a gentle shake of his head. Oh, is it not? Sherry Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. A look of confusion crossing her face. To be precise, this is our fourth encounter. When was the other time? Seeing her forget, Chen Tianliang recounted their previous chance meeting at the supermarket entrance. Sherry Vivian listened with an expression of disbelief. Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. I truly forgot. I never imagined that we would have coincidentally crossed paths 4 times without knowing each other, Sherry Vivian said with a wry smile, rubbing her forehead. Chen Tianliang was equally astonished. It seemed as though an invisible thread had intertwined the lives of 2 complete strangers. Noticing the camaraderie and laughter between them, Jerry Matepari felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, lest he become a mere third wheel. He excused himself and, as he departed the CAF, cast a cheeky grin at Chen Tianliang. Seeing this, Chen Tianliang could only smile helplessly. As I pondered upon the playful side of that little fellow, I couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. What happened? Sherry Vivian noticed the smile curling at Chen Tianliang's lips and, in confusion, turned to look back, only to find that the mayor had already departed. Oh, it's nothing. Let us continue our conversation. This time, you should have the opportunity to tell me about that. What was it? Pan. Ah yes, panettone bread. You seem to have forgotten again. Haha, my apologies. I would be delighted to share a story. But shouldn't we first discuss the matters regarding our collaboration? After all, that is the primary purpose of our meeting, Sherry Vivian remarked, spreading her hands. Certainly. However, I would like to inquire, Miss Vivian. Please just call me Sherry. Very well, Miss Sherry. I would like to ask where your shop previously sourced its dairy products. Chen Tianliang straightened in his seat, his expression earnest. You mentioned previously, as my shop has only recently opened, most of the ingredients for cake making are sourced from the supermarket. The supermarket? That incurs quite a cost. Not to mention the dairy products, just the eggs alone constitute a significant daily expense. Chen Tianliang exclaimed, his astonishment evident. The moment the costs of running a bakery were mentioned, Sherry Vivian felt a headache coming on. Leaning back on the sofa, She helplessly rubbed her forehead and addressed Chen Tianliang. Indeed, however, I do not have acquaintances who own farms here in Tarawa. When I opened the shop, I attempted to contact several farms, but my establishment is too small and the daily milk demand is minimal. Upon hearing my requirements, the farmers politely declined my requests. With a pout, Sherry Vivian expressed her frustration. Observing her demeanor, Chen Tianliang found it somewhat amusing. He then rose with a smile. Let us do this. We shall first visit my island. Once there, you can see what you might need, and then we can negotiate prices. Upon hearing Chen Tianliang's invitation to his island, Sherry Vivian readily accepted with delight. Soon after, they settled the bill and exited the CAF. As she watched Chen Tianliang head toward the parking lot, a look of confusion crossed Sherry Vivian's face. Shouldn't we be taking a boat to the island? Why are we driving? Haha, you shall see shortly. With that, Chen Tianliang approached his car and personally opened the door for Sherry Vivian. Although she was baffled by his intentions, she climbed into the Jeep. Buckling her seatbelt, she declared, Let's set off. Chen Tianliang smiled as he drove out of the parking lot, heading in the direction of the beach, while Sherry Vivian observed the car, speeding straight towards the sea, growing increasingly alarmed. Oh my God, stop the car, stop the car. Are you out of your mind? Oh no. Oh my goodness. I have encountered a madman. As the speed of the car escalated, Sherry Vivian could no longer remain seated. Instinctively, she attempted to unbuckle her seatbelt, but her overwhelming anxiety caused her to struggle multiple times without success. Do not be alarmed, my dear. Trust me, we have yet to establish any emotional foundation, and I shall not drag you into a tragic fate. Chen Tianliang jested, observing her panicked expression. Oh please, who would want to share such a fate with you, you fool? Stop the car, I demand to exit. As the vehicle approached the ocean, Sherry Vivian frantically covered her eyes with her hands, repeatedly exclaiming, Oh no, forgive me, mother. I may never return to Siberia to see you again. With a sudden plunge, the car sped into the sea, splashing waves against the front. Before Sherry Vivian could react, the Jeep had seamlessly transitioned into boat mode and was racing towards the distant Slipper Island at full throttle. Chapter 108. Collaboration with Sherry Vivian with her eyes tightly shut. Sherry Vivian hesitated to open them, listening to the sound of the waves and the gentle caress of the sea breeze. With a gasp, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find that the Jeep was not sinking as she had imagined, but rather gliding steadily across the water surface. Could this vehicle truly navigate the sea? Turning her gaze, she was taken aback by the side profile of Chen Tianliang. He, of course. How exhilarating is it? Chen Tianliang responded with a smile. He then recalled Sherry Vivian's earlier words and, with a teasing tone, added, Beautiful lady, did I hear you say you hail from Siberia? Indeed. Sherry Vivian replied with a nod. Ah, but your expression earlier hardly resembles that of someone from a warrior nation. Haha. Chen Tianliang chuckled, provoking a playful pout from Sherry Vivian. She raised her fist and playfully punched his shoulder. Ouch. Miss, your punches are surprisingly strong. Chen Tianliang exclaimed with a wry smile, while Sherry Vivian brandished her fist in a mock-threatening manner, as if to say, Dare to tease me again, and you'll regret it. This light-hearted exchange inadvertently drew them closer together. At that moment, Sherry Vivian stood up in the vehicle, opening her arms wide, her eyes half closed, reveling in the refreshing sensations brought by the sea. The wind tousled her hair, and the radiant sunlight danced upon her cheeks. Upon their return to Slipper Island, before the Jeep could come to a complete stop, Asang and Peichi rushed towards Chen Tianliang, followed closely by the bouncy, large dog Agu. Are these your pets? Sherry Vivian exclaimed in delight as she stepped out of the vehicle and scooped up Peichi. Chen Tianliang smiled and nodded gently. They're simply adorable. Meanwhile, Taozi, who was busy with household chores inside, heard the commotion outside and hurried to the door. Upon seeing a Caucasian girl suddenly appear beside Chen Tianliang, she froze for a moment, unsure of how to react. Chen Tianliang, oblivious to her expression, continued his jovial conversation with Sherry Vivian as they ascended the stairs. Upon encountering Taozi, he cheerfully began the introductions. Taozi, allow me to introduce Miss Vivian, my invited guest. Before Chen Tianliang could finish, Taozi, uncertain of their relationship and eager to prevent any misunderstandings, interjected, "I am the housekeeper employed by the gentleman." Sherry Vivian cast a smile toward Chen Tianliang, her eyes seemingly conveying approval, as though to say, "Well done, young man, you certainly know how to enjoy life, having hired such a lovely housekeeper." Chen Tianliang could only manage an awkward smile before inviting Sherry Vivian inside to continue their conversation. As they entered the house, Sherry Vivian began to survey her surroundings with keen interest. Gazing at the decor and furnishings within the house, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, clearly revealing her fondness for the villa's interior design. Once the two settled into the living room, Peach gracefully made her way towards the kitchen. However, upon witnessing Chen Tianliang and Sherry Vivian engaged in cheerful conversation, a twinge of disappointment washed over her heart. After spending a brief moment in the villa, Chen Tianliang began to guide Sherry Vivian on a tour of his enchanting island. Sherry Vivian, utterly captivated by the island's beauty, could hardly contain her praises. During the tour, she not only savored fresh strawberries, but also encountered the Valerie couple, who hailed from the same homeland. Learning that the cheese produced on Chen Tianliang's island was handcrafted by Laligia filled her with excitement. Once they completed the tour, the two returned to the villa. "You know, Chen, I've always wanted to purchase this Russian cheese, but after searching through every supermarket in town, I couldn't find it. I never expected to discover it here. It's truly wonderful. With it, I can bake more pastries that reflect our unique heritage," she expressed joyfully. Witnessing Sherry Vivian's delight over the cheese, Chen Tianliang remarked with a smile, "It seems that bringing you to the island for a visit was indeed a wise decision. Now, let us discuss our business." Subsequently, they commenced a formal discussion regarding their small enterprise. After thorough deliberation, Sherry Vivian indicated that in addition to milk and cheese, she would also require eggs from the island. With the absence of middlemen, the price of eggs would undoubtedly be more favorable than those found in supermarkets. Beyond these essentials, she expressed a desire to procure strawberries, cherries, and other berries cultivated on the island. Chen Tianliang readily agreed, recognizing that the island's bounty could not solely be consumed by himself and his employees. It was indeed beneficial for Sherry Vivian to assist in this regard. Although the prices she proposed were modest, they were acceptable to Chen Tianliang. The price for milk was set at 2 New Zealand dollars per liter, while eggs were sold individually at 0.5 New Zealand dollars each. Cherries were priced at 13 New Zealand dollars per kilogram and strawberries at 9 New Zealand dollars per kilogram. The Russian cheese commanded the highest price of all, at 35 New Zealand dollars per kilogram, due to the fact that producing 1 kilogram requires approximately 10 kilograms of milk, not to mention labor and other associated costs. Ultimately, after accounting for various factors, the profit margin for Chen Tianliang was considerably slim. Furthermore, the quantity Sherry Vivian required daily was minimal, totaling less than 200 New Zealand dollars in ingredients. To avoid complications, Chen Tianliang generously proposed a monthly settlement. Collecting a mere $100 or $200 daily from the bakery would lack significance. It would be far more beneficial to settle monthly, allowing for the accumulation of an employee salary. Sherry Vivian had no objections to this arrangement. After concluding their business discussions, Chen Tianliang wished to extend an invitation to Sherry Vivian for a delightful dinner. However, Sherry Vivian politely declined, citing her need to return to her bakery. It was only after Chen Tianliang had driven her back to the bakery and returned to the island that he recalled an important matter. He had yet to request Sherry Vivian to share her stories with him. Therefore, he took out his phone and, brimming with curiosity, sent her a message inquiring about the romantic tale behind that intriguing Tony-esque spread. Meanwhile, upon receiving Chen Tianliang's message, Sherry Vivian's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 109. Return to the Little Beef Farm. Seated on the living room sofa, Chen Tianliang, after a prolonged wait, rose in resignation as his phone remained silent. He pondered to himself the triviality of indulging in some romantic tales. After all, the pursuit of wealth was paramount. Thus, he approached the dining table, savoring the sushi prepared by Tauzi while engaging in a long-awaited phone call with Connor. Their conversation revolved around the acquisition of a fishing vessel. Upon learning of Chen Tianliang's intentions, Connor revealed his acquaintance with an experienced captain, suggesting he could introduce him. though whether the captain would join Chen Tianliang's endeavors would depend on his own capabilities. Elated by this news, Chen Tianliang arranged a meeting with Connor for the following day and ended the call. The next day, as dawn broke, the crowing of roosters roused Chen Tianliang from slumber. After stretching, he padded barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing back the curtains to behold the bustling activity outside, where his employees, including Song Pan, were already hard at work on the island. "Good morning, boss." Valerie, on his way to the cattle pen, greeted Chen Tianliang with a smile upon noticing him on the second-floor balcony. Chen Tianliang returned the gesture with a nod before turning towards the bathroom. Seeing their master awake, Asang promptly sprang from his bed and made his way to the cat nook, observing the affectionate duo, Peichi and Doppy, snuggled together. With his front paws on the floor, he let out a few disgruntled barks, but the two kittens remained undisturbed, continuing their slumber. As one of Chen Tianliang's beloved pets, Asang was not one to permit such indulgence in his younger companions. Thus, he opened his mouth wide and playfully seized Peichi, tossing her aside. Poor Peichi, still in a drowsy haze, stood beside Asang, squinting in confusion. Next, Asang approached Doppy, lowering his head for a sniff. Just then, Doppy let out a loud yet refined fart, causing Asang to sneeze in surprise. How could Asang endure such humiliation? With a swift swipe of his paw, he struck Doppy on the head, prompting the startled kitten to leap up, and soon a playful scuffle ensued. Thus began a beautiful day amidst this delightful chaos of feline and canine antics. Make sure the milk barrel is properly covered. I wouldn't want it spilling while I'm adrift at sea. Chen Tianliang reminded Valerie and Song Pahan as they loaded the necessary supplies for the bakery into the jeep, retrieving 2 bottles of 10-year-old Yamazaki from the wine cellar. Rest assured, boss, everything is taken care of. It will not hinder your high-speed escapades at sea, Valerie quipped as he closed the jeep's trunk. Just as Chen Tianliang opened the driver's side door, Asang suddenly dashed over and leaped into the vehicle. "Hey there, buddy. Are you joining me for a spin around the town?" Chen Tianliang gently patted the head of Asang, grinning as he inquired, "Woof. Very well. Today I shall take you out for a stroll, but you must behave. Woof." At the Vivian Bakery. "Good morning, Sherry." "Hi, Chen, good morning." "And hello, Asang. How are you? I didn't expect you to start deliveries so early." The busy Sherry Vivian, upon seeing Chen Tianliang delivering goods, greeted him with a smile. "Indeed, I have some other matters to attend to later, so I came early." "Oh, then you must not have had breakfast yet. Here, take this freshly baked bread." As she spoke, Sherry Vivian retrieved several just-baked panettone cakes from the display case, placing them into a bag and handing them to Chen Tianliang. Although he politely declined, Sherry insisted, and he ultimately accepted her generous offer. "I won't disturb your work any longer. We can chat when you have time," Chen Tianliang said as he took the bread, bidding farewell to Sherry Vivian before exiting the bakery with Asang. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Tianliang pulled out the bread from the bag and took a hearty bite. Asang, observing this, let a droplet of saliva escape from the corner of its mouth. Amused by its adorable demeanor, Chen Tianliang retrieved another piece of bread from the bag and offered it to Asang. The two of them, one human and one pet, sat in the car, devouring the bread until nothing remained. Meanwhile, Sherry Vivian, witnessing Chen Tianliang's childlike behavior, couldn't help but smile. After finishing the bread, Chen Tianliang drove to the local police department. Just yesterday, after a week of anxious waiting, he finally received a notification from the department. The message conveyed that his background check for the gun permit had been approved, instructing him to return today to complete a few forms and prepare for the written examination scheduled for next week. After attending to these formalities, Chen Tianliang departed the town. After a while of driving, he arrived at the Bumblebee farm. It had been some time since his last visit, and upon his return, he was greeted by the lush green pastures and scattered sheep and cattle. The air, infused with the earthy aroma of soil, was also tinged with a hint of manure. How to describe it? In Chen Tianliang's view, it could be considered the essence of fresh air. Not far off, a few llamas grazing heard the sound of the vehicle and, like sentinels on duty, stretched their long necks, swaying in tandem with the movement of the jeep. In front of the Connor family's rustic wooden cabin, several disabled puppies, initially frolicking together, scampered toward the jeep at the sight of visitors. The most amusing sight was a plump brown sow, waddling over with a jolly grunt. This pig was a unique breed native to New Zealand, known as the kyun, also referred to as wild pig or cook pig. In the Maori language, kyun means fat and round. Otina, do move aside, you'll frighten the guests. At this moment, Mrs. Nancy happened to emerge from the house, and, upon spotting the playful puppies surrounding the jeep, promptly shooed them away. "Hello, Mrs. Nancy. It has been a while. How have you been?" Chen Tianliang greeted her with a smile as he descended from the vehicle. Mrs. Nancy, delighted to see Chen Tianliang after such a long time, warmly embraced him. "I'm well, dear. Just yesterday, that rascal Connor mentioned you would be visiting, so I prepared a delightful lunch for you. I truly appreciate your kindness." Chen Tianliang felt a wave of warmth wash over him at Mrs. Nancy's enthusiastic welcome. "Look who has arrived. Isn't this our charming young man from Huaxia? Greetings." Mr. Osmond, Mrs. Nancy's husband, also emerged from the barn. Chen Tianliang turned to see Mr. Osmond, still clad in his light blue denim overalls and wearing a straw sun hat, while wielding a pitchfork. Well, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a farming tool. The two men exchanged yet another hearty embrace. Just as the trio stood in front of the car, engaged in cheerful conversation, a shadow darted out from the house. The appearance of this shadow immediately caught the attention of the recently arrived Asang. Before the shadow could approach, Asang dashed forward to greet it. When they met, rather than any confrontation, they engaged in a mutual sniffing of each other's rear ends. Chapter 110. Journey to Hamilton. The shadow in question was, of course, Jason, the Doberman that Connor had raised. "Hey there, I didn't expect to see you at the farm so early," Connor greeted Chen Tianliang lazily, shirtless and standing on the wooden steps of the villa's entrance. "Well, I didn't expect you to just be getting up close to noon," Chen Tianliang replied, shrugging and rolling his eyes. That rascal went to Hamilton yesterday. Who knows what mischief he got into, returning quite late, Mrs. Nancy shot a disapproving glance at Connor and whispered to Chen Tianliang with evident displeasure. "Mom, I already told you. I went to Hamilton with friends to attend the yearling horse auction," Connor said, descending the stairs to join Chen Tianliang and the others. He raised his fist to lightly bump against Chen Tianliang's before resting his hand on Mrs. Nancy's shoulder, expressing his helplessness. Mrs. Nancy shot her son a look of disdain and chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Chen Tianliang felt a spark of curiosity about the auction Connor had mentioned. "Connor, what exactly is a yearling horse auction?" Buddy, you don't know such a simple thing? All right, let me enlighten you. A yearling horse auction is an event focused on the sale of horses,